Chapter 1. The Unfortunate Survivor. Welcome, everyone, to the realm of survival. This is a world fraught with disasters and lurking crises. Here, every individual begins from the same starting point, and your sole task is to endure, to strive with all your might to survive. A celestial voice resonated profoundly in Yin Hao's mind, rousing him from slumber. What is happening? Is someone playing a prank? Yin Hao, both anxious and excited, surveyed his surroundings. He discovered a hardbound notebook in his hands, inscribed with the words survival guide. He found himself on a hillside, beneath which sprawled a verdant expanse of grass, nearly engulfing him entirely. Clad only in a tattered gray linen garment and barefoot, he felt the chill of the mountain breeze against his bare skin, an uncomfortable sensation. Moreover, he possessed not a single extraneous item. He was utterly destitute. Even if this is a prank, it is excessively cruel, Yin Hao murmured, apprehensively opening the survival guide, his heart racing with trepidation. Amidst the embarrassment of being stripped of his former self, there lingered a secret hope that this scenario might indeed be real. For your first step in survival, please draw your initial talent. This is quite elaborate, Yin Hao thought, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity, as an instinct told him he had truly crossed into another world. Upon clicking draw, the pages transformed into a rapidly spinning wheel, and before he could call out to halt it, it landed on the predominantly white sector designated for auxiliary abilities. Congratulations! You have acquired Gathering. As the first survivor to obtain Gathering, your ability will possess no level cap, and its potential is boundless. Gathering. 1. Only wild, unclaimed items may be gathered. 2. For animals and spiritual entities, they must be defeated before gathering. 3. Inanimate objects, such as stones, must be cut or excavated before they can be gathered. 4. Herbaceous plants, moss, ferns, algae, lichens, and fungi can be gathered directly. Other plants must be felled or uprooted before they can be harvested, or the main body may be preserved while only the fruits are collected. 5. The gathered object must possess a certain degree of integrity, e.g., a tree must be completely felled, an animal carcass must remain relatively intact, a harvested fruit is considered a complete, independent entity, an animal offspring, once separated from its mother, is also regarded as a complete, independent entity. 6. Each item may only be gathered once and cannot be harvested again. 7. Items obtained through trade cannot be gathered. 8. Reusing gathered items for further gathering is strictly prohibited. How unfortunate that I only drew the basic option. My luck remains consistently dismal. With a wry smile, Yin Hao felt a pang of disappointment, yet found it hardly surprising. Such is the fate of the unfortunate. As the lottery interface vanished, his personal information materialized. Survivor, Yin Hao. Race, human. Extraordinary level, mundane body. Initial talent, gathering level 0, no level cap. Additional talent, none. Note: all survivors possess the initial talent, which cannot be stripped away or replaced. According to the sequence of acquiring talents, the upper limit of levels ranges from high to low. Additional talents can only be learned through skill books, with the upper limit of talent levels fixed according to the quality of the skill books. White quality has an upper limit of level 10, while green quality has a limit of level 20, and so forth. All initial talents and additional talents start at level 0. Except for the first individual to draw a talent. Every subsequent level increase of 3 requires the gathering of promotion materials before further advancement. For every 10 levels gained, a qualitative transformation occurs. All individuals, aside from the first to acquire that talent, must seek corresponding limit-breaking materials to complete the breakthrough. Once an additional talent is learned using a white quality skill book and reaches the upper limit of level 10, one may then exchange it for a green quality or higher skill book, thus raising the level cap. After the exchange, the proficiency level of that talent remains unchanged. For instance, if it was originally level 10, it will still be level 10 after switching to a higher quality skill book, neither decreasing nor increasing. Equipment. Novice robe durability, 100 money. 0 resources, 0. Are they not even providing basic resources? Yin Hao murmured, feeling a weight on his heart. If this transmigration is indeed real, the survival challenges he faces ahead are undoubtedly formidable. He turned the page. Note: the safety zone protection will expire in 7 days. Main quest: Please find a refuge before nightfall. Quest reward, primary vitality, elixir 1. Side quest 1, clear the weeds. Quest reward, primary restoration, elixir 1. Side quest 2, clear the rubble. Quest reward, water eye white. Side quest 3, chop wood. Quest reward, breathing technique. Primary vitality, elixir. Consuming this elixir can instantly elevate one's physical capabilities to their peak, aiding survival in this world. Primary restoration elixir. Upon consumption, it enables the body to regenerate, eliminating ailments and restoring the body to its optimum condition. Water eye white. Contains 1 ton of water, available for use at any time. Breathing technique. In this world, the extraordinary energy is known as profound energy. Indigenous species have innately absorbed profound energy, a trait lacking in humans. Thus, one must learn the breathing technique to actively absorb profound energy and refine the body, potentially allowing for competition with native species in the future. The third page includes various illustrations, tutorials, and basic survival knowledge, such as house construction, weaving and sewing, methods of finding water, land cultivation, trap making, and mechanical manufacturing limited to ancient techniques, including those that have been lost, but excluding modern instruments, along with tutorials on fire by friction, among others. This significantly narrows the gap with those possessing wilderness survival experience, preventing one from being utterly lost in the wild. Additionally, a 7-day identification frame is available to assess whether items are toxic to the human body. Even if one does not initially draw the identification talent, there is no fear of accidental poisoning from ingestion. Of course, allergies are an exception. Being non-toxic to the general populace does not guarantee safety for individuals with allergies. Those with weakened immune systems and multiple allergens may find it quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, although Yin Hao has a few minor ailments, he can consume anything without any known allergic reactions. Of course, there might be allergens present, but they're inconsequential. After all, incidents like stomach aches from excessive chili consumption or witnessing whimsical visions after consuming undercooked mushrooms have become mundane and are rarely given much thought. The fourth page features the chat channel. Messages are scrolling at an astonishing pace, rendering the global and regional channels incomprehensible. Only within the localized channel of 1,000 participants does the refresh rate approach some semblance of normalcy. What on earth is this place? Who stripped me of my clothes? May I inquire, do all female participants receive only 1 novice long robe? Or am I merely the unfortunate one without undergarments? No need to ask, everyone is in the same boat. Aside from a sack-like novice long robe, we are all left in a state of undress. To obtain other garments, one must devise alternative methods. Wow, this place possesses supernatural abilities. I drew the fireball spell, an impressive fist-sized fireball. I hit a wild rabbit on my first attempt. It was incredibly exhilarating. I obtained the appraisal skill and discovered that many plants around us are unfamiliar to our blue star. If anyone requires item appraisal in the future, feel free to seek me out. I received the insight skill, allowing me to see additional hints. It's absolutely delightful. It appears I am the chosen one. You all can expect me to lead the way. A cursory glance revealed several fortunate individuals. Particularly noteworthy was a participant named Yi Hao, who could perceive extra hints, a remarkable advantage in this survival realm, akin to the privileged status of protagonists in numerous survival novels. Yin Hao felt a surge of envy and resentment, his eyes reddening with frustration. The comparison to others truly stung. To avoid further distress, he turned the page. The fifth page is the trading area, with the upper half dedicated to auctions and consignments, while the lower half showcases the system's marketplace. Auctions necessitate prior appraisal of the items. If they are not rare or valuable, they will not be accepted. Upon successful auction, a 5 commission is levied on the transaction amount. Consignment requires a stall fee, charging 10 copper coins per hour for each trading slot. The duration items are displayed directly correlates to the stall fee incurred. The advantage lies in the absence of additional transaction fees. The final sale price is received in full after deducting the stall fee. The system marketplace offers only basic tools: stone axes, stone picks, stone hoes, stone sickles, as well as their iron counterparts. Essential survival supplies like food and water are conspicuously absent. At the bottom of the marketplace, there is a recycling option. Items of minimal value, such as weeds and gravel, can be sold at an exceptionally low recycling price. Regardless of how inferior the goods, recycling guarantees a friendly price of 10 copper coins per pound. However, selling high-value items is ill-advised as they are only accepted at raw material prices. For instance, diamonds highly coveted in the human realm would fetch a price comparable to that of charcoal when sold to the marketplace. A pound of grass rope and a pound of weeds would yield identical recycling prices within the marketplace. That it appears that as long as one is diligent and industrious, acquiring some basic survival supplies is certainly feasible. The survival guide has many more pages ahead, but they remain inaccessible, likely due to unmet unlocking conditions. All right then, let's get to work. After thoroughly perusing the entire survival guide, leaving no corner unexplored and still finding no additional rewards, Yin Hao felt utterly disheartened. So be it. A non-lucky player is a non-lucky player. At least there remains an unlimited gathering skill as a safety net with diligent practice. It may not be impossible to gain an edge, provided one proceeds cautiously. Observing the weeds beneath his feet, Yin Hao plucked a handful and silently invoked gathering. You have used gathering on the weeds, obtaining grass seeds 10, gathering proficiency 1. Counting the weeds in his hand, there were at least 20, yet the yield of grass seeds was merely 10, and the progress bar for gathering had only increased by 1. From this, it seemed that only 100 proficiency was required to elevate gathering to level 1, which was quite attainable. Yin Hao's spirits lifted, and he decided to focus on gathering from a single blade of grass. You have used gathering on the weeds, obtaining grass seeds 1, gathering proficiency 1. After several attempts, the results were consistent, and Yin Hao came to a realization. Gathering from a single weed guarantees at least 1 grass seed, while gathering a handful diminishes the baseline yield. It appears my non-lucky disposition is at play. Perhaps solo gathering is the better approach. Having reached this conclusion, Yin Hao settled down, pulled a weed, and used gathering once. In no time, he had maxed out his proficiency, officially leveling gathering to level 1. You have used gathering on the weeds, obtaining grass seeds 2, gathering proficiency 1. Current proficiency. Gathering level 1, 0.5 level 2, requires only 200 proficiency. Onward. Chapter 2. Restoration Fluid and Vitality Elixir. You have used gathering on the weeds, obtaining grass seeds 2, gathering proficiency 1. You have used gathering on the weeds, obtaining grass seeds 2, gathering proficiency 1. After leveling gathering to level 4, you have used gathering on the weeds, obtaining sweet grass roots 1, gathering proficiency 1. Something different has appeared. Yin Hao examined the newly acquired item closely. The white, slender roots resembled segments of bamboo, reminiscent of the white grass roots he used to pull in his rural childhood. I wonder if this can be eaten, he murmured, yet refrained from tasting it immediately. Instead, like the grass seeds, he spread a portion of his clothing before him to lay the item down, continuing to pull weeds and enhance his gathering skill. You have used gathering on the weeds, obtaining sweet grass roots 2, grass rope 1, gathering proficiency 1. After tirelessly gathering nearly 2,000 times, elevating gathering to level 7, Yin Hao finally obtained items beyond just roots and seeds. 2,000:1. The odds are quite touching, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm as he paused to assess his haul. A substantial amount of grass seeds, sweet grass roots 109, grass rope 1, and 10 bundles of weeds lay before him. Prevent the grass seeds from falling. Yin Hao had been diligently working in place. Now, observing that the surrounding grass had nearly all been uprooted, it was time to deal with the items he had on hand. This grass seed and sweet grass root should qualify as food, he mused, yet he still opened the survival guide and placed the items into the time-limited identification frame in the catalog. Grass seed, non-toxic and edible, can also be planted as pasture seed. Sweet grass root, a grass root containing a hint of sugar, non-toxic and edible. Both items were harmless. That brought him a sense of reassurance. In high spirits, Yin Hao took a bundle of grass and, without consulting the tutorial on the catalog page, fashioned a grass basket by hand, finely woven to hold the grass seeds. He had grown up in the countryside. Although he had never systematically learned wilderness survival skills, many practical techniques have been ingrained in him through childhood play and observation. Simple items like bamboo mats, woven baskets, and cushions were second nature to him. Of course, he could not replicate the intricate craftsmanship of an artisan that was a skill that could yield significant income. His handiwork, however, appeared rather crude, with 95 being subpar and suitable only for personal use. Rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, he slung the grass basket over his shoulder and embarked on a new round of gathering. You have used Gather on the Weeds, obtaining Do 9, Gather Proficiency 1. As his gather skill reached level 9, new items appeared. Yin Hao was pleasantly surprised he now had provisions for sustenance. Sipping a small amount of dew from his palm, its sweetness was delightful. Yin Hao glanced around and spotted a small grove of bamboo on the hillside, not far away. He dashed over and uprooted the smallest stalk. You have used Gather on the Bamboo, obtaining Bamboo Segments 9, Gather Proficiency 1. Now I have a container for water. The bamboo grove was modest, consisting of only a few clusters. Yin Hao exerted considerable effort to gather all the bamboo he could. He ended up with Bamboo Segments 210, Bamboo Leaves 1379, Bamboo Shoots 3, and Bamboo Planks 50. Once again, the majority are the standard yield. It's a pity that previously gathered items cannot be collected again otherwise. I can only imagine how joyful it would be to repeatedly harvest them. With a casual sigh, Yin Hao soon regained his enthusiasm and continued to gather grass. He persevered until his gather skill reached level 10, and only when his stomach began to grumble did he pause to tally his bounty. Current supplies: weeds 100 bundles, grass seeds 3 pounds, sweet grass roots 10 pounds, dew 15 liters, grass rope 367, bamboo segments 210, bamboo leaves 1379, bamboo shoots 3, bamboo planks 50. At last, he had a modest stockpile. Yin Hao smiled knowingly, chewing on 2 pounds of sweet grass roots and gnawed on the 3 bamboo shoots, finally feeling some alleviation of his hunger. However, this constant gnawing on grass left his tongue slightly numb and his mouth tasted bitter. There was no fat content. His mouth felt as if it might dry out completely. He longed for meat. Opening the taskbar, he saw that the side quest to clear the weeds was marked as complete. You have completed the task of clearing weeds, obtaining basic restoration, liquid 1, at long last. I have acquired it. Yin Hao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he took a sip. Instantly, a wave of invigorating sensation coursed through his body. Decayed teeth fell away, making way for robust, new ones. Old scars shed their scabs as myopia, once exceeding 800 degrees, vanished, revealing a world of clarity where every detail was vividly apparent. The accumulated pigments in his skin were expelled, rendering his arms so fair they reflected light. His skin was as smooth as a freshly shelled egg, yet remarkably resilient, seemingly impervious to the thorns and blades of grass that might once have marred it. After such a transformative experience, one could hardly exaggerate by calling it a rebirth. If everyone had access to the restorative elixir as a side quest reward, the population might soon be filled with youthful visages. Upon perusing the local chat channel, he found it replete with individuals whose avatars radiated newfound beauty. Even those who had not consumed the restorative elixir seemed to possess similar enhancements. In this chat channel, all avatars displayed authentic appearances along with true names. With sequential numbers appended for distinction, gender remained immutable. Reflecting reality, there was no room for deception. Discussions among the participants frequently returned to the appearance of the basic restorative elixir, as all had received it upon completing their first side quest. Even those who had entered this realm bearing disabilities or terminal illnesses could, with diligence, bridge the gap with the majority after accomplishing a single side quest. However, infants and minors were conspicuously absent, perhaps a testament to the benevolence of the enigmatic force that had drawn them here. Some fortunate souls found themselves near caves that could serve as homes, allowing them to leap ahead of others, completing the main quest and earning the basic nurturing elixir, thus propelling their physical prowess to its utmost limits. Considering this, the survival challenge does not seem insurmountable. Yin Hao pondered, questioning whether the unknown entity that had ensnared them could truly possess such benevolence. Gazing up at the sun, he realized that after toiling for such an extended period, he felt ravenous, yet the sun had yet to reach its zenith. Checking the time displayed on the survival guide, he noted that 10 hours had elapsed. A day here must surely exceed 24 hours. Yin Hao mused, his expression turning serious. With the collective enhancement of physical attributes among the populace, any impending disasters or dangers could not be underestimated. Shaking off the encroaching negativity, he recalled that prior to level 10, the proficiency required to advance increased by 100 with each level gained starting from 0 proficiency to reach level 1, requiring 100, and so forth. However, after reaching level 10, the path to advancement became exceedingly arduous. Yen Hao tested this for himself to progress from level 10 to 11. A staggering 10,000 proficiency points were required, a feat unattainable in the short term. This was precisely why he had paused to examine the chat channel. Chapter 3. Now that I have a home, I am merely in need of suitable tools. Merely gnawing on sweet grass roots will not suffice to fill my stomach. I must acquire a pot, and ideally, also a stone mill to grind the grass seeds into flour for consumption. Having made my decision, I seized a bundle of weeds and placed it into the recycling section of the trading system's marketplace. Gold 10 copper coins. It seems they calculated the labor cost, which is acceptable. They did not undervalue it excessively. With a sigh of relief, I deposited another 49 bundles of weeds, amassing a total of 500 copper coins, and extravagantly purchased an iron pickaxe from the marketplace. The prices for stone axes, stone hoes, stone pickaxes, and stone sickles were uniformly set at 10 copper coins, but their quality was rather unimpressive. I had little regard for them. In stark contrast, the iron axes, iron hoes, iron pickaxes, and iron sickles commanded a price of 500 copper coins. The disparity is indeed significant. However, one must sharpen their tools to excel in their craft. With a level 10 gathering skill as a foundation, I deemed it prudent to invest in sturdy and durable equipment. I had no interest in those ephemeral stone tools, which had a painfully short lifespan. Holding the iron pickaxe, I weighed in my hand. It felt quite heavy, and I hoped its quality would justify the steep price of 500 copper coins. Approaching the mountainside, I began to diligently chip away at the stone. As my sole aim was to create a stone mill and a stone pot for cooking, I swiftly unearthed the appropriate stones. Next came the carving and polishing. It took several hours, but eventually I succeeded in crafting the desired stone mill and shallow stone pot, capable of holding water, with a depth akin to that of a frying pan. By this time, the sweet grass roots and bamboo shoots I had consumed earlier had long since digested, leaving me ravenous, my stomach pressing against my back, and I found myself yearning to grab any grass within reach to satiate my hunger. After sweeping the stone powder from the stone pot and stone mill with grass leaves, I reluctantly retrieved some dew to wash them. While waiting for the stone mill to dry, I glanced up at the sun. Excellent. Nearly 13 hours had passed, and the sun had yet to reach its zenith. Were it not for the fact that it had already traversed a considerable distance from the horizon since morning, I might have suspected that the sun was somehow welded in place, refusing to move. Opening the chat channel, I observed a multitude of individuals pleading for sustenance. Is there any benevolent soul who has procured food? I would be immensely grateful for a small portion. Please save the children. I have not eaten for nearly 2 days, and now everything appears to be in double vision. Oh, how I regret dieting. Before this journey, I subsisted on boiled cabbage and a small apple daily, leaving me utterly drained of energy and incapable of securing food. Is there any water available? My throat feels as if it is on fire. Yi Hao, 1 small loaf of bread in exchange for 4 wood. Quantities are limited, first come, first served. In the blink of an eye, as I clicked on Yi Hao's avatar to enter his shop, the last loaf of bread was snatched up. How outrageous! I remarked in passing, feeling no sense of regret or disappointment for being a moment too slow. After purchasing the iron pickaxe, I found myself devoid of any copper coins. Even with swift reflexes, I could not have procured it. Furthermore, the exchange of 4 wood for a mere loaf of bread felt utterly disproportionate. The energy expended in consuming that small loaf would not even suffice to compensate for the effort required to gather the 4 pieces of wood. Oh, alas! It seems everything has vanished. How astonishingly swift you all are. Dear Brother Yi, do you still have any provisions or water? This is all the supplies I possess. Please, do see if there is anything you desire in exchange. I would be willing to share my most intimate photographs, the exceedingly private kind. Brother Yi, let us barter. If you could assist me in overcoming this calamity, I shall consider you my rebirth parents. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow without hesitation. Truly, He is deserving of the additional hints available to him. While I'm still gnawing on roots, he has already procured surplus bread to sell. To claim that Yin Hao does not envy him would be a falsehood. Unfortunately, his luck has been rather poor, failing to acquire desirable skills. Thus, he must continue to struggle for survival. Nonetheless, he still has roots and seeds to sustain him, allowing him the luxury of washing stones with dew. Compared to the majority, his circumstances are relatively favorable. After briefly attending to the stone grinder, he discovered it had dried sufficiently to proceed. He placed the seeds within, and soon enough ground 3 pounds into powder. After a simple refinement to remove some of the husks, he mixed in dew and juice extracted from sweet roots, forming small round morsels. He split a bamboo strip and crafted a steamer as per the illustrated guide, layering it with clean bamboo leaves before arranging the dough balls atop. Constructing a cooking platform, he added water to the stone pot and placed the steamer above to steam. Although starting a fire with friction took a bit of time, by the time the sun leisurely reached its zenith, he was able to savor a warm bite. The flour was not ground finely enough, leaving a coarse texture. Without sufficient fermentation, it did not possess the fluffiness of buns. Fortunately, the seeds themselves were flavorful, complemented by the fragrance of bamboo leaves and the subtle sweetness of the root juice, rendering it quite palatable. Ravaged by hunger, Yin Hao devoured the morsels one after another, only realizing the steamer had nearly emptied when he paused. Even though he had ground slightly over a pound from 3 pounds of seeds, he had certainly consumed at least half a pound, if not more. When did my appetite become so robust? He patted his belly, now only 7/10 full, in astonishment. Was it the enhancement of his physique from consuming the basic restorative liquid? Or was it merely the pangs of hunger? Perhaps it was a combination of both. A fleeting moment of uncertainty crossed his mind. Quickly, Yin Hao regained his focus, preparing for the tasks of the afternoon. First, he needed to establish a shelter. He had long coveted the essence of vitality rewarded from the main quest. He bundled the weeds tightly with hemp rope, then felled several slender, straight trees resembling birches to serve as supports. 2 logs were inclined into the ground at intervals, their tops crossing and securely bound, forming a sturdy triangle with the earth. Employing the same method, he constructed additional triangular supports aligned at the same elevation, affixing a beam across their apex. He then layered the bundled weeds on either side, closing off the back, partially sealing the front to create an entrance, and hung a grass-woven curtain. Thus, a rudimentary grass shelter was completed. Although it barely offers shelter from the wind and rain, the uncertainty lingers, for Yin Hao is also a novice in this endeavor. Perhaps when the downpour arrives, it will be a torrential rain outside, while a mere drizzle falls within. He opened the taskbar, and the main quest was displayed as complete. Upon clicking to claim his reward, he eagerly consumed the primary qi cultivation elixir. Alas, the forums had failed to mention that this concoction could induce stomach pain. Barely a moment after drinking, his abdomen began to protest. With no time to ponder, Yin Hao dashed into a thicket of grass towering above him to address his physiological predicament. After what felt like an eternity, just as he was on the verge of total exhaustion, the ordeal finally came to an end. He was enveloped in a layer of dark oil, his skin riddled with the expelled filth. It was akin to a thorough cleansing of the marrow. There was no pain, merely a sense of embarrassment throughout the process. In an effort to conserve water, he begrudgingly rolled on the grass until most of the black oil had been removed. Only then did he painfully utilize the dew he had painstakingly collected to wash himself. After using 3 liters of dew, he managed to scrub away the majority of the grime. Upon closer inspection, a faint odor still lingered, leaving him feeling as though he had bathed in half a month. Yet, he could afford no further concern. A meal had yet to be secured, and work remained paramount. Chapter 4. Roasted grasshoppers. The thatched hut served merely as a temporary refuge for Yin Hao to rest and collect mainline rewards. It was unrealistic to rely on it for the impending calamity. Gazing out at the expansive open land before him, he recognized it as an excellent location for construction. After donning his burlap attire once more, Yin Hao rolled up his sleeves and bent down to begin uprooting the lush weeds beneath his feet. With the vigor of a compact bulldozer, he swiftly cleared the encroaching foliage, reducing the overgrown weeds that threatened to engulf him to mere heaps. Before long, he had created a spacious clearing. Observing the towering stacks of weeds, he realized he would need to sell the grass for copper coins to purchase tools, which would inevitably consume precious time. Contemplating this, he decided to utilize his gathering skill directly on the pile of weeds. You have gathered from the pile of weeds, acquiring 2 pounds of grass seeds, 3 pounds of sweet grass roots, 1 liter of dew, 500 strands of grass rope, 20 strands of hemp rope, 3 grasshoppers, and 1 wild chicken egg. Gathering proficiency 1. To his surprise, there were additional rewards. It seemed that mass gathering had its own advantages. The hemp rope, which appeared to be a new item available only after reaching level 10, was quite extraordinary, much like the chicken egg. However, it seemed quite ordinary to discover an egg amidst the grass, leaving him curious about the origin of the hemp. The green grasshoppers, each measuring 2 fingers in width and a palm's length, looked quite plump, with long limbs that rivaled those of crab. Just the sight of them made Yin Hao's mouth water. Why not roast these 3 grasshoppers before continuing his work? Though it was a rhetorical question, he swiftly set about igniting a fire. After skewering the grasshoppers onto branches and placing them over the flames, he buried the wild chicken egg in the still glowing ash. By the time the grasshoppers were roasted to perfection, the egg was also ready. The aroma was intoxicating. It had been years since he had savored such a treat, the last time being in his childhood. As the grasshoppers finished roasting, Yin Hao wasted no time and began to indulge. The flavor was reminiscent of chicken, yet even more delectable and fragrant. Though the meat was scant, the experience was utterly delightful. Finally, he cracked open the slightly charred shell of the roasted chicken egg, savoring the particularly aromatic, browned egg white that left him yearning for more. In a moment of indulgence, all 3 roasted grasshoppers and the chicken egg disappeared into his mouth. What a satisfying feast! Yin Hao contentedly patted his belly, lingering over the exquisite taste of the roasted grasshoppers and the egg. The faint unease he had felt upon entering the survival world gradually dissipated, soothed by this delightful repast. After selling the gathered weeds, he received only a meager sum of copper, far from his expectations. He continued to gather and sell. By the time Yin Hao had acquired a hoe, sickle, and iron axe, he had amassed a total of 36 grasshoppers and 5 chicken eggs, 3 of which were fortunate fertilized eggs, marking the first step toward poultry farming. With the addition of the gathered seeds that could serve as sustenance, his diet became well-rounded and nutritious. Equipped with a sickle, his work progressed at an even swifter pace. As the sun descended, the clearing on the mountainside had already been stripped bare by the relentless Yin Hao. Bundles of coarse grass, nearly 2 meters in length, lay scattered about. Although he likely would not use them for building in the future, they remained invaluable resources for most who had yet to complete their primary quests. After all, not all regions boasted such luxuriant growth of weeds as his own. Upon opening the chat channel, it was evident that pleas for building materials, water, and food permeated the conversations. Who has food? Who has food? I'm starving. Anything edible will do, even grass roots. Please sell me something. I'm so hungry I could eat grass. Unfortunately, there's hardly a blade around. The only 2 edible plants have already been devoured, yet my hunger persists. I'm looking to purchase building materials. Wood or long grass will suffice. I need to construct a makeshift shelter. To the one above, there's a fierce wind tonight. That shelter might not last a minute. Better to dig a hole. How did they know about the wind tonight? A flicker of curiosity crossed Yin Hao's mind, prompting him to inquire. It's in the advisory under the 2nd page of the task list. Click it to reveal some small print that warns us of the impending disaster. Is that so? Yin Hao exclaimed in surprise, swiftly navigating to the task page. Indeed, beneath the advisory lay an inconspicuous symbol. Upon clicking, it displayed the evening's weather forecast, fierce winds, and light rain. How intriguing! The corners of Yin Hao's mouth twitched involuntarily, fearing he might have overlooked something. He meticulously combed through the entire survival guide once more, discovering a plethora of hidden information. For instance, items would only be named when encountering a rare few entities documented in the Blue Star database. Many items remained in an unnamed state, and all individuals who discovered the same item could submit a proposed name on the pictorial page, which would then be decided by a vote among humankind. This realm was indeed a genuine alternate world, and the external environment proved to be exceedingly harsh. The current adaptability of Blue Star inhabitants was primarily due to their novice phase, during which an unknown force shielded them from the majority of severe weather phenomena. However, this protection was not eternal. As time progressed, the true nature of the world would gradually unveil itself before them. Their survival would hinge on the diligence and preparation exhibited during their novice period. There were no one-click upgrading or building functions here. Constructing a house required painstaking effort. Brick by brick, and poor craftsmanship could lead to collapse. Similarly, forging iron and steel necessitated strict adherence to established procedures. This plethora of challenges was extensive, encompassing both Yinhao as personal discoveries and insights shared by enthusiastic netizens, which he later put into practice. The methods of concealing information were remarkably diverse. Some required prolonged pressing to reveal, others involved scraping off existing text, and there were even pages within pages. In comparison, the symbol beneath the advisory on the task page was a rather lackadaisical form of hidden information. Fortunately, he had uncovered it early. Otherwise, when the winds howled in the night, he feared he would be utterly unprepared. Without further ado, seizing the opportunity before nightfall fully enveloped the sky, Yinhao diligently added 2 more layers of thatch to his shelter, securing them firmly with hemp rope. The wooden stakes driven into the ground were further pressed down by half a meter. It must be said that his exceptional physical endurance set him apart. When he originally constructed the shelter, he lacked the strength to push the already tightly fixed stakes deeper into the earth. Having reinforced this makeshift abode, Yinhao then brandished a hoe within the grass hut, excavating a pit measuring 1 meter deep, 2 meters long, and 1 meter wide. He created a downward staircase and laid a thick layer of coarse grass at the bottom, upon which he placed the supplies he had gathered that day, covering it with sturdy wooden planks. Thus, should a tempest indeed uproot his thatched dwelling, he could take refuge in this pit for the night, ensuring that his hard-won resources would not be swept away. By the time he completed these tasks, darkness had thoroughly descended. Yinhao opened the trading page to resume his unfinished business. He exchanged a bundle of grass with the system's marketplace, receiving a stall fee of 10 copper coins, and then proceeded to the consignment area to purchase a 1-hour stall space, where he displayed the gathered grass. In a local chat channel, he proclaimed loudly, "Massive sale of grass over 1 meter long, nearly 2 meters. The blades and stems are non-toxic and edible. Whether you're in need of water, food, or building materials, come take a look. 15 copper coins per bundle, with only an hour's stall fee paid, limited quantities available. First come, first served." Chapter 5. A brother without kinship. With a swift utterance, the stock of Yinhao's goods began to dwindle rapidly, particularly after the discovery that his grasses were not only sizable, but also genuinely edible, succulent, and quite palatable. They vanished in a flurry. In this localized channel of 1,000 individuals, not everyone was fortunate enough to spawn near edible flora. Some found themselves surrounded by nothing but stones and sand, while others had nearby plants that were inedible or were adrift upon the sea, among various predicaments. In any case, anything related to sustenance was sure to sell, and considering Yinhao was offering his wares at the price of basic construction materials, his offerings were far superior to the exorbitantly priced food items available in the market. Yongwei 173. Brother, that's rather unscrupulous of you. Others are selling a single edible wild fruit for 7 copper coins. Yet you offer such a large bundle of edible weeds for merely 15 copper coins. Isn't that disrupting market order? Young man, I am of considerable age, having arrived in this unfamiliar place only to face hunger. The fact that you can stockpile such an abundance of weeds indicates that they are certainly not scarce in your vicinity. Please, do a favor for an old woman. I will be immensely grateful. Fame brings trouble. Yinhao's grass was swiftly snatched up, but it also attracted a host of envious and beggar-like individuals clamoring in the local channel. To this, Yinhao showed no leniency and retorted, "I am selling at the price set for construction materials. Weeds are valued as such. How is it that my pricing disrupts the market when I am merely following the same standards as others? Furthermore, I possessed no compassion or conscience. Before my crossing over, I was notorious as a rogue well known throughout the region. Who has heard of my esteemed name, Brother Yen? It is quite the novelty to have someone beg before me. Were it not for the constraints of the virtual realm, I might just break your legs. Oof. This is hardly a law-abiding society. Dear lady, you ought to reconsider. With this declaration, Yin Hao crafted an image of a defiant rogue, and almost instantly, the number of condemnations in the local channel diminished significantly. Yet, Yang Wei 173 remained undeterred. Yang Wei 173. How can it be the same? When you sell food, you must adhere to the market price for food. Yang Wei 173. You may be pleased with your underpricing, but what about the rest of us who sell food? We cannot simply follow your lead and lower our prices. Yang Wei 173. Do you realize you are disrupting market equilibrium? For your own selfish gain, you jeopardize the livelihoods of others. In summary, you owe us an apology and compensation for our losses. Otherwise, do not blame us if we unite against you. TSK. Yin Hao found it amusing, never anticipating that someone could be so oblivious to the circumstances, invoking the outdated rules of his former life. However, when it came to online disputes, he had never been intimidated. Begone. Didn't I make it clear? I'm selling construction materials. What do the prices of food have to do with me, a seller of building supplies? Do you think you can meddle in our industry as if you control the heavens, the earth, and the very air? As for edibility, isn't that a given? Is it so abnormal for grass to be edible? Or is it unusual for wood to be ground into flour for sustenance? There exists a plethora of non-toxic, edible building materials. It is merely a cognitive misstep that has led many to overlook this fact. Initially, I had no intention of voicing this openly. I simply sought to economize on booth fees, fearing that I might not sell out within an hour. By affixing an edible label to my products, I aim to enhance their competitiveness. However, since you have been so relentlessly confrontational, do not blame me for turning the tables and bringing my fellow construction material vendors to dismantle your food-selling enterprise. Furthermore, this is not a bygone era where a stable societal foundation permits such capriciousness. In this survival world, everyone's starting point is relatively similar. Currently, we cannot engage in offline knockout tactics, and riling someone can swiftly lead to chaos. It will be prudent for you to recognize the reality of the situation. As I poured forth my thoughts, Yin Hao felt a sense of relief, and the onlookers were entertained. Well said. I've long harbored disdain for those selling food and water, exploiting their status as necessities to inflate prices and plunder our hard-earned coins. Hey, you've truly awakened me. I sell non-toxic timber. I shall soon add a section for selling edible wood powder and wipe out those food vendors, huh? Brother Yan's prowess is formidable. At least at the level of a saint, I stand by you. The individual known as Yang Wei 173 was left speechless, merely leaving a message on the public screen stating that Yin Hao had been blacklisted from their Food Alliance's shop, and he should not expect to purchase anything from them in the future. Upon hearing this, Yin Hao raised an eyebrow and searched the forum for the members of this so-called Food Alliance, swiftly adding each one to his own shop's blacklist, sharing screenshots to broadcast his actions. Sanctions, is it? I understand. You needn't return here again. Huh, brother, you are quite brave. Not fearing the sanctions of their Food Alliance. It seems you are indeed well-stocked. It makes sense. With so many edible weeds at your disposal, you shall not suffer from hunger or thirst. Those people truly cannot do anything to you. In your area, if the weeds are edible, there must be other consumables as well. Perhaps you should consider pivoting to selling food and outshine those wretches. Ahem, I would like to suggest that next time you sell weeds, could you perhaps impose a purchase limit? Many are buying them in bundles, leaving those of us in dire need unable to secure any for sustenance. While engaging in this verbal sparring with the forum denizens, Yin Hao was not idle. He had already begun grinding grass seeds in preparation for dinner. Seizing the opportunity, he utilized the photo function of the survival guide to capture images of his freshly ground flour, sweet grass roots, large grasshoppers, and eggs, posting them on the forum with the caption, "Not too shabby, right? Can sanctions truly affect me?" Upon seeing this, a chorus of survivalists exclaimed 666, and several, envious of his meal, sent messages requesting trades. Yi Hao, brother, is that root-like item in your photo a folded ear root? And are you interested in selling that grasshopper and flour? I'm currently in dire need of something to eat, and I'm open to negotiation on price. Following his private message, Yi Hao attached a few items he thought could serve as trade. A chicken, a sturdy black breadstick that could double as a weapon, several packets of instant noodles, and a few bottles of mineral water. Indeed, he is a man of remarkable insight, demonstrating exceptional skill at the very outset. Yin Hao watched with envy, his lips making sounds of admiration. Suddenly struck by a thought, he eagerly inquired, "If I may be so bold, where did you acquire those loaves of bread, instant noodles, and bottled water?" Yi Hao replied, "They were obtained from opening treasure chests. However, the experience could be somewhat treacherous, as it may yield random drops of guardian beasts, traps, and curses. If you're not thoroughly prepared, I advise against opening them lightly." Yin Hao nodded. "Understood. Thank you for the information, Brother Yi. The roots I mentioned are not the typical dichandra, but rather sweet grass roots. Their flavor closely resembles that of white grass roots, yet they are considerably thicker, with a greater volume of juice that is also sweeter. The sesame-like substance is an unknown grass seed, which is edible when ground into powder and steamed. It produces a palatable dumpling that can serve as a substitute for flour. The remaining items are all familiar and require no further introduction." In the end, Yin Hao reported his supply quantities. "I have a decent stock of grass seeds and sweet grass roots. I can offer you 10 pounds of each. As for the locusts, they are harder to come by, so I can only provide you with 10. You may determine the price. Let's first become friends, and then we can split the transaction fee evenly." This was a realization Yin Hao had come to only recently, having been advised that friends can exchange resources directly, with a fixed transaction fee of 20 copper coins, similar to opening a consignment slot on both sides, yet simpler in operation and devoid of concerns about items being intercepted midway. After typing, Yin Hao awaited the response from the other side with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Allowing the other party to set the price was an act of trust, as well as a subtle test. Given Yi Hao's unique advantages, Yin Hao naturally wished to foster a good relationship, aspiring for a long-term collaboration. However, all of this hinged upon the other party's amiability. If they proved to be unapproachable, Yin Hao would not be inclined to continue pursuing them with warmth. Chapter 6. The Coming of the Gale. Yi Hao. 1 chicken leg, 1 breadstick, 2 packs of instant noodles, and a bottle of water. What do you think? Yin Hao. I have plenty of water here. Can we swap it for instant noodles instead? Of course, if you don't have many noodles left, then never mind. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao pondered over the chaotic rocky forest he found himself in. Despite employing the water-seeking techniques from his guide for a considerable time, he had yet to uncover a water source. In comparison, the instant noodles he possessed were abundant, yet they consumed water to prepare. Water, perhaps, was the more pressing need. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall provide you with 2 more packs of instant noodles." Yin Hao deal. With that, the two swiftly added each other as friends, placed their items in the trading box, and each paid a transaction fee of 10 copper coins before confirming the exchange. The 10 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of sweet grass roots, and 10 grasshoppers Yin Hao had set aside vanished. In their place appeared a raw chicken leg, a half-meter-long breadstick, and 4 packs of instant noodles. Both parties were satisfied with the transaction, and Yi Hao expressed his appreciation. "Brother, your benevolence is commendable. You've sent me pre-ground flour, saving me the trouble of using the stone mill. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. As long as the price is reasonable and I have it, I shall prioritize trading with you." Yin Hao was more than pleased and eagerly replied, "It's a small favor. I will certainly inform you first whenever I have something of value." "Yi Hao ha! I shall eagerly await your good news, Brother Yin." Glancing at his private messages, Yi Hao noted numerous requests for trades, along with some irate comments. Yin Hao blacklisted all the abusive messages, and among the trading requests, he exchanged 10 liters of seawater with a survivor at sea, thus resolving his need for salt. He uniformly replied to the remaining requests, stating that he had no surplus food for exchange at the moment, but would reach out when he did. Some individuals ceased further pursuit, while others, in a fit of anger, began to hurl insults. As per his usual practice, Yin Hao blacklisted these offenders as well. This blacklist was applicable across the entire platform, ensuring that he would not receive any more unsolicited messages from them, nor would they have the authority to purchase items from his shop or auction listings. Having completed this task, Yin Hao focused on preparing his dinner. A gale was imminent, and if he did not eat soon, the winds might extinguish his fire, leaving him without a means to cook. He poured a portion of seawater into a stone pot, boiling it and filtering out impurities with a grass-woven sieve. Yin Hao repeated this process 4 times until he confirmed that the resulting salt was pure white and devoid of bitterness. From the 2 liters of seawater, he ultimately obtained a generous handful of salt, along with a small quantity of bitter brine. Regrettably, he had no beans, otherwise he might have enjoyed tofu that evening. He shook his head in disappointment and stored the bitter brine in a bamboo tube, intending to utilize it for future needs. With the pot cleaned, he proceeded to add water and flour to steam the flatbreads. He placed eggs directly in the water to steam alongside the flatbreads and skewered a few grasshoppers to roast over the fire. As he awaited the completion of his meal, he decided to browse the forum to observe the progress of other survivors in the same area. To be honest, as he observed, Yin Hao truly discovered a plethora of intriguing elements. Firstly, the number of individuals in the local channel decreased from an initial count of 1,000 to 978, indicating that some unfortunate souls or individuals inclined towards self-destruction had succumbed to the harsh realities. Most survivors resided in thatched huts, with only a few fortunate ones having found abandoned caves. A select number had constructed wooden and stone houses, yet they remained a rarity, belonging to the upper echelons within this local channel. Unfortunately, Yin Hao did not belong to this tier. He found himself in a rather mediocre position. In terms of sustenance, few could achieve self-sufficiency. Consequently, Yin Hao's consumption of wild grasses, alongside other edible plants and wood powder introduced by subsequent survivors, items not typically found in pre-transcendence diets, became a mainstream means of satiation. Fortunately, with a bit of diligence, survivors could still barter for food, avoiding starvation. Moreover, the distribution of survivors in this region was quite revealing. A forum user took the time to compile statistics, revealing that only 12 individuals were known to have spawned at sea or along its shores. The desert and rocky forest had the highest numbers, approximately 400 to 500. The marshy terrains housed over 60. The forest had just over 100. The grasslands also exceeded 100. The snowy expanses had more than 30. And the mountainous regions had over 50. Evidently, the region faced a significant crisis regarding food and water, yet Yin Hao considered himself fortunate, as the spawn point was near abundant resources for sustenance and materials. As the saying goes, good days are often a matter of comparison. In light of those still lamenting for water and food, his initial talent of gathering seemed less burdensome. Wenxi, our region comprises only 1,000 individuals, and today alone we have lost 28. Everyone must exercise caution. Life is singular and precious. Do not recklessly court danger. If you encounter difficulties, please voice them on the forum. We can lend a helping hand where possible. Wenxi, I do not intend to morally bind anyone with my words, but the options for trade are limited to this area. With fewer individuals, the trading pool diminishes, potentially jeopardizing access to essential survival supplies, such as salt and water. As the meal was ready, Yin Hao eagerly grasped a chicken leg, savoring it while glancing at a forum post by a well-meaning individual named Wenxi, who urged for unity and mutual assistance among survivors. Internally, he mused that while there was some merit in the man's words, they were not entirely substantial. If a survivor from the sea faced adversity, perhaps he would extend a hand within his means, as they still required salt, did they not? As for others, the worthless perished without consequence. Even if they sought help on the forum, how many would truly offer aid? At least, had he been in their position, he would likely have scrolled past those pleas for assistance that held no benefit for him. A slightly charred chicken leg, over a dozen roasted grasshoppers, 2 boiled eggs, several palm-sized flatbreads, and sweet grass roots served as his post-meal fruit quickly vanished during his time on the forum. After satiating his hunger, Yin Hao let out a burp, sat still for a moment, and then began to lay down straw at the bottom of the cave, relocating all his food supplies. In the process, he also crafted a makeshift mat, weaving together softened dry grass to create a rudimentary blanket. This would serve as his bedding for the night. Although the grass blanket felt somewhat prickly against the skin, it was certainly preferable to enduring the cold night without any cover and risking a chill. In the world of survival, medicine is a scarce commodity. Falling ill could very well lead to a fatal outcome. Having completed these preparations, Yin Hao gathered another bundle of untouched weeds and brought it into the cave, intending to nestle into his rudimentary grass bed while simultaneously harvesting to enhance his skills, all the while awaiting the arrival of the night sky. As he collected a bundle of weeds and carried another into the cave to continue his practice, the sound of the wind outside began to rise. Initially, it was merely a gentle breeze, but quickly escalated into a fierce gale. The grass curtain that served as a door was soon blown open, allowing the cold wind to rush in, even within the cave. Yin Hao felt a shiver from the sudden drop in temperature. Fortunately, the reinforcements he had put in place proved effective, while the wind infiltrated the space. The structure remained intact, with only a significant amount of the roof's grass being swept away. It seemed that rain was also imminent. However, as it was merely a light drizzle, combined with the overwhelming sound of the wind, Yin Hao could only perceive an increase in humidity and a further drop in temperature, without hearing any distinct sound of raindrops. Checking the forum, he was met with a cacophony of despair. Particularly concerning were the messages from those who had spawned at sea, as some had already begun to post their last words. A knot tightened in Yin Hao's stomach. There were so few of them at sea, and he fervently hoped they would not all perish, for that would make even the acquisition of salt a daunting challenge in the future. Chapter 7. The eruption of character. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he noticed that when Qi was once again rallying the forum participants for mutual assistance, Yin Hao chose to remain aloof, yet privately added a few friends among the maritime survivalists, sending each of them 2 bundles of rope. He advised them to secure themselves to their initial rafts, at the very least alleviating the fear of capsizing into the depths of the sea. As for whether he would survive the night, that was a matter left to fate. There was little more he could do. The wind howled ominously, growing ever louder, its wail reminiscent of ghostly cries. The fire in the thatched shelter weakened considerably, with embers being blown from the pit. Alarmed, Yin Hao rushed outside to retrieve the scattered logs, then pressed several stones atop the pit to ensure the flames remained contained, thus averting a potential disaster. After exhaling a deep sigh of relief, he returned to the cave, burrowing into the rudimentary straw bedding, where fatigue overtook him, and he succumbed to slumber. The days in this world stretched interminably, lasting over 30 hours, and despite his enhanced physique, the relentless toil had worn him down. Perhaps he should contemplate an afternoon nap the following day. Upon awakening once more, darkness still enveloped the land. A glance at the survival guide revealed that 10 hours had elapsed. The wind continued to howl, and he felt heavy-headed and weak. Noticing a slight fever upon touching his forehead, perhaps a cold was setting in. Fortunately, it did not seem severe. He could endure it, as the prospect of seeking medicine in this desolate place was daunting. Should he contract a grave illness, his chances of survival would dwindle to nearly zero. Current area population, 879-1000. Seeing the dwindling numbers in the local channel sent a jolt of apprehension through Yin Hao, prompting him to investigate the events that had transpired during his slumber. Oh no, the house is on fire. Help! I am XXX residing at. I have been blown off the cliff by the wind. I cannot survive. If anyone encounters my family, please inform them not to worry about me. I shall create a new account. It's hopeless. The winds at sea are too fierce, and the waves tower above me. Even without hostile sea creatures, I cannot endure any longer. Farewell, brothers. Perhaps this is but a dream, and in death, I shall return. Ha! The forum was rife with last words. Many of the deceased having failed to complete their main quests, their bodies unenhanced. Additionally, a few houses had been insufficiently sturdy, blown away, or had caught fire due to inadequate precautions. Several unfortunate souls had also drowned, overwhelmed by the surging waves. in his friends list. For the 12 who had been reliably procuring seawater now bore blackened avatars. Alarmed, Yin Hao hastily traded 2 bundles of rope to each, hoping to prevent further losses. The pool of potential trades was limited, especially among those at sea. If casualties continued, acquiring salt would become increasingly arduous. 10 hours had passed, and the fire pit had long extinguished, leaving no trace of embers. With the wind raging outside, igniting a new fire would prove to be a formidable challenge. Yin Hao gently rubbed his rumbling stomach, grateful that he had tossed a few eggs into the fire pit before sleeping. Now, as he unearthed them, although they were slightly charred and shriveled, they were still edible. Accompanied by the dew collected in a bamboo tube, he consumed the meager meal and chewed on several sweet grass roots, which provided a welcome relief to his stomach. After harvesting the grass yesterday, he had conducted several extensive foraging expeditions, selling off the collected weeds. Altogether, he had procured over a dozen eggs, aside from 7 fertilized ones. The remainder had been crafted into various items. The grasshoppers had proliferated abundantly, numbering over 100, and were contained within a finely woven bamboo frame, chirping melodiously at night, a sound far more pleasant than the howling wind outside. He had heard that grasshoppers could be farmed, and perhaps he could seek guidance on the forum to learn the specifics, potentially adding an additional source of income for his household. With nothing pressing to attend to, and with the fire extinguished while the dawn had yet to break, the faint glow emitted by the survival guide barely illuminated the straw hut. Utilizing this scant light, Yin Hao gathered a bundle of unharvested weeds, meticulously disassembling them to hone his gathering skills. He was uncertain how long this endeavor lasted, but by the time he had maxed out his proficiency at level 11, the world outside was bathed in bright daylight. Consulting the time on the survival guide, Yin Hao estimated that a day in this realm spanned approximately 49 hours, with 35 hours of daylight and 14 hours of night. The weather report remained succinct yet informative. Today's forecast: maximum temperature at noon is 50 C, with strong winds and heavy rain expected at night. It seemed that a nap was unavoidable. The sturdy shelter needed to be established promptly, as he wished to avoid another night spent in a burrow, especially one that left him chilled and ill. The morning temperature was not particularly high. Even with the sun's rays upon him, warmth was elusive. After swiftly resolving his breakfast needs, Yin Hao commenced the day's labor. You have utilized the gathering skill on stone, acquiring slate X11, stone powder 3 pounds. You have utilized the gathering skill on stone, acquiring slate X3, black rock X1, stone powder 1 pound. You have utilized the gathering skill on stone, acquiring black rock X2, black rock oil 2 tails. At level 11, his gathering skill had undergone a qualitative transformation. In addition to basic slate and stone powder, higher tier materials such as black rock and black rock oil began to appear. Yin Hao found that while he could easily strike ordinary stones with an iron pickaxe, extracting black rock proved significantly more laborious. The efficiency ratio was roughly 10:1, not accounting for the wear and tear on the pickaxe. From his observations, black rock was quite challenging to mine. After several strikes, the pickaxe's tip dulled considerably, requiring considerable effort to sharpen it anew for continued effective extraction. Sturdy indeed. Perhaps I can utilize this material to construct a more robust shelter, Yin Hao pondered, contemplating his next steps as he ventured out to try his hand at digging and lumbering. You have employed the gathering skill on wood, acquiring ordinary wood X8, bird eggs X4, feathers 1 tail, and clean water 1 liter. You employed the gathering technique on timber, acquiring 7 units of ordinary wood, 1 unit of 100-year wood, 2 ounces of clear tree resin, and 4 nuts. You applied the gathering technique on soil, obtaining 10 pounds of inferior soil, 3 pounds of ordinary soil, and 20 insect eggs. You utilized the gathering technique on soil once more, procuring 3 pounds of ordinary clay, half a pound of quality clay, and 10 earthworms. Again, you engaged in gathering soil, resulting in 8 pounds of ordinary soil, 1 pound of fertile soil, and 3 maggots. Ah, what a fortunate turn of events. Observing the abundant resources collected, Yin Hao could hardly contain his joy, feeling invigorated and brimming with enthusiasm. He resolved to persist. aiming to amass enough blackstone to construct 2 or 3 houses within 20 hours. The remaining 10 hours would be dedicated to laying the foundation and erecting the structures. Chapter 8. The treasure chest. It became evident that Yanhao had overestimated his own capabilities. After a prolonged duration of 20 hours, he had managed to extract merely enough ordinary stones to construct 3 modest rooms, while the supply of black rock barely amounted to half a room, if that. Despite possessing an extraordinary physique, capable of lifting heavy burdens, he remained firmly within the realm of mortals, and his work efficiency did not align with his earlier expectations. His fortune was also lacking, as the yield of black rock was disappointingly low. Moreover, he found himself overcome by hunger at an alarming rate. Within those 20 hours, he had consumed 5 meals, devouring nearly 10 pounds of provisions. This included roasted locusts, eggs, and sweet grass roots to replenish his sugar levels. Without these additions, he surmised he could have consumed even more. He felt puzzled. Yesterday, he had not experienced such ravenous hunger. Was it possible that, akin to the terrifying midday heat, the first day merely served as a trial, with the intensity truly commencing on the second day? Gazing up at the sun, he estimated it would be another hour before it reached its zenith, yet the heat was already unbearable. The sun blazed down mercilessly, and sweat flowed unceasingly. Yanhao speculated that the current temperature had likely approached 40 C. Continuing his labor was out of the question. The risk of heat stroke loomed large. Thus, he decided to retreat to his grass hut to prepare lunch. During this time, he took the opportunity to peruse the survival guide. Oh my, it's unbearably hot. Does anyone have water to trade? I'm on the brink of dying from thirst. Have you all noticed how quickly hunger strikes today? It feels like I become ravenous almost immediately after starting work. I could continue, but my stomach burns painfully. If I don't replenish my food soon, I fear I may perish from hunger. Yeehaw, this is a normal phenomenon. On the first day, we experienced a simplified mode, and the majority did not consume the nourishing liquid. Without enhancements, we exert less energy and consume less, so naturally, hunger does not strike as quickly. However, from the second day onward, we will face increased intensity, whether in terms of environmental conditions or other factors, gradually aligning with the true standards of this world. It appeared that his suspicions were not unfounded. After reading Yi Hao's explanation on the forum, Yin Hao felt a sense of clarity. For him, consuming additional meals was not an issue, as he had ample provisions. However, that was not the case for others in the same region. On the second day of survival, numerous individuals still struggled to secure basic sustenance. Even some members of the so-called Food Alliance, who had arrogantly imposed sanctions yesterday, now found themselves in dire straits, regretting their earlier decision to sell food. For instance, a certain Yang Wei 173 had long since run out of food options in his shop. When questioned, he responded with irritation and dismissed the inquiries, stating that food supplies were tight and he needed to hoard provisions. Subsequently, a fellow vendor selling wood powder bluntly exposed Yang Wei 173's previous purchases of wood powder, sharing the records publicly. The forum erupted in laughter, predominantly mocking those who had sold food at inflated prices yesterday, only to find themselves in need today. The primary sustenance for the community began to shift gradually towards wood powder and wild grasses. Suddenly, it seemed as if a collective phenomenon had unfolded. My friend, I opened a treasure chest and obtained the water ball skill. I shall no longer fret about a lack of water. Woohoo, I am taking off. I also found some food. Why is it that you all are acquiring such splendid items, while I, unfortunate soul, am cursed to receive a hex? Not only you. The chest is toxic. Before the word toxic could escape his lips, the speaker's avatar faded to gray, clearly indicating his demise. Subsequently, others began to speak up, claiming they had discovered treasure chests. Yet those who unearthed skill books were few. Most were met with traps or curses. Within a mere 10 minutes, the number of participants in the local channel dwindled by dozens. Could it be that venturing out at noon beneath the blazing sun would yield treasure chests? Such doubts flitted through Yin Hao's mind, yet he refrained from making any rash moves. After finishing his meal, the treasure chest incident on the forum had also reached a boiling point, and the truth began to surface. Indeed, as the temperature rose at noon, treasure chests were being spawned. This phenomenon should be occurring near all survivors. The treasure chests are categorized into shabby chests, wooden chests, stone chests, bronze chests, black iron chests, silver chests, gold chests, diamond chests, and most prestigious, the radiant chests. Among these, shabby chests are relatively safe. Even if they contain traps or curses, they are merely trivial pranks. However, as the chest's level increases, the likelihood of encountering curses and traps rises, along with their potency. When it comes to silver, gold, and radiant chests, the probability of encountering formidable traps and curses approaches near certainty. Even Yi Hao, who possesses additional hints and is the most informed, can only gaze wistfully at the bronze chests, as the traps and curses are far too advanced for him to handle at this moment. It was time to set off. Yin Hao fashioned himself a wide-brimmed straw hat and thick-soled straw sandals, hanging several bamboo tubes filled with water at his waist before cautiously stepping outside the grass hut. The sun blazed down upon his skin, scorching and relentless, and sweat poured freely from him. Yet perhaps due to his enhanced physical condition, although uncomfortable, it did not impede his subsequent actions. The safety zone enveloped an area of 2 miles, and after a meticulous search, Yin Hao discovered 3 treasure chests, all of which were shabby, with guardians and dangers within a controllable scope. Eagerly, Yin Hao employed his gathering skill in the vicinity of the chests. You used the gathering skill on the grass, obtaining 1 gram of itching powder, 2 tails of grass seeds, 0.5 liters of dew, and 20 insect eggs. Gathering skill proficiency 1. You used the gathering skill on the grass, obtaining 11 animal traps, 100 weeds, and gathering skill proficiency 1. You used the gathering skill on the grass, obtaining 10 grams of tear gas powder, 11 insect shells, 11 bird eggs, and gathering skill proficiency 1. Could it be that I have even gathered the traps from within the treasure chests? Yin Hao pondered, and without hesitation, he prodded one of the shabby chests with a wooden stick. An unidentified object sprang forth, hurtling directly towards Yin Hao's face. Startled, he instinctively raised his wide-brimmed straw hat to shield himself. With a sudden jolt of pain in his left cheek, Yin Hao fumbled about like a creature ensnared in a trap. Using sheer force, he pried it open, and upon inspecting his straw hat, he noted that the area of impact had been penetrated, yet it did not impair its ability to shield him from the sun. Several fine cuts adorned his left cheek, and as he touched them, he realized they had begun to scab. Merely a moment of alarm, and nothing more. With a sigh of relief, Yin Hao felt the threat of disfigurement had passed, allowing him the luxury of examining the contents of the chest. With 10, Yin Hao mused, "It appears I cannot harbor any expectations regarding this cursed luck of mine. It remains steadfastly dismal." He could hardly muster the enthusiasm to open the remaining 2 chests, instead opting to place the spoils of his foraging into the already open one, retreating home with 3 chests in tow. Among his latest haul was 100 strands of type of grass, each as fine as a hair, approximately 1 meter in length, resilient and not easily damaged. This grass could serve as an excellent choice for sewing thread, and in sufficient quantity, it might even be useful for weaving fabric. Pondering, Yin Hao resolved to revisit the area where he had gathered this grass, hopeful that he might collect seeds for sustainable cultivation. Chapter 9. The deluge approaches the insect eggs. No larger than grains of rice, were indistinguishable in nature. Yin Hao fashioned a makeshift nest for them and laid a few fresh blades of grass inside, thereafter neglecting them. The shells belonged to an unidentified insect, unlike cicada pupae, and Yin Hao was uncertain of their origin. The eggs were merely the size of a fingernail, smaller than quail eggs, and he had no knowledge of which bird they belonged to. Even distinguishing which of these eggs were fertilized proved to be a challenge for Yin Hao. Ultimately, he simply crafted a nest and placed it in a suitable temperature, leaving it unattended. Their minuscule size rendered them unworthy of consumption, and he resolved to observe whether anything would hatch from them. Upon consulting the survival guide, Yin Hao identified the leaves in front of his home, which were linear and lanceolate like rice seedlings, yet thick and water-rich. When dried, they formed thin sheets suitable for weaving, which he named emerald grass. Today, he also discovered a new type of grass, as fine as a strand of hair, which he named azure line grass. Both types of grass were initially unnamed in the guide, but after Yin Hao bestowed names upon them, they became recognized, and subsequent collections would no longer be flagged as weeds. After opening a treasure chest, the battered container did not vanish, but revealed a spacious interior, approximately 5 cubic meters in size, making it suitable for use as a storage unit. Yin Hao had no intention of examining the remaining 2 dilapidated chests, convinced that, given his physique, he would not yield anything of worth. Nevertheless, he deemed the chests necessary. Contemplating this, he messaged Yi Hao privately. Yin Hao 074, brother, do you want a treasure chest? I have 2 dilapidated ones that remain unopened. If you're interested, make an offer and I'll trade them to you. You can keep the items after opening and return the empty chest to me for storage. At that moment, most were resting, and Yi Hao responded promptly. Yi Hao, sure, what do you desire? Yin Hao 074, meat, instant noodles, canned goods, or Laogan Ma, among other valuable items. You can decide, as we transacted once before and established some trust. Yi Hao, here's the deal. I'll cover the transaction fees for the chests. You send one to me first, and once I open it, I'll compensate you based on the value of the items. Rest assured, even if nothing valuable emerges, I guarantee you 2 rabbits and 10 packs of instant noodles. This request seemed somewhat unreasonable, and Yin Hao was unsure if Yi Hao was testing him. However, he remained unconcerned. After all, with his physique, the most valuable aspect of the 2 dilapidated chests was merely the empty one for storage. As long as his own interests were not significantly compromised, he was willing to extend a degree of trust to this promising trading partner. Without further ado, he sent the trade request. Yi Hao, brother, you're generous. Before long, Yi Hao sent 4 rabbits, a box of instant noodles, and a trade request for the 2 empty chests. The transaction fees had already been covered, and the items received exceeded Yi Hao's promised minimum, indicating that Yi Hao had been fortunate in opening the chests. Yin Hao felt no envy. He simply replied, Yin Hao, you're quite generous. I'll keep you in mind for future treasure chests. Yi Hao, great, I appreciate it. The 2 individuals were not given to flowery speech, choosing instead to remain silent. The 2 transactions they had already engaged in spoke volumes, each recognizing the other as a trustworthy companion. As for the portrayal on the forum, one a naive soul with abundant resources and a kind heart, the other rough and unreasonable. Who would believe such a tale? Only a fool would. The rabbit, though adorned with an arrow, remained largely intact. If skinned, its fur could suffice for crafting shoes, hats, or warm scarves. And Yi Hao had willingly offered it, leaving Yin Hao with no choice but to accept. Yin Hao resolved silently that if there were any surplus of white yew wood or black rock in the future, he would consider sharing it with Yi Hao. He meticulously organized the supplies, categorizing them into 3 empty chests. Current inventory: 29 wild chicken eggs, 110 pounds of jaygrass seeds, 200 pounds of sweet grass roots, 20 liters of dew, 1369 grass ropes, 200 hemp ropes, 3 pounds of hemp thread, 166 grasshoppers, 24 packets of instant noodles. Yin Hao had consistently gathered wild grasses. Thus he had an ample supply of seeds, roots, eggs, and grasshoppers. However, following the several meals earlier that morning, the number of unfertilized eggs had dwindled, and while there were still some grasshoppers, they were rather small and insufficient for a hearty feast. The wild grasses near his dwelling were nearly depleted, and to gather more would require venturing outside his current area of activity, something he had no intention of doing until the house was completed. The provisions at hand would sustain him for the next couple of days. Yin Hao harbored no thoughts of waste. He carefully skinned the 4 rabbits, treating their fur with a tanning method from his compendium, ensuring that every part was utilized. He meticulously cleaned the innards, patiently opening and washing the rabbit intestines. Even the bitter gall, though small, was washed and set aside to dry as it could serve as a medicinal herb in the future. He had no appetite for fresh animal organs, and lacking any spices to enhance the flavor, he opted to blanch all but the intestines and salted them for preservation. 1 rabbit was minced and mixed with flour made from jaygrass seeds and salt to create sausages. 1 was roasted fresh, while the remaining 2 were salted and hung to dry. With the midday heat rising, Yin Hao dared not keep any fresh meat for fear of spoilage. After finishing his lunch, he took a perspiring nap and then resumed his building project. 3 stone houses were constructed in a row for convenience. Their roofs sloped and designed with grooves carved into stone slabs to serve as tiles, safeguarding against the evening rains. The eaves were crafted quite wide, extending nearly half a meter, and the foundation was elevated sufficiently to prevent any flooding during the night. Yin Hao planned to designate one house for washing and sanitation, another for storage and kitchen purposes, and the final one as a bedroom. Time was of the essence. The 3 houses were currently empty, and he only managed to transfer the contents from his grass hut into the stone abode, along with a few larger stones and timber for processing, before darkness enveloped the surroundings. Thunder rumbled ominously, followed by the sound of rain pouring down. It was scarcely long after dusk that thunder began to rumble and rain commenced to pour outside. This deluge arrived with a ferocity akin to a celestial river cascading downward, quickly accumulating a layer of water upon the ground. Fortunately, being situated in the mountains alleviated concerns regarding drainage. Had this occurred on the concrete streets of a bustling metropolis, it is likely that vehicles would have been submerged. Yin Hao had never witnessed such a tempestuous downpour, as if the heavens themselves had torn open, unleashing an unrelenting torrent. Observing the rain's apparent inclination to intensify, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Surely it cannot be a cause for alarm. With a foundation of 5 meters and a platform of 1 meter, if this were to be inundated, one could only surmise that the other survivors would face dire fates as well. Chapter 10. Cultivation techniques. Merely pondering is futile. Observing the rain, which had accumulated over a period, it barely submerged a tenth of the foundation, still far from flooding the interior of the dwelling. Yin Hao chose to ignore it. Inside the stone house, apart from supplies, there was nothing else. Under the faint glow of night, Yin Hao utilized an iron pick to carve out a stone basin, kindled a fire to illuminate the space. He then set up a stone pot atop the basin, steaming a mixture of jade-green flour and sweet herb root juice into dough balls, accompanied by a dried rabbit, to replenish energy for the labor ahead. He commenced with other tasks, first constructing a stove from stone blocks capable of accommodating 2 pots. The gaps between the stones were filled with a mixture of stone powder, clay, and a touch of black rock oil, creating a binding agent he had experimentally developed within the constraints of time. Once dried, the surface was smooth and seamless, despite its different color, proving to be quite versatile. Surrounding the stove, he placed several stone basins, igniting fires in hopes of hastening the drying process. Subsequently, using a remarkably scarce supply of black rock slabs, only 5 in total, he painstakingly fashioned a shallow pot measuring merely 10 centimeters in height. The density of black rock is notably high, and its hardness ensured that no dust was shed during the crafting process. A thin layer provided adequate thermal conductivity. Its only drawback was its challenging workability. In creating this single pot, Yin Hao had rendered 3 iron tools unusable, investing 2 hours in the endeavor. The remaining stove opening was designated for boiling water, thus he paid it less heed, directly chiseling a large pot from ordinary stone. Following this, he produced a stone toilet, a stone bathtub, a stone washstand, wooden chopsticks, wooden plates, wooden bowls, a stone stool, a wooden dining table, and a stone bed constructed from stone blocks and the binding agent, all emerging in succession. At last, the 3 stone houses no longer appeared desolate, beginning to resemble a home. The toilet was not a flush model. It featured a sloped design with a removable urinal at the rear, sufficient for personal use. Frequent cleaning would mitigate any unpleasant odors. Upon completing these tasks, it was already midnight. The stove had dried, and the bed was ready. Yin Hao prepared a late-night meal in one pot while boiling water in another. After finishing his meal, he reclined in the stone bathtub filled with warm water, letting out a contented sigh. Now this was living. He opened the survival guide. Oh no, help! My house is flooded. It's pouring outside, and I'm swimming indoors. My boat capsized. This survival world is truly unfair to those at sea. Yesterday, it was a gale. Today, a torrential downpour. I feel like I'm marinating in salt water. My boat has disintegrated. Is there anyone skilled in boat construction? I beseech guidance on how to build a sturdy wooden vessel impervious to the tempest. I studied shipbuilding and marine engineering at university, but I'm only a freshman without practical experience. If you trust me, I can offer some references. Is no one paying attention to the land? I'm in a swamp. If I'm not rescued soon, I'll be submerged. In the current moment, the number of survivors stands at 723 out of a possible 1,000. Yin Hao's heart tightened. It seemed that during his absence, many events had transpired, resulting in a considerable number of survivors succumbing to the torrential rains of the previous night. His private messages revealed dozens of unread notifications, most of which were from Yi Hao, along with several inquiries from survivors at sea seeking assistance, asking if there were any hemp ropes or dry wood available, and if he had surplus food for sale. Yin Hao prioritized the messages from the survivors at sea, responding uniformly that only hay was available, and that he would list a batch for sale shortly. He then turned his attention to Yi Hao's messages. Yi Hao, how about a trade, brother? I still want to eat grasshoppers. Do you have any left? Yi Hao, please reply when you see this. Yi Hao, brother, are you encountering some troubles? If you need anything, just let me know. A buddy will certainly help you out. Uncertain whether Yi Hao was asleep at that moment, Yin Hao promptly replied. Yin Hao 074. I was busy crafting furniture and hadn't logged in. I have some. How many do you want? After a brief wait without a reply, it appeared Yi Hao had indeed fallen asleep. Yin Hao proceeded to list a batch of hay, setting a purchase limit of 1 bundle per person. He then crafted a thick hay mattress, covered with 3 prickly and uncomfortable grass blankets, and rested his head on a softer grass pillow lined with rabbit fur, drifting into a deep slumber. Tomorrow, I must retrieve the loom and create a few pieces of coarse cloth. At the very least, I need to make a bed that is both comfortable and warm, he mused. Upon awakening, the sun had already risen above the horizon. The slight cold he had felt yesterday had resolved itself during his work. Perhaps due to the comfort of the bed, he no longer exhibited any symptoms of illness. While preparing breakfast, he opened the survival guide. Yi Hao had responded to him 2 hours prior, requesting 30 grasshoppers and offering to trade 1 can of yellow peach in exchange. The can was already opened. What a fortunate individual. Yin Hao felt a twinge of envy, but did not hesitate to agree to the trade. The morning was spent chiseling stone. After collecting enough black stone to construct a room, Yin Hao immediately set about building another structure, relocating his bedroom into this newly forged fortress of black stone. As noon approached, the oppressive heat still persisted, yet the stone house made it bearable, particularly the black stone room, which remained refreshingly cool. It seemed he would be able to enjoy a good nap. After searching for treasure chests outside, he rushed into the cool confines of his new bedroom and sent a message to Yi Hao. This time, I found a wooden treasure chest and 3 dilapidated ones. Yi Hao, I have an extra book on planning skills. Shall we trade? Yin Hao 074. Absolutely. You are a true brother. Yi Hao, it's merely mutual benefit. May our cooperation be enjoyable. Yin Hao 074. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. With the trade of the treasure chest complete, he received 4 empty boxes and a skill book. Filled with excitement, Yin Hao eagerly opened it. As the skill book opened, a beam of light illuminated Yin Hao's face, and soon the book became translucent until it vanished completely. Upon accessing the survival guide, he discovered an additional talent in his personal information page, planting skill 1-3. This left Yin Hao perplexed, prompting him to scrutinize the details behind the unremarkable notation of planting skill 1-3. After further investigation, he realized that this skill had a level cap, starting at level 1. It could be enhanced to level 3 through the accumulation of proficiency, but thereafter, specific conditions would need to be met to facilitate further advancement. The skill was capped at level 3, with promotions occurring at every 10th level, making the pursuit of higher mastery quite formidable. He pondered whether this limitation was unique to skills acquired post-initiation or if all talents drawn, save for the first fortunate individual blessed with an unlimited gathering skill, bore similar restrictions. A thought struck Yin Hao. The first person to obtain the gathering skill, devoid of any level cap and capable of infinite proficiency enhancement, might indeed have experienced an unprecedented stroke of luck in the life of countless unfortunate souls. Chapter 11. Weaving and the hatching of chicks. Now that the issue of housing has been temporarily resolved, It is time to contemplate matters of cultivation and husbandry. With this thought in mind, Yin Hao proceeded to the storeroom to inspect the incubation status of the eggs. Since relocating his bedroom to the obsidian chamber, he had restructured the layout of the 4 rooms: a bedroom, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a storeroom for supplies and various miscellaneous items. The insect eggs had successfully hatched, revealing tiny creatures the size of sesame seeds, the exact nature of which remained unknown to Yin Hao, as he was not well versed in entomology. Fortunately, when he established the incubation conditions for these eggs, he had covered them with a finely woven grass cage, effectively preventing the escape of the minuscule insects. Had they managed to flee upon hatching, locating them would have proven exceedingly difficult. Uncertain of the insects' dietary needs, he simply provided some fresh grass leaves and left them to their own devices. The grasshoppers were thriving remarkably well, with several of the little beings having begun to lay eggs, validating Yin Hao's earlier inquiries on the forum. This venture could potentially sustain itself. Even in the absence of time to forage for wild grasses, he would not need to worry about running out of stock. Should he choose to expand operations, mass shipments would not pose a challenge. The earthworms and maggots were kept in the same stone barrel. Upon acquiring them, Yin Hao had placed them in a moist, breathable soil environment, covering the surface with some crushed grass leaves, after which he had largely neglected them. They were quite unsightly, particularly the maggots, and the mere fact that he had not discarded them upon collection could be deemed a testament to his frugality. Now in a good mood and with plans to vigorously develop his aquaculture, he recalled their existence. Are they still alive? Should I consider raising them? Yin Hao pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Having already tended to grasshoppers, nurturing a few insects seemed reasonable. Moreover, if memory served him correctly, earthworms and maggots were quite nutritious. In certain regions, even boasted a wealth of insect-eating expertise. Even if he chose not to consume them, utilizing them for soil aeration, fishing, or selling them appeared to be quite beneficial. In this survival world, there is no one-click construction feature. Whether it pertains to houses or other tools, everything requires personal effort. This reality dictates that everyone's energy is limited, making it impossible to attend to every detail. The emergence of trading platforms has allowed individuals to share resources, develop flagship products, and increase their income, which can only serve to benefit them. As a member of the unencumbered class, selling rapidly reproducing insects in bulk would attract little attention, aligning perfectly with his philosophy of quietly advancing his position. Next, he intended to explore cultivation, as digging the earth could yield a wealth of insect eggs and mature insects, making the cost of cultivation astonishingly low. Resolute in his decision, Yin Hao swiftly composed a post seeking methods for raising earthworms and maggots before checking on the incubation status of the bird and wild chicken eggs. Several wild chicken eggs exhibited tiny cracks on the surface, yet no egg whites had leaked out. Yin Hao was uncertain whether this indicated spoilage or impending hatching and decided to wait until after his midday rest to return for another inspection. The bird egg showed no signs of activity, suggesting that further patience was required. After preparing a meal in the kitchen to satiate his hunger, Yin Hao returned to the cool confines of his bedroom, armed with processed materials. While passing the time by browsing a forum, he referred to the textile machine tutorial from the survival guide. Embarking on the construction of a wooden textile machine, Yin Hao demonstrated commendable craftsmanship, successfully completing it on his first attempt, although its appearance was somewhat unrefined, with certain components sticking together. After considerable adjustment and sanding, it was finally operable. With a rhythmic shuffling sound, Yin Hao diligently followed the tutorial, placing the hemp thread onto the machine, and he clumsily wove his very first piece of fabric. The texture was irregular, featuring inconsistencies in the mesh, with some areas exhibiting strands twisted together, an entirely natural patchwork. Though imperfect, it was a moment worth commemorating. Yin Hao carefully stored this flawed, yet significant piece of cloth, intending to keep it as a memento. Subsequently, he continued to weave, producing his second, third, and eventually 10th pieces. His skills improved with each attempt, and by the time he crafted the third piece, he was able to produce satisfactory hemp cloth. The second fabric exhibited minor flaws but remained functional, prompting Yin Hao to sew into a duvet cover for his straw mattress. which would be topped with a sheet to ensure a more comfortable sleeping experience, free from the discomfort of the mattress. In recent days, he had dedicated less time to chopping wood compared to stone gathering, and the down feathers he had collected were insufficient for crafting a proper comforter. However, he had enough material to create a vest. For the time being, the interior of his bedding would be filled with soft, dry grass, but with the hemp duvet cover. It would certainly offer more comfort and warmth than before. He resolved to chop more wood in the afternoon, aiming to gather enough down feathers to make a comforter. As the impending cold night promised to be harsh, the survival guide forecasted a nighttime temperature of -15°C. Yin Hao meticulously prepared 2 sets of each garment: underwear, thermal tops and bottoms, a down vest, and outerwear crafted from several layers of hemp fabric. His enhanced physical condition had significantly improved his work efficiency. Often, he could visualize the precise dimensions and methods of garment construction simply by observing and measuring with his hands. In just 2 hours, he had resolved the issues of clothing and bedding. As the scorching midday sun lost its intensity, other survivors gradually emerged from their dwellings to commence another day of labor. Yin Hao chose to remain indoors. While he could delay his afternoon nap, he deemed it essential, especially in this peculiar world where days stretched to an astonishing 49 hours. Among the 10 pieces of hemp cloth, aside from one reserved as a keepsake, 7 had been fashioned into clothing and duvet covers, leaving him with 2 remaining pieces. Thinking of his ever-generous companion, he sent a trade request to Yi Hao. "Would you like some hemp cloth?" As Yi Hao prepared for work, he halted at the prospect of the fabric, exclaiming excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Where did you get it, brother? I've opened so many treasure chests without finding any cloth." Yin Hao replied, "I acquired a batch of hemp thread and wove it myself. Do you have any other warm materials on your end?" Yi Hao responded, "Sure thing. I've got down jackets. I have an excess of animal hides, but I don't have much down, just enough to make a cloak." Yi Hao remarked, "Your linen has arrived just in time. It suffices for outerwear, but is unsuitable for close-fitting garments. I find myself still in neutral. In the trading area, there is not even cotton for sale, let alone fabric. I truly appreciate your assistance." Hearing this, Yin Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. "What's the big deal? How about you help me immensely as well? You always exchange the most sought-after goods." Before long, Yi Hao sent 2 pieces of unknown beast hide and 10 pieces of gray mouse skin. Without hesitation, Yin Hao clicked to accept. The beast hide was likely comparable to that of bears and tigers, thus considered large and excellent for crafting clothing or blankets. The gray mouse skin, while slightly smaller than rabbit hide, was still substantial, suggesting that its previous owners must have been quite plump. It would serve well for making shoes, hats, earmuffs, scarves, or gloves. Upon revisiting the storage room, Yin Hao noticed that the previously cracked wild chicken eggs had completely broken open. Several fluffy yellow chicks, now free of their sticky remnants, emitted delicate chirps that filled Yin Hao with joy. This was splendid news. A steady supply of eggs and chicken meat awaited him. He hurriedly crafted a cage to transfer the chicks, adding some grass seeds and water for their nourishment. At this point, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and as he staggered back to his bedroom for a much-needed rest, a smile graced his lips even in slumber. Chapter 12. The Art of Tuning in the Afternoon. As soon as Yin Hao awoke, he seized his axe and ventured into the woods to fell trees. At present, the only means of acquiring down feathers was through the gathering of timber. Although he had experimented with foraging weeds, which occasionally yielded wild chicken eggs, he had yet to procure any feathers. Not a single feathered creature was in sight, nor had he encountered any meat-producing animals such as mice or rabbits. Perhaps the scarcity of prey in this area was to blame. I should inquire with Yi Hao about the sources of his hunting spoils. With each tree that succumbed to his efforts, the notifications of gathered items continued to refresh. After tirelessly chopping wood throughout the afternoon, Yin Hao returned home as the sun dipped below the horizon, his bounty substantial. The empty treasure chests he had brought along were now filled to capacity, having even overflowed once during his endeavors. Upon returning, he swiftly constructed a thatched-roof wooden shed for storing the timber. As long as rain did not pour heavily, he would not need to worry about the wood becoming damp. In this world, the setting sun did not equate to the onset of darkness. Indeed, If one possessed an appreciation for beauty, they could still behold the resplendent hues of twilight. At that moment, Yin Hao beheld the evening sky painted in shades of orange-red, with layers of clouds cascading like frothy waves. The previous day's sunset had been devoid of such colors, quickly succumbing to a gathering of ominous clouds. The day before that, the sky had been a deep crimson, yet the clouds were thin, appearing ethereal, as if woven by celestial hands into a soft, misty garment draped over a fairy. In high spirits, Yin Hao retrieved his loom and, under the lingering glow of the sunset, crafted a down jacket and a comforter before retreating into his cozy abode. The fire in the brazier illuminated the space brightly. The pot, fashioned from black rock, had a smooth surface, eliminating any risk of dust, with no pressing matters at night. He relished this rare leisure time and felt inclined to prepare a proper meal. Initially, he envisioned making hand-pulled noodles, but his lack of skill resulted in a chaotic assortment of noodles of varying lengths and thicknesses. In a stroke of practicality, he decided to add 2 packets of instant noodles to the pot. Finally, he garnished the dish with slices of rabbit sausage, deeming it a sumptuous dinner. The survival guide was filled with lamentations. Under the pressures of survival, it seemed that humor and entertainment were luxuries few could afford. Each time he observed the dwindling numbers in that area, a heavy weight settled in his heart, an oppressive reminder that these were not mere cold statistics, but rather the lives of vibrant individuals. Was he truly becoming sentimental? Yin Hao chuckled at himself. He sought out an individual gifted in the art of identification, spending a small sum of copper coins to have the trees he had gathered that day evaluated. Only 2 of the varieties proved to be safe for human consumption. Yin Hao promptly displayed the wood from these 2 trees, accompanied by the appraiser's findings, and imposed a purchase limit of 10 pieces per person. From that point onward, whether individuals chose to buy for sustenance or construction, it was beyond his concern. He had done what he could, and that was sufficient. There were also discussions regarding warm clothing, with a considerable number expressing their apprehensions. In temperatures plummeting to -15°C, the absence of heating provisions left everyone feeling uneasy. Upon witnessing the situation, Yin Hao decided to stock up on another batch of hay and firewood, imposing purchasing limits once again. Now it was the 3rd day of survival. The dwellings of the survivors had largely been resolved. Even those at sea managed to exchange seawater for a substantial amount of basic building materials, constructing a sheltering vessel adept at warding off wind and rain. Under such circumstances, as long as the source of fire persisted through the night, the cold would not be too harsh. Unintentionally, he flipped through the task page. Were there completed tasks? Yin Hao was somewhat surprised. The rewards listed were quite bountiful. The restoration elixir and the cultivation essence were akin to miraculous potions for the survivors as they bridged the gaps among them, granting the means to endure in this harsh world of survival. Yin Hao had contemplated completing more tasks to acquire additional rewards. However, despite appearing straightforward, these tasks were riddled with pitfalls. Who had ever encountered a task that, aside from providing a general direction, lacked any introductory information or context, failed to specify how many were required for completion, and did not even reveal the task rewards? For instance, the task of clearing rubble. Yin Hao had chiseled away at numerous stones without seeing any sign of completion. He was left in suspense about the rewards for this round. Eagerly, he clicked to claim his reward. You have completed the subtask of woodcutting and obtained breath control technique. A cultivation technique? Yin Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly unfolded the breath control technique manual. To his astonishment, the pages contained not text but animated illustrations. These images not only moved, but also emitted sounds, guiding Yin Hao step by step on how to breathe in a manner that would allow him to absorb the mysterious energy of this world, seamlessly integrating it into his body to subtly enhance his physical prowess. According to the description, this energy differed from the so-called spiritual or magical energies. Its sole purpose was to fortify one's physique. It could neither cultivate internal power akin to martial arts, nor be employed in crafting or alchemy. Its inert nature rendered it incompatible with explosive forces. Absorbing this energy was an instinctive trait of the beings in this world. Depending on their species' characteristics, physical constitution, and lifespan. Each organism had a limit to the amount of energy it could absorb. Once this limit was reached, unless a fortuitous opportunity presented itself, further progress will be difficult. Humans were not native to this world and lacked the inherent ability to absorb this energy. Thus, the breath control technique was designed to instruct individuals on how to harness it. As for the absorption limits of humans, given that no prior human presence existed in this world, there were no benchmarks. Yet, as a sentient species, one might presume it would not be overly restrictive. However, if this energy were indeed so inert, how could players who acquired skills such as fireball, appraisal, and cultivation possibly function? Was it feasible to conjure fireballs in an environment characterized by energy inertia? What principles govern skills like cultivation, appraisal, and gathering? Yin Hao was beset with confusion, unable to fathom the answers, which left him somewhat vexed. Recalling that he had inquiries for Yi Hao, he sent them along with questions regarding the sources of their prey. Yi Hao, the prey can only be found outside the safety zone. Until the 7-day protection period concludes, no animals, apart from the ubiquitous non-toxic insects, will appear within the confines of the safety zone. If you wish to hunt, you might consider positioning yourself at the boundary of the safety zone, enticing your quarry to the threshold where you can gradually wear it down. While the prey cannot enter, as long as its aggro does not dissipate, it is only a matter of time before it succumbs. However, one must remember that the creatures in this world are not the mindless monsters of a game. The concept of aggro does not apply here. Most beings will flee at the first sign of danger, and if you cannot retain their attention, your efforts will be in vain. Some overly ambitious survivors venture beyond the safety zone, only to be turned upon by their prey. It is said that one can catch some harmless small fish and shrimp at sea, but creatures like sharks, if they exist, dwell outside the safety zone. Ah, I see. Yin Hao pondered, realizing that among the fallen survivors, there must be those who ventured out of the safety zone and failed to return. Why have I not encountered any related news on the forum? He inquired. Yi Hao, those who manage to exit but not return are, naturally, no longer among us. The few who do return may not have spoken of their experience, or perhaps they mentioned it, but you simply did not come across it. To be frank, I have not seen any accounts either. It seems that everyone is tacitly avoiding this subject. Chapter 13. The Opening of Regional Channels. Yi Hao. As for the mysterious energy, the prompt indeed states that it is primarily utilized for tempering one's physique. However, have you not noticed that the skills you release consume stamina? Whether it be combat skills like fireball and with spike, life skills such as planting and gathering, or mystical arts like curses and fate revelations, they all deplete stamina. Once stamina is exhausted, it further drains bodily energy and vitality. In essence, the more mysterious energy you absorb, the stronger your physique becomes. The greater the energy stored in your body, and the better your stamina, allowing for a greater number of skill usages. Upon hearing this, Yin Hao realized, perhaps my skills consume less energy. I had never paid attention to it before. No wonder I feel hungry so quickly. Yi Hao, in a sense, this can be viewed as a form of diversified development. The mysterious energy tempers the physique and transforms into bodily energy, compatible with any system. Furthermore, are not those cultivation techniques and martial arts manuals creations of humanity? This world has never known human existence. Thus we have no precedents to follow. Yet in the future, we may indeed unravel the composition of mysterious energy, whether by creating techniques or employing technological means to harness it. There exists that possibility. Yin Hao wholeheartedly agreed, nodding subtly. Indeed, however, our immediate priority remains survival. The journey to explore the mysteries of mysterious energy is still long ahead. The two tacitly chose not to pursue the topic further. Yi Hao shared with Yin Hao some secret information gleaned from the prompts, while Yin Hao informed him of superior building materials that surpassed ordinary stone and wood. There was the iron-hard black rock, which was exceedingly difficult to mine even with an iron pickaxe, presenting a formidable challenge. Then there was the BUN wood, which outperformed ordinary timber in every aspect. A single piece could burn for an extended period. Breaking one piece into a candle would suffice to illuminate the night. Additionally, there was clear water resin and black rock oil, which Yinhao had tested and found to serve as superior adhesives for construction, seemingly more effective than cement. Constructing a shelter with these materials would likely yield a sturdy refuge, capable of withstanding numerous natural disasters. Regrettably, the extraction process was exceedingly arduous and the quantities were sparse, making it immensely challenging to gather enough for building a shelter. Yihao, I will see if I can procure tools sharper than iron pickaxes and axes. Once you amass enough materials for the shelter, sell me the surplus. Yihao, when trading, be cautious. Some individuals have drawn special abilities like curses, prophecies, and puppetry, which can be quite perilous. Yesterday, I traded with someone named Wen Qi, and had it not been for the prompt, I might have fallen into his trap. His acquired talent is called Life and Death Talisman. When the talisman is affixed to a trade item, merely touching it transfers the talisman to you. It is said that when activated, it can render one's existence worse than death. Once under his control, one's fate would be dire. Yihao, furthermore, for item appraisals, always seek trustworthy evaluators. Those of poor character may covet valuable items and could sell your appraisal information to others. I have a list of reliable evaluators. A series of messages followed, leaving Yinhao astounded. Yinhao 074. How frightening. It appears that the mode of play you engage in is of a different caliber than mine, thrilling and exhilarating. Here, aside from peddling some inconspicuous trinkets, there are no significant upheavals. For the time being, it seems I have not attracted any attention. Yihao, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile. There's no helping it. When one possesses many fine things, they inevitably attract covetous gazes. I truly regret the moment when my youthful whimsy surged forth and I impulsively revealed my talents. Yinhao fell silent at this revelation, initially believing that this friend was seeking to gain fame through self-disclosure, only to realize it was a product of impulsive folly. However, it is understandable. Who would remain composed upon encountering a fortuitous journey and the arrival of a golden opportunity? Those who can maintain their composure are indeed a rarity. Although he harbored such thoughts, Yinhao resolved that if he were to collect items of a higher grade than black rock in the future, he would keep them discreetly hidden for the time being. The decision to share information about black rock was solely due to the generosity displayed by the other party. It would be remiss not to reciprocate in some manner. Nevertheless, having a friend so well informed indeed warranted investment. For instance, regarding curses and the like, which had yet to be discussed on the forums, maintaining a good rapport with Yihao would grant him access to such esoteric knowledge. After dinner, as was customary, he ventured into the storeroom. Many of the wild chicken eggs had already hatched, with 9 chicks in total, for having emerged during the midday rest. 3 discovered after returning from filling the treasure chest with felled trees, and the remainder hatching subsequently. The jade grass seeds in the feeding trough had been consumed, prompting Yinhao to replenish them and add some water. The first chick to hatch had already grown to the size of a fist, a growth rate that startled Yinhao. He playfully dangled a tiny worm, only to be astonished as the chick swiftly devoured it and chirped at him, signaling its desire for more. Could this method of feeding truly be without consequence? With a furrowed brow, Yinhao hesitantly offered another small worm. Subsequently, whether it was merely a trick of perception, he felt as though the chick had grown yet again, though the change was so subtle that even his enhanced eyesight could not confirm it. He hoped it was indeed true. He isolated the chick, ensuring it had ample grass seeds and water, and added 2 more slender worms, intending to return the following day to assess its progress. A soothing hot bath washed away his weariness. As he lay beneath the cotton sheets and down comforter, with the firewood crackling in the brazier, Yinhao felt a long-forgotten sense of happiness, a stark contrast to the mundane existence he had known before his journey. Upon awakening once more, the first light of dawn revealed a world cloaked in silver, possibly a result of last night's snowfall. On the forums, lamentations echoed throughout. While few had succumbed to the cold, a multitude were afflicted with colds, inundating the space with requests for medicine, though supplies were scarce. Some, in their despair, even pondered the possibility of succumbing to illness. The refresh rate of messages in the regional channel had, after many days of turmoil, finally slowed. It seemed a silent agreement had been reached among users to post collectively at noon, responding only within threads at other times to avoid congestion that rendered the forum unreadable. Yin Hao clicked in to take a look. The majority of the discussions revolve around seeking individuals and assistance. The regional channels operate on a scale of hundreds of millions, with random groupings that include both locals and foreigners. It is no wonder that the information circulated rapidly at the outset, rendering everything virtually inaccessible. With 100 million participants, even a mere few million postings simultaneously would result in an unimaginable refresh rate. The global channel remains chaotic, and it is uncertain when clarity will emerge. Yin Hao observed that the regional channel, in contrast to localized channels with only 1,000 individuals, offers paid browsing, categorization filters, and a tipping feature. As the name suggests, paid browsing allows users to set a fee for viewing their posts, thus collecting copper coins from viewers. Additionally, the tipping function can be activated to attract affluent individuals to provide financial support. The categorization filters are particularly intriguing, beyond gender, ethnicity, and initial talents. There exists an option for nationality filtering. Within the regional forum, many paid listings explicitly state that only individuals from specific countries may purchase or view them. The authorities are also taking action, organizing personnel, and consolidating information. It is said that once the data is organized, some valuable insights will be shared freely with the citizens, enabling them to thrive. Yin Hao harbors no objections to this. Rather, he feels a sense of reassurance in finally finding a community. He is unaware of others' thoughts. But as a product of 9 years of compulsory education and a citizen of the new century, it seems rather peculiar for one to aspire to dominate independently when surrounded by compatriots. Can the humiliating history of the past be easily forgotten? Is the fragility of peace not understood? Is there no fear of infamy lasting in eternity? Or has the desire for a family legacy vanished? Chapter 14. The rising temperature dawn is the moment of the day when the essence of energy is most abundant. Yin Hao merely glanced at the forum before putting it aside, donning warm clothing, and stepping outside to embrace the nascent sun. Following the steps of his breathing technique, he began his cultivation. To be frank, this resembles the way mystical creatures absorb the essence of the sun and moon, akin to the Taoist notion of the primordial purple energy found in the rising sun. However, contemplating such matters seems rather futile. What does it matter? As long as one can cultivate and grow stronger, who cares about the specifics? Those who tend to flowers have always believed in the existence of the spiritual. If it lacks vitality, who would bother? It may even be flattened by the divine altar. Power functions similarly, regardless of whether it derives from celestial beings, demons, or any other mystical source. If it proves useful, cultivate it. If not, then forget it. After approximately an hour of cultivation, Yin Hao felt as if his entire being had been filled, realizing that the energy within him had reached saturation and further cultivation was impossible. Stretching lazily, he felt invigorated. In the storage room, to maintain the room's warmth for an extended period, Yin Hao had burned catalpa wood the previous night. Even now, the fires in the braziers had yet to extinguish. It truly lived up to its reputation as a superior material, known for its durability. When the time comes to expand the house, he plans to include a few rooms suitable for heating and cooking, as the harsh climatic conditions of this world suggest that cold weather will be a persistent challenge. When cultivating the land, he also intends to construct greenhouses. He cannot trust that crops will thrive under the open sky in this survival-oriented world. With a plan in mind, he hastily prepared a simple breakfast to satiate his hunger and then embarked on a new day of labor. The white landscape he observed upon waking was frost. It seems there was no snowfall the previous night, and the frost melted shortly after the sun rose. Thanks to his robust constitution and adequate warm attire, the morning chill did not significantly affect Yin Hao. Due to the necessity of work, he could not practice his gathering technique continuously as he did on the first day. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had already ascended to level 13. Compared to his previous level 11, the quantity of items gathered had not increased significantly. Yet the yield of rare materials appeared to have improved. Within just that morning, Yin Hao had amassed enough materials to construct a blackstone house. However, As his current dwelling was sufficient, he did not rush to convert these building materials into a house. Instead, he chose to stockpile them, waiting until he had a considerable quantity before expanding all at once. By noon, the temperature had risen by another 10 C compared to the previous days, reaching an astonishing 60 C. Walking barefoot on the ground felt akin to traversing a heated furnace. Grasshoppers left outside would perish in no time. And with a bit more patience, one could even relish the taste of roasted grasshopper meat. Wild chicken eggs were temporarily unavailable. The unfertilized ones had all been consumed by Yin Hao, while the fertilized eggs had mostly hatched into chicks, making it impossible to experiment with how long it would take to roast an egg at 60 C. Nevertheless, Yin Hao was confident that it would undoubtedly cook, and the time required would not be much longer than that for roasting grasshoppers. He is currently indulging in idleness, kneading the jade flour into dough, shaping them into flatbreads, and then laying them out under the sun to dry. The process allows him to produce a copious amount at once without the need for kindling, an undeniable convenience. Glancing up at the blazing sun, a relentless sphere of heat, Yin Hao could not help but express his admiration. This naturally occurring iron plate grill is truly efficient, enabling the preparation of meals for the next day or two in a single endeavor. Just a couple of days prior, he was preoccupied with treasure hunting, and given the milder temperatures then, he had overlooked this brilliant idea, unwittingly squandering countless opportunities to utilize his gathering skills. As for today's treasure, Yin Hao glanced back at the sun overhead. Although the sweltering heat of 60 C was not lethal, he preferred to avoid the risk of heat stroke by venturing out in such conditions. He decided to wait until the afternoon when the temperature would be more bearable. If the treasure remained, he would forego his midday excursions. If it were gone, he would accept it as fate, willing to gather only if he could withstand the midday heat without succumbing to heat exhaustion. After all, as an unfortunate soul, he would not be opening any treasure chests he might find, nor was he particularly interested in the contents within. At most, he might lose a bit of coin from selling the chests and a few empty ones to store items. Ultimately, nothing was more significant than his own safety. Once the flatbreads were baked, Yin Hao stored them in a designated empty treasure chest for food. He no longer had to worry about his staple meals for the next couple of days. When it came time to eat, he could simply add instant noodles as a side dish, roast a few grasshoppers or other meats to enhance his feast, and replenish his body with some fats. All the wild bird eggs had hatched, yielding a total of 21 chicks, aside from a few unfortunate eggs that failed to incubate. The largest chick had already begun to shed its down, with feathers sprouting on its wings. It was growing remarkably fast. In just a few days, he would be able to savor home-raised chicken. The bird eggs had also hatched, producing miniature birds the size of fingernails, alongside those resembling normal chicks. He could discern that the smaller ones were gathered from the vicinity of treasure chests, while the others were harvested after cutting down trees. There appeared to be several species of birds, as some eggs bore distinct surface patterns, and the hatched birds exhibited either pronounced or subtle variations. However, he could only identify them as birds, and anything beyond that was beyond his comprehension. The forum remained as lively as ever, with the regional channel once again flooded with messages, making it difficult to discern any individual posts. This was the peak time for posting, and it would be more suitable to peruse in the evening. Yi Hao seemed to have grown weary of grasshoppers. Today, he did not trade with Yin Hao, but instead requested some sweet root grass, allegedly to extract juice. Speaking of juice extraction, Yin Hao had been rather busy in recent days, manually pressing sweet root grass for its juice, which was indeed quite labor-intensive. Now that he thought of it, he decided to gather his tools and materials, opened the survival guide, compendium, and selected a relatively effortless hand-crank juicer. It must be noted that the compendium was genuinely thoughtful, containing illustrations of various tools and houses, all accompanied by crafting tutorials. Although there were no options for electrical appliances, many of the devices exhibited remarkable technological sophistication, skillfully employing gears and mortise and tenon joints. Such knowledge, if placed in the context prior to his time travel, would undoubtedly have garnered considerable admiration. Aside from a manual juicer, Yin Hao also adeptly crafted several other tools: a thresher, a blender, a foot-operated massage chair, as well as wardrobes and nightstands. He effectively filled the gaps in his household furniture all at once. After completing these tasks, Yin Hao had no leisure to peruse the forums. He collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found that the sun had relinquished some of its intensity. Although the outdoor temperature remained warm, it was no longer scorching enough to fry grasshoppers or eggs in an instant. Yin Hao promptly ventured outside for a brief stroll and discovered that the treasure chest was still there, which brought him a sense of relief. It was quite reassuring that it would not vanish immediately. From now on, he could enjoy a proper afternoon nap, returning later in the day to collect the treasure. Chapter 15. The sixth day, extreme heat warning once again, the treasure chest was exchanged with Yi Hao for meat. With the intensity of daily labor, it is imperative to have some sustenance. In the afternoon, the work continued with stone quarrying, and by evening, they had crafted numerous stone jars. Rain is expected tonight, providing an opportunity to collect additional rainwater for future use, whether for personal hygiene or irrigation, both of which are excellent options. Time passed methodically. Survivors who managed to endure the initial 3 days have developed a certain resilience against risks. The number of deaths in the local channel has begun to decline, from dozens or even hundreds per day at the outset to only a handful now. Moreover, many of these individuals had initially ventured out after exploiting a safety zone glitch for hunting. A portion of them reportedly succumbed to illness. Currently, medicinal supplies are quite scarce in the survival world. There have been no reports of anyone discovering medicines within treasure chests. The remaining options rely on a small number of survivors with foundational knowledge in herb identification and appraisal skills. The limited quantity is further compounded by the fact that it may not necessarily address the specific ailments. It is said that the authorities have started organizing personnel to address this issue. Yin Hao, not being a medical professional and lacking appraisal skills, is not among those summoned. Nevertheless, he hopes for a prompt resolution to this matter. Since arriving in the survival world, he has endured a mild cold, but he may not be so fortunate should he fall ill again. Consequently, Yin Hao has submitted all the plans he possesses for evaluation and research by the experts. The security of their transaction is ensured by a special item, the contract mother scroll, green, provided by a benevolent individual. This scroll allows for the designation of a contractual target and the drafting of corresponding terms. Once generated, these terms cannot be altered by anyone. All parties wishing to engage in trade with the designated target must adhere to these terms without exception. Contract target: Flower Medicinal Material Repository. Contract terms: 1. The identities of all material providers shall remain confidential. No one shall be privy to this information. 2. The repository must provide the corresponding material information to the providers free of charge after appraisal. White, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, red, multicolor, black. The quality of many items and materials in this world can be classified into these 9 categories, and the contract mother scroll is no exception. A white quality scroll can establish 1 contract term, a green quality scroll can set 2, a blue quality scroll can set 3, and so forth. The flower cultivators in the region are generally pleased with this outcome. Initially, there was much discussion about the application of this singular contract mother scroll. Some proposed its use for edible flora and fauna, but this notion was swiftly overshadowed by another perspective, that of the flower cultivator's old adage: all things can serve as medicine. Edible items are medicinal, and so too are inedible ones. Animals are medicine, plants are medicine, and even the grains of the earth, along with dew, sunlight, and soil, can be considered part of the medicinal repertoire. The profundity of traditional Chinese medicine is vast. Throughout history, renowned physicians have concocted the most extraordinary remedies. The herb is not suitable for medicinal use, indicating that no one has yet discovered a recipe that requires it, or perhaps more effective alternatives have been found. Time has flown, and in the blink of an eye, it has been 6 days since entering the survival world. Yin Hao has nearly gathered enough building materials, and the foundation is already laid. What remains is to enclose the land and construct the house. The courtyard walls, fashioned from ordinary stones, rise to a height of 2 meters, while inside, a circle of wooden insulation shelters has been erected. The roofs of these shelters feature mechanisms that allow skylights to open, permitting sunlight from the outside to filter in, while thick grass curtains encircle the periphery, providing insulation. When it is cold, the curtains can be lowered to maintain the indoor temperature. When they are no longer needed, they can be rolled up without disrupting the plant's photosynthesis. At the innermost part of this circle of insulation shelters lies Yin Hao's true dwelling. Elevated on a 1-meter-high platform, it is designed in the style of a traditional courtyard, comprising a bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, living room, storage room, and a spacious indoor workshop. 6 rooms in total, all constructed from sturdy black rock. Additionally, there is a basement of ordinary stone and several stone houses specifically for raising livestock. In the center of the courtyard, there is a deep well, supplying water for daily use and supporting the agricultural endeavors within the insulation shelters. However, the well's water supply is only sufficient under normal conditions. During droughts, it may prove inadequate. Over the past few days, Yin Hao's gathering skill has reached level 15, and he has some black rock and baiyuan wood left after completing the house. As per their agreement, he traded all of it to Yi Hao. Yi Hao, thanks, brother. I possess the insight talent, so the identification skill is of little use to me. I'll give you the skill book. Additionally, I'll provide you with a composite crossbow with a range of 50 meters, along with 100 bolts, a large ring knife crafted by Wu He, and a skin from the iron rhino beast. What do you think? Yin Hao 074. That sounds great. These are exactly what I need. Thank you. Yi Hao, we are friends. Let us spare the thanks in the future. The iron rhino skin is quite resilient. Once you obtain it, you can craft some armor as needed. After the 7-day safety period ends, wild beasts are likely to visit, so be cautious and don't get killed. Yin Hao 074. Don't worry, I'll be careful. That night, the cold wind howled outside, and the temperature plunged to -20°C, making even a breath feel as if it would freeze instantly. Fortunately, Yin Hao had laid down the ground heating system while constructing the courtyard. Yi Hao was crafting a safe house, primarily using black rock, while Yin Hao had an abundance of baiyuan wood, which could be used as firewood to keep the house warm throughout the night. A blood-red notification appeared on the survival guide. Attention! The 7-day safety period is coming to an end. Starting tomorrow, the true nature of the survival world will be revealed before you. Please prepare yourselves. Tomorrow's weather. Minimum daytime temperature 40°C, noon temperature 70°C, nighttime temperature 30°C. Please take precautions against heat. A minimum temperature of 40°C? Can this even be endured? Yin Hao stared wide-eyed at the alert. This is utterly outrageous. In the summer, if the temperature reaches 30°C before the time travel, it becomes quite unbearable. Stepping outside feels as though the sun is mercilessly scorching the skin, threatening to peel it away. Should the temperature soar to 40°C, it would undoubtedly signal a severe drought, akin to a city under martial law. This is merely the maximum temperature of 40°C. If tomorrow's minimum temperature also reaches 40°C, it is truly unimaginable. One might as well be submerged in cold water. Yet even then, it wouldn't be long before the heat compels one to leap out. Previously, although the midday temperatures were high, they lasted only a couple of hours. As long as one remained sheltered within a stone house, survival was feasible. However, if such temperatures persisted throughout the entire day, considering that daylight in this world lasts a staggering 35 hours, it sends a shiver of dread through me. Is it truly possible not to be turned into a desiccated husk? Chapter 16. The end of the protection period and the commencement of the rankings. This announcement struck the survivors like a bolt from the blue. The local forums erupted with activity, with posts seeking water resources sprouting like mushrooms after rain. However, the calamities faced by the survivors were not limited to drought. Those born in the snowy regions were fervently seeking warm supplies, grappling with the onslaught of a chilling cold wave. Meanwhile, the survivors at sea were reveling in their unique circumstance as they contended with extreme heat. Yet, who has ever witnessed a shortage of water at sea? They were enjoying a period of unparalleled comfort, even jesting that the sea was no longer the source of their misfortune. This relentless heat was merely a trivial annoyance to them. Survivors randomly placed in the marshlands were also quite active, engaging in discussions about the potential transformation of the marsh into fertile land if the drought persisted. They speculated that they could prosper solely by selling soil and cultivating crops in the future. Yin Hao, too, began to prepare earnestly for the impending extreme heat. His first course of action was to procure ice. He reached out to the individuals in the snowy regions, who were amenable to any transaction, eager to profit and stockpile warm supplies. In negotiating the deal, Yin Hao promised to sell a batch of timber and hay at cost price, securing an exceptionally low rate for the ice. In addition, Yin Hao exchanged a substantial quantity of seawater with the survivors at sea. Although the scorching weather was arduous, it proved ideal for salt production. He intended to seize this opportunity to stockpile salt for future needs. Next, he gathered wood and consulted his guidebook, diligently crafting one wind-up fan after another, following the instructions meticulously. He had become a significant player in insect farming among the survivors, collecting various edible and medicinal insects daily. Many survivors eagerly awaited his new stock to supplement their protein intake or acquire medicinal herbs. With temperatures soaring tomorrow, it was imperative to implement heat prevention measures for the cultivated insects and poultry, lest he suffer significant losses. Furthermore, the green jade grass and green line grass cultivated in the grass shed, although sheltered by a greenhouse, still required vigilant hydration and cooling in the sweltering 40°C heat. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. Yin Hao couldn't help but sigh, wondering if the well had sufficient water to sustain them. A brief dry spell might be manageable, but prolonged drought could spell disaster. Preoccupied with worry, Yin Hao tossed and turned in bed for what felt like an eternity before finally succumbing to sleep. However, he was soon roused by the oppressive heat. Irritated, he kicked the blankets, sheets, and mattress to the floor in a fit of frustration. His lack of sleep rendered him a veritable powder keg, his mood particularly sour. He opened the survival guide, and the alarming crimson letters leapt out at him, casting a sinister glow upon his troubled visage. Attention! 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 The 7-day novice protection period has ended. The true face of the world is about to unfold before you. The forthcoming month is anticipated to be characterized by extreme heat, with drought conditions leading to diminished crop yields, scarce water resources, and arduous outdoor labor, among other adverse events. It is imperative to prepare adequately for heat and drought, as failure to do so could result in dire consequences. Your side quest to clear rubble has been successfully completed. Click here to claim your reward, the Water Eye, White. The protection period for newcomers has concluded, and the survival guide has been updated as follows. 1. Local areas have been merged. In light of the significant reduction in survivors within certain regions, adjacent areas have been combined to amass a total of 1,000 individuals, wishing everyone longevity and the fortitude to endure until the end. 2. The World Channel has been abolished, replaced by tiered regional channels. Tier 1 accommodates 1,000 individuals. The former local channels have been renamed. Tier 2 houses 10,000. Tier 3 supports 100,000, and so forth, culminating in Tier 8, which can accommodate 10 billion. A new slow-motion feature has been added to the regional chat channels to facilitate better navigation of posts. Every 10 days, the Tier 2 market will open for 1 day, during which the auction houses and trading zones of the 10 Tier 1 regions will be interconnected, allowing survivors to exchange resources. The Tier 3 market will open for 2 days every month. The Tier 4 market for 3 days every 3 months. The Tier 5 market for 4 days every 6 months. The Tier 6 market for 5 days every 12 months. The Tier 7 market for 6 days every year, with a year consisting of 21 months. And the Tier 8 market for 7 days every 2 years. 3. New daily tasks have been introduced, completion of which will yield rewards in the form of water, food, materials, tools, and other essential supplies. 4. Outdoor treasure chests have been eliminated, replaced by a ranking feature where survivors can compete for positions on various leaderboards and earn reward chests based on their rankings. 5. The system shop has introduced 4 new items: the concealment card, Water Eye, Fire Source, and Contract Scroll, available for purchase at the discretion of the survivors in need. The survival guide has transformed from its previous silence into a more active presence, much to Yin Hao's bemusement. The sudden emergence of such significant changes has proven somewhat challenging to adapt to. As he continued to browse, he discovered a newly added ranking page following the personal information section, filled with various leaderboards: personal combat ranking, personal wealth ranking, skill level ranking, equipment ranking, mount ranking, territory prosperity ranking, territory wealth ranking, territory firepower ranking, and territory defense ranking. In total, there are 9 leaderboards, each further divided into Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 rankings, and so forth, corresponding to the respective regional tiers. The Tier 1 leaderboard resets every 3 days, the Tier 2 every 10 days, and the Tier 3 monthly, aligning with the intervals of market opening days for all but the Tier 1 leaderboard. Upon further exploration, he noted that the regular identification posts on the identification page were no longer present, indicating that encounters with new items in the wild would no longer offer the chance for luck-based identification. Fortunately, Yin Hao had acquired identification skills from Yi Hao. Otherwise, he would have been left in the dark when venturing outside. Within the primary regional channel, the number of individuals has indeed increased significantly, with many unfamiliar faces now present. Yin Hao recalls that during his last viewing of Survival Guide yesterday, there were still 623 individuals remaining in their local channel. Currently, the survival count in the primary region stands at 998-1000. Furthermore, this level is particularly lively at the moment. Damn, are there any survivors from the sea in the new area? I need to trade for salt. Thank goodness, I finally encountered someone selling salt. Praise the Lord. Why are there still so many survivors in your region? In ours, we were left with barely over 200 once the protection period ended. We're even worse off. Our entire area has dwindled to just over 100. If it weren't for the merging of regions, allowing us to trade for more essential goods, I doubt I would survive until tomorrow. 2 local regions have merged into one from Europe and the other from the Sanner family. Both have faced dire circumstances. The combined survivor count of these 2 regions is still fewer than that of Yin Hao's group. Chapter 17. Rankings. Alas, no consolidation of a modest life. Yin Hao could not help but feel a tinge of regret upon witnessing the situation. In their district, the surviving populace numbered over 600. Had they managed to unite, they might have imposed sanctions upon their adversaries, such as withholding the sale of salt, water, food, and construction materials. After all, the flower cultivators were united and entirely self-sufficient within their region, rendering them unafraid of sanctions that could potentially backfire on themselves. As he scrolled through the channels of higher-tier districts, he encountered rival nations, discovering that a considerable number of awakened kin possessed advantageous traits. When it came to survival capabilities, the flower cultivators, with their diverse culinary resources and minimal allergens, demonstrated formidable combat prowess. In stark contrast, certain factions seemed to be brought down by trivialities, such as a single walnut mooncake, or were plagued by unsanitary behaviors, which painted a rather grim picture. If a population census were conducted at that moment, Yin Hao surmised that the number of flower cultivators could easily account for at least 1/3 of the global total. Satisfied with this realization, he leisurely opened the rankings page. Personal combat power, District 1. Rankings, 1st, Yi Hao 2nd, XXX 3rd, Alubis. 679th. Yin Hao. Upon viewing the first leaderboard, Yin Hao immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he navigated to the marketplace and spent 5,000 copper coins to purchase a 30-day concealment card. He regretted not acquiring the concealment card sooner. By now, he feared that the ranking information might have already been compromised. Anxiety gripped him as he hesitated to revisit the rankings page, apprehensive that a high position might attract unwanted attention. He glanced at the chat page, where many were discussing the rankings. Some mentioned that the rankings commenced the moment the corresponding leaderboard was accessed, explaining the rapid fluctuations in positions during brief intervals. There were a few who lamented their failure to purchase concealment cards earlier, but they remained a minority. After all, most individuals were merely supporting characters, lacking the capital to rank prominently. The most renowned among them was Yi Hao, who, without any defenses, inadvertently allowed his ranking information to leak, resulting in a plethora of admirers and those secretly plotting mischief. Conversely, there was a figure named Wen Qi, mentioned by Yi Hao, whose specific ranking remained a mystery, with no information ever disclosed. What close call! Yin Hao silently rejoiced that he had only accessed the combat power rankings, allowing him to remain inconspicuous with his modest position of over 600. His subsequent goal was clear: to amass wealth, ensuring he could extend the duration of his concealment card for a decade or more, as he felt an innate unease otherwise. Once more, he opened the rankings page. Personal wealth, 39th skill level. First equipment, 331st territory prosperity, 19th territory wealth, 48th territory firepower, 611th territory defense. First, these were merely the rankings from the first-tier district. Yet each category, when considered individually, surpassed his position in personal combat power. However, one point that perplexed Yin Hao was why his personal wealth ranking differed from that of the territory wealth ranking. Could it be that this survival world distinguishes between single-player and multiplayer modes? Upon searching the forum, he discovered that this question had already been raised by others. In response, an informed source revealed that the reason for the higher ranking in personal wealth was due to the acquisition of a special item card, which allowed certain survivors to collaborate in constructing a shelter. The territory wealth ranking, in contrast, was a cumulative total of the wealth of all individuals within that shelter, in addition to the public assets. Is it possible that collective combat has commenced? How am I to survive? A sense of dread washed over Yin Hao, and he silently resolved that he must never relinquish his secret cards. He was not adept at socializing and felt he lacked the ability to command loyalty from others. Thus, his fate was destined to be one of solitary struggle. Should his identity be exposed one day, the repercussions would be unimaginable, especially when faced with groups that had merged their shelters. Pitting one against many was an insurmountable disadvantage. I can no longer sell all the treasure chests to Yi Hao. I must retain some high-ranking ones, as no one will be able to unlock them anytime soon. Taking the treasure chest rewards from the leaderboard as an example. In Area 1, the first place receives 3 bronze chests, second place receives 2, and third place receives 1. Fourth and fifth place receive 3 stone chests, while places 5 to 10 receive 2 stone chests. From 10th to 20th place receives 1 stone chest, and from 20th to 35th place receives 3 wooden chests. The 35th to 50th places receive 2 wooden chests, and the 50 to 75th places receive 1 wooden chest. The 75th to 100th places receive 30 tattered chests, while the 100th to 200th places receive 20. The 200th to 300th places receive 15. The 300th to 500th places receive 10, and the 500th to 1000th places receive 5. The rewards in Area 2 are simply multiplied by 10, meaning the first place receives 30 bronze chests, and the second place receives 20. In Area 2, the first place receives 3 black iron chests. In Area 3, the first place receives 30 black iron chests. In Area 4, the first place receives 3 silver chests. In Area 5, the first place receives 30 silver chests. In Area 6, the first place receives 3 golden chests. In Area 7, the first place receives 30 golden chests. And in Area 8, the first place receives 3 diamond chests. As for the highest tiered dazzling treasure chest, it is currently absent from the leaderboard, and the means of acquiring it remains unknown. Furthermore, beginning with Area 2, aside from the top 3 positions, the rewards vary significantly with each rank. The tattered chests are akin to wholesale goods, serving as the quintessential means of distinguishing rank rewards, with high-level areas routinely yielding hundreds or even thousands at a time. It seems that future storage concerns need not trouble Yin Hao. Pondering these revelations, he gulped down a considerable amount of cold water with ice cubes. Only then did Yin Hao find the opportunity to examine the various insects and birds in the breeding chamber. Due to the ice cubes placed around the perimeter, although many had perished from the heat, they had not spoiled due to the short duration since death. Thus, promptly placing them in the trading area would still yield a profit. Yin Hao, disregarding the need to process the insects into protein powder for sale, opted instead to offer the insect carcasses directly. Those who found it repulsive could simply look away, while those unfazed would make a purchase. After all, this could be regarded as both a nutritional supplement and a medicinal product. Remarkably, it was snatched up in an instant by numerous flower enthusiasts from the same region. The foreign buyers, who had recently merged areas, scarcely noticed the swift disappearance of this substantial stock. What? Am I seeing things? Did someone actually sell insect carcasses, which vanished almost immediately? I'm starving. I'm so hungry that I'm on the verge of eating excrement. What can I buy those insects? I'm going right now. A few individuals posted inquiries, yet it seemed that those with a penchant for meddling were absent, and an unspoken understanding prevailed amongst the others to remain silent. Many chickens and birds had perished, but Yin Hao had no intention of selling them. Instead, he unceremoniously discarded them onto ice to prevent decay before hastily inspecting the condition of the two types of herbs he had planted. The situation was considerably better than that of the insects. However, there was a severe lack of water, and the weeds displayed remarkable resilience, with only a few having perished. Yin Hao activated the oscillating fan and watered the soil away from the plants, allowing the moisture to seep down gradually to avoid the dire consequences of directly saturating the roots. With the drought stretching for a month, the water supply would only dwindle, necessitating the installation of drip irrigation systems. Otherwise, the ongoing watering would be an imprudent waste. Yin Hao mused to himself as he began searching for bamboo in the trading area. Chapter 18. The boiling outdoors and the terrifying heat. The house, constructed from black rock, remained relatively cool, with the outside temperature soaring above 40 degrees Celsius, while the interior lingered around 20 degrees. Although the heat was still oppressive, it was bearable, coupled with the presence of ice blocks and a wind-up fan providing dual cooling. The conditions were reminiscent of languishing in an air-conditioned room during summer days of year. The abode for raising insects and small birds, being stone-built, was warmer than the black rock house, registering approximately 30 degrees. The combination of ice blocks and fan breezes mitigated the discomfort for a short while. However, the consumption of ice was significantly high, leaving Yin Hao uncertain about his ability to sustain such depletion over time. The temperature within the greenhouse was even more stifling, only managing to drop by a mere 3 to 4 degrees compared to the outside, despite the fan's efforts. At this sweltering temperature, even the air blown by the fan felt hot and unbearable. Thanks to Yin Hao's efforts in drilling a deep well, the water level remained stable for now, but he feared it might dwindle with time. He inspected the water eye, a device that allows for immediate water retrieval, reportedly capable of storing 1 ton of water. Should the well supply prove inadequate, it could serve as a vital resource in emergencies. Yin Hao had also perused the prices of water eyes in the marketplace. The white quality, with a storage capacity of 1 ton, was priced at 10,000 copper coins, while the green quality, holding 10 tons, was offered at 100,000 copper coins. The pricing scheme continued similarly for subsequent qualities. If one were to equate the copper coins to 1 RMB, it seemed as though the marketplace was charging exorbitantly, akin to demanding 10 yuan for 2 kilograms of water, bordering on extortion. After expending considerable effort in recent days, Yin Hao had only amassed just over 10,000 copper coins, which, in the realm of survivors, rendered him relatively affluent. However, after purchasing inconsequential items such as stealth cards and ice blocks, he was left with merely 2,000 copper coins. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to purchase a water eye directly from the marketplace. Daily tasks were generated based on the actual circumstances of the survivors, with 3 tasks being a constant each day. Just as Yin Hao contemplated the installation of drip irrigation facilities, a task to lay down drip irrigation tubing appeared. After a modest meal, he utilized the bamboo he had purchased to set up the irrigation system in the greenhouse, completing the first daily task, after which a significant portion of the morning had already passed. Upon claiming his reward, he received a black breadstick, weighing approximately 1 pound. It appeared quite sturdy and could serve as a weapon. Upon breaking it open, he discovered with shavings inside, reminiscent of the black breadsticks he had previously traded with Yi Hao. Not yet at a point of food scarcity, Yin Hao chose to store it in his inventory without consuming it. The second task involved the production of sea salt. Seizing the opportunity before the midday heat reached its zenith, Yin Hao diligently constructed several shallow salt pans using stones, following a tutorial from the forum. Having grown up inland and never having seen the sea, he was perhaps influenced by psychological factors. He instinctively felt that stone salt pans would be cleaner and easier to maintain than traditional salt flats. With all preparations complete, the external temperature escalated to a truly frightening level. He lightly touched his back, neck, and arms, feeling an alarming heat and an equally alarming redness. Yin Hao harbored no doubts that soon he would shed a layer of skin, as a snake does, leaving behind a gruesome remnant. However, there was little he could do. The oppressive heat would persist for the next month, and he could not afford to remain cooped up at home, idly consuming his resources. Insufficient supplies could prove fatal. With a sigh, he realized he would have to lie down to sleep. Yin Hao managed a wry smile as he carefully wiped the sunburned areas with a coarse cloth, hoping to bring down the temperature slightly, intending to repeat the process shortly. He continued this routine until the heat subsided enough to provide some relief. The remainder, he would leave to heal naturally. He had read on a forum that applying ice directly to sunburn could lead to skin necrosis. Lacking medical knowledge, Yin Hao decided to heed the advice. The third task involved curing meat, a daily chore that seemed to align conveniently with his thoughts. He proceeded to prepare the frozen birds and wild chickens, salting them and hanging them under the eaves to dry when he suddenly heard the sound of bamboo pipes bursting. The drip irrigation system he had just constructed that morning had begun to fail after only a few hours. Curious, he reached out to investigate. But the moment his hand crossed the threshold of the eaves, it felt as though he had plunged into flames, eliciting a sharp gasp as he withdrew it. Looking down, he noticed his outstretched fingers were a bright red, glistening ominously, devoid of sensation. He could not tell if his skin was dying. At that moment, any lingering hope was extinguished, and he retreated into the house, tending to his hand before hastily preparing a meager meal and collapsing onto the stone bed to sleep. On the forum, others were reporting that outdoor water was bubbling, suggesting temperatures were soaring to at least 80 or 90 degrees, if not hotter. In some regions, wildfires had erupted, survivors screaming in agony as they barely escaped the flames, while others met their demise, leaving only brief, final thoughts on the forum. Even those at sea had ceased their laughter. As the midday heat peaked, monstrous sea creatures grew agitated, attacking the survivors' vessels, resulting in numerous casualties. Concern rippled through the community as they pondered what other calamities the extreme heat might bring forth. Though his stone house boasted decent cooling capabilities, it struggled against the overall spike in external temperatures. Inside, despite having moved several blocks of ice into the dwelling, the temperature still hovered between 40 and 50 degrees Celsius. Yin Hao was drenched in sweat, desperately drinking water, yet unable to stem the tide of bodily fluids escaping him, gasping for air like a fish on the verge of dying from thirst. Each drop of sweat that trickled down to his sunburn felt like fire against his skin. For a fleeting moment, he felt utterly overwhelmed, contemplating the futility of drinking water and resigning himself to death. Yet the will to survive compelled him to mechanically continue drinking. The ice, unable to keep up with the rising temperatures, melted rapidly. Before long, the room was soaked with water, only for it to evaporate shortly after, leaving the interior temperature climbing once again in the absence of the ice's protective presence. As Yin Hao counted the seconds like years, feeling on the verge of surrender, noon finally passed, and the temperature began to drop. In that moment, a profound sense of survival washed over him, as if he had been granted a second chance. His refuge among the survivors was undoubtedly among the elite. If he was nearly unable to endure, what hope remained for the others? With this question lingering in his mind, Yin Hao opened the chat page of the survival guide. As expected, the intense heat of noon had claimed the lives of over 200 individuals in the first-level zone. The remaining survivors were either succumbing to heat stroke or desperately scrambling for water and ice. Among those barely clinging to life, only a few had relied on sheer strength. The rest had survived solely by taking refuge in basements. It was a stark reminder that one should not underestimate the wrath of nature. Even if sheltered in a sturdy stone house, Yin Hao closed his eyes, feeling a twinge of regret. Previously, he had weathered the scorching noon in the dark stone house without issue, assuming this time would be no different. Ultimately, witnessing the rankings plummet served as a lesson. One was enough, but should it occur again, he would be irrevocably doomed. Resolutely, he decided to rest for now, and, once the temperature fell and the sun set, he would toil through the night to convert the basement, the breeding room, and even the outdoor greenhouse into structures of dark stone material. Chapter 19. Why can't I feel the heat? Enduring the discomfort of his body, Yin Hao ventured to inspect the state of the breeding room and greenhouse. As anticipated, Numerous insects, chickens, and birds had perished, and due to the excessively high temperatures, they had bypassed the stage of decay, transforming instead into desiccated insects, chickens, and birds. Lacking the inclination to deal with these sun-dried morsels, along with their entrails and excrement, Yin Hao placed them all in the trading area and shouted out on the forum. In the current survival landscape, there was no shortage of demand for food, even for the unprocessed kind. As desperation for sustenance reached a fever pitch, no one cared whether the meat was tainted. In such dreadful weather, even decayed food would likely be consumed rather than discarded, as the choice between potential illness and starvation was clear to everyone. Moreover, with their enhanced physiques, people's immune systems had significantly improved. Although allergies remained a concern, the situation was undoubtedly better than before their journey across dimensions. After tidying the breeding room, vast quantities of dead insects, chickens, and birds were placed on display in the shop, swiftly snatched up at an astonishing rate. Watching the breeding room grow increasingly barren brought a pang of sorrow to Yin Hao's heart. He dared not leave these precious creatures lying on the ground any longer. He relocated the living ones to the basement. The price of ice in the trading area surged dramatically, akin to a money grab. The costs of heating and insulation materials also rose steadily, though not as dramatically as that of the ice. The cold waves experienced by the survivors of the tundra predominantly occurred at night, and it was anticipated that, come evening, the prices for warmth and insulation would skyrocket even more. After all, ice could be gathered freely from the tundra, whereas heating materials required individuals to venture out to collect. The situation for insulation was even more dire. Even now, many were still clad in mere novice tunics. As life reverted to a primitive state, obtaining fabric became increasingly challenging. Additionally, acquiring animal hides presented its own difficulties. Those lacking strength who recklessly engaged with wild beasts risked their lives. As per the usual practice, Yin Hao first sought out acquaintances. The individual with whom he had traded ice the previous night indicated that he had gathered enough heating materials, and Yin Hao would need to pay the market price for ice. Subsequently, he inquired with several other ice sellers, all of whom affirmed that ice could only be purchased at market rates, with no inclination to lower their prices. When Yin Hao proposed a trade involving heating materials, one particularly arrogant seller, named Zhong Ziqian, retorted that with money, there was nothing he could not procure, and he had no interest in Yin Hao's meager supplies. Very well. So this is how you wish to play it. Yin Hao chuckled in frustration. Market price it is, but come evening, when seeking heating and insulation materials, they may come to regret it. After purchasing the ice at a premium, he settled the insects, wild chickens, and birds relocated to the basement before finally taking the time to inspect the greenhouse. What remained was nothing but ashes. The midday's extreme heat had ignited the greenhouse, leaving only charred remnants of the grass and plants within. Alas, no wonder he had felt such heat. It turned out everything outside had been ablaze. Thankfully, his house was constructed of stone. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether he would still have his life at this moment. Purely natural fertilizer. This land will undoubtedly yield bountiful crops in the future. It is a pity, however, that the efforts expended previously, along with the preparations made to combat drought, have all gone to waste. Simultaneously, this serves as a reminder to Yin Hao. The severity of the world's celestial phenomena far exceeds one's imagination, and one can no longer rely on experiences from the past. For endeavors such as planting, greenhouses must be constructed using ordinary stones. Since he can harvest black stones, perhaps he should consider utilizing them as materials for the greenhouse. Moreover, he must also contemplate drainage, shock absorption, and various other aspects. With such unpredictable celestial phenomena, who knows when an extraordinarily severe earthquake might strike? No, I cannot continue to construct haphazardly. A well-designed refuge blueprint is imperative. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Yin Hao opened the survival guide and began to search for relevant information. Shimeng Design Department, led by several designers experienced in large-scale architectural projects, the price is merely. Volcanic Design, we specialize in seismic resistance and shock absorption. Tujamaker, I'm the best in the infrastructure industry. Building a bridge in 3 days is not a dream. Maoxiong Infrastructure, Eagle sauce engineering. The search yielded numerous results, but only Tujamaker, Shimeng, and Maoxiong employed the contract mother scroll. Both Tujamaker and Maoxiong were lenient internally, yet stringent externally. Shimeng, on the other hand, claimed that as long as the payment was sufficient, everything else was negotiable. Volcanic design indeed possessed considerable experience in seismic resistance, having weathered tremors from an early age, yet due to past grievances, Yan Hao was certain he would not choose them. The same applied to Eagle Sauce, whose credibility was notably low. After briefly contemplating these various thoughts, Yan Hao decisively opted for his own Tujamaker. The construction of a multifunctional refuge was required to adapt to various extreme environments, with the primary structure to be made of stone. Yan Hao meticulously outlined his requirements and quote, "A design fee of 5,000 copper coins was sufficient to attract the attention of the most elite designers, a feat nearly impossible to achieve prior to his crossing. After all, those prominent figures typically handle projects on the scale of airports." Having completed these tasks, Yan Hao retreated to the basement for some much-needed rest. With the sun absent at night, the temperature should drop considerably. For the upcoming month, he anticipated working primarily at night and needed to adjust his internal clock accordingly. The sunburn was quite severe, almost akin to having shed a layer of skin. The skin on his back, shoulders, and arms, which had been exposed, remained a vivid red even after being treated with ice water. His skin was marred with cracks resembling a spider's web, with blood seeping out and forming scabs, yet movement still brought sharp pangs of pain. Yan Hao's sleep was far from restful. He awoke several times, replenished his hydration, and dozed off again in a hazy stupor. By evening, his cheeks burned with heat. Upon touching his forehead, he realized he had a fever. There were no antipyretics available in the primary trading area, though an auction house had a remedy purported to reduce fever. However, upon seeing the latest bid, Yan Hao deemed it merely a minor fever that he could endure. Inquiring with Yi Hao, he found that there were none available there either. With a sigh, he allowed physics to cool his mind, hastily preparing a simple meal to satisfy his hunger. Yan Hao still ventured outside, wielding the steel pickaxe that Yi Hao had procured for him, which promised to double his mining efficiency and boasted a durability tenfold that of a traditional iron pickaxe. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but despite the evening heat, Yan Hao sensed that it did not seem to reach the sweltering 40 degrees. Could it be that the weather forecast from the survival guide was erroneous? Clang, clang, clang. Thirsty, he drank water. Hungry, he nibbled on a flatbread. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and before he realized it, dawn had arrived. He had even forgotten to exhale concerning the high prices of heating supplies he intended to sell that night. It was only when the sun boldly breached the horizon, liberally casting its light and warmth, that the glare reflected off the obsidian rocks momentarily blinded him. It was then that Yan Hao belatedly acknowledged. Daybreak had come. The sensation was different from yesterday. At this very hour, he distinctly remembered feeling excessively warm. A sense of confusion enveloped him. This feeling, particularly after completing his morning exercises under the rising sun, was even more pronounced. Indeed, he felt less heat than the day prior. Yet the forum buzzed with cries of discomfort from the heat. It seemed improbable that he alone experienced a sudden reprieve. The dissonance intensified as he surveyed the wilting flora surrounding him, identical to the scene he had witnessed that very morning. It was as though the weather was undeniably hot, yet he felt no warmth, creating a sense of absurdity. Chapter 20. The Pawprints of Beasts Sighing. Yan Hao realized that he had unwittingly spent the entire night in a flurry of activity and decided it was time to return. Shaking off his doubts, he hurried back while carrying a dilapidated treasure chest that was only 1/5 filled with stones. Although the chest had the potential for expansion, the weight of its contents remained unchanged. The interior of the shabby chest had a volume of 5 cubic units, allowing it to reduce the weight of its contents to 1/5 of their original mass. The stone chest, with an internal space of 10 cubic units, could diminish the weight of its items to 1/10. As for the bronze chest, its capabilities remained a mystery. Yan Hao's luck had been quite poor, as the treasure chests he scavenged were predominantly of the dilapidated variety, with only 2 fortunate encounters yielding stone chests. In contrast, others had garnered high-quality chests during the 7-day novice period, with some fortunate individuals even stumbling upon golden chests. Had it not been for the peril associated with gold, one such individual might have already ventured forth to claim their fortune. Moreover, the allure of treasure chests lay in the fact that the better the quality, the more enticing the guaranteed rewards. Even someone as unfortunate as Yin Hao could not resist the temptation. For instance, a stone chest guaranteed a minimum reward of 100 copper coins upon opening, while a bronze chest assured 1,000 copper coins. And a black iron chest promised a staggering 10,000 copper coins. This information had been gleaned from the chat channels within the level 8 area. Thus far, the highest tier of treasure chests that had been opened by survivors was the black iron variety. No one dared to open chests of higher quality, and those who did likely met with unfortunate fates. Some may have been fortunate enough to escape calamity, quietly amassing wealth without disclosing their gains. The true identities of the highest achievers would only become evident when the leaderboard for Zones 7 and 8 was finalized. However, the presence of anonymous cards added an element of uncertainty. At least for Yin Hao, he was resolute in maintaining his subscription to the concealment card. The leaderboard finalization coincided with the opening of the corresponding high-level trading area. Survivors could only view their own ranking in their respective zones. The standings of others would remain a mystery until the conclusion of the leaderboard. Due to the limited visibility at night, Yin Hao had not paid much attention to his surroundings. However, on his way back, he noticed several animal tracks, some alarmingly close to his shelter, which caused his heart to race with trepidation. It seemed prudent to don protective gear on future outings and to carry fewer items in his chest. Even though it was filled with only 1/5 of stones, the weight still exceeded 800 pounds after the reduction from the dilapidated chest. While he had not yet reached his maximum carrying capacity, an encounter with a beast could severely hinder his mobility. The chest measured 40 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and 15 centimeters in height. Though not overly large, it lacked a handle, necessitating that he either carry it or cradle it in his arms. Perhaps next time, he could devise a sturdy strap system to secure the chest to his back, thereby alleviating the burden should he encounter a wild beast. A length of rope should suffice for this task, and he resolved to craft one upon his return. Upon arriving home and setting down the chest, Yin Hao collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. Despite the absence of fatigue during his nighttime labors, he had unwittingly worked until dawn. Upon returning home, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him after relaxing his mind. After enduring over 10 hours of intense labor, he was so exhausted that he could hardly muster the energy to move a single finger. Breathing heavily, he lay on the relatively cool floor for quite some time before gradually regaining his composure. After consuming a small meal to stave off hunger, he fashioned a basket from some twine and, weapon in hand, he finally mustered the resolve to venture outside. He had yet to transport all the stones he had mined the previous night. After a continuous hour of back-and-forth toil, he finally succeeded in bringing everything back home. The insects and poultry in the basement were still alive and well. The underground temperature was significantly cooler than above ground, and with the added benefit of ice to lower the temperature, he had left ample food and water for these little creatures before departing. They remained calm, unlike the previous day when many had perished in waves. However, the toll from the recent heat wave was still quite severe. The number of stone troughs for the insects had dwindled from 50 to 30, and the bamboo cages had decreased from 10 to 7. The stone troughs and bamboo cages were containers that Yin Hao used to house the insects. The bamboo cages were primarily for grasshoppers and other insects that thrived on the ground, with grasshoppers being the main occupants. The stone troughs were intended for earthworms and maggots that preferred damp, dark environments and burrowed into the soil. During the extreme heat, much of the soil in the troughs had dried into hard clumps, making it nearly impossible for the insects hidden within to survive. Fortunately, the grasshoppers in the bamboo cages fared better, as they naturally preferred to be active during the summer. Unfortunately, most of the other heat-sensitive insects had succumbed. It was a process of elimination. If they could not adapt to the climate, there was no point in raising them. After all, insects reproduce rapidly, and there were plenty of buyers in the trading area. If necessary, he could cultivate these heat-resistant varieties for a month and switch to others when the weather changed again next month. The most significant losses from this heat wave were the wild chickens and birds, collectively referred to as poultry from now on. The wild chickens had dwindled from over 30 to a mere 7. The birds had suffered even more. They had plummeted from more than 100 to just a little over 10. After cleaning the area and replenishing their food, water, and ice, he called out loudly, as his supplies were exhausted. The 7 chickens, having been well fed over the past few days, had grown significantly. The smallest weighed 2 pounds, while the largest rooster had reached an impressive 5 pounds. He still had no idea what breed they were, as they had yet to begin laying eggs. He felt a pang of desire as he gazed hungrily at the chickens, his hands itching to seize one for a taste. However, after much deliberation, he firmly grasped his right hand with his left, suppressing the urge to commit an act of violence. There are only 7 left, and you have yet to taste the eggs from a hen. You cannot slaughter them. You cannot, he chanted silently to himself. Yet, the craving for chicken remained unquenched. In desperation, he rummaged through the storage room and found the chest he used to store ice. Besides its weight reduction capability, the chest also possessed remarkable insulation properties, maintaining a 5-fold temperature difference between its interior and the outside world. The temperature was already considerably lower than the outside world, and with the addition of numerous ice blocks, it plummeted to sub-zero levels, more than sufficient to serve as a freezer. However, within its vast confines, only a few solitary chickens, deceased since yesterday morning, lay in stark contrast to the ample space, rendering it somewhat meager. Having missed a day of growth, the weight of these chickens after plucking and gutting amounted to just over 2 pounds, with a fully grown specimen barely exceeding 3 pounds. Yet, they were ample enough to satisfy one's cravings. In extreme heat, the chicken thawed rapidly. After boiling to remove the blood, the water was changed and the chicken was thoroughly cooked. A brief dip in ice water followed, after which the meat was shredded and dressed in a sauce concocted from 3 packets of instant noodle seasoning. Paired with chilled noodles, a refreshing dish of hand-pulled chicken was freshly prepared. Naturally, it could not compare to a chef's creation, nor could it be deemed authentic hand-pulled chicken, but it was nonetheless a rare feast since his arrival in this survival world. Chilled, fragrant, and delightfully chewy, thanks to the instant noodle seasoning, it whetted his appetite immensely. He devoured the chicken alongside a dozen steaming hot flatbreads, unable to stop. It was at this moment that the message from Yi Hao arrived. Brother, something big has happened. Hurry to check the forum. Chapter 21. The 6th brother faces sanctions and breaks through the transcendence realm. What event could evoke such emotion from this individual? Although puzzled, Yin Hao earnestly opened the forum to investigate. Without much effort, he found the most sensational post. Shock. The 6th brother has exploited his talents to harm and oppress numerous compatriots. It has been confirmed that the official investigation team will not tolerate such crimes. Upon delving into the post, he discovered a detailed account of the incident's origins and developments. It turned out that when Qi, the 6th brother, had been exposed, leading to sanctions from the authorities, reports indicated that, as of now, over 20 individuals had died, either directly or indirectly, due to Qi's manipulation of life and death seals. Furthermore, more than 100 others were subjected to daily oppression, compelled to relinquish their survival resources. This was merely the information that had been uncovered. There could be even more unaccounted for. Such revelations suggested that, prior to the merging of districts, a significant number of deaths in their area were directly linked to this person. How naive he had been to initially perceive Wen Qi as an idealistic and benevolent elder brother, only to be confronted with a harsh reality. When Yi Hao had previously mentioned this, Yin Hao had felt a twinge of surprise and secretly rejoiced at not having been among his victims. Now, faced with these stark statistics, he was filled with trepidation. Fortunately, he had kept a low profile, refraining from engaging in any questionable transactions or boasting on the forum. Otherwise, he might have found himself on the list of victims. However, did the authorities possess a strategy to deal with Wen Qi? As he continued to explore the forum, particularly in the higher-level district discussions, Yin Hao unearthed a chilling truth. The officials indeed had the capability to impose sanctions on those who, taking advantage of their transgressions, wreaked havoc upon their compatriots from afar. This was possible due to the presence of individuals skilled in causality. Moreover, there was more than one such talent. In this world of transmigration, where distances separated everyone and each fought their own battles, many had exploited the absence of oversight to indulge in their malevolent deeds with impunity. Thus, even though those skilled in causality would incur significant costs to curse an individual, the authorities acted without hesitation. They commenced investigations, then eliminated threats from distance, culminating in public announcements to serve as a warning. There remained many who were loyal to the nation, Yen Hao reflected, feeling both gratified and proud to be born in such a country. One could find solace beneath a sturdy tree. In this survival world of transmigration, all individuals started from the same baseline. Yet, he harbored neither ambitions for solitary dominance nor lofty aspirations to save the world as a saintly figure. Naturally, he hoped that the towering tree behind him would grow even taller and stronger. At the same time, he silently heightened his vigilance. Although the government had intervened, the lives lost could never be restored. He needed to remain exceedingly cautious, avoiding any actions that might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, lest he become one of the victims. Even though the perpetrators may eventually evade punishment, the loss of one's own life is indeed a grave miscalculation. Moreover, skills related to causality are not solely possessed by officials. If one were to inadvertently fall into a trap, the repercussions could be utterly unpredictable. Yen Hao furrowed his brow. He currently lacked significant combat prowess, having been an ordinary individual prior to his transference, with only the most basic skill of gathering at his disposal. His defensive capabilities were woefully inadequate, leaving him defenseless against curses and similar threats. A sudden sense of insecurity washed over him. He opened Yi Hao's chat window, where Yi Hao was inquiring if he had seen the forum and his thoughts on the matters discussed. Yen Hao 074. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Brother, do you have any corresponding defensive measures? The price is negotiable. Startled, Yi Hao quickly asked if Yen Hao had engaged in any unscrupulous activities. Yen Hao promptly denied it. No, I'm merely concerned about being targeted without any means of defense. Is that so? Yi Hao sighed in relief, mentioning that he did have some defensive measures available, albeit limited to personal use. He would prioritize selling any additional ones he acquired from future treasure chests to Yen Hao. Was this a subtle hint to continue selling ranking treasure chests to him, or merely a casual remark? Yen Hao raised an eyebrow, not dwelling on it too much. Their transactions had been quite pleasant thus far, as they were essentially meeting each other's needs. Opening treasure chests, a gamble of fortune, was particularly unkind to someone like him, who lacked luck. As long as he retained the high-quality items and kept his specific ranking hidden from Yi Hao, selling the ranking rewards to him was of little concern. Once the rewards were distributed tomorrow, perhaps he might open several chests and strike it lucky. Just don't forget about me then. Rest assured, I will not forget you. Though neither explicitly stated a continuation of their treasure chest dealings, it felt as if everything was understood. By the way, how has the weather been on your end these past few days? Have you experienced the sensation of it being sweltering outside while feeling relatively unaffected? Aware that Yen Hao likely deemed his so-called secret trivial, he posed the question directly. Yi Hao, your body is beginning to acclimate to the high temperatures. Generally, the absorption of xuanqi is proportional to the quality of your diet. The more xuanqi you absorb, the stronger your physique becomes, allowing you to adapt better to this world. If you have unwittingly entered a state akin to enlightenment, your biological form may have already transcended. Upon hearing this, Yen Hao was taken aback and immediately opened his personal attribute page. Survivor, Yen Hao, race, human, extraordinary level, transcendence level 0, 1, initial talent, gathering level 15, no level limit, additional talents, planting level 1, 3, appraisal level 1, 16. Indeed, it was different. His extraordinary level had shifted from that of a mere mortal to transcendence level 0. Was this indicative of his recent breakthrough? Yen Hao pondered briefly and quickly understood. It is likely that this represents the classification standard for levels in the world of survival, beginning at level 0 and gradually advancing as proficiency increases. However, it remains uncertain how many levels exist beyond the stage of transcending the mundane. What lies beyond this transformation? Nonetheless, he is not in a hurry to uncover the answer. Yen Hao 074. I suppose my body is just starting to adapt. You have no idea what happened yesterday. At noon, the hay outside my house caught fire, and I nearly perished from the heat within my room. I sustained several burns and ran a fever in the afternoon. After enduring it, I woke up this morning to find it seemingly cooler than yesterday, almost thinking it was an illusion. He refrained from immediately inquiring with Yi Hao about the classification of extraordinary levels. After realizing that some survivors could kill from a distance, even when facing Yi Hao, with whom he had traded numerous times, Yin Hao instinctively felt the need to retain some caution. Yi Hao, that should not be a mere illusion. By the way, have you recovered from the fever? How are your burns? Upon hearing this, Yin Hao touched his forehead. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, he had naturally recovered from the fever. In fact, even the burns from yesterday had vanished, his skin smooth and unblemished, showing no signs of injury. Yet, he still replied, "Not yet. The burns have also caused significant cracking in several areas. Some parts are painful, while others feel numb and insensitive. I've been applying ice packs, and it is indeed better than yesterday, but I fear I won't be able to do much in the coming days." Chapter 22. The Ambush. Yi Hao, I have acquired a plant resembling aloe vera. The instructions indicate that applying it to wounds can expedite healing. 100 copper. I shall trade it to you. Yin Hao 074. All right, thank you. Soon after, a trade request appeared, offering 120 copper, and Yin Hao obtained the item. Note, the additional 20 copper is a transaction fee, which both parties agreed would be covered by the buyer. This succulent plant, entirely adorned in a vibrant green resembling coral, was whimsically named the Emerald Wonderland. The identification spell confirmed its likeness to aloe vera. Yin Hao's burns had already healed, rendering the plant currently unnecessary. However, with the sweltering summer heat, it would undoubtedly serve a purpose in due time. Furthermore, he discovered that it was a whole plant with its root system intact, and with proper cultivation, it might flourish into a lush patch. During the day, the sun blazed, raising the temperature considerably compared to the cooler nights. Yin Hao decided against venturing outside, having noted that someone had already accepted the design proposal for the shelter and that the initial blueprint had been completed. After engaging in a thorough discussion with the designer and clarifying his queries, he readily clicked to confirm the project. The space in the basement was currently ample, accommodating both rest and the care of creatures without hindrance. With ice blocks and fans present, there was no fear of the poultry and insects succumbing to the oppressive heat. Idly consuming resources was not his style. Now that the novice phase had concluded, the outside world posed dangers with the occasional appearance of wild beasts, compounded by the sweltering weather. To venture outside for gathering skills seemed perilous. The supplies stored in the treasure chest for improving gathering proficiency were dwindling. After careful consideration, Yin Hao concluded that initiating a subterranean planting base would be a more prudent course of action. With food supplies running low, if he wished to avoid consuming the unsavory wooden bark-laden black bread or hunting like other survivors, he needed to cultivate some crops. With a long-term vision in mind, the underground planting chamber would be constructed from black rock. He planned to excavate during the day and supplement his rest, while dedicating nights to quarrying. Once the subterranean plantation was established, he would proceed to construct additional underground facilities such as storage rooms, bedrooms, kitchens, and animal pens using the same black rock. Once the underground structures were completed, ensuring proper seismic resistance, ventilation, and drainage systems, he would then turn his attention to the above-ground constructions. With his resolve firm, Yin Hao commenced work with his hoe after finishing his meal. Although his physical prowess at the level of Transcendence 0 had not significantly improved compared to before, it was undeniably stronger. Moreover, his body had developed greater heat tolerance, resulting in fewer water breaks during his labors. By midday, he had excavated half of the overall framework for the underground planting chamber. It must be said, the treasure chest had proven remarkably beneficial. It saved the effort of transporting soil, which could later be utilized for planting once the underground chamber was completed. However, the quantity of soil was somewhat insufficient. After filling the containers with soil, Yin Hao found himself with not a single empty box remaining. The midday heat was oppressive. Even underground, the temperature soared above 30 degrees. Lacking appetite, He hastily prepared a modest meal and reclined in his subterranean bedroom, surrounded by a pile of ice blocks and a relentless wind-up fan, finally feeling revitalized. The temperature in the room has been lowered to just above 20 degrees. Although it remains somewhat warm, his tolerance has significantly increased. In such an environment, even perspiration has become scarce. The forum continues to echo with the lamentations of its users. In this extreme heat, it is inevitable that a new wave of survivors will be unable to adapt and will be eliminated. The price of ice has surged to an unprecedented peak. However, remarkably, a dozen shops have chosen not to raise their prices. Each customer is limited to purchasing one block of ice, with larger purchases available through private negotiation. Yanhao tentatively conversed with several vendors, discovering prices that could be lower than those posted in stores, provided he sold them timber at a fair price. It appears that even without his involvement last night, the price of timber had already escalated considerably. Indeed, some individuals on the snowy plains have learned to be prudent, refraining from arbitrary price hikes. Others have begun to anticipate tomorrow's treasure chests, expressing a longing to open boxes after a lengthy hiatus, though the precise reasons for their eagerness remain unclear. Under the pressure of survival, internet addiction gradually dissipates. After briefly scanning the forum to understand the movements of other survivors, Yanhao set aside the survival guide and fell into a deep slumber. Remarkably, since his arrival in this survival world, his previous insomnia, which kept him awake until the early hours, has vanished without trace. He falls asleep easily, and episodes of sleeplessness have not occurred. In the afternoon, he tended to the insects and poultry in the breeding room, and also laid down the half of the black stone he had excavated. He prepared adhesive and crafted tools as needed. Before he knew it, time had passed. By evening, Yanhao took another nap to restore his energy. Dressed in the leather armor he had hastily fashioned, armed with weapons, and burdened with 3 treasure chests, he stepped outside his home with a serious demeanor. This morning, he had spotted tracks of a beast, indicating that a creature had taken notice of his presence. He hoped to avoid an unfortunate encounter. Yanhao felt apprehensive. He was just an ordinary person who had never even killed a chicken throughout his life. Thus, even though his physical condition had vastly improved since before his journey, he still lacked the confidence to face the beasts of this survival world and emerge unscathed. Nevertheless, one must confront what lies ahead. Yanhao had mentally prepared himself. Though anxiety lingered, he arrived cautiously at the quarry area. Rather than immediately commencing his work, he retrieved his specially crafted modular portable fortress, composed of neatly interlocking ordinary stones, from the treasure chest, and encircled the quarry to avoid exposing his back to any lurking beast before beginning his tasks. With each strike of the pickaxe, he worked diligently, but mindful not to exhaust himself. He took breaks every 2 hours to rest and replenish his food and water. As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, visibility diminished to the point where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The only illumination came from the torches made of 100-year-old wood within the stone cave. After sufficient rest, Yanhao resumed his work for half an hour. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He dared not be careless and immediately ceased his mining, grasping his hand crossbow and squinting toward the fortress's exterior. Pairs of glimmering green eyes, shrouded in a misty hue, glinted ominously in the dark. In this pitch-black night, where one could scarcely see a hand in front of one's face, a moment's distraction could easily lead to the neglect of the past, mistaken for mere illusion. Yet, Yanhao instinctively held his breath. He retrieved a torch made of wood and hurled it with force into the darkness. The fleeting glow illuminated the scene, revealing a pack of wolves, each as sizable as a calf. Goodness, do I truly warrant such a grand spectacle all on my own? Yanhao's heart raced as he quickly opened the survival guide in his mind, hastily sending a message to Yihao. Brother, how many crossbow bolts do you have left? This is an emergency. I request fire support. There was no response. The sweltering heat had disrupted the routines of many. One could only hope Yihao was among them. Able to see the message before Yanhao could no longer endure. The thrown torch had startled the pack of wolves. Realizing their prey had detected their presence, the alpha wolf let out a haunting howl. The pack bared their fangs and charged fiercely towards Yanhao's stronghold. I shoot. I shoot. I shoot, shoot, shoot. The enhancement of his physical condition and the improvement in his dynamic vision enabled Yin Hao, despite lacking formal training, to achieve an accuracy of hitting 7 out of 10 arrows. However, these wolves, as robust as calves, were not to be underestimated. They responded swiftly. Even if they could not evade entirely, they adeptly maneuvered to minimize exposure to lethal hits. Soon, 100 arrows were expended, yet only a fraction of the wolves had truly lost their combat effectiveness. Was it time to fight to the death? A sense of foreboding settled in Yin Hao's heart as he tightened his grip on the large circular blade in his hand. Chapter 23. Gray wolf cubs. The wolf cubs, resembling the size of calves, exhibited an impressive agility far surpassing that of ordinary wolves prior to the cataclysm. Observing Yin Hao's insufficient firepower, 3 wolves lunged towards him with unrestrained ferocity. One, miscalculating its leap or perhaps lacking in physical prowess, collided with the fortress wall, emitting a mournful howl. Of the remaining 2, one barely managed to cling to the fortress's edge, while the other soared high, its fangs glinting eerily in the torchlight, sending shivers down Yin Hao's spine. He swiftly severed the claws of the wolf clinging to the fortress, and then, in a desperate attempt, aimed to slash open the belly of the leaping wolf. However, due to his lack of combat experience, his strike lacked force and precision, merely grazing the airborne beast without inflicting any significant threat. The leaping wolf, its jaws agape, lunged at Yin Hao. By the time he attempted to retract his blade for defense, it was already too late. He managed to sidestep just enough to avoid a fatal bite, and the wolf's teeth sank into his shoulder instead, a testament to his quick reflexes. At that moment, Yin Hao felt a peculiar weakness in his legs. Although he wielded a hefty great knife, his entire being felt weightless, his mind a blank slate, disoriented and detached from reality. Even the pain from the wolf's bite seemed muted, as if veiled by a fog. Yet, an instinct surged within him. Unbeknownst to him, his empty left hand found its way to the wolf's neck, and with brute force, he twisted it violently, watching impassively as more wolves ascended the fortress. He swung his great knife indiscriminately, struck with stones, kicked, and even resorted to tearing with his bare hands. He employed every method at his disposal, and eventually, he could not recall when the pack retreated. All that lingered in his consciousness was the realization that he had triumphed and survived. Feeling lightheaded and unsteady, he sank to the ground on his knees, grappling with the surreal nature of his actions. Was all this truly his doing? His limbs still felt weak, and he hardly resembled someone capable of battling a pack of wolves. The memories of the confrontation were vague and indistinct. Though he had instinctively reacted, the details eluded him, leaving him bewildered about how he had achieved such feats. The alert from the survival guide had been ringing for some time, gradually pulling Yin Hao back to reality. Upon inspection, he discovered that Yi Hao had responded over 10 minutes prior, sending a transaction request containing 300 crossbow bolts, with the transaction fee already settled, priced at a mere 1 copper coin. It was essentially a gift. Perhaps out of concern that he might lack the necessary funds during the battle, Yi Hao had ensured he had access to these vital supplies. Yin Hao felt a surge of gratitude. This friend had demonstrated remarkable loyalty. Despite being merely frequent trading partners online, such generosity was unexpected. He, a man often plagued by misfortune, had encountered his fair share of troubles in daily life, save for those met through the digital veil. Strictly speaking, it has been over a decade since I encountered someone as genuinely pure as Yi Hao. Such a rarity had led me to believe that individuals of his caliber could only be found within the pages of novels or the headlines of news articles, never to cross paths with me in reality. To my astonishment, fate smiled upon me, and I found myself in the presence of such a person. In that moment, it felt almost surreal. Thank you. However, the wolf pack has departed, and I have narrowly escaped with my life. Please retract the crossbow bolts for now. Should I require them later, I will purchase them from you at a fair price. Additionally, if you have any healing ointments, I would be grateful if you could sell me some. My wounds are excruciating, Yin Hao replied. Yi Hao, as long as you're all right. However, be cautious. The wolf pack holds grudges and may return to trouble you. I will reserve the crossbow bolts for you. Just let me know when you need them, and I will provide as many as you require. As the message arrived, a new transaction window popped up. Hemostatic powder, 5 packets. Price, 100 copper coins. Yi Hao continued in the trading message, noting the scarcity of medicinal supplies, and mentioned that he only had hemostatic powder available. He absorbed the transaction fees himself and set such a modest price that it was practically a giveaway. Yin Hao felt a surge of gratitude, but refrained from rejecting this offer as he had with the crossbow bolts. He accepted the payment of 100 copper coins. Yin Hao 074. Thank you, my friend. I have encountered numerous challenges lately, and my finances are rather strained. Once I weather this storm, I will make sure to repay you. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. Yi Hao assured him it was of no concern, encouraging Yin Hao to focus on his recovery and to avoid venturing outside if possible. He offered to extend credit for any supplies Yin Hao might need. To be settled once Yin Hao had regained his strength. This brother is indeed a trustworthy companion. Yin Hao sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of guilt for not being entirely forthright. Yet, this guilt was but a fleeting sentiment. Certain truths must remain concealed. He felt gratitude for Yi Hao's kindness and resolved to repay him in due time. But complete transparency was out of the question. After cleansing and bandaging his wounds, Yin Hao did not venture home under the cover of night. Given his injuries, encountering wild beasts en route would be tantamount to inviting danger. Instead, he retreated into a nearby cave, meticulously barricading the entrance with stones, leaving only a few gaps for ventilation. He huddled around a fire, striving to maintain a semblance of consciousness, and endured the night within the cave. It was only when the sun breached the horizon, illuminating the world with its brilliance, that he prepared to return home. Once back, he did not resume the work of moving stones, but instead opted to cook a chicken, steam some egg custard, and prepare a noodle soup to satiate his hunger. Afterward, he re-examined his wounds, applied the hemostatic powder, and settled into his underground chamber, where he had taken precautions against the heat, tending to his injuries while extracting materials from the wolf carcasses he had stored in his treasure chest. You have gathered from the wolf carcasses, acquiring 13 wolf pelts, 57 wolf fangs, 9 wolf chops, and 26 wolf leg meats, enhancing your proficiency in gathering by 1. You have gathered from another set of wolf carcasses, obtaining 16 wolf pelts, 3 wolf fangs, 19 wolf ears, and 7 wolf tails. From yet another collection, you have secured 11 wolf pelts, 6 wolf meats, and a single gray wolf pup. A remarkable find. Yin Hao felt a surge of delight. After harvesting from 29 wolves, he was astonished to discover such a significant prize. He immediately scrutinized the freshly acquired gray wolf pup. Its eyes had yet to open, and it was so small that it could easily fit in his palm. Its fur was sparse, thin, and short, with only a few strands covering its skin, allowing a faint glimpse of its flesh beneath. This, surely even a newborn puppy, would have more abundant fur. Could he ensure its survival? Uncertainty enveloped Yin Hao as he gingerly cradled the fragile pup, fearful that a mere misstep could lead to its demise. What should he feed it? A sense of worry washed over him. He was utterly at a loss, having no idea how to care for such a creature. Chapter 24. Feeding the wolf with the essential medicinal seasonings at hand, the newly born cub could only consume liquid food that was easily digestible. Yin Hao pondered deeply, procuring a woven basket and lining it with soft, dry grass to gently place the young wolf inside. Seizing the opportunity while the wolf carcass was still fresh, he drained all the blood and collected it, knowing it could serve as sustenance for the cub in the days to come. He reserved a small portion for immediate use, while the remainder was destined to be transformed into sausages and cured meat. Having exhausted his supply of eggs, Yin Hao found himself in a predicament as the cub required nourishment. Reluctantly, he resorted to selling some of the internal organs he disliked the most in the trading area. The funds acquired were then used to purchase eggs and to commission a professional to devise a comprehensive plan for processing the wolf carcass. Unfortunately, due to previous expenses on the shelter's blueprints and various other necessities, Yin Hao's stock of copper coins had dwindled significantly. Otherwise, he would not have accepted the low-priced hemostatic drugs sent by Yi Hao, considering the cub's delicate digestive system. He heated fresh wolf blood in a water bath at 60 degrees for 15 minutes to ensure sterilization. This was coupled with freshly steamed, smooth, unsalted egg custard, diluted to the consistency of regular dairy products with warm water. Once cooled to room temperature, he carefully fed it to the little wolf, bit by bit. This was uncharted territory for Yin Hao. He was uncertain whether the mixture was too thick or too thin, or if the temperature was suitable for the cub. Nonetheless, he endeavored to do his utmost, leaving the rest to fate. If the cub survived, he would nurture it. If not, he would bury it and erect a small monument in remembrance. "Little one, you must strive to live," he whispered softly, caressing the young wolf before returning to the task of processing the carcasses. He meticulously dissected the remains and followed the plan, batch by batch. Indeed, the expertise of the professionals was evident. The plan included various cooking methods for different parts, both fresh and dried, as well as techniques for tanning the wolf's hide. They even considered the production of medicinal substances and the development of seasonings, truly maximizing every resource without waste. However, there were restrictions on this trade. While one could sell finished products, divulging the methods of production to others in any form was strictly prohibited. As for reneging on the agreement, that was simply not an option. Following the official handling of the wrongdoers, a covenant was established to uphold the fairness of transactions. Any violations would necessitate compensating the survivor who provided the plan tenfold based on the profits gained. Enforcement was stringent. If one failed to comply, deductions would be made from future resources, leaving little room for recovery. Thus far, there have been few instances of breach of contract, even in the event of a violation. The unforgiving penalties meant that surviving would indeed be nothing short of a miracle. The meat was sliced along the muscle fibers, and during the process, one needed to use plant ash, charcoal powder, sweet grassroot juice, and saline to eliminate any gamey odor. Some portions even required quick freezing. The entire series of operations was bewilderingly intricate, a complexity Yin Hao had never before contemplated. However, considering that this meat differs significantly from that of livestock and poultry, its strong odor could render it unpalatable if not properly treated, prompting Yin Hao to take appropriate measures. After a flurry of activity, midday soon arrived. Under the sweltering heat, he carried the cured meat along with certain fats that required the intense midday sun to dry on the ground, while also finding time to tend to the little wolf and the insects and poultry in the rearing room. Yin Hao was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. Once all the preliminary preparations were complete, he only needed to let the meat air dry, spray it with salt water, and turn it over, finally earning himself a rare moment of respite. His wounds throbbed painfully, occasionally splitting open during his busy endeavors, compounded by the searing sensation of sweat seeping into the injuries. Yin Hao was somewhat astonished that he had managed to endure thus far, pushing through the discomfort until all the meat was processed. He felt as if he had become a veritable Iron Man, to the point of admiring his own resilience. Internally elated, he finally acknowledged his fatigue. After a light meal to quell his hunger and drinking a considerable amount of water, he leaned against the headboard and succumbed to deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found the little wolf pitifully whimpering with hunger. He hurriedly fed the little creature with a wooden nipple, before promptly checking on the rearing room and the state of the meat and fats on the ground. The lard had already rendered under the intense midday heat. The cured meat was now semi-dry. It merely needed to be moved to the basement, wrapped in burlap, and hung up to be smoked later in the evening to eliminate its odor, allowing it to dry gradually. The internal organs were sliced and air-dried directly. By this time, they had become somewhat firm, necessitating that they be wrapped in damp burlap and occasionally sprayed with sweet grassroot juice to prevent excessive hardness in the final product. Additionally, Yin Hao had buried a brain in the ground, which should be cooked through under the scorching midday sun. Upon inspection, the outer clay shell had indeed hardened, and once cracked open, the brain within was thoroughly cooked. This would serve as a dish for later. He left the remaining brain untouched, as the plan indicated it could be used as a nerve repair agent, a venture Yin Hao intended to explore. He also reserved the gallbladder and tibia, one for crafting an antipyretic detoxifier, and the other for a bone-strengthening ointment, both of which were excellent medicinal options. However, due to the constraints of his contractual powers, these plans could only be utilized by him personally. While he could sell the finished products, he was forbidden from disclosing the contents of the plans to others in any form. It was no wonder that such medicines were rarely seen on the market, and when they appeared, They commanded exorbitant prices. The monopoly on information indeed proved to be highly lucrative. It was likely that many sellers had already amassed considerable wealth. This thought stirred a sense of temptation within Yin Hao. Yet, what truly occupied his mind was the significance of knowledge. With his physical capabilities significantly enhanced, he would undoubtedly learn quickly, but he wondered if there were any educational materials available in this survival world. He resolved to keep an eye out for such resources, as self-study would be far more advantageous than relying solely on others. In addition, he was in the process of creating pancreatic tender meat powder, bone marrow flavor enhancer, cartilage seasoning powder, cheek meat collagen crystals, soy sauce, as well as wine and vinegar. Soy sauce is crafted from thigh and neck meat, and according to the experts' conjecture, it should possess a more aromatic and robust flavor compared to traditional soy sauce. However, the fermentation process is rather lengthy, requiring a total of 17 days. The wine is brewed from the hind legs prime cuts, sweet grass root juice, and flour, taking approximately 5 days to complete. Vinegar is produced by simmering a portion of cartilage and bones, combined with the residue of sweet grass roots, which necessitates 7 days. In fact, offal and wolf blood could also be utilized in the making of sauces, wines, and vinegars. However, using offal tends to result in a stronger gamey flavor in the final product. Thus, even though it only requires 3 days to make sauce from entrails, Yin Hao opted for the more time-consuming approach. As for wolf blood, it is even more critical, as the survival of the young wolves depends on it, and Yin Hao would not interfere. Returning to the basement, he retrieved the wolf legs and ribs that had been purged of their gaminess from the refrigerator, allowing them to thaw before roasting, accompanied by a refreshing dish of marinated cheek meat and ears, with brain matter sliced as a side. A sumptuous feast of pure meat was laid out on the table. Chapter 25. The grain crisis averted. The taste cannot be described as unpleasant, yet it certainly does not qualify as exquisite. Yin Hao's culinary skills are rather mediocre, and the quality of the meat pales in comparison to pork or beef. Particularly the cheek and ear meat, which is dry and meager, falls far short of the richness found in pig head meat and ears, lacking any semblance of fat. Nevertheless, the nutritional value of the meat is indeed abundant. Not long after consuming it, Yin Hao began to feel an itch at his wounds, likely a sign of healing. The speed of recovery is astonishing. Though he had occasionally indulged in meat before, his diet primarily consisted of noodle dumplings and flatbreads. While the ground product of the green jade grass seeds bears many similarities to flour, it is nonetheless distinct from wheat flour. It can be used to make noodle dumplings and flatbreads, but it is incapable of yielding steamed buns or cakes due to insufficient fluffiness, even post-fermentation. In this peculiar survival world, the more diverse the diet and the richer the nutrition, the greater the enhancement to one's constitution. Yin Hao is uncertain whether his lifespan will extend post-transformation, but the improvement in his physical condition, becoming more resilient to heat and cold, with tougher skin that is less susceptible to animal bites, is undoubtedly advantageous for someone like him, who struggles for survival in this harsh environment. For instance, despite the numerous wounds inflicted by wolves, they are merely superficial, and once healed, the scars will be of little consequence to a man. He will continue to thrive. His body robust. This exemplifies the benefits of a strong constitution. Had his skin not been so resilient and his muscles not so well defined, the bites could have easily reached vital areas such as bones or internal organs. In such a scenario, merely applying a hemostatic ointment would not suffice for recovery. Once healed, he plans to venture out again in search of hares or rodents, herbivores or omnivores, perhaps even collecting young ones to rear and breed in abundance, alleviating his future meat shortages. If fortune smiles upon him, he might encounter a pregnant female, ensuring an even more sustainable food source. Having experienced the benefits of consuming meat, Yin Hao is now wholeheartedly focused on procuring it. However, he dares not set his sights on pigs, cattle, or sheep. The wolves he encountered were each as large as calves, with the lead wolf comparable in size to an adult stallion. Who knows if the livestock in this otherworldly realm might be even larger. Despite being herbivores, they can be ferocious, and given his current stature, he may not withstand their wrath. It occurs to him that the rabbit pelts previously sold to him by Yi Hao seemed rather ordinary. Could it be that the rabbits have not mutated? This fleeting doubt soon dissipates, as he resolves to address it only when the situation arises. For now, he must focus on recuperating. He has decided against risking a trip to retrieve the stones that have already been unearthed, preferring to wait until he is fully healed. He is still some distance away from encountering the rabbits of the survival world. Fortunately, the wolf carcasses have temporarily alleviated his food shortage, providing sustenance for approximately 10 days. Ample time for him to recover his health. In the ensuing hours, Yin Hao devoted his time to overseeing the feeding room and the young wolves, alongside managing various materials. As night fell and the early hours passed, the reward for the leaderboard were distributed. Over a period of development, Yin Hao's circumstances were fraught with challenges. Unlike those faced by other survivors, his skill level remained steadfastly at the first rank, yet his territory defense ranking had slipped to third. His personal wealth hovered just within the top 50, and while his territory prosperity had also declined somewhat, it still remained within the 35 range. The wealth of his territory had fallen to the interval between 50 and 75, while his equipment ranking was maintained within the 500 range. Both his personal combat and territory firepower rankings resided between 500 and 1,000. Altogether, he received 4 bronze chests, 6 wooden chests, and 20 tattered chests. Without delay, Yin Hao traded the 6 wooden chests and 20 tattered chests to Yi Hao, retaining the 4 bronze chests for future consideration, whether for personal use or trade. The guaranteed minimum of 1,000 copper coins per bronze chest was appealing, although this allure might not endure. Yi Hao evidently had made thorough preparations before opening the chests, responding to Yin Hao only in the dead of night. Among the items, 5 were particularly exceptional, 10 were good, and the remainder were of average quality. "What do you need?" he inquired. Yin Hao replied, "Meat, other food, medicine, and weapons. These are certainly hard currencies. As for the remaining good items, you are undoubtedly more knowledgeable than I am. Just decide accordingly. I trust you won't lead me astray." Upon hearing this, Yi Hao did not provide an immediate answer, seemingly engaged in inventorying his supplies. After a lengthy pause, he mentioned, "Recently, I opened a few boxes of compressed rations. I will allocate 1 box to you. Water resources are scarce in this hot weather, so I'll give you 3 water sources and 1 fire source, 2 sheets of Cowering skin, which is lightweight and waterproof. How you choose to utilize it is up to you. 100 bird eggs, albeit none are fertilized. 3 plant essences, which can be used to enhance your planting skills. 1,000 pounds of beast meat, and 100 pounds of wild fruits, which are quite sour but useful for seasoning." Yin Hao readily agreed. "All right, let us proceed with the trade." The trade request was quickly sent, and Yin Hao clicked to accept, causing a plethora of items to materialize around him. The previous compressed rations, while less effective for the now generally more robust survivors, still equated to 3 or 4 packets per meal. This box contained 28 packets, which if consumed at 5 meals a day, could conservatively last 2 days. As for water resources, due to his deep well, which he had covered with a thick lid after noting meteorological changes, the water outside had yet to dry up and could last for some time. There was no rush to utilize it. The fire source was similarly unnecessary at present, but would undoubtedly prove useful should temperatures drop in the future. The Cowering skin, being waterproof, could be fashioned into diving gear, potentially serving a purpose down the line, though not immediately. Upon inspecting the 100 bird eggs under the light, Yin Hao regrettably noted that none were fertilized, rendering them incapable of hatching. In his mind, the thought flickered briefly. Yin Hao, as if struck by a sudden realization, hurriedly examined the eggs he had purchased from the trading zone one by one. Sure enough, they were all unfertilized. Furthermore, it occurred to him that living creatures had never appeared in the trading zone. Perhaps the items acquired there could only be lifeless. He wondered if, by purchasing seeds, he could cultivate something worthwhile. With this in mind, Yin Hao decided to buy a modest assortment of seeds, intending to experiment with planting later. Given the diversity of the seeds, if he failed to bring them to life, it could mean that obtaining seeds through the trading zone would no longer be a viable option in the future. Currently, he had no means to hone his planting skills. It would be some time before he could reach level 3. The essence of plants could only be saved for future use. With 1,000 pounds of beast meat, he could conservatively estimate it would last him about 10 days. Although the wild fruits were quite sour, they would likely serve well for brewing fruit vinegar and wine. Perhaps he was not far from savoring fruit wine. While wolf meat wine was also an option for brewing, he doubted its flavor would be satisfactory and harbored little hope for it. If fruit wine were unavailable, he might keep the wolf wine for himself. But now that he had a better alternative, if the wolf wine turned out to be unpalatable, he might as well sell it. At this stage, food remained scarce, and the quantity available for brewing and sale would be even less, suggesting it could fetch a handsome price. Chapter 26, Level 20 Gathering Skill. Harvesting plant essence with ample provisions, Yin Hao could now comfortably bide his time. Each day was spent nursing his wounds, adhering to the routines dictated by the young wolf. Every 2 hours, he would rise to feed the little creature, though its voice was delicate and far less thunderous than that of a human infant. The tiny wolf was undeniably frail. Despite Yin Hao's utmost caution, he nearly succumbed during the first 2 days. However, as he gradually adapted, he mastered the art of feeding the cub, and its digestive system grew accustomed to a diet of egg custard and wolf blood. After the initial chaos in the feeding chamber, order was finally restored. The mortality rates of insects and poultry fell within a manageable range, allowing Yin Hao to consistently stock a batch of insects in his shop daily. As for the eggs, there was still no sign of any. But considering the chickens had only been hatched for about 10 days, their lack of laying seemed rather normal. Moreover, with their average weight surpassing 20 pounds, even without producing eggs, they could still serve as meat chickens. With an abundance of empty treasure chests, Yin Hao resumed the expansion of the underground space, diligently excavating whenever he had the chance, uncovering a substantial area in the process. He estimated that once his wounds healed, he could transport stones from outside and commence the construction of the underground planting chamber. By the 3rd day, Yin Hao felt that his injuries were nearly healed, with the scars beginning to show signs of shedding. However, fearing that removing the scabs would cause fresh bleeding, he patiently waited until they fell away on their own. During this time, he engaged in another trade with Yi Hao for treasure chests. Unfortunately, Yi Hao's luck was not favorable this time, yielding few valuable items. Nonetheless, through the trade, Yin Hao managed to increase his provisions further. On the 4th day, his wounds were fully healed. Early in the morning, seizing the respite from the heat, he ventured out fully equipped. He transported the rocks he had mined the previous night back to his base, and without delay, began constructing the underground planting chamber. Finally, he had space to cultivate. Immediately, Yin Hao planted jade grass seeds and azure line grass seeds. Additionally, he reserved a small plot for the various seeds he had purchased from the trading area. However, he held little hope, as he had previously inquired with Yi Hao and other survivors who had purchased insects from his shop. Their responses were remarkably consistent. Upon arrival, the insects were all dead. Although they appeared nearly indistinguishable from the living, their flesh showed no signs of decay, yet they lacked any semblance of life. Once the underground planting chamber was completed, Yin Hao swiftly proceeded to expand the underground feeding chamber, bedroom, cellar, and kitchen bathroom facilities. Whenever black stones were scarce, he took advantage of the cooler nights to venture outside for mining. Fortunately, his luck had been quite favorable, with minimal encounters of wild animal attacks. When they did occur, they were merely small creatures like mice or rabbits, which posed no challenge for him. However, the sole disappointment remained that, after collecting his prey, he had yet to come across any more cubs like the young wolf. This left Yin Hao's grand ambitions for large-scale breeding thwarted. The sweltering heat persists unabated. Yet having transcended into a realm of extraordinary prowess, Yin Hao has been indulging in ample sustenance and rest over the past few days. He has discovered an unexpected resilience to the high temperatures. Whereas previously, a mere 30 C felt oppressively warm, now, even 40 C registers as a triviality in his perception, akin to a mild 20-something degrees. At night, the stones beneath his pickaxe seemed to smolder, occasionally releasing a whiff of gunpowder. Gradually, he has transformed the subterranean space entirely with black rock. Outside, where temperatures soar above 40 C, the basement remains refreshingly cool, even without the aid of ice, hovering around a mere 10 degrees. It must be acknowledged that the properties of the black rock are indeed remarkable. With the underground structure complete, It is time to commence construction above ground. However, Yin Hao does not rush into this endeavor. Instead, he stockpiles a batch of black rock and sends it to Yi Hao at a modest price. After all, Yi Hao had lent a helping hand during his times of peril, and now that Yin Hao possesses the means, it is only fitting to reciprocate. Alongside the black rock, he also dispatches a variety of seasonings and medicinal items to Yi Hao. The seasonings are a complimentary gift, while the medicines are offered at a preferential rate. The bond of brotherhood is unspoken. Should difficulties arise in the future, he assures Yi Hao that he will provide assistance whenever possible. Such mutual aid is a simple yet profound understanding between them. In this perilous world of survival, only they comprehend the depth of trust and reliability they place in one another. Currently, Yin Hao engages in frequent transactions primarily with Yi Hao, while other dealings are initiated only as needs arise. He is also on the lookout for potential clients, but many either lack integrity, being prone to petty greed and deceit, or they simply do not possess the requisite potential to meet Yin Hao's trading standards. Given that Yi Hao, with his insightful guidance, stands as a paragon, any new trading partners must not fall short of his caliber. This search must be conducted with patience, and Yin Hao is in no hurry. He intends to limit his trading interactions, wary of entanglements with curses or life-and-death seals, phenomena he currently lacks the means to confront. Should he find himself ensnared by such forces, the consequences could be dire. Once healed, in addition to quarrying stones, Yin Hao occasionally explores the surroundings to gather wild grasses, shrubs, and large trees. He has not encountered any bamboo groves recently. The small area that once flourished with bamboo has succumbed to drought, leaving only dry bamboo joints and leaves exposed. However, digging deeper reveals moist soil, even yielding some water. It appears that this is the survival strategy of the bamboo in this otherworldly realm, prompting Yin Hao to carefully cover the soil back over. The dried bamboo above ground is cut down, repurposed for use as containers for water. You have collected shrubs, obtaining 13 berries, 1 berry seedling, and gained 1 proficiency in gathering skills. You have collected grasses, obtaining 19 eggs, 1 white plant essence, and gained 10 proficiency in gathering skills. Congratulations! Your gathering skill has reached level 20. Is a bountiful harvest upon the horizon? On the 9th day, following the conclusion of the novice protection period, Yin Hao was diligently foraging in the wilderness when a peculiar notification abruptly interrupted his monotonous, mechanical motions, causing him to momentarily falter. This was soon followed by an exhilarating realization. He had finally reached level 20. A sigh of relief escaped him. In the days prior, he had struggled to find suitable materials to enhance his gathering proficiency due to his need for recuperation. After healing, he had hurriedly resumed his endeavors, ultimately achieving a milestone in gathering proficiency today. With level 20 in gathering, he was now able to collect white quality plant essences, or so he hoped. To test this theory, he fervently gathered from the surrounding trees, grasses, and bushes. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory. No plant essences materialized. This left him somewhat disheartened. Yet considering his unfortunate luck, he did not dwell too much on his disappointment. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of bad fortune, compounded by the rarity of plant essences. If he had managed to gather once, he could certainly do so again. With persistent gathering, the odds would eventually favor him. Should the level requirement for planting continue to hinge upon the acquisition of plant essences, it was conceivable that his planting proficiency would ascend to heights seldom attained by ordinary survivors. Chapter 27. Settlement of the Second District Leaderboard and Consolidation of Trading Zones. The gathering skill has ascended to level 20, significantly enhancing the probability of acquiring seedlings. Essentially, after every 100 attempts, one is guaranteed to obtain at least 1 seedling. Be it wild grass, shrub, or tree seedlings, Yin Hao welcomes all, uniformly planting them in the subterranean cultivation chamber. The temperature within this chamber hovers around a comfortable range of 10 to 20 degrees Celsius, ideal for fostering plant growth. Concerns regarding illumination are also alleviated. Yin Hao procured mirrors crafted by other survivors and, following the construction schematics, employed these mirrors to achieve multifaceted refraction. Channeling sunlight into the underground chamber to closely replicate an optimal growth environment for the plants, thereby promoting their vitality. The drip irrigation system has been meticulously installed. However, learning from the previous incident involving the catastrophic failure of bamboo pipes under high temperatures, Yinhao has utilized pipes sculpted from black rock this time, completely mitigating any worries regarding their potential destruction due to temperature fluctuations. The efficacy of black rock is evident, as illustrated by the rapid ascendance of Yinhao's subterranean shelter to the top of the first district leaderboard upon its establishment. You have gathered from the grassland, acquiring grass seeds 300, essence due 1 drop, gathering skill proficiency 1. You have gathered from the shrubbery, acquiring resilient vines 1, berries 100, wild vegetables 3, gathering skill proficiency 1. You have utilized gathering skill on the trees, acquiring ironwood 15, tenfold ironwood 1, gathering skill proficiency 1, with the gathering skill reaching level 20. New materials have emerged. The grassland yields essence dew, the shrubbery offers resilient vines, and the trees provide ironwood. Yinhao eagerly returned to experiment, discovering that the essence dew is imbued with rich arcane energy factors. Consuming just a drop equates to the effects of an entire day's meditative practices. This undoubtedly accelerates his growth significantly, preventing him from lagging too far behind the most elite survivors. The resilient vines are equally commendable, comparable to the strength of bull tendons, proving immensely useful in construction and weapon crafting. As for ironwood, its name belies its true nature, resembling wrought iron in substance. The tenfold ironwood is even more remarkable, akin to alloy steel. Should this be combined with resilient vines of bull tendon strength, crafting crossbows would pose no challenge. However, Yinhao has little familiarity with the structural intricacies of crossbows. Perhaps disassembling the crossbow acquired from Yinhao might provide insights for replication. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that upon reaching level 20 in gathering skill, the quantity of primary materials has significantly increased, now rivaling the previous yields of ordinary wood and stone. This enhancement is directly correlated to the level of the gathering skill. Primary materials refer to Yinhao's collective term for resources like Baiyuan wood and black rock. Ordinary wood is categorized as basic material, while tenfold ironwood and plant essence, white, are classified as secondary materials. Chopping down a tree now yields a staggering 20 pieces of Baiyuan wood. One can only imagine the extraordinary advantages this confers. While others may gather materials equivalent to the singular tree they felled, Yinhao's prowess is truly unparalleled. He not only receives the full yield from the felled trees, but also acquires an additional 20-fold of superior materials. Of course, the reality is not quite so generous. After all, the gathered timber is uniformly 5 meters in length, while the trees in the survival world tend to tower considerably higher. Typically, 5 meters merely constitutes a segment of their trunks. Nevertheless, the prospect of obtaining high-grade materials is undeniably enticing. Yinhao also experimented with stone gathering, yielding secondary materials known as white rock essence. This item appears to be similar to white plant essence, possibly even serving as an upgrade material for certain skills. Collecting water from wells consistently provides essence water, with the only distinction being the varying quantities. The fanciful notion of obtaining white water eyes solely through gathering has been dashed. However, essence water is not without its merits. At the very least, it is crisp and sweet, rivaling even the exorbitantly priced premium spring water from before his transmigration, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, he is merely an ordinary person and had never sampled such luxurious mineral waters prior to his journey. Thus, comparison is impossible. Before long, the leaderboard for Zone 2 will be finalized, coinciding with the opening of the secondary market. I must seize this opportunity to sell and procure the items I require in bulk. Yinhao mused, beginning to tally the items he currently possesses that can be offered. First and foremost, primary materials such as black rock and Baijun wood are certainly not for sale. However, he has accumulated quite a number of insects over the past few days, with a buyer base of around 10,000 in the secondary zone. Even if he sells a significant amount, his sales figures will remain obscure, garnering little attention from those with ulterior motives. Thus, he must ensure proper packaging. After some contemplation, Yen Hao resolved to focus his efforts on drying and grinding countless insect carcasses into powder. Nothing can obscure one's intentions more effectively than selling insect powder directly. Once the secondary trading area opens, he plans to list the insect powder for sale, anticipating a considerable revenue stream. The only potential challenge lies in the likelihood that the insect powder may not last an entire day of sales. Additionally, he can explore other shops to potentially discover valuable items. With a methodical approach, he prepared himself diligently. Time swiftly passed, leading to the 17th day in the survival world, marking the moment for the Zone 2 leaderboard settlement and the opening of the trading area. Yen Hao promptly listed the insect powder, labeling it as a highly nutritious protein powder, omitting any mention of its insect origins, primarily maggots and earthworms. The items on the shelf began to dwindle gradually. Initially, there were only a few orders, but in the blink of an eye, several more emerged. Yen Hao adeptly utilized the search function to seek out rare items such as high-grade materials, medicines, and skill books. The results, however, left him sorely disappointed. While items were available for sale, the prices were exorbitant, far beyond his current means. By chance, he perused the auction section, only to discover that the best items were predominantly auctioned off, necessitating competitive bidding to purchase them. Has the auction house been integrated as well? Gazing at the dazzling array of items within the auction house, Yen Hao experienced a moment of clarity. Should I also put something up? Yen Hao contemplated, taking out a piece of rock essence, white, and placing it on the market. Soon, bids began to emerge, and the competition intensified. It seemed that this item was indeed a rarity among the numerous survivors. Otherwise, such fervent contention would not ensue. Yen Hao had a clear understanding of the situation and planned to sell some plant essence, white and rock essence. White once this piece was sold. After all, he could easily gather these items without much concern over selling a few. However, the most pressing matter was the exorbitant price of the skill book he had his eye on, which necessitated ample funds for him to acquire it in one fell swoop. The breeding technique skill book, Green, was said to accelerate the growth of domesticated animals, and it started at level 4, entirely bypassing the upgrade process from 1 to 3. Yet, its price was rather steep, with a fixed price of 50,000 copper coins. Otherwise, he would have to engage in a tedious bidding process until he secured the item. Yen Hao had always been a cautious individual, and to prevent others from snatching it away, he intended to secure it with a straightforward price. Chapter 28. The Unforeseen Visitor. The first piece of rock essence, marked in white, fetched an impressive price of 23 copper coins. Following closely was the auction of plant essence, also in white, which commanded 21 copper coins. It appears that such items tend to hover around a price range of approximately 20,000 copper coins. After securing another piece of rock essence, which allowed him to amass enough funds for the art of nurturing, Yen Hao decided to withdraw. His subterranean stronghold remained remarkably fortified. As long as he exercised caution during his outings, his survival was assured, particularly with both a cultivation chamber and a breeding room established in his basement. He could trade treasure chests with Yi how to procure various supplies. In a self-sufficient situation, enduring for 10 days or even half a month was quite manageable. Regarding skill books, Yen Hao resolved to refrain from frequent acquisitions to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. He planned to purchase a necessary skill book each time a secondary zone opened, or when higher-level tertiary or quaternary zones became accessible. As for equipment, he would procure items as needed, but ensured they remained inconspicuous. His sanctuary was undeniably secure. This survival realm was not a competitive arena. There was no rush for rapid advancement. The true path lay in enduring for the long haul. Common wood, 50 copper coins per piece. Bayberry wood, 500 copper coins per piece. Common stone, 60 copper coins per block. Black stone, 1,600 copper coins per block. Steel products, 1,000 to 3,000 copper coins per item. Ghostly stone, 1,900 copper coins per block. Ancient copper wood, 300 copper coins per piece. Edible wood powder, 20 copper coins per pound. Nutritional protein powder, 100 copper coins per pound. Mouse legs, 50 copper coins each. This outlines the prevailing market prices within the trading zone. The costs of basic materials and foodstuffs are relatively modest. After all, collecting a bundle of weeds could yield 10 copper coins from the marketplace. Additionally, opening treasure chests occasionally results in a modest return of copper coins. Of course, this does not apply to individuals like Yin Hao, despite his misfortune, could only receive the guaranteed minimum from chests, one bronze chest yielding a mere 1,000 copper coins. For others, returns of 2,000 to 3,000 were commonplace, with 5,000 to 6,000 being considered standard, and occasionally, amounts reaching 10,000 or 20,000 copper coins were not unheard of. The ease of earning was simply remarkable. In contrast, Yin Hao, who diligently earned his keep, felt as though he was akin to a lotus blooming amidst a mire. Naturally, if he were willing to sell those Tier 1 and Tier 2 materials, he could swiftly amass considerable wealth. As for whether Yi Hao's luck would yield more desirable treasures, or if the items exchanged would be insufficient, Yin Hao remained indifferent. One of the admirable traits of a misfortunate individual is their unwavering composure. Those who are unstable tend to succumb to jealousy, spiraling into self-pity and resentment. The fortune of others is their own concern, unrelated to him. Regardless, while his luck may be lacking, it was not so dire as to result in misfortune at every turn. By dismissing trivial thoughts and focusing on cultivating his modest life, he could indeed thrive. Based on the current state of the merged trading zone, there remain survivors capable of acquiring Tier 1 materials. During ordinary times, he refrains from showcasing his assets, but now, with a significant procurement on the horizon, he is willing to display them in the trading zone. However, it appears that secondary materials are yet to be observed, indicating that Yin Hao remains ahead in this regard. For others, the day of trading amalgamation may represent a prime opportunity for substantial purchases or business dealings. If for someone like Yin Hao, who is largely self-sufficient and not particularly adept at commerce, the objective is merely to procure the essentials without fixating on every detail. In this trading zone amalgamation, he auctioned off 3 materials, purchased a skill book he had been eyeing at a fixed price, and expanded his knowledge somewhat, effectively bringing his activities to a close. There remain numerous other tasks to attend to, and he cannot afford to squander time on this. The reward from the secondary zone rankings are quite enticing. Yin Hao's skill level, even amidst a competition of 10,000 participants in the secondary zone, continues to hold the top position. He unreservedly accepted 3 black iron chests. However, his standings in other rankings were less than satisfactory. With the number of competitors in the secondary zone increasing to 10,000, talent is abundant, and Yin Hao managed to acquire only 5 bronze chests, with the remainder being stone chests and dilapidated chests. Adhering to his usual practice, he selected some stone and dilapidated chests to trade with Yi Hao, reserving the rest for consideration in future transactions. It is necessary to maintain some discretion regarding his specific rankings. During this period, Yin Hao inquired with Yi Hao whether he had engaged in trading chests with others. Yi Hao's response indicated that he had, but transactions with others usually began with inflated prices, treating him as an easy target, or started low only to quickly escalate. After several attempts, he ceased such dealings. He remarked that Yin Hao was more straightforward, consistently offering a substantial number of chests, and the trading process was devoid of excessive haggling, making their interactions quite pleasant. Regarding this outcome, Yin Hao privately felt pleased. The absence of dealings with others suggested that his trading could continue to be stable and sustainable, alleviating the urgency to develop new clientele. Just as he was contemplating this, an unfamiliar private message appeared. Wu Qian 314. Hello. I would like to purchase some black rocks and buy yuan wood from you. Is that convenient? Note, this text is devoid of any romantic subplot. The protagonist will not engage in any emotional relationships. The arrival of this message startled Yin Hao. He had never disclosed his possession of such goods in the forum or trading zone. Could it be that Yi Hao had divulged this information? Yin Hao instinctively furrowed his brow, having just deemed that fellow reliable. However, rather than jumping to conclusions, he tentatively replied, I have never even laid eyes on those items. Do you have them? Wu Qian 314. I know you have them, which is why I am reaching out. Rest assured, the price will certainly satisfy you. Yin Hao mused to himself. Could it truly be that Yi Hao had introduced this individual? Yin Hao 074. How do you know I possess them? Who informed you? What if I don't? Wu Qian 314. I just know you have them. No one told me. I simply know. Moreover, I am aware that you must have stock at this moment, and are willing to sell. Upon witnessing this, Yin Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. What was happening? Another individual had obtained a mystical talent? He hastily inquired, "If I may be so bold, what is your initial talent?" Wu Qian 314, 6 cents? With no upper limit on levels. I can currently rely on my intuition to perceive events that may be beneficial to me. My instincts suggest you possess something that can be sold. Yin Hao, in a state of alarm, pressed further. What more can you discern? Surely you cannot know the color of my underwear. Wu Qian 314. How could that be? I merely require those 2 items. And my intuition guided me to seek you out today. That was somewhat reassuring. Yin Hao let out a sigh of relief, yet remained vigilant. What the person opposite him was lying. Who could discern the truth across the digital divide? It appeared that during the next trading zone merger, he would need to search for items capable of countering such mystical causal talents, preferably skill books or upgrade materials that he could gather himself. In that way, he could swiftly enhance his skills to achieve a state of protection against prying eyes. Regrettably, the market in the secondary zone, with its 10,000 inhabitants, remained too limited. He had yet to encounter such wares for sale. Yin Hao mused with a sense of wistfulness. Chapter 29. Tears and Blood earn 280,000. A great earthquake, what price can you offer? He inquired. Wu Qian 314. 550 copper coins per root for by Yuan Wood. 1,700 copper coins per root for Black Rock. How does that sound? If you find it inadequate, I can certainly increase the offer. The prices presented were generally above market rates, indicating that this individual was genuinely interested in purchasing. Yin Hao 074. That's acceptable. Let us proceed with the transaction. My rule is that the buyer covers the transaction fee. You have no objections, I trust? Wu Qian 314. Okay. We might have more opportunities for transactions in the future. Let's add each other as friends. Yin Hao hastily declined. No need for that. We can discuss future matters when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian felt a tinge of disappointment, but had no choice but to acquiesce. Her instincts told her that this person possessed valuable items. Yet she had long understood a fundamental truth. One must possess a sense of propriety. Excessive probing into others' privacy is tantamount to offense and would not endear one to others. All right, I will prepare some items you may require for our next transaction, she proposed, emphasizing mutual benefit as the cornerstone of enduring relationships. Wu Qian, displaying a commendable sense of decorum, refrained from pressing further and promptly exited with the items she needed. This left Yin Hao with a newfound respect for her. This individual seemed to possess commendable character. Though the thought was fleeting, he dismissed it from his mind. It was prudent to avoid entanglements with those steeped in mysticism. He feared that a misstep could leave him devastated, bereft of even a place to lament his misfortune. 200 roots of by Yuan Wood and 100 pieces of Black Rock garnered a total of 280,000 copper coins, equating to 28 silver coins. In the currency system of the survival world, the conversion is based on 10,000 units. 10,000 copper coins, 1 silver coin, 10,000 silver coins, 1 gold coin, a staggering 280,000. If one were to compare copper coins to RMB prior to his transmigration, this sum would suffice to purchase a modest home in a less developed city. An instant fortune, indeed. It eclipsed the earnings he had painstakingly accrued from breeding. Had he known that selling materials could be so lucrative, he would have. Well, it was impossible to list such items directly in the shop. It would attract too much attention. He would have to wait until the market was saturated with sellers before he could discreetly profit from the chaos. Setting aside the survival guide, he found little to linger over from the day's transactions. The clock read 1 or 2 in the morning. Yin Hao first learned the skill books he had acquired, then fed the young wolf once more. After inspecting the breeding and planting rooms and finding no significant issues, he promptly fell asleep. Every 2 hours, he needed to awaken to feed the young wolf. However, over the past few days, he had developed a routine, fully capable of feeding the wolf, glancing at the trading area, and then swiftly returning to slumber without any detriment to his condition. In the morning, after completing his breathing exercises and conducting the routine inspection of the underground breeding room, Yin Hao stumbled upon a delightful surprise. His chickens had finally laid eggs. A total of 5 eggs lay quietly in the nesting area, each larger than a goose egg, evidently exceeding the size of the eggs he had initially gathered by a substantial margin. How could such a disparity exist among the same breed? Yin Hao was perplexed, yet he found solace in the fact that the eggs were larger than expected, and thus he did not dwell on it excessively. The jade grass and blue line grass in the cultivation chamber had flourished abundantly, reaching heights that rivaled that of a person. It must be said that the growth rate of plants in this survival world is indeed remarkable. Comparatively, it is not dissimilar to the rapid growth of meat in chickens within a mere 10 days. At this rate, Yin Hao estimated that in 3 to 5 days, the leaves of these two plants would turn yellow, yielding mature seeds. At this juncture, the blue line grass could also be harvested for its slender leaves. Once cut and dried, they would transform into resilient strands of green silk. Conversely, if the blue line grass bore seeds and its leaves turned yellow, the dried product would then be yellow in hue. The two distinct colors of thread could potentially be utilized for aesthetic purposes, and once the yield increased, selling them in the trading area would also be a prudent choice, as many would surely be inclined to purchase them. After completing the tasks for the morning, Yin Hao planned to venture outside in the afternoon to chop wood and gather wild grasses and shrubs, aiming to acquire more seeds and saplings to diversify the crops in the underground cultivation chamber. Occasionally, he might encounter small prey, such as rabbits or mice, which he could also collect to augment his food variety. For larger creatures, Yin Hao preferred to avoid confrontation, opting instead to intimidate or deter them. He had no shortage of food, and it seemed unwise to take unnecessary risks for fleeting anger. As evening approached, Yin Hao prepared to return home, deciding against further excursions. Although he understood that the cooler night temperatures were more suitable for work, he had a young wolf at home that required regular feeding, and thus he dared not stray too far. Traveling back and forth at night was impractical and tantamount to courting danger. It would be wiser to remain at home, resting to replenish energy for the day's activities. You have employed the gathering skill on stone, acquiring black rock 18, obsidian 1, gathering skill proficiency 1. Prolonged stone harvesting had not only yielded white marrow rock, but also a new material known as obsidian. The distinction between black rock and obsidian was evident. The surface of black rock appeared rougher, with tiny specks resembling snowflakes, while obsidian gleamed with a mirror-like smoothness, exhibiting significantly superior hardness and performance. When struck with a steel pickaxe, the obsidian surface bore no scratches, yet the pickaxe had lost its tip and entered a state of disrepair. You have employed the appraisal skill on obsidian, acquiring the following information. Obsidian, a stone of considerable density, exhibiting excellent overall performance. Appraisal skill proficiency 1. Your appraisal skill has reached its maximum level. Please raise the skill cap to continue leveling up. Appraisal 3-3. Upgrading requires 3 drops of clarity water. What is clarity water? I have never heard of it. Yin Hao instinctively furrowed his brow, troubled by the unfamiliar upgrade material. He took out the survival guide, preparing to message Yi Hao for inquiries, when suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Damn, an earthquake? Yin Hao thought in alarm, hastily seeking refuge in an open grassy area, glancing around. The sun in the sky had transformed into a blood-red orb, the cause of which was unknown to him. The entire sky was suffused with a crimson hue, the blood-red sun casting its rays in a similar shade, rendering the surrounding landscape as if veiled by a sanguine filter. A thunderous roar erupted from an unknown source, nearly piercing the eardrums. Birds flitted chaotically, and trees were uprooted. In the distance, the mountainsides succumbed to landslides, vast clouds of dust billowing forward. The forest, already tinged with red, appeared as though it had been violently upheaved in an instant. Fortunately, the area I occupied was sufficiently open, and the direction of the debris flow was not aimed at me. Yin Hao quietly expressed gratitude, yet an inescapable sense of powerlessness welled up within him. Before the might of nature, even having transcended to the realm of extraordinary beings, he still felt utterly insignificant. And in this world of survival, with such natural calamities, how many more would lie ahead? Chapter 30. The surge of relocation. The earthquake persisted for approximately half an hour. Even while prostrate on the ground, Yin Hao sensed a pervasive numbness throughout his body, rendering him utterly powerless. Numerous survivors on the survival guide recounted their encounters with natural disasters, such as earthquakes, avalanches, and tsunamis. It appears that today's seismic event was premeditated. However, it remains a mystery why the weather forecast on the survival guide failed to predict it. As Yin Hao scrolled forward, he noticed a crimson taskbar that had mysteriously appeared, seemingly heralding an ominous message. Upon closer inspection, it indeed pertained to the earthquake. Congratulations! You have triggered a random natural disaster event for the first time. The disaster resistance mission is now activated. Subsequently, random natural disasters will occur based on climatic conditions. Please prepare for protection. Survive the earthquake while ensuring your home, supplies, and other possessions remain intact. Rewards will be granted based on mission completion. You have safely survived the earthquake. Your shelter is equipped with robust seismic facilities, and most of your chosen living containers are impact-resistant. The losses are limited to overturned furniture, a few livestock, and dozens of mirrors. Your earthquake resistance performance is commendable. Rewards: Water I White 2, Ice Source White 1. A multitude of expletives surged through Yin Hao's mind, yet he felt too depleted to voice them. What could he possibly say? Curse the injustice of fate? Or wallow in self-pity, ensnared by despair? As a pragmatist, Yin Hao understood that such sentiments bore no fruit. Life must march onward. Given the circumstances he now faced, he ought to focus not on grievances, but rather on persevering like an indomitable cockroach, surviving in this unpredictable world of existence, growing stronger until no one or nothing could dictate his fate. After stretching his weary limbs, Yin Hao managed to rise to his feet and immediately set off towards the shelter. From initially staggering with weakened limbs, he gradually transitioned into a slow jog, which soon escalated into a swift run. His pace quickened, as if pursued by unseen phantoms. Remaining outdoors was not advisable, especially in the aftermath of an earthquake. This was not a well-maintained city or town, and who could ascertain whether further calamities awaited? Indeed, shortly after Yin Hao fled, the area he had just vacated was engulfed in billowing dust. The flora and fauna, having regained their composure post-quake, were now frantically scattering in all directions. Indeed, it was not merely animals that fled. If one were to observe closely, they would witness an array of plant forms racing away in a frenzy. In this survival world, movement was not exclusive to animals. Plants, peculiar stones, rivers, and mountain spirits were also among the restless. Yet, all of this remained profoundly distant from Yin Hao, who was blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in his absence. Upon returning, his foremost concern was to check on the little wolf. The creature's den had been upturned, trapping the pup within. When Yin Hao finally liberated it, he discovered the young wolf was utterly limp, its eyes half open, and it lay motionless. Fortunately, the small creature still radiated warmth, and breath lingered beneath its nose. Yin Hao gently rubbed the little wolf's body and provided it with a meal, after which the wolf stirred its head, regaining a semblance of vitality. Observing that it seemed to be largely unscathed, Yin Hao exhaled in relief. He then proceeded to inspect the conditions of the breeding room, the planting chamber, and the storage area. Indeed, as stated in the survival guide, the animals in the breeding room had mostly succumbed to fright. A few unfortunate cages were overturned or crushed by fallen debris, yet the numbers were not substantial, and selling what remained would incur minimal loss. The planting chamber was littered with shattered glass, but the remaining plants were not significantly affected. In the storage room, most items were secured within chests. Aside from some fragile objects and flour that had been scattered and broken, there were no other losses. The furniture in the house was robust, easily righted after being toppled, posing no major issues. Yin Hao resolved that henceforth, all household items would be fitted with protective coverings to avert chaos in the event of future earthquakes. He determined not to purchase glass again. Although its reflective quality was superb, it was excessively fragile. With the recent upgrade of his gathering skills, he was now able to extract obsidian. While its reflective properties did not rival that of mirrors, it possessed remarkable durability. He planned to use it to enhance the light in the underground planting chamber, ensuring resilience against natural disasters for an extended period. However, he still lacked the necessary cutting tools, and for the time being, would have to rely on fire to amplify the light source. Alternatively, he could gather more materials, hoping to procure obsidian slabs, which would eliminate the need for additional cutting. Yeehaw! Brother, do you have any more black rock? It's urgently needed. Out of nowhere, a catastrophic earthquake has caused the stone houses to crack into dangerous structures. Black rock is the most reliable. The survival guide flashed with a luminous notification, a phenomenon that occurred when special alerts were set. Yinhouse 074. Yes, I do. I'm currently planning to increase my stone collection, but my pickaxe is wearing out. Do you have a sharper and more durable tool on your side? Yeehaw. I have a knife sharper than a steel blade, but I need it. You can look for it again when the level 3 trading area merges. Upon reading this, Yinhao felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was expected. All right, I'll conserve my current tool. If you manage to acquire a steel mining implement, please trade it to me. Otherwise, I'm genuinely concerned about my pickaxe failing and halting my work. Yihao quickly replied, almost without hesitation, don't worry. I'll keep an eye out for you. Outside, the night had deepened into an inky darkness. Peering through the window, Yinhao could see the night sky tinged with a sinister red hue. The howls of wild beasts echoed intermittently, their blood-red eyes casting a predatory gaze upon Yinhao's sanctuary. He was uncertain about the state of the surrounding walls and whether they had sustained damage from the quake. A sense of unease gripped him, prompting him to secure the door tightly and block the exit connecting the basement to the surface. He feared that the earthquake might have agitated the beasts, prompting them to encroach upon his refuge. The vacancies in the Black Rock are quite numerous. The walls are essential. The houses on the ground are necessary, and the greenhouses must be utilized. Indeed, Yinhao is not inclined to abandon the construction of greenhouses on the surface. However, this time he intends to replace the materials for building the greenhouses with black rock, to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident where the thatched huts ignited as soon as the weather turned warm. As a florist, the instinct to cultivate the land is ingrained in his very being. In this harsh world of survival, only the agricultural endeavor capable of consistently yielding food can offer him a semblance of peace. The forum is rife with lamentations. Many individuals have been compelled to relocate. Of course, some have chosen to move voluntarily, believing their original habitats to be unsafe. Upon the proposal, numerous voices eagerly joined the discourse. Swamp survivor, I also feel that my location is unsuitable. Half of it is submerged in water, perpetually damp and cold. Lily 336. There is a great rift on my side, which has widened further since the earthquake. I dread the day it expands to engulf the shelter. Ocean survivor. I've been adrift at sea for so long that I have completely forgotten where I started. Chapter 31. The python at the door. Shall I relocate? Yinhao murmured to himself, then chuckled and shook his head. He felt remarkably secure at present, rendering any notion of moving entirely unnecessary. Moreover, even if relocation were feasible, he had no intention of doing so. Typically, the initial spawn point is the safest place. Once one departs from it, who can predict the perils that may arise? Especially in this world, where the atmospheric conditions are exceedingly treacherous. During the novice protection period, natural disasters unfold gradually. There exists a distinct possibility that, should one stray too far from the spawn point, the dangers may escalate exponentially. Based on Yin Hao's personal experiences, he noted that the likelihood of encountering threats near the shelter was minimal. Although he had faced an attack from a pack of wolves on one occasion, that incident was an anomaly. In such a harsh environment, the presence of wolves as small as calves underscores the complexity of the creatures inhabiting this world. So, how had he managed to navigate the subsequent 10 days with relative tranquility after the novice protection period? While he could not ascertain the thoughts of others, Yin Hao was inclined to believe that this fortuitous spawn point was a deliberate selection by the enigmatic entity overseeing their existence. The forum was predominantly filled with discussions about relocation. After glancing through the posts and finding nothing particularly noteworthy, Yin Hao set aside the survival guide and commenced preparations for his evening meal. The recent earthquake had been rather alarming, and he felt the need for a hearty meal to soothe his nerves. He decided to cook some cured meat and sausage, and to steam thinly sliced wolf liver. He also poured out a portion of freshly brewed wolf meat wine to chill, intending to indulge in it during dinner for a touch of merriment. From the icebox, he retrieved a chicken to thaw, then salted it and massaged it to expedite the marinating process. He had no time to wait around for flavors to fully develop. The heat was oppressive, and even in the basement, prolonged marination could risk the chicken becoming spoiled rather than flavorful. Once he deemed the seasoning adequate, he rinsed the chicken and opened countless instant noodle seasoning packets to finally gather enough spice to coat the entire bird. He stuffed the cavity with pickled vegetables and fresh green jade grass leaves for a balanced meal. Outside, he wrapped the chicken in fresh green jade grass leaves as a substitute for lotus leaves. Although the grass was narrower, he secured it with a woven grass net, encased it in mud, and placed it in the fire to roast. The technical intricacies of this process were minimal, and Yin Hao was adept at it. To him, it was simpler than grilling meat. Though he had previously engaged in barbecuing, it had involved minimal quantities of meat. Roasting a whole piece was a more formidable challenge. At least for now, Yin Hao's grilling skills left much to be desired. The resultant dishes were either undercooked or charred to carbon, leaving few palatable portions. Speaking of barbecuing, he felt a pang of nostalgia and hurried to the icebox to retrieve a piece of wolf meat to thaw. In a hot pan, he sought tender green jade grass leaves and young stems as a side dish, and he also prepared a generous batch of flatbreads. After thawing, he diced the wolf meat into small pieces for marination. Once infused with flavor, he rinsed it in icy water, drained it, and skewered it on wooden sticks. He then placed the skewers on a makeshift grill crafted from black rock, sprinkling them with instant noodle seasoning and occasionally brushing them with melted wolf fat to prevent burning. Before long, a tantalizing array of aromatic skewers emerged fresh from the grill. Although a few were charred, it was of little consequence. Tender shoots and leaves of the green jade grass also graced the grill, serving as a vegetable accompaniment. This versatile ingredient can be used in cooking, woven into textiles, and its seeds can even serve as sustenance. Many staples of human diets have evolved from wild varieties through prolonged domestication. He possessed the knowledge of cultivation that could expedite the domestication process of plants. And perhaps he might attempt to refine the green jade grass to meet staple food standards in the future. Despite his considerable strength, the flour ground from the green jade grass remained coarse, lacking the fineness of wheat flour, which accounted for its inability to be fashioned into fluffy steamed buns or dumplings. It was possible that after domestication, such transformations could occur. The seeds acquired through trade showed no signs of germination as of yet. Domestication, indeed, represented a prudent preparation for the future. Slices of cured meat, sausage, and wolf liver, when picked up with chopsticks, revealed faint reflections of the opposite side. As he admired his improved knife skills, he joyfully continued to pick up pieces one after another. The stir-fried leaves of the green jade grass, thick and fleshy, bore a taste reminiscent of mountain tomato leaves, albeit with a more astringent quality, rendering it a less than ideal choice among wild vegetables. Nonetheless, it was the only vegetable he could currently offer at home, and thus there was little to critique. The grilled skewers of green jade grass were similarly astringent, yet the robust seasoning rendered them even more palatable than the stir-fried version. The skewers of wolf meat still carried the distinctive scent of carnivorous game, but the generous seasoning made them enjoyable nonetheless. The beggar's chicken was exquisite, with tender, chewy meat that was thoroughly infused with flavor, though the green jade grass within was less than delectable. However, this was easily overlooked amidst the chicken's deliciousness. The flatbreads fried in meat fat offered a unique flavor, far surpassing the usual dry offerings. The chilled wolf meat wine, though slightly gamey, was bearable due to its distinctive spicy kick. The combination of meat and vegetables, rich in oil, led to a meal that left him with a satisfying sense of indulgence. The enticing aromas prompted the nearby young wolf to howl incessantly, blissfully unaware that much of what lay on Yin Hao's table was of its own kin. With no teeth yet, it could hardly partake in the meal. Yin Hao pried open its mouth for a glance, chuckling mischievously, "Little one, grow quickly. Once you have teeth, I shall prepare wolf meat for you." The young wolf, perplexed by the words, merely gnawed at Yen Hao's fingers in eager anticipation of food. All right, I shall fetch you something. He filled a bamboo tube with a previously prepared wolf blood custard, affixing a wooden nipple for the young wolf to suckle at its leisure, while Yen Hao began to tidy up the remnants of the meal. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, as Yen Hao completed his preparations and pushed open the basement door, he was startled by the sight of a large, pitch-black python confronting him. He quickly shut the door again. A loud thud echoed as the force of the snake's impact vibrated through his hand on the door, and it persisted, repeatedly battering against it. Damn, the outer wall must be damaged, Yuan Hao muttered under his breath, moving a considerable number of items to obstruct the exit while contemplating a solution. Clearly, attempting to leave directly was out of the question. The python he had glimpsed boasted a head with a diameter of at least 1 meter. A rough estimation placed its length at a minimum of 10 meters, with the thickest part of its body potentially nearing 2 meters. Such a formidable creature, even with Yuan Hao having reached the realm of transcending the ordinary. He could not guarantee a successful confrontation with the python. Setting aside its constricting abilities, he doubted he could withstand even a few of its powerful strikes. Fortunately, the door to the basement had been crafted from black rock. Otherwise, a regular stone would likely have succumbed to the force of those impacts. Moreover, while most pythons are non-venomous, in this otherworldly realm, who could ascertain whether this one possessed venom glands? A mere bite could spell disaster, transforming him into an unwitting meal. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yuan Hao concluded that the items blocking the door were insufficient, prompting him to head to the storage room. He retrieved a chest filled with black rock and proceeded to seal the exit completely with it. Time was of the essence. He had left only this one exit while excavating the basement. Thankfully, the ventilation in the basement was designed to be separate from this area, alleviating immediate concerns about oxygen depletion. However, being obstructed by such a gigantic python for an extended period was untenable. His advantage lay in gathering resources. Although the grasses cultivated in the planting room could be used to enhance his skills, it was not a sustainable strategy in the long run. If he did not venture outside to gather materials, what would become of his supplies of black rock, obsidian, and 100-year-old wood? He had previously intended to experiment with the newly harvested ironwood for smelting iron. Yet now, with a giant python blocking his path, all his plans had gone awry. Chapter 32. Digging and discovering. For the time being, escape was not an option. Until he possessed absolute certainty, Yen Hao was not inclined to confront the colossal python head-on. After some contemplation, he opened the survival guide and sent a message to Yi Hao. Yen Hao 074. Brother, I can't deal with the black rock for now. There's a massive python blocking my way outside. I can't leave until this creature is dealt with. Yi Hao responded promptly, sending him an aerial image. It depicted a formidable tree, its roots entwined in a well, its limbs swaying abstractly, with half of them reaching toward a somewhat dilapidated stone house. The house appeared to be constructed of black rock, exuding a somber aura. Nearby, several other damaged stone structures bore the scars of conflict. Yen Hao was taken aback and inquired, "Don't tell me this is your home. Are you also trapped?" "Yi Hao, you guessed it. We are indeed in the same predicament, and neither of us can expect to leave anytime soon." Upon reading this, a sense of foreboding washed over Yen Hao, prompting him to scour the forum. As anticipated, numerous individuals were similarly ensnared, all of whom were situated near exposed wells that had not yet dried up. Should I dig a well underground? Yen Hao's lips twitched in resignation. In this sweltering weather, the competition for water was entirely understandable. Yet, the presence of plants within this realm raised questions. Had the survival world undergone a mutation that affected flora as well? Yen Hao 074. Brother, why is there a tree on your end? And how did you obtain that image? Yi Hao, who knows? This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. The prompt indicated it is a type of anomalous plant, and the image was captured using the survival guide. You should. As he spoke, Yi Hao elucidated the hidden features of the survival guide to Yen Hao. Following his instructions, Yen Hao successfully generated an overhead view of his own shelter. At that moment, the massive black python lay poised by his well. The pavilion that had once sheltered it now inexplicably toppled. The python's lengthy tongue dipped into the well to drink. To his astonishment, the serpent's length was not the mere 20 meters he had envisioned, but an astounding 32 meters. This figure was thoroughly annotated in the aerial image, which could only be generated once per day. Am I truly supposed to believe that a mere human could contend with this creature? Without artillery or explosives, I doubt it could be subdued. Yen Hao's hopes were completely dashed. Venturing outside was out of the question. He resolved to dig deeper instead. Perhaps he could create another exit or bide his time underground for 10 days or so before re-evaluating the situation. Since the python was drawn by the water source, it would inevitably depart once it ran dry. With the relentless heat, the water in the well could not possibly endure for long. He had a water eye in the basement as a backup source, and he could barter ice with those in the snowy regions. His food supplies were ample, allowing him to survive comfortably for the time being. What can I do next? Yen Hao pondered, recalling that he had meticulously prepared for his expedition. Once outside, he would practice his breathing techniques and commence gathering resources. Uncertain of the efficacy of practicing breathing techniques in the dim confines of the basement, he resolved to give it a try. The practice was possible, albeit it consumed tenfold the time compared to when he could bask in the morning sun above ground. After completing his exercises, Yen Hao ventured to inspect the planting and breeding rooms, confirming that there was nothing demanding his attention. He then took a basket to carry the little wolf, shouldered a hoe, and began to excavate the area surrounding the planting room. Since he could not venture outside in the near term, he decided to dig instead. The newly expanded spaces could serve well for either extending the planting area or transforming into a living quarter. Perhaps, in time, he might even establish an incredibly sturdy underground kingdom, spacious enough for horseback riding, complete with an underground garden. Filled with renewed vigor at this thought, Yen Hao swung the hoe with fervor, swiftly unearthing a considerable amount of soil. Habitually, he employed his gathering technique. You have utilized the gathering technique on the soil, acquiring 10 pounds of fertile soil, 6 pounds of premium clay, and 15 clods of earth. Gathering Proficiency 1. You have utilized the gathering technique on the soil, acquiring 3 pounds of common soil, 1 pound of common clay, 21 clods of earth, and 13 ordinary maggots. Gathering Proficiency 1. New findings, perhaps? Curiosity piqued. Yen Hao examined the newly acquired materials with keen interest. The fertile soil was unmistakably that rich, oily black earth one could easily mold. The common soil resembled ordinary yellow earth, yet it gleamed with a sheen, also yielding oil upon compression, suggesting it too was of good quality. The common clay was pure white and exceptionally fine to the touch. Having never worked with ceramics, Yen Hao was unsure of its quality. The clods of earth were a type of crustacean, featuring a spiraled horn and measuring merely the size of a fingernail. Yet, the horn possessed considerable offensive capability. Even with his rugged resilience, Yen Hao felt a sharp sting upon being struck, indicating that his defenses were not far from being breached. It seemed prudent to devise some defensive measures for the materials he collected, lest he be injured by them, which would be rather absurd. He contemplated crafting himself a pair of gloves. He placed the clods of earth into a dilapidated chest, leaving its lid ajar. Despite their shabby exterior, the chest's interior was impeccably smooth, offering reassurance that the clods would not escape. However, if the chest were to be entirely sealed, the contents within would perish instantly, which was why he refrained from using them for breeding. The maggots bore a resemblance to typical larvae, albeit in a flesh tone and considerably larger, roughly the thickness of his thumb, and measuring around 10 centimeters in length. 13 of them, while not dense enough to incite fear, still evoked a sense of disgust and unease due to their worm-like appearance. Employing his identification technique revealed that these creatures were, surprisingly, delicious and non-toxic. The description of the clods indicated that they were fecal masses composed of numerous resilient threads, seemingly akin to silkworms, yet akin to the maggots. They elicited a visceral aversion within Yen Hao. Observing the quantity of specimens collected, it is likely that the harvest will not diminish in the near future. He decided to hold on to them to see if they could be sold. Sighing, he acknowledged that although he bred insects for sale, he harbored no inclination to consume them. Aside from roasted grasshoppers, none of the insects he had raised thus far had graced his dining table. He continued to excavate and gather. By the end of the morning, Yin Hao had gained some understanding of the collected materials. Firstly, the soil was categorized into inferior soil, ordinary soil, fertile soil, and substandard soil. The clay was classified as inferior clay, ordinary clay, superior clay, and substandard clay. Regarding the insects, aside from the initial clods of earth and flesh maggots, he also encountered moth tails, centipedes, various ants, and some unidentified insect species. Numerous insect eggs were collected as well, differing in size and presumably in type, making it uncertain what species might ultimately emerge. Additionally, he gathered a considerable amount of roots, both dry and moist. He attempted to plant some of the moist roots in the cultivation chamber, eager to discover if they could thrive and what kind of plants might result from their growth. Chapter 33. The copper mine during midday. Yin Hao typically lacked the enthusiasm to spend time preparing a meal. He brewed 3 packets of instant noodles, sliced some cured meat and sausages, and added a fried egg along with the tender leaves and stems of green jade grass, which was more than sufficient for a satisfying meal. After a brief afternoon nap, he fed the little wolf and proceeded to inspect the breeding and planting rooms, organizing the gathered items, categorizing them as necessary, and locating cages for those that required confinement. Some roots were also buried in the planting room. Having completed these tasks, Yin Hao plunged into yet another monotonous cycle of digging and tunneling. You have collected soil, obtaining 7 pounds of high-quality soil, 15 unknown insect eggs, 1 white soil source stone, and your gathering skill proficiency has increased by 1. You have collected soil, obtaining 3 pounds of common clay, 10 tails of unknown powder, 5 unknown roots, and 1 white rock marrow. To his surprise, digging in the earth yielded rock marrow. Yin Hao felt a jolt from the shovel, which sparked an epiphany within him. It appeared he had struck stone beneath the surface, and this stone seemed quite substantial. Intrigued, he opted not to directly excavate the stone with his shovel, but instead decided to clear the surrounding soil to ascertain the stone's true size. Curious about the source of such valuable materials, he meticulously excavated in a circular, map-like fashion. Before him, the stone revealed its true form. It was indeed quite large, measuring over 10 meters in length and approximately 8 or 9 meters in width and height, with an irregular shape that left him only able to make rough estimations. Might there be treasures hidden within? With a spark of curiosity, Yin Hao took up a pickaxe, prying open the stone in search of wonders. However, reality proved that the probability of miracles occurring near a non-fortunate individual was exceedingly slim. This was merely an ordinary rock, devoid of any precious fossils or gemstones. With a sigh of disappointment, Yin Hao resumed his original task of digging. Yet, the deeper he delved, the more stones he encountered. By the time he intended to conclude his work, the activity had shifted from excavating soil to breaking stone. You have collected rock, obtaining 3 copper ores, 1 iron ore, 20 grams of graphite powder, and your gathering skill proficiency has increased by 1. Yin Hao's eyes lit up. The stones beneath the ground yielded distinctly different treasures than those above. Had he truly unearthed copper ore? Excitement coursed through him as he mused that this was indeed a moment of unexpected fortune. Just as he prepared to redouble his efforts to confirm the presence of copper ore beneath, the little creature's insistent cries brought him back to reality. Never mind. The treasures hidden below would not sprout legs and flee. It was best to return and feed the wolf, planning to return tomorrow. Yin Hao relinquished his digging aspirations, hoisting 2 treasure chests onto his shoulders, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way back. Today had been filled with delightful surprises. He looked forward to rewarding himself with a splendid meal upon his return and checking how others were faring on the forum. Having formulated a plan in his heart, Yin Hao meticulously completed the necessary final tasks before embarking on the preparation of tonight's dinner. The chicken was briefly immersed in boiling water to remove any impurities before being rinsed clean. Then he added sea salt, water, and some peeled quail eggs to simmer together. He also retrieved several wolf leg bones from the ice chest, which he crushed to make a rich bone broth. A bit of sausage and marinated liver were sliced. A splash of liquor was poured, and some flatbreads were cooked, resulting in a sumptuous and flavorful feast. The only regret was that the taste of this carnivorous meat was rather lacking. Despite several rounds of odor-removing procedures, The final dish could not compare to pork or beef. Although the meat maggots collected today were deemed delicious upon identification, Yin Hao could not overcome his mental barrier and chose not to use them. Instead, he hung some in his personal store and sent a portion to Yi Hao. Yin Hao 074. I found some good stuff today. The identification says it's tasty, but I can't bring myself to eat it. I wonder if you could tolerate it. Yi Hao, hey, this looks great. These maggots are quite plump, and the prompt says they are delicious. I'll try them out and share my culinary experience with you later. Upon seeing this, Yin Hao felt a twinge of confusion and asked, don't you think these look rather off-putting? They seem quite repulsive. Yi Hao, what is there to worry about? I've eaten delicacies made from cockroaches, spiders, and ants before. They may look terrifying, but the taste is surprisingly good. Besides, these maggots are so large that they appear to be all meat. If the flesh itself has a good flavor, they might even surpass chicken or rabbit meat in taste. Really? Is that so? Yin Hao's lips twitched as he felt a sudden urge to try them. But just as that thought crossed his mind, he swiftly extinguished it. Although he was not afraid of insects, the idea of consuming them was utterly unacceptable. He thought better of it, recalling his recent brush with danger when a giant python had blocked his path after he sought a safe haven. What if that were to happen again? Lu Jia 012. I finally moved out. The previous place was surrounded by cliff walls on all sides, and it became suffocating after a while. Now that I've relocated to the mountaintop, I have a panoramic view, and it feels absolutely exhilarating. Yu Weibao 315. I've always dreamed of a house facing the sea, where spring blossoms. Now, that dream has finally come true. Before crossing over, I couldn't afford a seaside property. In this survival world, I must establish a luxurious seaside estate. In the forum, some individuals had successfully relocated and were flaunting the superior geographical advantages of their new residences. Those who had been blocked by wild beasts and tree spirits were still lamenting their plight, with some of the less fortunate even resorting to begging in the forum. One might wonder whether their misery was genuine or feigned. Yin Hao and Yi Hao engaged in casual conversation. Most likely it's the former, with a small chance of the latter. Perhaps they are merely waiting for a gullible benefactor to show up, Yi Hao said without hesitation. Oh, what do you mean by that? Yin Hao inquired. Yi Hao, now that I've been blocked, I find myself with ample time on my hands. Out of sheer boredom, I conducted a little analysis and discovered that those who find themselves blocked at the door are predominantly the ones who have experienced considerable success in their development. If they were to fall to the level of begging, it is likely that the others would have perished long ago from starvation. Yin Hao suddenly realized, it seems there are indeed quite a few of these old six. Yi Hao remarked, indeed, there are many old shadows lurking about, particularly those like me whose talents and rankings have already been exposed. They often come looking for trouble, which is quite bothersome. I must admit, I envy you, my brother. You quietly amass your fortune without drawing attention, unlike myself, whose path is fraught with thorns. Yin Hao responded, come now. My ability to thrive is largely due to your benevolence, dear brother. Had it not been for your purchase of my treasure chests, with my dismal luck, I would likely be in the same predicament as most on the forum. Yi Hao replied, is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe. With a casual remark, Yi Hao immediately sent a trade request. Spicy stir-fried pork, maggot, bits priced at 10 copper coins. The dish appeared to be sought in segments, showcasing an enticing aroma and flavor, devoid of any trace of insects. Yi Hao added, the taste is indeed delightful. Come and sample my culinary skills, and I assure you, it will leave you enraptured. Chapter 34. A multitude of large-scale planters and breeders is about to arrive. Is it true? Yin Hao confirmed the transaction, gazing at the delectable spicy stir-fried meat cubes before him, still contemplating whether to indulge, even as his mouth watered uncontrollably. I did not observe any insects. Thus it cannot be an insect. Taking a deep breath, with a heart filled with both apprehension and anticipation, Yin Hao picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The outer texture was reminiscent of eating fatty intestines, soft and chewy, while the interior bore some resemblance to shrimp meat, albeit with a firmer chew, accompanied by the aroma of dried chili and other seasonings. It gave Yin Hao the illusion of savoring spicy crayfish. Where did you procure these seasonings? The flavor is quite authentic, he inquired. Yeehaw! From Hot Pot seasoning packets. I had previously opened a self-heating hot pot and had some packets left over, so I occasionally use them to enhance my dishes. Yin Hao realized, I often utilize my instant noodle seasoning packets in a similar manner. They're particularly fragrant when used for cold dishes and barbecues. Yeehaw! These insects are truly delicious. Did you not always raise insects? Why not raise this kind as well, perhaps in larger quantities? If you ever wish to indulge, I could procure them from you. Yin Hao 074. I initially planned for large-scale breeding, but I have always struggled with the psychological barrier and hesitated to consume them. However, what you have prepared is indeed delightful. As long as I do not see the actual creature, it seems much more palatable, haha. He continued to seek Yihao's guidance on the preparation of these meatworms when an explosive notification from the shop caught his attention. Min Tion 003, bro, do you still have these meatworms? Please stock more. Min Tion 003, respond, will you? I only managed to snag a few, not enough to satisfy my cravings. Zhang Lei 996, the meatworm has been cataloged. Additionally, I gathered a dozen fellow survivors to collaborate. Brother Yin, if you have more meatworms, please sell some to us. We are eagerly waiting to share. The term meatworm was Yin Hao's newly coined name for the maggot. He was uncertain of the original namer's intent, but he was not particularly fond of it. When listing the product, he casually mentioned in the shop's announcement board, encouraging patrons to support his proposed name change to hasten the transition from maggot to meatworm. Xiao Yun Tian, the new product is excellent. Raise more. It is effortless to process since it has meat without bones, and scaling up could definitely rival those who breed mice and rabbits. A few familiar faces were regular customers, and Yin Hao responded to each in turn. Today, the supply was limited, just these few. All right, I will prioritize sending you some when I acquire more. Rabbits and mice? Haha, it's only a matter of time. Those without numbers after their names were all labeled as 001, such as when Shi, Yi Hao, and this individual named Xiao Yintian. As for the arrangement of the names, Yin Hao was unclear. The prevailing theory in the forum suggested it was based on luck, as those ranked higher tended to draw superior skills. Yin Hao was aware of the mouse and rabbit breeders mentioned by Xiao Yintan. They were lucky survivors who had captured live mice and rabbits, thus embarking on their breeding journey. These individuals either possess an innate talent for breeding or have subsequently acquired similar skills. Their enterprises undoubtedly flourish far more than Yin Hao's modest insect farming venture, as the latter deals with tangible meat. However, there are currently no large-scale breeding operations for larger animals in Yin Hao's region. Among the rodents and rabbits, there are still some that are comparable in size to those prior to the transition, but for other livestock such as pigs, cattle, and sheep, the sizes are generally larger in this survival world, making them quite challenging to kill, let alone capture alive. Moreover, the fauna in this survival realm remains entirely untrained. Despite their outward resemblance to domesticated animals, their combat prowess is entirely on a different level. Take the wild chicken, for instance. Upon spotting a human, it charges directly at you, forcing you to flee in terror. There are accounts on forums of individuals meeting their demise at the beak of a wild chicken. And whether that creature exhibited any interest in their remains post-mortem remains uncertain. One thing is clear, however, their wild nature is undeniable. Yin Hao has merely resorted to hatching eggs, without the presence of a mother wild chicken to instill ferocity in the chicks. It remains uncertain whether they can survive or if they would face peril once they do. While some have attempted to capture wild chickens and rabbits for domestication, only a handful have succeeded. Dismissing the notion that merely clipping wings or breaking legs would suffice is naive. The animals in this world do not carry any genes of domestication, and without relevant skills to soothe them, they could easily succumb to despair and starvation. Although Yin Hao's insect powder can be sold for 100 copper coins per pound, a single rodent leg fetches 50 copper coins. This is for the standard size. Those that are abnormally large can command prices of 200 or 300 copper coins. The process of producing a pound of insect powder from 4 to 5 pounds of insects involves meticulous steps: cleaning, cooking, drying, and grinding. Furthermore, Yin Hao maintains a rigorous standard of cleanliness in food preparation, carefully removing the legs, wings, and internal organs of the insects. The disparity between the two is palpable. However, With the continuous distribution of rewards from the leaderboard, there's a burgeoning trend of skills related to cultivation and breeding flooding the market. It is unlikely that Yin Hao will be able to sell his insect powder at 100 copper coins per pound for much longer. A price drop seems inevitable. While the prices of ordinary materials remain stable, Tier 1 material prices appear to be declining, likely due to an increase in stable production sources. After all, other survivors are not idly standing by, allowing Yin Hao to maintain his lead indefinitely. Although Yin Hao feels some concern about this, it is not overwhelming. Ultimately, this is a survival game, not a level-based challenge or a merchant simulator. As long as survival is not compromised, the situation is not dire. Yin Hao is not the type to insist on remaining ahead, looking down upon others. In contrast, blending in with the masses and quietly amassing wealth brings him greater peace. Enjoying the dish that Yi Hao had sent over, Yin Hao found himself increasingly nostalgic for potatoes. This ingredient is clearly ideal for stewing, yet he has yet to find a suitable substitute. Other staple foods, such as soybeans, rice, and sweet potatoes, currently lack alternatives as well. At most, it resembles the practice of gathering wild grass seeds, grinding them into flour to serve as a staple. However, the wild seeds remain uncultivated, limiting their use to flatbreads and dumplings, rendering them incapable of producing steamed buns or baked goods. One can only hope that as knowledge and cultivation expands, someone will succeed in creating such staples. With a soft sigh, Yin Hao tidied up, washed himself, and prepared for rest. A multitude of tasks awaited him the following day. Even if caring for the little wolf necessitated fragmented sleep, he needed to ensure he was well rested. The next morning, upon waking, Yin Hao's first action was to employ the method suggested by Yi Hao the previous day, capturing an overhead image of the shelter. The enormous black python still coiled around the well's opening, indicating its departure was not imminent. In that moment, Yin Hao felt a twinge of regret for having dug the well so deep, as it remained unexploited to this day. Currently, he relied on water from the spring, while his drinking supply consisted of collected dew. Although water was not an immediate concern, the presence of such a massive serpent at the entrance was decidedly problematic. Chapter 35. Unyielding after dinner. I completed my breathing exercises as usual and attended to the tasks in the planting and breeding chambers. Only then did Yin Hao pick up the basket containing the little wolf and head towards the area excavated the previous day. With each strike of the pickaxe, I dug for over an hour before uncovering unmistakable traces of ore. As I had surmised, it was a deposit of brass, ore, containing copper and a variety of copper derivatives. However, I realized that my current position was likely at the edge of the deposit, yielding only a modest amount of copper ore directly. Much of it would need to be gathered. You have utilized your gathering skill on the stone, obtaining 3 copper ores, 3 pounds of quartz sand, and 15 pieces of crystal. Gathering skill proficiency 1. You have utilized your gathering skill on the soil, obtaining 5 of sulfur, 50 of saltpeter powder, and 10 pounds of fertile soil. Gathering skill proficiency 1. You have utilized your gathering skill on the soil, obtaining 1 of copper essence, 2 of iron essence, 30 pounds of inferior soil, and 10 meatworms. Gathering skill proficiency 1. The renaming was successful. Yin Hao was pleasantly surprised as he took out the survival guide and flipped to the illustration page. As expected, the meat maggots had vanished, replaced instead by meatworms. This was far more pleasing to the eye. A smirk formed at the corners of Yin Hao's lips, and his mood brightened instantly. Glancing at the time, it was nearly noon. The morning's harvest had been commendable, so I decided to return and organize my findings. After placing everything I had gathered into the treasure chest, Yin Hao set off for home with the little wolf. Quartz sand could be utilized for making glass, pottery, or smelting. Yet when it came to the specific methods of production, Yin Hao was utterly in the dark. The yield of sulfur was quite low. After a morning of work, I had only managed to collect 100 grams, unsure if it would be of any use to the black python. As for saltpeter powder, its name alone hinted at its association with explosives, yet once again, I found myself unable to craft anything more sophisticated than a simple earth bomb. The iron essence and copper essence provided vague indications from my appraisal skill that they could enhance the performance of the final product during smelting. but the extent of this enhancement remained unspecified. At present, my appraisal skill level was still too low, typically yielding only basic knowledge, such as identifying toxic plants. The clear-sighted water had only been seen by me in chat channels of level 3 and above. It seemed I would have to wait for the trading zone merger in a month to obtain it. Yin Hao felt a twinge of helplessness regarding this matter. But lacking it meant lacking it. There was no prospect of acquiring it in the near term. Amidst preparing meals, I habitually browsed the forums to pass the time. It appeared that nothing particularly noteworthy occurred that morning, so I briefly skimmed through before shifting my focus to tutorials and educational material. Everyone had spent too little time in the survival world. There were hardly any pure educational posts, although there were numerous on crafting gunpowder, glass, and cement, both paid and free. I selected a few valuable ones to read, feeling that I had benefited immensely. However, I was suddenly taken aback upon seeing a concluding remark in one particular post. The above is purely theoretical. Practical application is a farce and utterly incapable of producing an explosion. Yin Hao's eyes widened in shock. After a moment, "Ganny, where are my copper coins?" His frustration was palpable. It was unacceptable to be bullied by outdated knowledge. Meng Chao 315, Dong Feifei 1697, Li Wei 669. Yin Hao meticulously searched through his previous posts, blacklisting the authors of the paid content, which alleviated his irritation somewhat. It seemed that conventional explosives were no longer a viable option in this survival world. Some physical laws had likely shifted. Yin Hao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had procured saltpeter, and had it been possible to create an explosion, the python outside would no longer pose a threat. However, he realized he must bide his time. After consulting Yi Hao, he learned that the original explosives could indeed no longer detonate. Not even a dust explosion was feasible. Now, combat against beasts relied heavily on cold weapons and skills, while the production of glass and cement remained unchanged. With that, Yin Hao's hopes were completely dashed. Well then, it seemed prudent to remain hidden underground. He chuckled to himself, wound up the fan, and surrendered to slumber. In the afternoon, Yin Hao refrained from further digging. Recently, he had gathered numerous insects, necessitating an exploration of their habits and feeding methods. In the planting chamber, he had already sown the berry seedlings and vegetables he had collected outside. Although the berries were still in their seedling stage, the vegetables were ready for harvest. He had two varieties of vegetables. One he named sprout vegetables and the other half-spoon vegetables, the latter chosen for its casual nature. The sprout vegetable resembled bean sprouts but grew directly in the soil, with countless sprout-like stems emerging from a single main stalk. Once matured, it retained this form. Unlike beans, which continue to grow, the half-spoon vegetable, as the name suggests, had leaves resembling half-spoons. Having collected only a limited quantity of vegetables, Yin Hao decided to plant them all rather than use them for cooking. Now, it was time to enjoy the fruits of his labor. The sprout vegetable, akin to chives, only required cutting the leaves. Once harvested, it would regrow in about 3 to 5 days, allowing for further collections. Conversely, the half-spoon vegetable needed to be uprooted entirely, as its underground roots bore numerous thumb-sized pods. These pods were the fruit of the half-spoon vegetable, which could be harvested and replanted. They resembled miniature potatoes, though he was unsure of their starch content. Curious, Yin Hao confirmed their edibility with a detection spell and proceeded to wash and boil some. Once thoroughly cooked, he could hardly wait to taste one of the half-spoon pods. The texture was reminiscent of chestnuts, but its sweetness was overwhelming. Ugh, he spat it out, gulping down a bowl of water, feeling significantly better afterward. If this is saccharine, I wouldn't be surprised, he grumbled, disappointed that this vegetable couldn't replace potatoes. He noted that its excessive sweetness might be suitable for sugar production. It appeared he was not far from achieving sugar freedom, provided he focused on breeding and expanding his cultivation. With that thought, Yin Hao delicately gathered the remaining uncooked half-spoon pods, intending to replant them after his meal. The main stalk is rather sturdy, making it suitable for cooking in a manner akin to that of lettuce or green leaf vegetables. One might consider stir-frying the stems and leaves directly. Yin Hao decides to experiment. Ultimately, the conclusion drawn is that the main stalk of the half-spoon vegetable bears a resemblance to that of the green leaf or cabbage heart, making it versatile for stewing, slicing, stir-frying, or preparing as a salad. The stems are akin to sweet potato vines and can be stir-fried directly for consumption. The leaves are thick and ideal for soup preparation. As for the sprout vegetable, the combination of stalk and leaves allows for culinary applications similar to bean sprouts or enoki mushrooms, presenting no significant challenges in cooking. Both varieties lack any peculiar or unpalatable flavors, making them suitable for direct culinary presentation at the dining table. If only that enormous python were not blocking the way. Perhaps he could gather more vegetables, fruits, and even seedlings suitable for staple foods. Yen Hao can hardly recall how many times he has lamented this situation. Although he is presently safe, being confined underground without sunlight feels akin to a plant deprived of nourishment, leaving him utterly despondent. Chapter 36. Syrup and paper-making. Only a small quantity of the half-spoon vegetables was harvested for experimentation, leaving the remainder in the field. Upon discovering that half a spoonful of the vegetable's fruit exhibited extraordinary sweetness suitable for sugar production, he promptly gathered all the remaining half-spoon vegetables. You have harvested half-spoon vegetables, obtaining 20 drops of dew, 9 half-spoon beans, and 5 g of syrup. Harvesting skill proficiency 1. You have harvested half-spoon vegetables, obtaining 16 half-spoon beans and 10 g of syrup. Harvesting skill proficiency 1. To his astonishment, syrup could be obtained directly. Elated, he hurriedly collected the remaining half-spoon vegetables, one by one. Note: the harvesting skill can only collect complete entities. Fragmented parts like a deer leg or chicken wing cannot be utilized to exploit bugs for skill improvement, thus making crops the optimal tool for skill enhancement. In total, he harvested 3 pounds of syrup. After mixing it with water and tasting, he found the flavor remarkably similar to that which he had savored before his journey through time. Finally, he would no longer rely on sweet grass roots for juice. The quantity obtained directly from the soil, combined with the half-spoon beans, was quite substantial, enough to cultivate 2 acres of land. However, he only planted 3/10 of an acre. The reason was simple: there was insufficient land. His planting chamber barely occupied half an acre, and the 3/10 he cultivated was only possible after he removed a considerable amount of green jade grass. The limited planting area was concerning, indicating that expansion was necessary. Yet, to enlarge the underground operation was not merely a matter of clearing more land. Factors such as bearing capacity, ventilation, drainage, and light exposure all required careful consideration. Another day passed with a shortage of stones. He felt troubled. To ensure stability, he could only use black rock as the main structure, and the primary material for the adhesive, clear resin, also needed to be amassed in greater quantity. He felt stuck. Purchasing was out of the question. Although first-grade materials were gradually appearing in the market, he was well aware of their inflated prices, given his status as a producer of high-grade materials. In short, the prices were exorbitant. It was manageable to produce for his own use, but relying on purchases would lead to astronomical costs. Moreover, if he could procure the materials himself, why should he buy them? At present, various pressures urged him to return to the surface swiftly, yet the giant python at his doorstep posed an insurmountable challenge. Stifling his progress, closing his eyes, he struggled to quell his frustration, taking several deep breaths to finally extricate his mind from that oppressive state. Do not panic. Do not act recklessly. Accepting one's limitations is crucial. If one cannot even accomplish this, developing a haughty and impulsive character in this survival world could lead to an untimely demise. He could excavate soil underground, even delve into copper mines, and obtaining stone materials akin to black rock would not be difficult. As for the adhesive, if necessary, high-quality clay could suffice. Moreover, soil itself could be considered a form of adhesive. Who could guarantee that, in the near future, he might not harvest soil that yields other adhesive materials? No need to panic. The situation is manageable. Encouraging oneself, Yen Hao glanced at the time, noting that nightfall was drawing near. The tasks in both the planting and breeding rooms had been completed. He spread syrup over the dough and steamed it, ensuring that other delicacies, such as cured meats and sausages, were also well prepared. Today, he had gathered a substantial quantity of meatworms. Yen Hao set some aside, allowing them to swim in salt water to expel impurities from their bodies. He then vigorously rubbed them with plant ash to remove the slime and dirt from their surfaces, swiftly dispatching them by pulling out their innards and brains. The structure of these creatures was quite peculiar, resembling that of shrimp. It was uncertain whether they had brains, but their excrement was located in the head, and their internal organs were interconnected, making extraction rather effortless. After this process, the heads of the meatworms were as thin as paper. However, there was no need to discard them, for aside from a thin layer of skin, there was hardly anything left. Moreover, this skin had a texture reminiscent of pig intestines, and if the meat were separated, it would yield a flavorless delicacy akin to intestines, thus making for a delightful dish. Yin Hao proceeded to slice open the belly of the meatworm, carefully removing the flesh while leaving the skin intact, cutting it into segments, and preparing it similarly to pig intestines. The extracted meat was then steamed directly. After steaming, Yin Hao tasted it, finding the texture quite fresh and devoid of any fishy odor. Compared to river or ocean delicacies, it felt slightly lacking, yet considering the distinct species involved, such comparisons seemed unnecessary, much like the rarity of expecting beef to taste like lamb. After savoring a satisfying meal, Yin Hao busied himself with weaving baskets, mats, cages, and stone troughs, as well as crafting some tools to replenish the household's necessities. He utilized fragmented moments to secure his home as furnishings and essentials. Additionally, he gathered a considerable amount of previously collected jade grass, cutting it into 30-centimeter segments, then adding water, lime, and plant ash, boiling it over a vigorous flame. This was a preliminary step in papermaking. Although he could currently make do with charcoal on stone slabs for recording, having paper would certainly offer greater convenience. Moreover, to avoid the discomfort of using grass leaves for hygiene, which he had grown weary of, the jade grass, despite its commendable qualities, still bore tiny hairs on its surface. While these might not be overly noticeable to the touch, their effects in certain contexts could be quite unpleasant. Having been preoccupied with survival, Yin Hao had often collapsed in his sleep after a day's labor, sometimes resorting to soaking dough in water for a meal, leaving him no time for such endeavors. Now that he had some leisure, it was indeed time to enhance his quality of life. Eager to utilize paper soon, Yin Hao adopted an accelerated method. This boiling process was intended to replace the usual soaking period of 10 to 30 days, making it somewhat lengthy. While overseeing the fire, he took the opportunity to peruse the survival guide, checking on the activities of other survivors. Malbu E319, I can't take it anymore. If I don't get out soon, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. Tomorrow, I'm going to confront them. Guanyu Tian 037, Brother Bai, have you managed to deal with the monster outside so swiftly? How impressive. Mao Bai 319, haha, it's nothing much, really. My innate talent is fireball, and there is no upper limit to its level. My combat prowess is certainly commendable. Defeating a mere gatekeeper boss is a trivial matter. Li Jiao 598, wow. Brother Bai, you're amazing. You were the first to draw a skill, and upgrading skills seems to pose little challenge. I'm truly envious. Zhao Yuan 453. Brother Bai, you're the best. I want to bear your children. The above dialogue originates from the level 4 chat channel. It is indeed impressive that in a region with a population exceeding 1 million, there are individuals bold enough to confront the gatekeeper monster directly. Yin Hao felt a twinge of envy. However, he reassured himself that although he was currently trapped underground and his development faced certain limitations, his survival was not in jeopardy. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Tomorrow, he planned to investigate whether this individual named Mao Bai could indeed contend with the monster at the gate. Chapter 37. Ascending to the Hall of the Dead after simmering the jade grass for over 2 hours, Yin Hao extracted it and crushed it, subsequently adding water and stirring briskly. Once he felt it was adequately mixed, he employed a pre-woven grass mat to scoop out the slurry and allowed it to air dry for a while, not entirely, but just enough to remove the slurry paper from the mat. The resulting sheets were stacked onto a flat stone slab, accumulating about 1 to 200 sheets, which he then pressed with a thick stone slab to extract the moisture. During this process, Yin Hao ingeniously heated the sheets through the stone slab to expedite the drying process. This method resulted in the sheets adhering together, causing several to bond. Tearing them apart risked tearing the paper itself. However, Yin Hao remained undeterred, as these sheets were ultimately intended for use as toilet paper, and the issue of adhesion was not of great concern, so long as it was comfortable to use. After toiling through much of the night, by the time he revealed the pressed sheets to air dry naturally, fatigue had rendered his eyes nearly closed. He lacked the time to meticulously examine his results and hastily tidied up before succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon waking, Yin Hao's first action was to inspect the paper. Due to the absence of a cloth covering the grass mat, the surface appeared uneven, and areas where the sheets had fused from excessive force exhibited numerous flaws. Some sheets remained stubbornly adhered in pairs or threes. Compared to traditional toilet paper, his creation was somewhat rigid, possibly due to the length of the segments or other factors. Nonetheless, despite its imperfections, it sufficed for its intended purpose. His standards were modest. He was acutely aware that this was not his forte, and it was his inaugural attempt. The appropriate temperature, duration, water quantity, and the force applied during stirring were still in the exploratory phase for him. Mishaps were to be expected. If things went well, it would be a cause for celebration. Having managed to produce a batch of emergency toilet paper, Yin Hao patiently awaited the results, eschewing any rush for instant success. The jade grass was cut into segments of 30 to 50 centimeters for the stalks, while leftover scraps were trimmed into 2 to 3 centimeters pieces. He placed them into 2 containers filled with water for soaking, planning to change the water 3 times a day over the course of 3 to 5 days as a trial. Subsequently, he checked on the fermentation status of his soy sauce, vinegar, and fruit wine. The vinegar was ready, while the soy sauce and fruit wine required a few more days. Yin Hao poured the fermented vinegar into a pot, boiling it for 10 minutes before cooling it down. He reserved a small amount to taste, pouring the remainder into a stone jar he had hewn from rock, which he then stored in a chest cooled with a modest amount of ice. Dipping his chopsticks into the vinegar and tasting it, he found it pleasantly sour with a hint of freshness, and upon careful reflection, a slight bitterness. A small quantity would enhance dishes nicely, though excessive amounts could lead to bitterness. With a slight furrow in his brow that soon relaxed, he concluded that the vinegar would suffice for temporary use, given the constraints of the moment. However, the emergence of half a spoonful of beans ensured that he would not lack for sugar and vinegar in the days to come. As for soy sauce and wine, once the number of chickens at home increases, chicken meat can be utilized to produce soy sauce. Regarding wine, seeds of green jade grass and berries can also be experimented with. Today, Yin Hao plans to expand the planting room further. After all, he needs to find a place to plant that hefty spoonful of beans. The newly expanded area will lack sufficient light since constructing a refractive system on the ground is not feasible, and it may require prolonged wood burning. Fortunately, the wood reserves in Yin Hao's storage are ample, ensuring that he can manage for a while. If worst comes to worst, he can always purchase more. The trading area may lack many things, but basic building materials are in abundance. After working for over 2 hours during a break to feed the little wolf, Yin Hao pulled out the survival guide to take a glance. The outcome of yesterday's brave warrior who dared to challenge the gatekeeper boss was revealed. Mao Bai 319, damn. Who the hell dared to ambush me, I'll? The language was quite foul, clearly indicating the anger of this gentleman. His venture had barely begun before it met a tragic end. Just moments after engaging the boss, his body suddenly stiffened, and he was crushed into a pulp by the boss strike. His last words were seen on the Zone 4 forum. While the death scene was sourced from a section called the Hall of the Underworld, Yin Hao observed that this feature must have been implemented recently, as only those among the top 10,000 survivors in overall human strength would have the chance to grace this Hall of the Underworld. Unfortunately, this individual, Mao Bai 319, became the first to meet such a grim fate. Well, a dead crab of the lethal variety. Seeing this, Yin Hao couldn't help but smirk, though a shiver of apprehension soon followed. Phew! Thankfully, I remained cautious. Otherwise, I might not even know how I perished. He felt a chill run down his spine upon realizing that being among the top 10,000 in overall strength among all humanity, even after the novice protection period ends. With the population reduced significantly, there should still be around 4 to 5 billion survivors. Conservatively estimating, with 4 billion, The odds stand at 400,000 to 1. These are indeed the true elite among the survivors. And what happened? Flaunting boldly on the forum, revealing his intention to hunt monsters, only to be cunningly ambushed at a critical moment, resulting in his demise. It seems there are many who cannot abide the success of others. It remains uncertain whether the perpetrator hails from within the country or abroad. Yin Hao thought, further solidifying his resolve to develop discreetly. Currently, the Level 8 district leaderboard has yet to open. A sudden emergence of a powerhouse whose overall strength ranks among the top 10,000 in humanity, albeit deceased, still sends ripples of shock. Many friends have sent messages to Yin Hao, some merely expressing their astonishment, seeking someone to share their thoughts with, while others subtly inquire about his opinion. Such matters belong to the prominent figures. They should not concern us mere mortals with little to spare. Surviving is the priority. I am barely managing to meet my basic needs, and the gatekeeper boss is yet to spawn. What could possibly happen? Selling insects? That is simply because I have an abundance of them here. Without selling insects, I have no alternative means of income. Greetings. You remain unaware of the fact that I am on the verge of retching from consuming these insects. As for flour, it is temporarily unavailable. That substance was acquired by mere chance, and after a few meals, little remains. However, I have retained a substantial quantity of those seeds, and once the time is right, I shall cultivate them on a larger scale for sale. Chicken? That was procured accidentally, and fearing spoilage, I chose to sell it. Do you see me still selling it? No, indeed. Regardless of how inquiring individuals may press, Yin Hao perpetually engages in deception. The true circumstances are never to be divulged. If a troublesome person were to take issue with him and seek retribution, it would spell disaster. Yi Hao, have you seen the news from that user Mao Boo E319 on the forum? Under no circumstances should you disturb the guarding monsters at the entrance. They are not intended for US to engage with. It is best to remain hidden in the depths until they depart. Yi Hao, ensure you stockpile food, ice, and water. It is improbable we shall venture outside in the near future. Prepare for a protracted struggle. Messages from Yi Hao have also arrived, and upon reading them, Yin Hao's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, Old Yi, do you possess any insights? Chapter 38. No change Yi Hao. After the function of the Underworld Hall appeared today, the distorted tree spirit outside has shown a change in its remaining stay time. 15 days. If you provoke it, you shall earn the title of Underworld Hall. Yi Hao, as for my situation, I cannot see the prompts on your end, so I'm unsure about your circumstances. But I presume they are not vastly different from mine. By the way, do you still have enough food and water? Yin Hao 074. Yes, I do. What about you? Yi Hao, I still have plenty of instant noodles and various canned goods. I can manage for 15 days without issue. However, fresh meat is out of the question. Can you sell me some of the insects you are raising? Yin Hao 074. Sure. Besides raising insects, I've also started raising chickens and growing some vegetables. When the leaves of the green jade grass are tender, they can be eaten as well. Just let me know if you need anything. Yi Hao, wow. You're even growing vegetables and raising chickens. You truly deserve the title of a supreme support and head of logistics. I'm absolutely in love with you. Yin Hao felt a surge of annoyance. What was this conversation even about? Yin Hao 074. Get lost. I'm not into that. Yi Hao, ha. Just a slip of the tongue. I got excited and sent that out. Don't take it seriously. I assure you, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. I'm only interested in your supplies. Yin Hao 074. I'm only coveting your supplies too. After a playful exchange, it concluded with Yi Hao ordering dozens of grasshoppers, meatworms, and 3 pounds of vegetables from Yin Hao. Since Yi Hao informed him that he would not be able to go out for a long time, it was clear that expanding the planting room was essential. In the following days, Yin Hao dedicated his time to the expansion of the planting room. Finally, through his relentless efforts, the planting area grew from 1 acre to 2. While it was possible to expand further, this 2-acre space underground was already substantial. Digging underground necessitated a supporting structure. The larger the area, the more challenging it became to stabilize the subterranean space, with material consumption increasing exponentially. Though Yin Hao occasionally unearthed stones while digging, allowing him to collect some materials, not much remained after reinforcing the newly expanded planting room. Presently, the underground space was almost entirely hollowed out from its original point of origin. If further expansion were needed, Yin Hao planned not to extend laterally, but to continue digging deeper. The newly expanded planting room lacked a light source, relying solely on burning wood. To simplify matters, and considering that ordinary firewood produced excessive smoke detrimental to crop growth, he opted to burn camphor wood. Fortunately, it was durable, otherwise, the limited supply he had would not suffice for prolonged use. Once the light source and irrigation system were prepared, Yin Hao turned the soil and immediately planted half a spoonful of beans. Through his accumulated experience, his planting skill had advanced to level 2. After sowing the crops, he could vaguely sense their maturation time. The bean sprouts could be cultivated in 2 ways, either by scattering seeds directly or through clonal propagation. The process of sowing seeds, from germination to the stage suitable for harvesting, typically requires around 15 days. After the leaves are cut, depending on the meticulousness of care and the abundance of nutritional supply, the plants can regrow within 3 to 5 days for a second harvest. This harvesting cycle lasts approximately 8 to 10 times until the plants age, necessitating the timely selection of seeds or division of roots to cultivate a new generation. The half-spoon beans, once planted, require about 30 days to mature and must be harvested in their entirety, including the underground root systems and fruits. The likelihood of a second harvest is slim, as the half-spoon beans, if not promptly unearthed upon ripening, tend to rot in the soil. Sweet grass roots are unearthed while foraging for weeds. Yet curiously, neither the green jade grass nor the green line grass possesses a sweet flavor in their roots. Yin Hao has also experimented with directly planting the sweet grass roots. But thus far, only a few small seedlings have emerged, leaving him uncertain about the plant's identity. Nevertheless, he harbors a secret hope regarding this development. The characteristics of the sweet grass roots closely resemble those of the white grass roots, which are known for their medicinal properties. He sincerely wishes that the sweet grass plants also possess similar therapeutic effects. Lost in thought, Yin Hao suddenly smacked his forehead. He had forgotten to send the recent specimens of flora and fauna for identification. With a series of events unfolding lately, coupled with his own identification skills, which allow him to determine the nature of new entities, he nearly overlooked his own repository of floral medicinal materials. The experts there certainly possess a higher level of proficiency in identification than his own, which is stuck at level 3. He can merely differentiate between toxic and non-toxic plants, while they would undoubtedly yield more information. Contemplating this, Yin Hao returned to dispatch 10 samples of each recent specimen to the floral medicinal repository. Now, he could sit back and await the results. 10 days swiftly passed, and before he knew it, the day for the second-tier district leaderboard recalibration had arrived. Coinciding with the merging of trading zones, Yin Hao was in urgent need of a skill book that could shield his activities from prying eyes. At the very moment the trading zones merged, he began scouring the newly combined trading area and auction house. One line connect, a remarkable skill for locating individuals. No longer worry about being unable to find friends and family. With this, Mom will never have to fret about my ability to locate people again. Bloodline tracking technique. With numerous relatives and multiple paths, this skill book will aid you in swiftly finding your kin. 1,000 Miles Connection, a team-building item, fostering camaraderie that you truly deserve. Cocoon breaking technique. Transforming a cocoon into a butterfly, breaking free from constraints. By learning this, you can designate a skill and elevate its upper limit. Voodoo doll. Master the art of crafting voodoo dolls. If you obtain your opponent's blood, hair, or birth details, you can revel in the fun of hexing. Misfortune talisman. Upon learning this, you will acquire the ability to create misfortune talismans. Sixth senses sealing technique, capable of sealing an enemy's 6 senses. As he perused these curious skills, none matched Yin Hao's desires. Was the pool of 10,000 individuals ultimately too shallow? Yin Hao murmured, feeling a twinge of disappointment. None of it was what he urgently required at present. It seemed he would have to hold on to the funds he intended to use for acquiring skills. Wu Qian 314. Would you exchange your Baiyuan wood for my Mingmu water? Upon encountering that familiar name and seeing the trade request, Yin Hao felt a flicker of temptation. However, he replied, "No, I do not have enough by yuan wood myself." Upon hearing this, Wu Qian 314 grew somewhat anxious. "Just 100 pieces, a mere 100 will suffice. I know you have a surplus." It appears she is unaware that I have plans for the Bai Yuan wood I possess. Yin Hao's unease, under her scrutiny, diminished slightly, yet he still firmly declined. "No, I truly have arrangements for the Bai Yuan wood and cannot sell it to you. While the identification technique is essential, the herbal repository has been able to resolve many issues, so there is no immediate rush to upgrade." Chapter 39. The little wolf has run away. Wu Qian felt somewhat anxious and persisted in her attempts to persuade Yin Hao for quite some time. However, upon realizing that he indeed could not procure any Baiwan wood, she had no choice but to relent. Yin Hao did not dwell on this matter. Had he not been obstructed by the giant python at the entrance, he would have undoubtedly made the exchange with Wu Qian, who possessed the coveted Mingmu water. Yet, with the situation regarding the giant python still unresolved, one could only speculate what further complications might arise. Strategic materials like Baiwan wood may be easily sold, but when the time comes for their use and there are no stocks available, it could lead to serious consequences. Yin Hao lingered in the trading area for quite some time, failing to find the probing skills he desired. As a result, he reluctantly began to explore other skills that were not as urgently needed. Culinary arts. Upon learning, one automatically acquires the ability to cook. With an increase in proficiency, the handling and cooking techniques for various ingredients will also improve. Yin Hao's eyes lit up, and he promptly purchased this skill book. With the continuous distribution of rewards from the leaderboard, the value of ordinary skill books had significantly depreciated. Skills such as planting, breeding, appraisal, and culinary arts have become so commonplace that one could acquire a book for merely 5,000 copper coins, an incredibly low price. However, primary materials like Baiwan wood and blackrock had seen a price surge due to the monster blockade incident, and they remained in a state of high demand, yet low supply. At this juncture, anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from selling unless they were in dire need of money or had no use for them. With today's tasks completed, Yin Hao declared the workday over. After purchasing a skill book and subsequently acquiring some sought-after goods not produced in his area, he set aside this survival guide to continue with his work for the day. The previously soaked segments of Qingyu grass had now transformed into a yellow-brown hue. Yin Hao retrieved them, rinsed them in clean water, and placed them into a pot. The first pot was boiled with wood ash water. The second pot utilized lime water. The third pot combined lime water and wood ash water. Through a series of experiments, he continuously adjusted the material ratios in hopes of discovering the optimal paper-making formula. Once boiled, he retrieved the steamed Qingyu grass, rinsed it until the water ran clear and free of turbidity, and then commenced the spring beating process, continuing until the fibrous bundles became visible. During this process, Yin Hao had to carefully manage the force applied. When he exerted too much strength, he needed to continually experiment to find a suitable intensity and duration for spring beating. The steps for making paper were similar to those previously undertaken. However, this time, the grass mat used for papermaking was covered with a layer of soil gauze to ensure that the resultant paper would be smoother and more even. The soil gauze, woven from the excrement of soil-dwelling insects, similar to silkworm cocoons, was exceedingly scarce, and he used it entirely to cover the grass mat and the subsequent separating layers of paper. After completing the papermaking, he placed a layer of soil gauze between each sheet to prevent sticking. Once stacked, he used a stone slab to press out the moisture. Following this, taking advantage of the wider and longer characteristics of the soil gauze compared to the paper, he carefully pulled each sheet out and returned them to the previously used grass mat, placing them in a shaded area to dry. The basement lacked ventilation, so Yin Hao had specially set up several wind-up fans nearby to expedite the drying process. The creation of writing paper involves the use of jade grass cut into segments of 30 to 50 centimeters. In the case of toilet paper, it is made from shorter pieces, cut into 2 to 3 centimeters. During the spring pulping process, one must exert greater effort to transform the pulp into a soft, fluffy consistency, ensuring it is free of hard clumps. Additionally, water is added to dilute the pulp further, facilitating the crafting of thinner sheets. When making paper, a steeper angle is required to achieve a more delicate result. Furthermore, after pressing the water from the freshly crafted sheets, a second round of pulping is necessary to create 2 to 3 layers of thin paper, thereby enhancing thickness while maintaining softness. During the drying process, care must be taken not to leave the sheets exposed for too long, as this can lead to a hardened, brittle texture. After an entire day's labor, Yin Hao finally produced a satisfactory batch of paper. The toilet paper is stored in a wooden box for convenient access, while the writing paper is sewn into the style of a bound book. To accommodate these blank tomes, Yin Hao even crafted a dedicated shelf, sending 2 notebooks over to Yi Hao as well. Do you find yourself in need of this? I've recently grown bored and decided to make some paper. Yi Hao, indeed, I am in dire need. Previously, I purchased an emergency notebook in the trading area, only to be nearly deceived. Since then, I have refrained from making impulsive purchases unless I trust the seller. Yin Hao, intrigued, inquired, "Do you possess hints and yet still fear treachery?" Yi Hao, although my insight skill has no upper limit, it still requires familiarity to enhance. The initial hints are quite rudimentary. Ah, I see, Yin Hao realized. Even Yi Hao, a veritable child of fortune, must practice to improve his skills. It seems that those endowed with extraordinary abilities do not commence at maximum proficiency and are not beyond challenge. With this newfound understanding, Yin Hao's disappointment over not acquiring the skill book for shielding against probing diminished somewhat. The following day, bolstered by his planting techniques, not only could he harvest the sprout greens, but the jade grass had also grown over a meter tall, signifying the time for collection. Early in the morning, after completing household chores, Yin Hao armed himself with a sickle and a basket, making his way to the planting room. With swift motions, he cut down the jade grass and sprout greens, expertly tossing them into the basket behind him. In just over an hour, he successfully harvested nearly 2 acres of crops. He sent some of the vegetables over to Yi Hao, while he meticulously gathered the jade grass, 1 stalk at a time. Gathering Skill Proficiency 1. Gathering Skill Proficiency 1. Gathering Skill Proficiency 1. Throughout the day, aside from meals, feeding the wolves, and tending to the poultry and insects in the breeding room, Yin Hao devoted all his time to enhancing his gathering skill proficiency. The proficiency climbed steadily. He continued until midnight, at which point his gathering skill finally reached level 23. Alas, the path to advancement was becoming increasingly arduous. Yin Hao wore an expression of fatigue. Even though his life level had ascended to the realm of transcending the ordinary, his physical constitution had strengthened immeasurably since his arrival in this world. Sitting in such a manner, mechanically repeating actions to hone proficiency, I still find myself plagued by a sore back and aching waist. With my arms feeling so feeble, they seem almost detached from my body. This cannot continue. I am at my limit. I wonder if I will even be able to lift the stone tablet come morning. Perhaps I should take it easier next time. Exhaustion eventually claims me as I drift into slumber. Even the small wolf, in its hunger, howling pitifully, failed to rouse Yin Hao from his sleep. Whimper, whimper. Noticing the lack of response from its caretaker, the wolf den has seen a fair amount of fur growth, and the little wolf now resembles a gray ball of fluff. It slowly crawls out of the den, making its way towards the bedside table where Yin Hao usually places the milk bottle. The following morning, Yin Hao awakens to the gentle licks of the little wolf. "Oh, stop that," he murmurs, still somewhat dazed. As he opens his bleary eyes, he sees a gray fluff ball nestled beside his bed. Chapter 40. Encountering mysterious dog food, the long-lost method of awakening made Yin Hao momentarily believe he was back in his previous life with the family dog, the golden retriever. However, upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a delicate, soft little gray bundle. He paused in surprise before realizing that he had indeed traversed into another world. As for the golden retriever, after its owner departed, it was likely destined to become a stray. But wait, if all humans had been transported to this survival realm, perhaps the original world had transformed into an animal kingdom as well. Having not paid attention for some time, Yin Hao was astonished to see how much the little wolf had grown. He picked up the small creature and, observing its tail wagging joyfully, remarked at this size, "You ought to have a name. Given your gray coat, how about we call you Little Gray?" In response, The little wolf wagged its tail even more enthusiastically and emitted affectionate whines. "Why are you so dog-like? There are no role models for you to learn from here," he muttered in confusion. Not knowing how long he had slept, Yinhao reached out to stroke little Gray's belly, which felt round and full, as if it had just eaten. Furrowing his brow, he realized he had not fed it. So how did this wolf manage to have such a plump belly? A glance around revealed that the milk bottle he had placed on the nightstand had been tampered with remnants of saliva still wet on the wooden nipple, indicating it had been recently used. He had filled it with sugar water, fearing the egg custard would spoil in the heat. "Ah, so you've learned to forage for food on your own," Yinhao chuckled. After a thorough examination and confirming that little Gray was merely water-satiated and in no serious trouble, he breathed a sigh of relief. He got out of bed and prepared some egg custard, holding it out in front of him. "Come here, and you can have some," he called to little Gray. Upon hearing this, little Gray scampered overexcitedly, circling around Yinhao's feet. During the time, Yinhao prepared the custard. The little creature had digested quite a bit of the sugar water in its belly. Yinhao affectionately patted little Gray's head in encouragement, scooping a bit of custard for it to lick, but he was cautious not to give too much, fearing the little one might not be able to digest it. In the past few days, nothing significant had transpired on the forum that directly pertained to Yinhao's interests. After feeding little Gray, he took out the survival guide for a brief glance before setting it aside, having spent nearly an entire day brushing up on gathering techniques. His hands still felt somewhat sore. Yinhao stretched his limbs and performed some exercises, feeling somewhat better afterward. In the underground world, he could not see the sky outside, relying solely on the survival guide to keep track of time. It was not uncommon for him to lose track of day and night amidst his busy schedule. Checking the time, he noted it was 14:30. It must still be morning in the survival world. As per his routine, he practiced his breathing techniques before heading to the breeding room. The chickens he had raised had ceased growing after reaching over 40 pounds, now resembling the size of the local dogs from his previous life. He had a total of 50 chickens, 6 roosters, and 44 hens. The hen lays an egg every 2 to 3 days, and on a daily basis. Yinhao typically collects around 10 to 20 eggs. Of course, on occasion, if the hens cluster together, he might gather 30 or 40. "You lot are truly disappointing," he muttered, giving a disgruntled pat on the backside of a nearby hen. While other households' hens lay an egg each day, or even 2 if they are particularly industrious, his hen seemed to prefer a leisurely routine. Fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. How lazy, he grumbled to himself. Yet the hen he had just chided continued to cluck incessantly, begging for food. "Eat, eat, eat. Despite all that, you can't manage to lay a few more eggs for me." With an exasperated glare at the hen, Yinhao resigned himself to the task of preparing feed for the chickens. Unexpectedly, another hen, noticeably larger than the rest, began to cluck excitedly and trotted over to him, nudging him toward her nest. Moments later, Yinhao found himself holding an egg nearly the size of an ostrich egg, his expression one of astonishment. "Well, this one has produced a sizable offering." The hen strutted proudly, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Yinhao fancied he detected a hint of pride in her demeanor. Has she somehow become enlightened? He wondered, rubbing his eyes, only to find that the hen had returned to her ordinary appearance. Perhaps it was truly an illusion, he reassured himself, yet he felt compelled to bestow a name upon this larger hen. "Given your significant contribution today, I shall name you. With your patchwork of black and white feathers, how about calling you Big Flower?" The hen made no response, continuing to cluck joyfully. "What am I expecting?" Yinhao chuckled to himself, dismissing the thought. After shining a light on the egg and confirming it was fertilized, he set it aside, planning to gather more before allowing the hen to brood. Previously, a sudden change in weather had caused a loss of several bird eggs. Although he managed to collect some afterwards, they required re-incubation. Through diligent care during this period, the newly hatched birds had gradually developed their feathers. The largest among them was no bigger than a fist, while the smallest was merely the size of a fingernail. All were confined within a birdcage, awaiting Yinhao's daily provision of food and water. When released, they did not scatter wildly, seeming accustomed to a life of domestication. Currently, the number of birds was not overly abundant. Some species had only a single representative, while others had a small flock. However, as Yin Hao struggled to distinguish between males and females, he decided to keep them all together. He dared not recklessly slaughter one for identification, fearing he might inadvertently cull the only male or female in a particular group, which would leave him without recourse. After feeding the poultry and insects in the breeding room, Yin Hao was prepared to close up and leave. Yet he noticed two birds in adjacent cages squawking at each other in a heated exchange. What's going on? Have they had a falling out? Amused, Yin Hao opened the cages, eager to witness this avian showdown. To his surprise, a flock of birds with long, elegant tails from the left cage suddenly swooped towards the plain gray birds on the right, displaying their charms with flamboyant gestures. The cacophony of chirps filled the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Yin Hao could hardly remain oblivious. This was a courtship display, and indeed, the birds in the two cages belonged to the same species. However, Yin Hao scrutinized the size comparison between the two groups of birds with skepticism. The long-tailed birds, even without their tails, were as large as a fist, while the gray ones appeared no bigger than a finger. This disparity in size was utterly ridiculous. Could it be that their physical attributes were compatible? The visual difference was so stark that he had never considered that the birds in both cages were actually the same species. As expected, while some birds did manage to pair up, the physical compatibility seemed to fall short, rendering the male birds unable to fulfill their courtship intentions. They should not belong to the same species, yet they could not be separated. Yin Hao attempted to segregate the successfully matched birds, but they vehemently protested, emitting piercing cries at the slightest separation, insisting on being kept together. With such a mismatch in physical attributes, why did they cling to one another like this? Was it some form of platonism? Yin Hao found himself at a loss for words and, after some deliberation, compromised by allowing the matched pairs to remain together. Muttering to himself, well, it seems even birds have taken to spreading affection these days. I shall see how long you can remain entwined, despite your incongruent forms. Chapter 41. Composting, Unveiling the Art of Apothecary. The cultivation chamber had recently yielded its harvest, leaving ample land ready for replanting. Yin Hao grasped a hoe and swung it, his arms still slightly sore, yet within manageable limits. He employed his planting technique to assess the soil's fertility and discovered that cultivating half a spoonful of beans was quite depleting. It would be prudent to plant other crops for the next season, allowing the land a period of rest. After meticulously examining the soil fertility for various crops, he noted that the plot intended for blue line grass showed an increase in fertility, indicating it could rejuvenate the land. Yin Hao silently approved of this choice, deciding to plant blue line grass for the next cycle, enhancing the soil's richness. He began by loosening the soil, excavating the residual roots of previous crops, discarding the dirt into a shared treasure chest. Following this, he shattered the hardened clumps of soil. Once the soil was adequately loosened, he could simply scatter the blue line grass seeds. The resilience of wild grass, combined with its minuscule seeds, ensured that once sown and watered, they would flourish vigorously. Yin Hao completed this phase swiftly. Next, he tended to the remnants of the roots and stems, packing a portion to send to the herbal repository. While the roots were still fresh, he deftly sliced them into tiny particles. The larger stems and leaves underwent similar treatment. With strength surpassing that of an ordinary person, he easily reduced these materials to fragments the size of beans. In the open, dilapidated treasure chest, he layered the bottom with soil, placed a layer of root and leaf fragments in the middle, sprinkled some water, and then covered it with another layer of soil, repeating this process. Finally, he topped it off with a thick layer of soil for moisture retention. Because he had chopped the materials finely enough, they could be composted together without distinguishing between hard, roots and stems, and soft, leaves and twigs, materials. This aerobic composting method required the treasure chest to remain uncovered throughout. Every 2 or 3 days, he would turn the mixture and add water to expedite the microbial decomposition process. Once the compost transformed into a dark brown hue, devoid of any unpleasant odor, it would be ready for use. Throughout the day, Yin Hao was engrossed in sowing and composting. As evening descended, he swiftly retrieved the blanched sprouted greens to prepare a refreshing salad. With a flicker of thought, the survival guide materialized before him, its pages beginning to turn automatically. Yin Hao recently discovered that this guide was intimately bound to him, summoned at will without the necessity of carrying it physically. Furthermore, with sufficient mental strength, he could levitate the survival guide. In this state of mental connection, automatic page turning and other deeply hidden functionalities were laid bare. However, to cultivate the mental fortitude required to establish such a connection with their respective survival guides, one had to at least transcend to the transcendent realm to achieve this possibility. The survival guide itself was remarkably resilient. As of now, Yin Hao had not heard of anyone leaving a mark upon it. Such a sufficiently sturdy brick, if it could also be controlled by mental prowess, would scarcely differ from the rumored mentalists, would it? Thus, whenever he found a moment of leisure, Yin Hao would employ his mental strength to manipulate the survival guide, aspiring to master it to the extent that it became an extension of his will, transforming this survival guide into both his weapon and a minor shield. With a rustling sound, the pages turned, quickly landing on the forum page. As Yin Hao bent down to retrieve the sprouted vegetable, a post marked as viral rapidly shot to the top. Astonishing. Level 2 Zone 19967 discovers a potion crafting skill book. The freedom of future pharmacology may become reality. Upon closer examination, he realized this was a repost from another source. The content detailed that during the recent tally of the Level 2 Zone rankings, a skill book titled Potion Crafting had surfaced in the zone numbered 19967, reputed to discern the efficacy of herbs and, with prolonged contact, grasp the essence of medicinal recipes to produce finished potions. The moment this skill book emerged, it caused a sensation, with auction prices soaring to an astounding 200,000 copper coins. It is noteworthy that this was merely a white-quality skill book. The green-quality breeding skill that Yin Hao had purchased outright cost him only 50,000 copper coins. The disparity is indeed staggering. Zone 19,967 serves as a numerical designation to differentiate between various Level 2 zones. For instance, the zone where Yin Hao and his companions currently reside is numbered 78926. Should this skill appear in their own zone, he would undoubtedly be tempted to spend lavishly to acquire it. He mused aloud. Yin Hao had no doubt that, in the absence of a skill book for countering surveillance, he would invest heavily in procuring this tome. After all, it was potion crafting in the realm of survival. Who would ever find an excess of medicines unwelcome? Of course, all of this hinges upon the skill book manifesting in their zone. Otherwise, like the current situation, where the trading zones had merged some time ago, they were only now receiving news, incapable of taking action and merely spectators to the commotion. The market for Level 3 zones opens every month, and considering the time, it wouldn't be long before they could explore the plentiful treasures available. Yin Hao contemplated that he must exert himself further. Otherwise, even if he encountered coveted items, he would lack the financial means to compete with other survivors. The leaves of the sprouted vegetable resemble the two leaves of bean sprouts, albeit softer than the latter, akin to the texture of tomatillo leaves. After blanching, they are swiftly retrieved, drained, plated, and drizzled with a sauce made from melted chicken fat, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, resulting in a refreshing cold dish. Coupled with a broth of chicken that has been simmered to perfection, skewers of roasted wolf meat seasoned with instant noodle spices, and soft steamed sweet and savory pancakes. Complemented by a light, chilled fruit wine, the oppressive heat dissipates, and the fatigue from the day's labor seems to vanish in that moment. Yin Hao sighed contentedly, wishing for a chilled watermelon at that moment, for indulging in such a treat would undoubtedly be exhilarating. After the meal, he did not hasten to tidy up the disarray on the table. Instead, he languidly reclined on the stone chair, his thoughts soaring. In a few days, some rapidly growing berries should be ripe for harvesting. The fruits, nurtured with his meticulous care, would surely lack the sourness of those found in the wild, allowing for a delightful tasting of the exotic fruits from this otherworldly realm. According to Yi Hao, the giant python outside would soon depart. At that time, he could engage in extensive logging, gather nuts, and experiment with extracting some vegetable oil. The cold dishes prepared with animal fat today felt somewhat too rich, and before long, The oil began to congeal, far less refreshing than vegetable oil. Moreover, he needed to investigate whether those nuts could be cultivated in large quantities. If so, he would no longer have to worry about future supplies of vegetable oil and snacks. However, nut-bearing plants are generally quite tall, making it unlikely that they could thrive in the basement. Once outside, he must promptly establish the greenhouse on the ground to plant the crops. Chapter 42. A comprehensive update on the survival guide in the ensuing days. Yin Hao devoted the majority of his time to honing his gathering skills. He meticulously counted the harvested crops, and once finished, he ventured into the mines, simultaneously extracting ores while refining his proficiency. On one particular day, upon capturing an aerial photograph, he realized that the enormous black python had departed, and to his delight, his gathering skill had ascended to level 27. Finally, it has left. After more than 10 days without sunlight, I felt as if I were on the verge of internal injury. Yin Hao exhaled deeply, ensured everything was in order underground, and then fully armed himself. With a crossbow slung over his shoulder and a large blade in hand, he cleared the stones blocking the passage and cautiously pushed open the hidden door leading to the surface. The temperature surged instantly, accompanied by beams of sunlight pouring through the window, dazzling Yin Hao and causing him to instinctively squint. Tension coiled within him as he scanned his surroundings, and after detecting no immediate threats, he held his breath and gently cracked the door open. Intense sunlight flooded in. Outside, an eerie silence prevailed. Not even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds could be heard. The stillness was unnerving. Yin Hao's heart raced as he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Yet he found no signs of danger. Perhaps the python was indeed formidable enough to have frightened away the smaller creatures. Yin Hao pondered this thought. If his assumptions held true, the upcoming moments would undoubtedly present the optimal opportunity for him to venture out for gathering and repairs. He first strolled around the perimeter, discovering numerous areas in disrepair. One section had even collapsed considerably, likely the point of entry for the python. Ordinary stones proved too fragile. At the very least, he would need black rocks. Shaking his head, Yin Hao returned underground, loaded several chests for transporting items, and hastened to his quarry site above ground. Little Gray was still too young, so Yin Hao had left it in the basement. Since it had learned to run and its fur had grown increasingly lush, he no longer needed to feed it every 2 hours. Now, feeding every 6 or 7 hours sufficed, requiring only a brief return on his part. You used gathering skills on the stone, acquiring black rock X16, obsidian slab X3, lime powder 2 tails, gathering skill proficiency 1. You used gathering skills on the stone, acquiring ordinary stone X3, black rock X20, rock marrow, white X1, gathering skill proficiency 1, with a gathering skill at level 27. The probability of obtaining black rocks had significantly increased. The yield from gathering black rocks now rivaled that of ordinary stones. Moreover, he fortuitously collected obsidian slabs, which would facilitate the reflective installations in the underground planting chamber. Fueled by this encouragement, Yin Hao labored diligently from dawn until dusk. Noticing that the presence of the python had rendered the mine relatively safe, even at night, he barely rested, fervently extracting stone throughout the hours of darkness. After completing my morning rituals, paying homage to the temple of the 5 organs, and attending to the trifling matters concerning my pets, poultry, and the greenhouse, I set forth with my treasure chest and provisions directly towards the quarry, immersing myself in labor until midday. When the sun reached its zenith and cast its most punishing rays, I, Yin Hao, dared not linger above ground for too long, opting to retreat underground for respite. The afternoon was devoted once more to excavation, returning home at dusk to indulge in a well-deserved meal while keeping a vigilant eye on the information circulating in the forum. After a brief postprandial nap, I ventured back to the surface to continue mining until the early hours of the morning, then rested briefly before resuming my toil in the depths of the night. This relentless cycle persisted, and the grueling labor resulted in the depletion of my household's meat supplies, yet the rewards were exceedingly gratifying. In just 3 continuous days, I amassed sufficient black stone to construct a greenhouse above ground, even managing to fortify the surrounding walls. With materials at hand, I devoted several days to refurbishing every corner of my abode. The walls were entirely replaced with black stone, including the greenhouse and the rooms that had yet to be upgraded. The greenhouse's structure relied on several supporting pillars, its roof a sloping stone formation, with tiles hewn from black stone. During rainfall, water cascaded from the eaves into pre-excavated stone troughs, allowing for swift drainage. Slightly set back from the eaves, I encircled the area with stones, forming a robust barrier made of black stone that rose a full 30 centimeters above the ground. Even in the event of torrential downpours overwhelming the troughs, the water would struggle to infiltrate the greenhouse. Moreover, I meticulously referenced various mechanical designs from the illustrated guide to create a movable stone wall mechanism. The wall, constructed from interlocking black stone slabs, was bonded with adhesive, with the lower two-thirds fitting together seamlessly. The base featured a design akin to a hospital's airtight door, ensuring that when closed, water could not seep through. The remaining third was skillfully chiseled into rectangular slats resembling shutters, which I dubbed the louvered wall. When closed, this design permitted light to filter in while maintaining excellent wind resistance. In winter, during fierce gales or flooding, a simple press of the mechanism would cause the stone wall to converge from both sides, safeguarding the crops within the greenhouse. The underground breeding chambers were substantial, comprising 5 rooms, each approximately 100 square meters. Upon completion, I stepped inside to gauge the environment. If the external temperature soared to 50 C, the interior remained a tolerable 30 degrees. With the aid of fan and ice, I could lower the temperature to the mid-20s, providing ample comfort for heat-resistant insects and poultry. Species such as soil grubs, grasshoppers, and various heat-tolerant insects could soon be transferred to the surface. Chickens could thrive in such warm conditions, making it feasible to raise them above ground or even allow them to roam freely within the greenhouse. The majority of birds would similarly endure, making their relocation to the surface a commendable choice. If I found the underground air stifling, I could always retreat to the surface bedroom for a restful night's sleep. Of course, noon is an impossibility. Both poultry and insects, as well as Yanhao himself, must seek refuge underground, lest they risk suffering from heat stroke. With his own sanctuary complete, Yanhao found himself with the capacity to assist Yihao. Over the next 2 days, the majority of the black rock collected by Yanhao was traded to Yihao. Once the forest became a bit less busy, he embarked on a vigorous collection spree, yielding a substantial amount of ironwood, crystal tree resin, and nuts, thus replenishing his stockpile in an instant. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the 30th day marking the end of the novice period arrived. The survival guide reappeared with blood-red letters. Next month's celestial phenomena. Fierce winds. Please take precautions against the wind and keep warm. When venturing outside, ensure to carry a tether to prevent getting lost. New supplies added to the system store. Wind stabilizing stones. In light of the significant reduction of survivors in the first-level zone, a second merger will commence after midnight. The zones of the survivors will undergo changes, so please prepare accordingly. The task page has been updated with new main and side quests. To invigorate the enthusiasm of the survivors, rewards are now previewable. All survivors are encouraged to engage in these tasks. Treasure chest supplies have been updated. 1. After midnight, all treasure chests will cease to produce seasonings, convenience foods, and other products of modern industry. Young one, you have been in this world for 37 days. It's time to learn self-reliance. 2. The drop rate for skill books from treasure chests has been increased. Black iron chests and above will yield skill books without fail. Chapter 43. A major revision in treasure chest drop rates. An imminent food crisis. Has the survival system undergone a customer service change? Wasn't it rather aloof before? Yanhao wore a perplexed expression, yet he deftly began preparations for the morrow. He consolidated the greenhouse, sealing all but a slender opening carved from a solid stone slab to serve as a vent and to allow a modicum of light. The stone greenhouse he constructed stood an impressive 5 meters tall. Should the flood reach such heights, the crops within would scarcely warrant salvaging. Furthermore, the doors and windows needed to be replaced with wind-resistant and robust alternatives. Yanhao had anticipated this during the construction, simply removing the original fixtures and installing the new windproof ones. He also examined the newly introduced wind stones in the marketplace. Windstone White supports a circular windproof shield with a diameter of 2 meters, lasting 1 hour. Priced at 5 silver coins, 50,000 copper coins. Windstone Green supports a circular windproof shield with a diameter of 4 meters, lasting 2 hours. Priced at 10 silver coins. Windstone Blue supports a circular windproof shield with a diameter of 10 meters, lasting 6 hours, priced at 20 silver coins. Windstone Purple supports a circular windproof shield with a diameter of 50 meters, lasting 12 hours, priced at 50 silver coins. Yinhao's eyes widened in disbelief. This is highway robbery. These prices far exceed those of fire sources and water eyes. He was left somewhat speechless. In comparison, the price of the water eye white at 10,000 copper coins, 1 silver coin, now seemed quite reasonable. The notifications from this survival guide flashed incessantly. Yinhao perused the messages, noting complaints about the exorbitant prices of the wind stones, alongside inquiries regarding the availability of necessary supplies. Among these, Xiao Yuntian's messages stood out prominently. Xiao Yuntian, brother, have you opened any treasure chests since the announcement? Did you know the baseline drop rates have increased? Rubbish chests yield 10 copper, wooden chests yield 100 copper, stone chests yield 1,000 copper, and bronze chests yield 10,000 copper. Xiao Yuntian, 10,000 copper. That's undeniably a fortune. A little more and I could purchase a slightly inferior skill book. Xiao Yuntian. However, the cost of this enhanced baseline is quite significant. It's not just a lack of seasonings and convenience foods, but they aren't even providing basic sustenance. After the system announcement, I opened 50 treasure chests and didn't find a single grain of rice. Xiao Yuntian, do you have any surplus food? Please sell me some. If the chests yield no food and tomorrow proves windy, those of us reliant on hunting may find ourselves in dire straits. Upon reading these messages, Yinhao's expression turned grave. If this continued, the number of individuals facing famine in the coming month would likely be considerable. Just as he contemplated this, a message from Yihao arrived. Yihao, brother, it's dire. No food from the treasure chests, and next month promises fierce winds. This is troublesome. Yihao, fortunately, I managed to open most of my treasure chests beforehand. If you need anything, just call out. I've secured quite a bit of food and can offer you some assistance. YNHO smiled upon hearing this and replied, all right, I have already commenced planning on my end, so there is no need to worry about staple foods. However, I may be slightly short on seasonings, and I will reach out to you when the time comes. YHO interjected, oh, that's nothing. I have an abundance of convenience foods here. As he spoke, he sent over a dozen bottles of various canned goods and 100 packets of instant noodle seasoning. These are the leftovers from when I used to eat instant noodles, so please don't disdain them. YNHO completed the transaction and then engaged in a detailed conversation with YHO. He learned that the probability of acquiring skill books for gathering, planting, identification, and breeding had significantly increased, in addition to the aforementioned adjustments. For instance, each stone chest not only yielded 1,000 copper coins, but also almost guaranteed a white quality skill book in one of the categories mentioned. Furthermore, the drop rate for basic building materials had also improved. A stone chest could produce between 1 to 10 units of first-tier materials, such as black rock and hunted orange wood. The bronze chest could yield between 10 to 100 building materials, while the black iron chest could provide between 100 to 1,000 materials. As for anything above black iron, YHO refrained from mentioning it, as his current capabilities would only allow him to open black iron chests. This meant that YNHO's advantage in gathering first-tier materials was rapidly diminishing, and the prices of such materials in the market were likely to plummet soon. At that moment, YNHO suddenly thought of W. Chien. Previously, when she suggested trading for hunted orange wood, he had declined. Had he purchased it then, he could have made a significant profit. This fleeting thought was quickly cast aside, for he held no habit of dwelling on past decisions. The world offers no remedy for regret, and he had no inclination to retrace his steps. On the forum, astute individuals had already begun hoarding food supplies. YNHO's shop was entirely depleted. Numerous messages flooded in, inquiring whether he had any stock available for sale. Among them, The most earnest was one individual who even offered to buy at double the price. YNHO074. No need for that. After today, I may follow the trend and raise my prices, but it won't be as outrageous as doubling. You can purchase normally when the new stock arrives. ZHOJ in 579. Please don't. Just sell it to me at double the price right away. I'm not short on money. Feel free to exploit me. Seeing that YNHO had not replied, the individual soon began bombarding him with messages. ZHOJ in 579. I'm serious. I truly need your goods right now. Please sell them to me. ZHOJ in 579. If you think double is too low, triple it. Just make sure to sell to me. I'll take as much as you have. Money is no object. Gazing at the flurry of private messages, YNHO's brow twitched. What should he do? The conditions proposed by this chap were temptingly alluring. YNHO074. Fine. I will sell you half of the goods I intended to list in my shop at double the price. It would be a fool's errand to forego profit. Thus, he accepted the deal. Hearing this, ZHOJN was overjoyed but still felt unsatisfied, persistently inquiring, what about the other half? Can't you sell that to me as well? I can consume it all. Yinhao remarked, no. We must reserve half for sale in the shop to maintain its popularity. Zhao Jun felt a tinge of disappointment, but refrained from pressing the matter further. In this era where anyone can establish a shop, it is crucial for merchants to enhance their visibility, particularly during the settlement of rankings in high-end districts, as the trading zones will amalgamate, amplifying their reputation. The number of sellers is considerable, even though Yinhao's establishment is among the early pioneers in insect sales. It does not lack buyers. However, consistently replenishing stock is indeed essential to sustain interest. Zhao Jun inquired, when will you restock? I shall be sure to keep an eye out. Yinhao replied, tomorrow evening, I will observe the pricing strategies of my competitors, allowing me to adjust my prices accordingly. Zhao Jun, upon hearing this, was filled with delight, exclaiming, wonderful. I will certainly be there to support you. Chapter 44. Forging and engraving techniques with all preparations complete. Yinhao chose not to venture out that evening. Instead, he sat by the securely shut stone window, honing his gathering skills while silently awaiting the arrival of dawn. The time on the survival guide ticked away, each moment passing slowly. Suddenly, a distinct click echoed through the room, reminiscent of a clock striking its final hour. Outside, what had been a pitch-black and oppressively hot night transformed abruptly as fierce winds began to howl. A gust swept through the slats of the stone window, striking his skin with a slight sting. The sound of snapping branches filled the air, accompanied by the thuds of stones and soil being swept up, creating a cacophony of noise. This wind was far stronger than what he had experienced during his novice phase. A heavy sense of foreboding washed over Yinhao as he opened the survival guide to check the weather forecast. Tonight's weather. Wind speed level 10 daytime weather. Wind speed level 9. He was taken aback. A level 9 wind during the day? Such intensity posed a genuine risk of being blown away if he stepped outside. The forum was rife with despair as well. How Min 966. It's over. I've been struggling just to get enough to eat these days. A level 9 gale could lift someone like me, weighing less than 90 pounds, into the sky. Li Tsuehua 7981. I can't go out either. At my age, I should be a grandmother, not a burden to my family. I might as well wait for death. Wu Hao 541. Don't mention it. Even as a grown man, I dare not step outside. It's impossible to move without the fear of being swept away. Zhou Jianjun 9744. Here in the snowy plains, it's not just a gale but also a cold wave. I'm shivering by the fire. Does anyone have cotton, down, or any fabric? I'll pay a high price. Yiji Qian. Out at sea, don't even get me started. The waves are coming, and capsizing is just a matter of moments. I feel doomed. Observing the increasingly desperate accounts of fellow survivors, Yinhao joined the chorus of lamentation. Yinhao 074. Indeed, I can relate. I used to live inland, let alone level 9 or 10 winds. I rarely witnessed even a level 7 gale. I'm too afraid to move. Yinhao 074. The prices of the wind stabilizers in the shop are outrageous. Not only can I not afford them, but even if I could scrape together the funds, what could I accomplish in such a short time? Yinhao had some reputation in the area, and soon someone inquired, "Boss Yin, you sell insects daily. Surely you must have some money?" He replied, "My business isn't substantial. I'm just scraping by, earning a little. But my expenses are considerable. Building materials, food, clothing, everything costs money." As others reflected on his words, they realized he was not an extraordinary figure. His shop often ran low on stock, and after accounting for living expenses, it was likely he had little left. The customers could not see the total inventory. He did not present himself as particularly remarkable, leading many survivors to view him as one of their own, instinctively equating their situations with his. Yin Hao smirked slightly. This was precisely the impression he desired to convey. Lackluster, akin to the majority of ordinary individuals, he merely sold his goods at the prevailing prices set by others, blending into the crowd, thus rendering himself largely unnoticed. After 30 days, the rankings for the third-tier region were unveiled. Upon accessing the leaderboard, Yin Hao examined his position. His skill proficiency remained at the pinnacle, and his territorial defense was commendably high. Accumulating various rewards from the third-tier rankings, along with the first-tier results released today, he found himself in possession of a staggering 49 black iron chests that evening. Yin Hao retained these black iron chests, while he sold most of the bronze and lower-quality chests to Yi Hao. "Finally, you decided to part with them, my friend. Without further ado, I shall commence opening the chests. Rest assured, there will certainly be something good for you too," Yi Hao exclaimed with delight. He had long anticipated that Yin Hao would possess bronze chests, yet felt hesitant to inquire when Yin Hao chose not to sell. Now that Yin Hao was willing, without a hint of hesitation, he eagerly washed his hands and began opening the chests, as if fearing Yin Hao might change his mind. An hour later, Yi Hao messaged, "I've uncovered quite a few treasures. Do you have enough black rocks for construction on your end? If not, I can send you some." He continued, "I also found several skill books. Just tell me which ones you need, and I'll include them with the empty chests." Yi Hao elaborated extensively, with the bulk being building materials and copper coins, followed by skill books and a smattering of miscellaneous items and materials. Yin Hao responded, "Distribute some stabilizing stones to me, and I require the skill books for forging and engraving. As for the rest of the building materials and copper coins, you can supplement as you see fit." "No problem," Yi Hao replied promptly. Before long, the trade was accomplished. Yin Hao swiftly retrieved the 2 skill books. As the name suggests, forging pertains to blacksmithing. Rumor has it that an even more advanced skill, known as weapon crafting, exists with a notoriously low drop rate. Apart from those fortunate enough to win it in initial lotteries, only one such skill book has surfaced on forums thus far. While it is likely that others possess it privately, the numbers are surely limited. Engraving, in essence, is an artistic skill, purportedly allowing for the inscribing of runes on objects in later stages, bestowing them with extraordinary attributes. These insights were gleaned by Yi Hao through his perception, though initially, the skill merely enhanced his craftsmanship. Yin Hao sought these skills to prepare for pottery and metallurgy. With a tempest looming for the next month and the exorbitant price of stabilizing stones, his outings would undoubtedly be few. It was indeed time to convert the clay and 10 forged ironwood he had gathered into tangible resources. As night deepened, having learned the skills, Yin Hao refrained from immediately experimenting and instead ensured that all doors and windows at home were securely closed. Confident that the fierce winds outside would not besiege his sturdy black rock abode, cradling his little gray companion, he drifted into slumber. At dawn, though the wind outside had lessened, its howl persisted like a lamenting ghost, punctuated by the sound of objects being hurled against one another. After finishing breakfast, Yin Hao cautiously opened the door a crack. Suddenly, a gust swept through, displacing items within the house that had not been secured. Fortunately, those objects were crafted from wood or stone, so even when swept away, they remained unscathed. However, Yin Hao wore an expression of skepticism. Was this truly just a level 9 gale? Had the survival guide truly not misreported the situation? His heart raced wildly. Indeed, as he had lamented on the forum, he had lived inland before his transition and had never encountered such a terrifying wind. With a sigh, he reluctantly closed the gap in the door. Given the earlier intensity, Yin Hao felt it was unwise to venture outside at this moment. Perhaps it was best to hunker down for now and wait until the winds had subsided. He tended to the poultry and insects in the underground breeding chamber, followed by attending to the subterranean planting area. After securing all the furniture in his home, Yin Hao cautiously opened a narrow slit once more. The wind howled in swiftly, but perhaps due to the furniture being anchored, he sensed that the current gusts were considerably milder than those of the morning. Chapter 45. The first day of the gale, there was a situation. He decided to wait a little longer. Yin Hao had filled an entire treasure chest with materials to enhance his proficiency, and he stood watch by the door. Whenever his arm began to feel discomfort from the repetitive motion, he would crack the door open slightly to take a look outside. Gradually, as time passed, he reached a conclusion. As noon approached, the wind outside was noticeably diminishing. By approximately 1800 hours, he opened the door, gripping the doorframe tightly, and cautiously stepped outside. In this realm, a day lasts 49 hours, with 35 hours of daylight and 14 hours of night. 1800 hours was not even close to noon. At this moment, the wind was still quite fierce, posing a risk of being blown over if he was not careful. After assessing the situation, Yin Hao concluded that while the wind was strong, it would not sweep him away. He should be able to walk against it. He returned indoors to fetch a sharpened stick made from pear tree. Initially, he clung to the doorframe, the window ledge, and the pillars of the corridor as he made his way out. Once he was completely outside, exposed to the open air, he firmly planted the stick into the ground for support and began to make his way towards the stone greenhouse. He had secured the door of the greenhouse the previous night. Against the wind, Yin Hao deliberately chose a greenhouse that had yet to be planted with any crops. He approached the control mechanism at the entrance and gently pressed the lever. As soon as the gap was wide enough for a person to pass through, he quickly withdrew his hand and slipped inside. A torrent of wind rushed in through the opening, striking him with the force of a concentrated attack, nearly causing him to stumble. He hurriedly located the mechanism to close the door and secured it behind him. Finally, he approached another stone wall and activated the mechanism. With the sound of gears turning and stone panels shifting, a 2-meter-high stone door revealed itself. This was a design of Yin Hao's own making. All the stone greenhouses shared a common wall, allowing for easy passage between them through small doors. However, the intensity of the current wind made Yin Hao feel that his design was somewhat inadequate. He realized that it would be prudent to construct an additional corridor between the greenhouse and the main house, so that even in the event of torrential rain, hail, or fierce winds, he could swiftly reach the stone greenhouse without jeopardizing the care of his crops. Furthermore, he considered planting more lush trees around the front and back of the house for windbreak purposes. The outer black stone city walls should also be raised and reinforced. That way, even in the event of a level 9 gale, he might still be able to walk and work safely within the protective confines of the walls. Yin Hao had constructed a total of 9 stone greenhouses, which nearly encircled his residence. Only the southern side remained open for ease of access. Purposefully, he chose greenhouse No. 3, as it was not far from the main house and was currently empty. Passing through the small door of number 3, he entered greenhouse number 2, which was filled with newly planted jade grass, just beginning to sprout, with only a few tender green shoots breaking the surface. Greenhouse number 2 contained jade grass, while greenhouse number 1 housed azure line grass. The remaining greenhouses remained unplanted due to time constraints. After a brief inspection and confirming that both the jade and azure line grasses had germinated, Yin Hao returned to greenhouse number 3 and stepped back outside. The wind had notably lessened, and Yin Hao felt confident that he could navigate against it without his walking stick remaining upright. He glanced at the time displayed in the survival guide, 1830, Otherworld time. He planted his staff into the ground, this time without needing to embed the tip. Yin Hao made his way back to the main house against the wind, retrieving a sizable bronze chest. He filled it with farming tools, stone slabs, clear water resin, a water-eye white, food and water, as well as seeds and seedlings for planting. After feeding Little Gray and securing it in the bedroom while reminding it to guard the house and not wander off, he finally set out with the bronze chest on his back. As noon approached, the outside wind continued to diminish swiftly. The height of the greenhouse could already shield against a portion of the wind. Even with the chest on his back, Yin Hao could move freely without relying on the staff. Pushing open the door to greenhouse number 3, he set the bronze chest down, took out a shovel and hoe, and began his work. He first dug a deep pit measuring 1 meter in depth, 2 meters in length, and 1 meter in width. Then laid stone slabs and used clear water resin to seal it, ensuring that no water would leak out. He tossed in a water eye white and silently activated it. A melodious sound of flowing water echoed through the air as the water eye white began to spout water vigorously. Within minutes, it had completely discharged its water and vanished, leaving behind a clear pool at the bottom of the stone reservoir. After completing the water reservoir in greenhouse number 3, Yin Hao proceeded to greenhouse number 2. Today, he intended to excavate water reservoirs for all 9 greenhouses, placing 1 water eye white in each. Given the recent month of scorching drought, it was challenging to reach groundwater in the shallow soil. Thus, he opted to use the water eye whites as a temporary measure. Regarding the water wells, memories of the last incident with the giant python blocking the entrance made Yin Hao hesitant to dig wells in the greenhouse, fearing that another colossal creature might come. Drawn by the water, deeming his greenhouse an eyesore and casually demolishing it. After completing the 9 reservoirs, merely 2 hours had passed. As noon arrived, he anticipated the wind outside would diminish further. With that thought, Yin Hao stepped out through the stone door of greenhouse number 9. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Why does it feel like the wind is stronger than when I first stepped out? Yin Hao pondered, glancing around to assess the situation. He soon realized that the wind which had ambushed him was merely an anomaly, as the entrance of greenhouse number 9 faced south, allowing the wind to rush in more forcefully than elsewhere. The further he moved from the south, the gentler the wind became, and by the time he reached the vicinity of his main house, it was merely a strong breeze, enough to threaten to overturn an umbrella. This realization eased Yin Hao's mind. It appeared that working in the greenhouses would be feasible, as long as he did not neglect planting. Given the accelerated growth rate of plants in this survival world and the benefits of planting techniques, he could sustain himself through farming, and perhaps even have surplus produce to sell. However, he resolutely decided not to part with any grain until he had amassed a sufficient quantity. Insect populations thrive due to their rapid reproduction, which is why Yin Hao has chosen to stock them as a stable product in his shop, yielding daily harvests. Moreover, the only occasion when he offered chickens and birds for sale was after a sudden heat wave that resulted in the demise of a batch. Once the pond was excavated, Yin Hao immediately proceeded to till the soil and sow seeds. On the 3rd, he planted sprouting vegetables in the greenhouse. On the 4th, he sowed half-spoon beans. On the 5th, he cultivated berries. On the 6th, he planted the saplings he had gathered, and on the 7th, he sowed the unknown tubers he unearthed while digging. For the remaining days, the 8th and 9th, he dedicated all his efforts to planting jade grass, which remains his primary sustenance and requires a substantial quantity. With 9 greenhouses, each spanning half an acre, he possesses a total of 4.5 acres of land. Additionally, with 2 acres in the underground planting chamber, Yin Hao enjoys a total of 6.5 acres. Among these, 4 acres are devoted to jade grass, 1 acre underground, and 3 acres above. Jade grass can be harvested in just over 10 days, and even if the yield is modest, it is more than sufficient to sustain him alone. Furthermore, with his gathering skill having reached level 27, even a low yield of jade grass seeds allows him to obtain at least tenfold the amount through his collection efforts. This almost feels like a cheat in productivity, inspiring Yin Hao to eagerly anticipate the scene of harvesting the grass seeds in just over 10 days. Chapter 46. Seafood. Snatching bids in the vast expanse of the land. Even with Yin Hao's extraordinary stamina in the transcendent realm, he toiled from noon until dusk. During this time, he nibbled on his provisions when hunger struck and sipped cool boiled water to quench his thirst, occasionally stealing moments to check on Little Wolf and the poultry in the breeding chamber. The greenhouses numbered 3 and 7 were the closest to the main house, benefiting from the gentlest breezes. After completing the planting tasks in greenhouse 9, Yin Hao took a shortcut to greenhouse 7. According to the weather forecast, the evening wind was expected to be considerably stronger. Glancing at the time, it was 32:40 otherworldly time. The wind at this hour seemed quite formidable. Yin Hao cautiously opened a crack in the airtight door, feeling a slight sting against the back of his hand, indicating the strength of the outside winds. Although carrying a load increased his surface area, making him more susceptible to being blown away, he pondered whether the weight of his burden could counteract that. With this thought, he added more soil to the bronze chest to increase its weight before stepping outside. The loose soil was prone to dirtiness, so it would be wise to replace it with wood and stone for added weight tomorrow. The fierce wind instantly plastered Yin Hao's clothes against his body. Despite the heavy load, he struggled to maintain his footing, almost being toppled backward. Yin Hao exhaled sharply, driving his wooden staff firmly into the ground for support, managing to stabilize himself with great effort. At that moment, he found himself questioning the reliability of the weather predictions from the survival guide. Even after the buffer of the greenhouses, the conditions were still dire, and as a transcendent, his physical capabilities far surpassed ordinary humans. Who would believe he was only at level 9? The weight of the bronze chest bent Yin Hao's waist, and he resembled a flag being buffeted by the wind. He felt as though he might be forced backward, his legs weakening and his feet threatening to leave the ground. Yet, the most distressing part was the chill seeping into his younger companion. He feared for the consequences if this continued. Cursing under his breath, Yin Hao resolved to act. With a thought, he summoned the survival guide, spending 50,000 copper coins, 5 silver, to purchase a wind stabilizer white. Decisively abandoning the bronze chest in place and sprinting back to the main house with his staff in hand. Panting heavily, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, he was quick to deactivate the expensive wind stabilizer, relieved that it could be turned on and off at will. Otherwise, he would have faced a significant loss. After using the wind stabilizer, Yin Hao felt a small thrill of joy. Perhaps the high price had set his expectations low from the outset. With no time to lament the expenditure, he hurriedly added kindling to the stove, igniting the remaining embers. As warmth gradually enveloped him, he shivered involuntarily, wishing for a bowl of ginger soup at that moment. Rubbing his nose, he swiftly filled the pot with water, preparing to heat it for a comforting bath to dispel the cold and avoid falling ill. Mew? Mew. Little Gray twirled around Yin Hao's feet, tail wagging with uncontainable joy. It seemed to be growing increasingly dog-like. Yin Hao cradled the little creature in his arms, placing it gently upon his lap. As he reveled in the softness of its fur, he absent-mindedly stroked it, providing warmth to his little brother. Opening the survival guide, Yin Hao bypassed the forum and immediately ventured into the trading section. Following the merger of the third-level zones, an abundance of goods had emerged. Basic condiments such as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and alcohol were readily available from numerous sellers. Additionally, alcohol, pickled vegetables, and a hot pot base made from spicy fruits were particularly sought after. No substitutes for the numbing flavor had yet been discovered, at least not within the newly merged third-level zones. Scallions, ginger, and garlic were also absent. As time passed, survivors at sea gradually found their footing, and now more than a dozen vendors were engaging in a large-scale sale of seafood. Presently, with everyone craving meat and oil, seafood, lacking in substantial advantages, was comparatively affordable. Yin Hao purchased a considerable amount, storing it temporarily in an empty treasure chest, intending to sort it out leisurely after his bath. It was unfortunate that live seafood was unavailable. Otherwise, he could have raised some fish. Observing the lively fish and shrimp, seemingly still capable of movement, Yin Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. The moment the transaction was confirmed, their vitality was irrevocably extinguished. Had they been alive, placing them in the greenhouse pool would have yielded delightful results. The water in the pot began to rise in steamy wisps. After checking, Yin Hao determined that the bathing water was nearly ready. He ladled it into a wooden tub and poured it beside the bath. One bucket after another, he diluted the water as needed. Once satisfied with the temperature, Yin Hao shed his clothes and settled into the tub. A contented sigh escaped him, as if he had finally come back to life. While a little Gray anxiously paced by the edge of the tub, looking up at Yin Hao with a pitiable expression, clearly indicating its desire to bathe as well. As a young wolf cub nurtured by humans, this little creature, despite its wolfish appearance, which now resembled that of a small puppy, had adopted many habits that mirrored Yin Hao's. Bathing was no exception. Observing his owner often indulging in the pleasure of soaking, Little Gray instinctively believed this activity to be quite enjoyable, particularly since its fur had grown long enough to cover its body. Yin Hao occasionally indulged in washing it with warm water, a practice that had long since ingrained a taste for such comforts in the little one. Now, upon seeing Yin Hao in the bath, it would circle around him, employing every tactic of charm and affection to convey its wish to play in the water. Not today, the water is a bit too hot. You might scorch your fur. Yin Hao chuckled, gently tapping the little creature's head to deter it from moving. Upon hearing this, little Gray's head drooped in disappointment. It was unclear whether animals in the survival world possessed a higher intelligence, or if it was simply due to its upbringing, but little Gray had begun to comprehend some of Yin Hao's everyday phrases. If this trend of growth continued, Yin Hao mused that it would not be difficult for the little one to learn this foreign language. Perhaps one day, he could systematically teach it to recognize characters and learn pinyin. Yin Hao's thoughts drifted into whimsical possibilities. Survival guide, suspended before him, the pages turned at his command. Soaking in a bath while browsing the internet, he need not worry about accidentally submerging his device in the water, which is certainly more advantageous than using a mobile phone or laptop. There is no need to install a bathtub cover. Yin Hao leisurely perused the trading zone when he suddenly noticed an auction item with only 30 seconds left on the countdown. His eyes widened in shock, and without hesitation, he added an additional 50,000 copper coins to the current bid. 001, damn it! In a certain shelter, a young man slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his anger igniting sparks in his hair. Damn it, don't let me find out who you are, or I will make you regret it. The young man fumed, steam billowing from his nostrils like a raging bull. However, the auction hammer had already struck, and no matter how furious he felt, the item was now beyond his reach. Sigh, had I known, I wouldn't have skimped on those copper coins and would have simply made a direct purchase. The young man lamented his regret. Chapter 47. Self-sealing technique. Unbeknownst to Yin Hao, who was being cursed from various angles by someone who had been thwarted, he was secretly reveling in his fortune. The self-sealing technique allows one to enclose their own aura, effectively blocking external scrutiny. At higher levels, it even grants a form of metaphysical invisibility. One might stand in plain sight, yet remain unseen, and even if someone were to brush against them or catch a whiff of their scent, they would instinctively disregard their presence. It is worth noting that once self-sealed, treasure chests cannot sense the individual, and cursed weapons or traps will find no target, instead striking the nearest living being, excluding the user. This was the coveted skill book he had long desired, possessing dual potent functionalities that could deceive treasure chests and cause their traps to miss. A singular skill book offering two formidable capabilities is indeed a paragon of cost-effectiveness. Although Yin Hao had a penchant from his fortune, who could resist the allure of opening chests if there were a guarantee of a reward? He eagerly absorbed the knowledge contained within the skill book, silently contemplating the specific application and effects of this technique. The self-sealing technique operates on a tiered system. At level 0, it cannot deceive treasure chests. Levels 1 to 3 can deceive shabby chests. Levels 4 to 6 can deceive wooden chests. Levels 6 to 8 can deceive stone chests. Levels 9 to 11 can deceive bronze chests. Levels 12 to 19 can deceive black iron chests. Levels 20 to 29 can deceive silver chests. Levels 30 to 39 can deceive golden chests. And levels 40 to 49 can deceive colorful chests. Yin Hao furrowed his brow. His intention was to open high-tier chests, as the meager guarantees within low-tier chests held little significance for him at this juncture. However, he took solace in the fact that although the self-sealing technique has a temporal limitation, it can be stacked infinitely, making proficiency relatively easy to achieve. Yet, he wondered how challenging it would be to acquire the materials necessary for leveling up. This information would only be revealed to him upon reaching level 3. The individual who had auctioned the skill book had not mentioned what the upgrade materials entailed. The duration of the level 0 self-sealing technique is 1 minute. As for its effectiveness, it corresponds to the skill level of the observer. Level 0, as the name implies, can only ward off level 0 probing techniques. However, if stacked to 10 layers, it can defend against level 1 probing techniques, 20 layers for level 2, and so forth. The principle remains the same as one progresses in levels. For instance, a level 1 self-sealing technique stacked to 10 layers would guard against level 2 probing techniques, while a level 2 technique stacked to 10 layers would protect against level 3 probing techniques. The casting time for this skill is 1 second, akin to an instantaneous release. Yen Hao spent a staggering 1 million copper coins, equivalent to 100 silver coins, to secure the skill book. 5 times the price of the much-publicized alchemy skill book that had previously caused a sensation online. Yet, he still deemed it worth every coin. The ability to stack infinitely and release instantaneously could easily be regarded as divine skill. Even if it were priced at 2 million copper coins, he would not hesitate to procure it. As he focused his thoughts, a faint, luminous aura enveloped Yen Hao, only to vanish shortly thereafter. He diligently recited the self-sealing technique in his mind, layering it 41 times within a minute, thereby temporarily shielding himself from level 4 probing skills. Achieving a stacking of 60 layers within a minute was merely an ideal scenario, as one's cognition must keep pace, after all. Moreover, to release it once per second necessitated a heightened state of concentration, which could lead to fatigue over prolonged periods. He needed to carve out some time to swiftly elevate his level. Otherwise, the relentless and frequent use of skills was rather exhausting. Yen Hao mused to himself. However, after making this purchase, he felt as if he had regressed to square one. He glanced at his account balance, 4 silver and 50 copper. When converted entirely into copper coins, it amounted to 50 copper. It appeared quite substantial at first glance. It was barely sufficient to acquire a moderately good skill book. Fortunately, he could sustain himself for the most part, only needing to purchase some meat and seasonings as daily necessities, which was manageable. Clearly, he could no longer afford to browse the auction house. Resisting the urge to splurge, Yen Hao exited the trading page and turned to surf the forums. A month had passed since the novice protection period, and the last couple of days marked the opening of the level 3 market. Many valuable items had been put up for grabs, and the flood of posts dazzled Yen Hao, leaving him envious. Unfortunately, these items were either too expensive for his meager purse or simply unavailable in his level 3 zone, rendering him unable to make any purchases. Surprising, a certain unfortunate soul was outbid in the final 30 seconds. Yen Hao instinctively clicked on the post, only to belatedly realize that it seemed to refer to him. Zhao Fongbing dared to step forward. Zhao Fongbing, I'm not one to hold grudges. I merely wish to know which brother possesses such swift fingers. Come on, don't be shy. The comments below were filled with messages from this Zhao Fongbing, who remained quite congenial, gently calling for the culprit to reveal themselves, even offering a reward of 10,000 copper coins upon their appearance. Many joined in the fray, yet all were left disappointed as they could not provide a screenshot of the bidding process. Yen Hao casually bookmarked the post before exiting. There was no way he could admit to it. If he had been the one outbid in the final 30 seconds, he would have been absolutely furious. It was hard to believe this person could remain so calm. Besides, it was merely 10,000 copper coins. Even though he was currently strapped for cash and could not afford anything of substantial value, he did not mind losing such a trifling sum. Continuing to browse, he noticed that novels and comics were now being serialized. It seemed that everyone was faring well enough to indulge in such pursuits. Yen Hao discovered several literary treasures and promptly collected and liked them all in one go. Among these works, there were serious narratives, frivolous tales, and those that artfully blended the two. This survival guide had no restrictions, and Yen Hao found the plots crafted by these authors to be increasingly explosive, thoroughly engrossing him until he belatedly realized that the water in his bath had grown cold. Chuckling to himself, he relished the stories, growing hungrier with each passing moment, prompting him to rise and prepare a meal. He had consumed most of the pancakes over the past few days, and his supply was running low, so he had to make some fresh ones. However, with the syrup on hand, he could experiment with various creations. He kneaded the dough into thumb-sized dumplings and fried them into sweet treats. He mixed sugar with the dough and placed it into the steamer, and he prepared egg pancakes with some eggs as well. After adding salt to the flour and steaming it, a sweet syrup was placed between 2 flatbreads, creating a delightful sandwich. As for the vegetables, Yen Hao simply stir-fried a dish of greens and prepared a cold salad of sprouted vegetables. while the remainder consisted of sliced cured meats and sausages. Perhaps inspired by certain less-than-serious novels and comics, Yin Hao found himself utterly satiated after this meal. Although it was not as exaggerated as devouring 100 pancakes, he indeed consumed a considerable amount of fine green flour. After paying homage to his appetite, he visited the feeding room to tend to the animals, ensuring they were nourished and hydrated, completing the task swiftly. With the doors and windows secured, Yin Hao cradled the little gray creature in his arms and eagerly nestled in a bed, resuming his indulgence in his mental sustenance. Occasionally, peculiar chuckles echoed from beneath the covers, startling the little gray one, who struggled with all its might to escape from its suddenly odd master's embrace. The following day, it came as no surprise that Yin Hao awoke late. He slumbered until the sun reached its zenith, only rousing when the wind outside had calmed enough for passage. He chuckled to himself, acknowledging his lack of self-discipline. Such distractions were best avoided, especially in this perilous world of survival, where time for indulging in books and dramas was a luxury he could ill afford. Yin Hao silently admonished himself, reminding that now was not the time for relaxation and enjoyment. Chapter 48. Preparation for pottery. The crops in the greenhouse were sown yesterday. Today, a brief inspection was all that was required. A light dusting of wood ash followed by a sprinkling of water completed the task. There was no need to cover the seeds with plastic film for warmth. Firstly, given Yin Hao's current circumstances, there was no place to procure plastic sheeting. Secondly, the prolonged month of scorching heat and drought had only recently passed. Even if the weather turned tempestuous this month, the ground heat would not dissipate so readily. In total, Yin Hao spent just over an hour to finish everything. Clutching the wind stabilization stone, he retrieved the treasure chest he had discarded yesterday, returning once more to the comforts of home. Although it was still midday, and venturing outside posed no great challenge, the lesson from the previous day lingered in his mind. Now, whenever he stepped out, regardless of the purpose, he would invariably grip a wind stabilization stone, just in case. Although available for purchase in the system's marketplace at any time, they were quite expensive. Yesterday, he had entertained a hint of luck, believing that walking against the wind would not be overly problematic, and thus sought to conserve his wind stabilization stones. While he indeed managed to walk against the wind, he suffered due to improper posture. At that moment, the wind stabilization stones he had traded with Yi Hao were locked away in the treasure chest, inaccessible in such a predicament, forcing him to spend unnecessary money on those available in the marketplace. What a loss! Upon returning home, Yin Hao first checked the breeding room and the underground planning area, completing the necessary tasks before taking out materials such as black rock and clear water resin. Following the kiln diagram from the compendium, he began constructing the kiln. He was preparing to make charcoal, whether for smelting iron or firing porcelain pottery. Charcoal was essential to provide ample heat. With swift hands, he assembled the kiln, but due to the use of adhesive, he would need to wait a while for it to dry before it could be utilized. During this waiting period, Yin Hao remained industrious, splitting the 100-year-old wood into suitably sized pieces to fit into the kiln. He then ventured to the storage room to retrieve clay and began to mold figurines. After some time, he observed the crude creations in his hands. Only the limbs and torso bore any resemblance to a human figure, while the rest were utterly unrecognizable. Realizing his oversight, he slapped his forehead in realization. He was meant to craft pots, bowls, and other utensils. Once the novelty wore off, he came to understand the true purpose of the clay. Thus, he awkwardly embarked on the journey of shaping pottery. Rather, the endeavor of crafting kitchenware. Either the pieces were too thin in one area or too thick in another, or he would discover a missing corner or a hole, or the bottoms of bowls and plates were uneven. The state of affairs was chaotic. After laboring until nightfall, Yin Hao managed to produce 5 pottery pieces that could barely be deemed acceptable. However, the task was not yet complete. They had to endure a cycle in the kiln and emerge intact to be considered a success. He concluded his work for the day, planning to continue tomorrow. Dusting off the clay from his hands, he placed the 5 crafted pieces in a cool, dry location to await their natural drying. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Xiao Hui lying nearby, observing him. Yin Hao approached and scooped the creature into his arms. "I've been busy today with no time to play. Did you miss me? He leaned in, hoping to take a sip from the milk wolf, but was met with rejection. A little gray turned its head aside, refusing to acknowledge Yin Hao, dismissing his approach. Oh, is it angry? Yin Hao teased with a grin. A look of disdain flickered in little gray's round, expressive wolf eyes. It wriggled free from Yin Hao's embrace, making a gesture as if to jump down. Curious about its intentions, Yin Hao gently set it on the ground. To his surprise, little gray stood upright, using its feeble strength to nudge Yin Hao towards the bathroom. Is it disgusted by my uncleanliness? Yin Hao chuckled helplessly. It was hard to fathom that just a month ago, this little creature had emerged from the womb, its sparse fur barely concealing its wolfish form. All right, I shall go heat some water for a wash. Woo-woo. Little gray whined, and through their prolonged companionship, Yin Hao understood its meaning. Together for a wash? Little gray nodded eagerly, yearning to play in the water, to become fragrant. Yin Hao chuckled. Very well, I shall lower the water temperature today. The embers in the stove glowed steadily, and it didn't take long to heat the water. Soon, both man and wolf were nestled in the bathing tub. Yin Hao used a cloth to scrub the mud off his face, while little gray paddled excitedly in the tub. The splashes echoed, and the little one was having a splendid time. Especially when Yin Hao created bubbles, the excitement surged, and before long, little gray was adorned in a frothy coat, resembling a fluffy little sheep. After their wash, he quickly prepared a simple meal for dinner and checked both inside and outside the house for any unfinished tasks, promptly addressing any oversights. To Yin Hao, today's forum held little significance. It was merely a flurry of posts about some rare items spotted in a certain district, or disputes escalating into fiery exchanges over coveted goods. The trading zone merger would conclude tonight, with everyone bustling about buying and selling. Yet he could only watch, his dwindling savings limiting his purchases. Conversely, his shop attracted a growing number of customers urging him to restock. Grasshoppers and earthworms had become common as other survivors began large-scale breeding. Hence, no one was pressing for those. However, the meatworms were unique to Yin Hao's establishment. Perhaps someone had discovered them before him, and even named them first. Yet within this third-level zone, he was the sole seller. These creatures were easy to clean and versatile in the kitchen, whether fried, steamed, boiled, or braised. A simple preparation would yield delightful flavors, making them unforgettable for the survivors who had purchased them. Prior to the merger of the trading zone, Yin Hao's meatworms were quite popular. Now, during this period of consolidation, his loyal customers faced new competitors. Many had sent him private messages to voice their complaints. A significant number strongly urged Yin Hao to remove the meatworms from sale, reserving them for tomorrow's purchases for these old patrons. Of course, they preferred direct private transactions, if possible. Moreover, there are those who have boasted that no matter how many they receive, they can consume it all. Xiao Yuntian and Min Tian 003, being rather cunning, have even resorted to sentimental appeals. They engage in idle chatter with Yin Hao, their underlying message being clear. As old acquaintances, it would be beneficial to exchange a few morsels privately, thereby nurturing their camaraderie for the long term. Yin Hao, caught between laughter and tears, responded, I'm already expanding the breeding scale. Just wait a few more days, and I shall certainly send you some daily. Min Tian 003, oh yeah, Brother Yin, you are simply amazing, I adore you. Yin Hao 074, ahem, take it easy, I tend to be rather serious. Min Tian sent a mischievous expression, her text adorned with wavy lines. Oh, what does serious truly entail? Yin Hao's lips twitched slightly. Just teasing you. Feel free to send whatever you like. After all, it's just through the internet. On the other hand, Xiao Yuntian remained more reserved, yet he shared details about his own produce, inquiring if Yin Hao needed anything, offering it at a friendship price. Chapter 49. The Fate of Vegetable Oil, a Friendly Price? That indicates a good relationship. Yin Hao showed no sign of hesitation and replied without reserve, once I acquire suitable equipment, I hope you can enhance it for me, focusing on the sharpness attribute. As tasks multiply, possessing a reliable tool has become exceedingly vital. Xiao Yuntian drew the initial talent of enchantment, although he was unaware of his position in the draw. The skill itself was formidable enough. Even at a low level, it could accomplish numerous feats. For instance, enchanting his axe and pickaxe would significantly elevate their strength, possibly enabling him to process even the toughest obsidian. Xiao Yuntian, what about the flesh worms? Yinhao 074. Rest assured, I will inform you the moment I have stock. Xiao Yuntian rejoiced. Haha, I shall eagerly await that news. After responding to each message, Yinhao took a leisurely stroll before retiring for the night. He refrained from watching anime or reading novels, as his self-discipline was somewhat lacking. He feared that losing himself in distraction would hinder his productivity the following day. He enjoyed a restful night. The next day, upon awakening, Yinhao immediately checked on the condition of the clay forms. They were still slightly damp, indicating they required further drying time. However, the kiln was ready for use. Yinhao neatly arranged the pre-split wood inside the kiln, igniting it with a flame. As the fire gradually intensified, he began to close the vents, allowing the environment to become oxygen-deprived for pyrolysis. This process would take time, so after completing his necessary steps, Yinhao turned his attention back to molding clay. Having successfully crafted 5 pieces the previous day, his experience significantly reduced the failure rate in his current endeavors. As the wind outside began to subside, allowing for a struggle against it, Yinhao had already shaped over 20 clay forms. These included pots, plates, cups, and bowls, as well as jars specifically for soup. He did not attempt to create clay pots, as he planned to forge several iron pots when he learned the art of iron smelting. Clutching the wind stabilizer, Yinhao ventured forth unencumbered, diving headlong into the gusts. Walking was indeed challenging, with the constant threat of being swept away. He even found himself toppled to the ground twice. Yet, he refrained from using the wind stabilizer. His reluctance stemmed from both a sense of attachment and a desire to challenge himself. In a world rife with peril, the uncertainty of tomorrow loomed large. Although the wind stabilizer could be purchased from the marketplace, what if he needed to survive without it amidst future tempests? He would eventually have to confront such realities, and thus, he preferred to prepare diligently in a safe environment, practicing to avoid being caught off guard should calamity strike. Yinhao had already placed many tools in the greenhouse, even excavating water pools in each, filling them with a ton of water. Braving the wind, he briefly inspected the crops and discovered that some had already sprouted. After tending to them, he realized that noon was fast approaching. He quickly prepared a meal to satisfy his hunger, then retrieved a bronze chest, filling it with a wind stabilizer, food, water, and tools necessary for tree felling, before setting out with the chest on his back. Taking advantage of the gentle midday breeze, he resolved to venture into the woods to fell some trees. Whether for charcoal production, iron smelting, illumination, or crafting tools and machinery, wood was indispensable. Particularly, the precious Baiyuan wood and Shurian iron wood were of utmost importance. Yinhao planned to dedicate his midday hours this month to woodcutting in the forest. Stocking up on resources was one aspect, but more importantly, he sought to harvest ample Shurian iron wood to enhance his forging skills. Ordinary timber could also serve as practice for his carving techniques. Once his proficiency improved, he would transition to using Baiyuan and Shurian ironwood. While he did not aspire to become a master sculptor, he aimed to refine his engraving skills to the level where he could inscribe runes on weapons, bestowing them with unique attributes. Crafting superior tools, followed by engraving them, and then having Qiao Yuntian enchant them, filled Yinhao with anticipation for their incredible utility. Indeed, when contemplating these methods, his foremost thought was to create tools that would serve him well. His gathering skills had advanced so rapidly that he could not even process some higher-level materials. Take obsidian, for instance. Thus far, he could only utilize it in its raw forms, only able to work with the slate or blocks he collected. Having been unable to perform even the most basic processing had long been a source of irritation for him. Now that he had the opportunity, prioritizing tool-making was imperative. If he could process obsidian, many items at home could be upgraded. Moreover, he was eager to test the properties of obsidian as a building material and to determine how to maximize its utility. Bang, bang, bang. The midday lasted typically between 2 to 3 hours. Yinhao hurriedly set out, finding a tree and promptly beginning to chop it down. He dared not linger outdoors for too long. After 2 hours of cutting, he began to pack up his belongings, preparing to return home. Suddenly, A swift movement in the forest caught his attention. A rabbit. How fast it was! Startled, Yin Hao quickly discerned the creature, but by then, the rabbit had already scampered away. It appeared smaller than an average rabbit. Perhaps it was merely a juvenile. Assessing the rabbit's size, Yin Hao furrowed his brow. It was too small. If prepared as a dish, it would likely be consumed in just a few bites. Suddenly feeling a pang of longing, he regretted the timing. With midday nearly over, lingering any longer would be akin to courting danger and financial loss, stabilizing Windstone. Moreover, the rabbit's speed was astonishing. He doubted he could catch it, deeming it unwise to waste his efforts. Resolute, Yin Hao did not hesitate and, burdened with a now heavy bronze chest, hastened homeward. The wind, initially a mild resistance, soon escalated to a formidable force that threatened to blow him away. Even as he quickened his pace, upon entering the enclosure, the external winds had reached a level that made his footing precarious. With determination, he employed the stabilizing windstone, seizing the moment while the tempest was quelled, and sprinted breathlessly into the main house. It was a thrilling and intense experience, even if this process lasted only a brief moment. As the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, Yin Hao's adrenaline surged dramatically, leaving him gasping for breath, his heart pounding incessantly. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to regain his composure. With the 27th level of gathering skills, the drop rate of rare items had significantly increased. This time, during his expedition for timber, Yin Hao not only acquired common materials such as ordinary wood, Baiwa wood, clear water resin, and tin-forged ironwood, but he also stumbled upon a new type of vegetable and a nut resembling seeds. This round, hard-shelled nut, when pried open, revealed numerous segments of fruit, separated by a thin layer of fibrous material. The exterior of these separated fruits bore a striking resemblance to jade ornaments, with a chestnut-brown seed coat. Upon peeling away the seed coat, a pale yellow interior emerged, reminiscent of a halved jade ornament seed. After confirming its non-toxicity through identification, Yin Hao cautiously pinched a small piece with his nail to taste. The texture was quite similar to almonds and peanuts, presenting a flavor he had never encountered before. It was not unpleasant. Remarkably, Yin Hao sensed that this seed possessed a high oil content, suggesting it could be utilized for oil extraction. Chapter 50. The first batch of ceramics. The sensation that enveloped Yin Hao was akin to the satisfaction derived from indulging in peanuts and walnuts in days gone by. It was a signal from his body, a whisper of its needs. Although Yin Hao had not delved into the underlying principles of this phenomenon, he felt compelled to speculate about its potential for oil production. However, to substantiate this notion, further experimentation was imperative. Fortunately, he had amassed a considerable collection of these nuts, allowing for simple trials without difficulty. With a resolute spirit, Yin Hao consulted the pictorial guide, gathered wood, stone, and the necessary tools, and fashioned a hand-cranked oil press based on the schematic illustration. After toasting the nuts to perfection and allowing them to cool slightly, he poured them into the press. His hands moved with the swiftness of a whirlwind, turning the handle of the oil press with such fervor that it left a blurred trail in its wake. Before long, the spout of the press began to yield oil. To his delight, he extracted a cup's worth of oil, and upon tasting the finished product, he was greeted by a delightful nutty aroma intertwined with a hint of the unfamiliar flavor he experienced while munching on the nuts. The oil was fragrant, rivaling even that of sesame oil. The nuts, roasted to a crisp, provided a different experience than when consumed raw. They were more brittle and aromatic. Yin Hao had only prepared a single plate for his own indulgence, reserving the remainder for cultivation. He eagerly anticipated the prospect of mass cultivation and a bountiful harvest of these nuts. Moreover, he was eager to investigate the trees from which he had harvested these nuts. If those trees bore the same nuts, he could potentially establish a reliable source of vegetable oil in the wild. The nuts were yet unnamed, and he pondered what moniker would be fitting. Naming had never been his forte, as evidenced by the lackluster names he had bestowed upon his pets and vegetables. Big flower, little gray, bud cabbage, half-spoon cabbage, devoid of any semblance of aesthetic appeal or metaphorical richness. The seeds bore a resemblance to jade pendants, or could be likened to the Tai Chi fish being oil-producing. After much contemplation, Yin Hao initially considered naming it the Tai Chi tree. But recognizing that the term Tai Chi was too grand for an ordinary variety, he ultimately settled on oil gourd tree in the guide. The term oil was self-explanatory, while gourd cleverly alluded to the resemblance of the tree's seeds to jade pendants. As for naming it in a manner that captured the essence of the plant's characteristics with poetic flair, he promptly decided against it. He found oil gourd to be sufficiently apt, though perhaps not. Who knows, in the future, other survivors might stumble upon this tree and, seeing its oil-producing capabilities, directly associate it with oil extraction. At that moment, they would undoubtedly owe a debt of gratitude to him, the pioneer. A small thrill of excitement coursed through Yin Hao's heart as he turned his attention to the newly collected vegetables. The broad leaves resembled a blooming green chrysanthemum, and he couldn't help but think they bore a striking resemblance to Napa cabbage. Uncertain, one wonders whether, during cultivation, it is necessary to bind the leaves together as one would with a head of cauliflower to prevent the inner leaves from aging and becoming unpalatable. This shall be referred to as cauliflower, and in the future, should one encounter a vegetable resembling a smaller flower, it shall be dubbed little flower vegetable. Yin Hao casually named it as such. With limited quantity, he selected only one to prepare for a stir-fry akin to cauliflower. The remaining ones were placed in a few wooden bowls, crafted from polished timber, to nurture before deciding when to transplant them into the greenhouse. The midday excursion yielded satisfactory results. Once Yin Hao had settled everything, he felt inclined to prepare a delightful meal as a reward for himself. Although he had already dined 3 hours prior, that did not deter him. With robust health and strong digestion, he could indulge whenever he pleased, eating as many meals as he desired. He promptly set about steaming the main dish of flatbreads. The large cauliflower's leaves were plucked and torn into pieces. The majority was stir-fried, while the remainder was blanched, submerged in ice water for a few minutes, and then drained for later use. The same treatment was given to the bean sprouts. A chicken was freshly slaughtered, feathers plucked, and entrails cleaned before being briefly blanched, rinsed, and then simmered in water with salt and fruit wine until thoroughly cooked. After chilling for a quarter of an hour, it was shredded into strips. The oil packet from instant noodles was melted down to create a sauce, into which the bean sprouts, cauliflower, and chicken were placed in a wooden bowl, crafted from a single piece of wood without cracks. The steaming sauce was poured over, followed by the seasoning packet and a splash of oil to enhance the aroma. With the fragrant sesame oil and the art of cooking at his disposal, Yin Hao's cold shredded chicken turned out exceptionally well. The chicken was snow white, the bean sprouts resembled crisp green shoots, and the blanched cauliflower glistened in vibrant green, adorned with sauce like blooming red plums, while the sesame oil lent a glossy sheen to the entire dish, accompanied by a rich fragrance. Just the sight of it made Yin Hao feel he could devour several flatbreads. Once tasted, it was even more tender and crisp. The chicken was succulent and chewy, especially the skin, which, after chilling, was both crunchy and resilient. Biting into it released a burst of flavor, the sauce mingling with the chicken's essence in an explosion of spice and zest. The bean sprouts and cauliflower were equally refreshing and crisp, and before he knew it, Yin Hao had overindulged. Satisfied, he cradled his belly for a while before rising to inspect the kiln. The charcoal was nearly ready. Yin Hao's initial attempt at crafting it had been somewhat imperfect, with some pieces showing incomplete combustion, revealing the wood's natural color. Fortunately, the quality of the camphor wood was excellent, avoiding complete incineration or fragmentation. Overall, the pieces appear intact, if one overlooked the minor blemishes of incomplete burning. This charcoal-making endeavor could indeed be deemed a success. The 5 ceramic molds fashioned the previous night had dried sufficiently and were now ready to be placed in the kiln for firing. Yin Hao intended to use these initial pieces for his first foray into pottery. First, ignite the kiln and allow it to preheat for a while before placing the ceramic pieces inside. The flue should be filled with dry hay, and then begin to burn firewood underneath, primarily using pomelo wood, supplemented with pomelo charcoal to elevate the temperature. Yin Hao, lacking experience during his first attempt, understood only that the temperature must be gradually increased, yet the specific degree deemed appropriate could only be discerned through careful experimentation. This process demanded constant vigilance over the fire. Thus, Yin Hao refrained from engaging in any other activities, steadfastly guarding the stove. Occasionally, he would step out to address personal needs or visit the underground planting and breeding rooms, but he would promptly return, lingering no longer than necessary. Eventually, this endeavor persisted until midnight. Feeling that sufficient time had elapsed, Yin Hao began to gradually reduce the firewood until it was extinguished, allowing the ceramic pieces to cool naturally within the kiln. With the critical steps completed, it was only natural for him to refrain from waiting for the results any longer. He stifled a yawn, freshened up, and retired to bed, slumbering until he awakened naturally. Upon waking, rubbing his sleepy eyes, Yin Hao swiftly made his way to the kiln to assess the situation. 5 ceramic pieces awaited him: 2 plates, 1 jar, and a bowl. With anticipation, he gauged the temperature within the kiln, confirming that all was well, and then boldly reached into the kiln. Though warm, it was no longer scalding. Please do not attempt this. He fumbled around and retrieved a dark object. Judging by its shape, it resembled a jar, and with eager hands, Yin Hao rinsed it clean with water. It appeared somewhat dark with surface cracks, yet it held water without leaking. This should be considered a success. Chapter 51. The child's disposition. The first item retrieved was indeed a clay pot, its appearance rather unappealing, yet functional nonetheless. Yin Hao held no grand expectations for it. Thus, disappointment was not a sentiment he entertained. The second item unearthed was a plate, already fractured, which he pondered might be suitable for feeding chickens, though he wondered if they would accept it. The third discovery was a bowl. The upper rim remained intact while the lower half. Yin Hao scrutinized the bowl with an open crack, a frown creasing his forehead. Where on earth is the bottom of this bowl? He continued to search, indifferent to the soot that clung to him. At last, as he reached for the final plate, he also felt the bowl's bottom, dislodged from its body, nestled beside it. The condition of this plate was relatively good. After a rinse, it appeared nearly whole, devoid of chips or cracks, its surface remarkably smooth, presenting a pale gray hue. This plate was the finest of his initial batch of pottery. Upon closer inspection of the bowl, he discerned that a misstep had occurred during the shaping of the clay, resulting in its unfortunate division into 2 halves. After nearly a day and night of drying, the second batch of clay was ready for firing. Yin Hao collected the reasonably intact clay pot and porcelain plate, preparing for another round of firing. Indeed, it was a porcelain plate, due to the length of the firing process and the superior quality of the clay used. This plate bore a closer resemblance to porcelain than earthenware. For this second batch, Yin Hao crafted not only pots and bowls but also buckets, cups, and basins. Learning from the lessons of the first firing, he placed the pots, buckets, and basins into the kiln first, intending to fire these low-temperature clay pieces into pottery. The remaining items would await the third firing. These smaller pieces were shaped from high-quality clay and, if subjected to prolonged firing at elevated temperatures, could potentially be transformed into porcelain. Although the absence of glaze might compromise their luster and hue, successful firing would not hinder their utility. At present, Yin Hao sought merely a collection of ceramics to enhance his living conditions. Aesthetics were of little consequence. He completed the firing of the first batch of pottery just before noon, leaving only the natural cooling process within the kiln. After a light meal to stave off hunger, he hastily shouldered a bronze chest and dashed out of the shelter, making his way to the grove where he had felled trees the previous day. His first destination was the oil fruit tree from which he had gathered fruit. This tree stood tall and straight, its trunk soaring skyward, estimated to reach at least 8 or 9 meters. It would serve excellently as building material, but if he wished to harvest its fruit, Yin Hao selected the stoutest branch. With a resounding crash, the tree toppled, and he eagerly approached the top of the oil fruit tree, searching for its fruits. Indeed, as Yin Hao had anticipated, this tree was the progenitor of the oil fruit. However, it seemed that it was not yet the season for the fruit to ripen. For even on this stoutest tree, the fruits remained green. Yin Hao opened the container and looked inside, distracted by the fruit enveloped in the wood. The seed coat remained white, and the embryo was pitifully small, clearly indicating that it was unripe. Moreover, the identification certificate revealed that the oil fruit was toxic when immature and unfit for consumption. Yin Hao felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was not as profound as he had anticipated. With his expertise in cultivation, he was not disheartened by the primitive specimen. He could gradually tame it. Furthermore, there was a vast grove of oil trees nearby. If these trees could withstand the calamities of nature until the day of ripening, he would still be able to harvest a bountiful supply of oil fruits for extraction. Contemplating this, he suddenly realized that the density of the oil trees was excessive, which would likely hinder future yields. Promptly, he swung his axe, manually thinning the grove by cutting down the smaller, overly dense trees, as well as those surrounded by non-oil plants. In addition, Yin Hao nurtured the oil trees that had been successfully propagated using his cultivation techniques. He planned to return the following day with some fertilizer to hasten their growth. As he reflected on this, the midday hour was drawing to a close, prompting him to hurriedly pack his belongings for the return journey. Before departing, Yin Hao cast a regretful glance back, noting the absence of the swift little rabbits he had seen before. Perhaps they had been frightened away by his presence the previous day. Upon returning home, he inspected the breeding room and the underground planting chamber, washing the soiled clothes, bed linens, and bedding. Noticing that the cave had yet to cool completely, Yin Hao decided to retrieve the soiled silkworm cocoons, hemp thread, and sun-dried green grass he had previously collected and began weaving fabric. The hemp thread was, of course, essential. The garments he wore and the bedding he utilized were all crafted from hemp cloth. Though wearable, it was coarse and uncomfortable, especially for his younger brother. Using hemp fabric for undergarments without any protection was akin to enduring a torturous mask. Initially, Yin Hao would either go without or make do with smooth animal hides. However, upon discovering this new species of soil silkworm, he begrudgingly acknowledged that, despite its origins being somewhat distasteful, the fabric produced was remarkably delicate and smooth, rivaling silk. This unique quality had alleviated many of his troubles. He had now reached a point where he could overlook the source of the silk and calmly engaged in weaving. Determined to create several garments for rotation, he also aimed to craft smoother, more skin-friendly bed linens, as he was weary of enduring the discomfort of hemp. Yin Hao murmured to himself, his hands deftly working, growing increasingly engrossed in his task. By the time he concluded his work, 5 or 6 hours had passed. The temperature in the cave had significantly dropped, and he had produced roughly 10 rolls of smooth soil fabric. He extracted the finished products from the cave, rinsed them one by one, and filled them with water to observe their reactions. Out of 10 ceramic jars, 2 had cracked, 1 was chipped, and 2 appeared intact but leaked when filled with water. A success rate of 50 was still quite commendable. Of the 5 barrels, 1 had been ruined, leaving 4 in perfect condition. All 3 basins remained unscathed, each in good order. However, this pot of clay is best suited for soaking feet. Its rough surface renders it rather unseemly for holding food. Perhaps next time, one could endeavor to create some pickling jars for preserving vegetables. As he placed the 3rd batch of clay pieces into the kiln, Yin Hao tended to the fire while browsing the forum to pass the time. The merger of the tertiary trading zone had concluded, leaving the primary area considerably quieter than before. Yet with the recent consolidation, a plethora of new individuals had joined, leading to an abundance of gossip on the forum. Yin Hao found amusement in the unfolding tales. However, there was one matter that he had only recently come to fully comprehend: the so-called survival world, which purportedly drew in people from across the globe, was indeed a genuine abduction. Previously, the children had been shielded, existing in a realm separate from Yin Hao and his companions, thus leaving them oblivious to the news. Now, with this merger, the special protection period for some families with children had expired, and they were gradually being integrated into the community. As the number of newcomers increased, this development became apparent on the forum. Indeed, the merger was a gradual process, rather than a sudden influx. The individuals selected were between the ages of 12 and 18. According to their accounts, the previous chat channels differed from those of Yin Hao and his group. Now, however, they would enjoy the same privileges as Yin Hao and his companions. Chapter 52. Gratitude for Nature's Bounty. The furnace vigil extended until the early dawn of the following day. Yin Hao's eyelids grew heavy with fatigue. Once it was confirmed that the time had indeed arrived, he lazily flung himself onto the bed, shoes still on, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, nearly noon had arrived. In a flurry of urgency, he rose to tend to the poultry and insects, casting a glance at the underground cultivation chamber and the stone greenhouse to assess the state of the crops, ensuring that watering and fertilization were duly addressed. As for the task of pest control, Yanhao entrusted this responsibility to Dehua, the remarkably large hen that resembled a mutated breed. Dehua was not only larger than the other chickens, but also displayed greater intelligence. Raised by Yanhao since chickhood, she had never had a hen to emulate. Thus, the fledgling chicks naturally looked to their keeper as their role model. Dehua had now learned to comprehend Yanhao's words to some extent. After being directed into the fields, where he consistently corrected her on what was permissible to peck at and what was off-limits, Dehua had developed a remarkable memory. Yanhao guided her into the underground cultivation chamber, gesturing towards the soil and the crops therein. Swiftly, he seized a worm and held it to Dehua's beak, signaling her to consume it. After all, free protein was not to be overlooked. Without hesitation, she snapped it up, though for her substantial size, it was but a mere morsel. Nevertheless, she savored the treat. You need only catch these pests here, understand? Do not disturb the plants, otherwise, should I return to find any crops missing, I shall confine you to a cage and let you go hungry for a couple of meals. Clucking in response, Dehua seemed to convey her understanding, though Yanhao was merely intent on communicating his message, whether or not it was fully grasped. If she failed to comply, he would see to it that she faced the consequences upon his return. Having gathered his supplies, Yanhao set out, this time specifically bringing along some manure that was not fully decomposed and bore a slight odor, intending to provide a generous fertilization for the oil trees, in the hopes of witnessing the day when their fruits would ripen. Upon reaching the forest, he immediately began to fertilize the oil trees. Once completed, Yanhao, with the treasure chest upon his back, ventured further away from the oil trees to chop wood. The previous day, he had already cleared seedlings among the oil trees, removing several large trees that obstructed sunlight, allowing it to filter through the branches and leaves to reach the oil trees. However, he dared not fell all the trees. Some needed to remain to shield the soil and resist the fierce winds. While engaged in his labor, a sudden gray shadow darted past him. Startled, Yanhao gripped his axe, adopting a defensive stance, and deftly kicked open the chest lid, bending down to retrieve a large machete. Throughout this process, he remained vigilant, apprehensive that the swift gray figure might target him. Fortunately, his fears were unfounded. The shadow seemed to disregard him entirely. In fact, it appeared to have a certain disdain for such a small creature as Yanhao. In its perspective, the colossal creature, estimated to weigh over 1,000 pounds, presented a more worthwhile target. The sharp cries of the gray shadow, akin to the sound of rabbits, were eerily identical, while the latter, a piercing shriek that seemed to threaten the very integrity of one's eardrums, emanated from the pursued beast. Yanhao struggled to discern the latter's identity, but its disruptive presence was undeniable. However, clarity soon dawned upon him, for the outcome of the skirmish had swiftly materialized. The gray shadow, slightly smaller than an ordinary adult rabbit, leapt forth with remarkable agility. Ahead, a black giant rat, comparable to a massive wild boar of the pre-transmigration era, stirred up clouds of dust as it frantically fled like a whirlwind. In a moment of unfortunate distraction, it collided with a colossal tree, as thick as one that could be encircled by 10 men, causing it to topple sideways. Seizing the opportunity, the gray shadow executed a swift kick, flipping the giant rat completely over. Before the creature could regain its footing, a series of powerful kicks followed, launching the gray shadow several meters into the air before descending with precision. The giant rat struggled momentarily, but its neck was swiftly broken by the gray shadow's relentless assault. As life ebbed away, the rat kicked futilely a couple of times, ultimately collapsing, its pointed head falling to the ground with a dull thud. Yanhao inhaled sharply, his exceptional vision, honed through rigorous training, barely allowing him to capture the gray shadow's swift movements. This revelation left him utterly astounded, for the gray rabbit, smaller than what he had known as a typical adult rabbit, exhibited an astonishing ferocity, dispatching a creature weighing over 1,000 pounds with the ease of crushing an ant. Could this truly be the same gentle herbivore, so weak and incapable of self-sustenance, that he had perceived? The gray rabbit, without acknowledging Yin Hao's presence, nonchalantly kicked the lifeless body of the giant rat into the air, catching it upon its back with an effortless grace, as if bearing a small mountain, before bounding away from his line of sight. It was unclear whether the rabbit possessed a unique skill for navigation, despite carrying such a hefty burden. It deftly maneuvered without colliding with even a single tree, nor tripping over stones or vines. It became evident that one must not judge the creatures of this world by conventional wisdom. A diminutive stature did not necessarily equate to feebleness. Some beings, once perceived as benign in his former life, could transform into terrifying predators in this harsh survival realm. Yin Hao felt no inclination to linger. The prospect of felling trees was no longer feasible, as his sole desire was to return swiftly to his refuge, distancing himself from this perilous environment. With utmost diligence, Yin Hao meticulously chopped the fallen trees into manageable pieces, suitable for fitting into a bronze chest. Once he had organized the remnants, he prepared to head home. However, as he turned around, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. A giant rat, akin to the size of a young calf, collided violently with the tree beside him, seemingly propelled by a frantic rush. The tree remained unscathed, merely shaking its leaves, but the rat suffered a grievous injury, succumbing on the spot. Yin Hao glanced around, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. He observed the rat, noticeably smaller than the colossal rodent he had encountered earlier, its fur appearing rather sparse. With no one in sight and no other creatures drawn to the scene, a thrill of excitement surged within him. Could this be a gift from nature? Surely it must be. Resolute and cautious, he scanned his surroundings for any signs of danger. Once satisfied, he swiftly seized the lifeless body of the rat and placed it into the still unfilled bronze chest. With his prize secured, he hoisted the chest onto his back and made a hasty retreat. Fortune favored the bold, and Yin Hao was determined to claim this unexpected bounty for himself. Chapter 53. Another acquisition of offspring. Tap, tap, tap. Yin Hao's legs seemed to blur with speed. It was midday, and a gentle breeze barely hindered his movement. Moreover, after days of indulging in ample food and drink, combined with relentless practice of his breathing techniques, Yin Hao's physical prowess was fully evident in his swift return home. Breathing heavily, he finally reached home, panting as he retrieved the corpse of a large rat from his treasure chest. At first glance, it resembled an oversized black house mouse, its pointed head rather grotesque. Indeed, it was the kind of creature that would elicit immediate screams from most girls upon sight. It ranked alongside snakes, spiders, cockroaches, and caterpillars as a prime source of fright for young women. Yin Hao recalled a time in school when a male classmate brought a plastic snake, causing nearly all the girls in the class to shriek in terror. Now, as he stared at this creature, he felt a twinge of apprehension. If it were the common house mouse from before his arrival in this world, it would hardly be concerning. After all, their diminutive size rendered them insignificant in the presence of upright humans. Typically, they only dared to engage in petty thievery of food. Nevertheless, there were instances when they could be particularly bold, gnawing through bedding and clothing, and even bringing diseases with their filthy bodies. Yet, their small stature limited their capacity to instill fear. However, this enlarged version of the rodent made Yin Hao's heart race with unease. He wondered if this wild specimen would yield to his gathering skills. Instinctively stepping back a few paces, he finally extended his hand and, from a safe distance, unleashed his gathering technique on the large rat. You have used the gathering technique on an unidentified rodent corpse, obtaining 30 pounds of rat meat, 6 rat legs, 5 rat skins, and 2 unidentified rodent offspring. Had he struck it lucky? Yin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be the fortune he had long despaired of? After enduring a streak of misfortune, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry out in joy. His eyes glistened with emotion, teetering on the brink of tears. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the urge, lest he embarrass himself. With trembling hands and a heart racing with excitement, Yin Hao carefully cradled the 2 rat offspring he had gathered. Each one was no larger than a finger. Resembling newborn rabbits, and fortuitously, there was 1 male and 1 female. Their bright red bodies bore scarcely any soft fur. appearing so delicate that a mere squeeze could reduce these fragile beings to a mere puddle of blood. These gathered offspring were indeed a mixed blessing. He muttered a complaint under his breath, yet there was no trace of bitterness on his face. After all, he should revel in this unexpected fortune. What more could a man of his misfortune desire? The true challenge lay in raising these two young rats to adulthood. If he succeeded in nurturing them to maturity and they began to reproduce, then with the rat's astonishing fertility, he could secure a limitless supply of rat meat for generations to come. Large-scale breeding and exporting generates substantial income, allowing him to maintain a competitive economic standing. With financial resources, many matters begin to simplify. However, the question arises, how to raise them? Once the initial excitement faded, Yin Hao found himself troubled once more. The successful upbringing of the little wolf was largely attributed to its size and the formidable physical attributes of its kind. Now, these two diminutive rodents seem unimaginable to grow to the size of wild boars. Without milk to nourish them, sustaining their lives becomes a significant challenge. Furthermore, they are no larger than fingers. Wooden nipples are certainly inadequate, as their combined size pales in comparison to the wooden nipple that once fed Little Gray. The notion of wolf blood pudding is unrealistic. That was part of Little Gray's diet, which is nearly depleted, and Little Gray has also developed sparse little teeth, ready to begin on solid food. As for these two, after much contemplation, Yin Hao resolved to try feeding them sugar water. The idea of purchasing supplies from the trading area never crossed his mind, as there was simply none available. At least in the trading area he currently occupied, there were no sellers. Presently, the animals that people have encountered and can hunt are limited to wolves, leopards, and badgers at best. There are larger, fiercer creatures, but no one dares to approach them. A moment's negligence could lead to utter annihilation. Humanity, once the sovereign ruler of the biological realm, now struggles to survive in this world. The previously toxic medicinal plants, the non-toxic ones either domesticated or endangered, seem far from being realized in this survival landscape. At least for now, very few have successfully captured and raised wild animals. As for those that produce milk, that is even less likely. Observing Yin Hao's multiple experiences with trading area mergers, having sifted through a pool of 100,000 people in Tier 3, it is evident that there were no sellers of animal milk. Diluting syrup, adding a few grains of salt, and a drop of grass juice for vitamins. Whether they survive now rests in their hands. Yin Hao quickly prepared the nourishment for the two young rodents. Using a hollow straw to gently lift one, carefully inserting the straw into its mouth. Perhaps sensing the aroma of food, the young rodent instinctively began to suck. Yin Hao exhaled in relief. The ability to eat signified the possibility of survival. Refusal to eat, akin to those wild chickens and ducks captured and starved, would spell doom from the outset. The peculiar nature of this survival world is evident. Although some species bear resemblance to those from before the transition, even sharing similar habits, they remain wildly untamable, with few achieving successful domestication. The most absurd tale Yin Hao encountered on the forum concerned a misfortunate individual. This person, believing that animals were difficult to raise and prone to starvation, assumed insects would be different. However, contrary to expectations, the insects he raised, likely ants, began to refuse food as well. In the end, they either successfully escaped or perished from starvation. In summary, this was undoubtedly a triumph for the captured ant colony, worthy of celebration. Conversely, for the unfortunate soul who humbly attempted to cultivate insects, it felt as if the sky had fallen. However, it soon became apparent that the gathering technique could procure insect eggs, allowing for direct hatching and rearing from the eggs. The same principle applies to bird and chicken eggs. And indeed, individuals have gradually begun to cultivate these oviparous species, particularly as everyone has been steadily enhancing their proficiency in the gathering technique. Nevertheless, the ability to directly collect juvenile animals remains elusive. Yin Hao's skill level ranks first among the 100,000 in the 3rd district. And to keep pace with his progress in this regard, one would need to be among those fortunate enough to have been the first to draw classification skills. Furthermore, others may not achieve the same rapid advancement in skill proficiency as Yin Hao. Chapter 54. The mimicry bird, much like the esoteric arts, while there are active skills, A greater number resemble passive abilities, such as those exhibited by Wu Qianqian, including crisis foresight and intuition. These passive skills only manifest when one encounters corresponding events. For instance, only upon sensing impending danger can one claim to have successfully executed such a skill, thus gaining a modicum of proficiency. As for curses, how does one effectively curse an abundance of individuals? Furthermore, do they truly believe that cursing incurs no cost? It is widely known that such acts require the expenditure of vitality, life essence, energy, and cultivation levels for their calculations. To cast a curse, does one not need time to craft a voodoo doll? To procure a target's hair or personal belongings, does that not consume time? If one curses a living being excessively, leading to its demise, does it not take time to seek out a new target? In summary, few can rival Yin Hao in terms of skill level, and to date, none have emerged. Two young mice suckled contentedly. Once satiated, they expelled the grass stalk from their mouths and lay motionless. Were it not for Yin Hao's keen eyesight, allowing him to discern the rhythmic rise and fall of their hearts, he might have feared they had succumbed. The two little ones had yet to open their eyes. It remained uncertain whether they were asleep or merely resting. Once again, they had entered a fragmented sleep cycle, this time with the little wolf beside him to keep watch. Yin Hao felt somewhat relieved when the young mice stirred, as the wolf would tug at him to alert him. Nevertheless, his respite was limited. The little gray wolf was still too small, its voice lacking in volume and intimidation, causing Yin Hao to worry that it might inadvertently disturb his slumber, leading him to oversleep and neglect the care of the mouse pups, thereby preventing him from sleeping soundly. His mind remained perpetually tense. Ultimately, this significant responsibility fell upon the shoulders of the mutated hen, Big Flower. Although her crowing lacked the penetrating quality of a rooster's call, when Big Flower opened her throat, she could rouse Yin Hao from his dreams in an instant. Even the two young mice, waiting for their caretaker to awaken and feed them, would huddle together in fright. After experiencing this once, Yin Hao relocated the mice's nest. Whenever Big Flower insisted on calling him, he permitted her to approach his ear, yet forbade her from disturbing the young mice housed in the nursery. Fat sheep, fat sheep, fat sheep, fat sheep. As soon as he stepped through the door, Yin Hao was greeted by the foolish chirping of a mimicry bird. This bird, which had only recently begun to reveal its unique traits after hatching, initially astonished Yin Hao with its ability to mimic human speech. It was, after all, an exceedingly ordinary creature, lacking any resemblance to parrots or mynas. One could hardly imagine it possessed the capacity for human language. With a sharp, elongated beak, approximately the length of an adult man's middle finger, and a body no larger than a fist, its feathers were as fluffy as if they had been ruffled. The bird's plumage was a deep, unremarkable black, with its beak and eyes equally dark, unlike the deep black of a crow, which possesses iridescent hues. This was the most mundane shade of pitch black. If it were to curl up in a corner, particularly in a dimly lit environment, one might scarcely notice its presence. If it were to engage you in conversation at this moment, who could remain unperturbed? The initial reaction would undoubtedly be, "Ghost." However, it is precisely this parrot, capable of mimicking speech, that alleviates Yin Hao's solitude. Prolonged isolation can lead to a regression of linguistic capabilities, and those whose mental state has deteriorated may succumb to madness. Ultimately, few can endure loneliness for an extended period. Reflecting on this, as Yin Hao fed the young mice, he reminisced about his life before his journey. In his childhood, he had witnessed his mother feeding rabbits in their rural home. The newborn bunnies, resembling plump little worms, were no larger than his finger, and a single doe could give birth to over a dozen kits at a time. Though instances of fewer births occurred, they were rare. Whenever this happened, his mother would sigh, for the income from raising and selling rabbits constituted at least half of the family's living expenses. Rising before dawn, she would carry the rabbitlings on a journey of several dozen miles to the town to sell them. Why did their relationship deteriorate to the point of estrangement? It was because his life had been stifled. That couple interfered with everything he pursued, leaving him with no chance of success or escape, effectively preventing him from stepping beyond their control. It felt more like surveillance. He had often doubted his true parentage, but lacked evidence. Now, however, The distinction between biological and non-biological ties held no significance. He had never sought the truth before, and it was even less likely now. He cared not for either side. Shaking his head, Yin Hao chuckled at his own self-mockery. Melancholy only served to heighten one's troubles. If he could cultivate immortality, he would surely pursue the path of emotional detachment, free from entanglements. Yet, witnessing the families arriving from the newly merged districts, with children in tow, seeking survival together, stirred a twinge of envy within him. After feeding the young mice, Yin Hao proceeded to teach the parrot some new words. As he gently petted the obedient little creature nestled in his palm, a fluffy black ball, he couldn't help but reflect. I find that the affection I invest in you far surpasses that which I feel for that family, despite our relatively brief acquaintance. After a moment of sentimentality, Yin Hao made his way to the kiln. The previous batch of ceramics had been retrieved, drawing from the experience of the earlier firings. Although this third batch had a share of failures, the successful pieces looked quite promising. The pristine porcelain varied from pure ivory white to a rather inconspicuous grayish hue. While they could not compare to the glazed creations of professionals, their surfaces were smooth to the touch, and they were perfectly functional. Yin Hao sought not aesthetic beauty, but practicality. Moreover, whether due to the quality of the collected clay, which was devoid of impurities and finely textured, this batch of porcelain, even without glazing, bore a striking resemblance to the glazed counterparts in terms of sheen, aside from color and pattern. How delightful! I never anticipated that I would possess such a skill. Yin Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Even though he was aware that the pleasing appearance of his ceramic creations was largely attributable to the quality of the materials, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. After all, he was a novice. To achieve such results after only 3 firings was worthy of commendation for talent. Wouldn't you agree? With the advent of ceramics, Yin Hao undertook a significant upgrade of his everyday utensils. Although his wooden and stone bowls had been polished to a remarkable smoothness over the years, nothing could quite compare to the ease of use afforded by porcelain that had been cherished for over 2 decades. Naturally, given the opportunity, Yin Hao aimed to provide himself with the best. As for the fragility of these items, should an earthquake strike and shatter them into countless pieces, he could simply remold them. After all, he could now easily gather clay from the earth. In time, as his gathering skills improved, acquiring high-quality clay would no longer be a dream. Moreover, there was always the option of securing them. At worst, he could construct several support racks. For his bowls, plates, and cups, he could store them safely on these racks. In the event of a tremor, they would surely save him from total loss. However, he feared that his recent stroke of luck had already been exhausted during the recent giant rat incident. Initially, Yin Hao had hoped to capitalize on his newfound fortune and open several treasure chests, eager to see if he might uncover something valuable. Yet to his dismay, he ended up with a series of dilapidated chests. The self-sealing technique currently only deceived the worthless, and aside from the minimum reward, he received nothing at all. This nearly brought Yin Hao to tears. It was already a stroke of luck for an unfortunate soul like him to experience even a fleeting moment of fortune. Indeed, one should not be too greedy. Chapter 55. The berries ripen in order to care for the recently harvested pair of giant rat cubs. Yin Hao resolved to refrain from felling trees during the upcoming noontime for several days. After all, there were numerous tasks to attend to at home, and the 2 ratlings could not be left unattended for long. By being vigilant over the next couple of days, given the rapid growth of rodents, he believed that if they could survive this critical period, future care would pose little difficulty. Moreover, another reason for his decision stemmed from the fright he had received from the mishap with the box. His luck seemed utterly depleted. With such misfortune, wandering outside aimlessly felt like courting danger. The ferocity of that gray shadow rabbit was alarming. It had likely just captured a prey sufficient for several meals, leaving no concern for a mere speck like Yin Hao. What if, next time, it found itself hungry and sought an additional snack? At the very least, it might kick him out of sheer displeasure, or, in a better mood, play with him like a toy, tossing him about. No, he could not dwell on such thoughts any longer. Yin Hao shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel those errant musings. Whether deemed an alarmist or a coward, he acknowledged his fear candidly. There was no shame in clinging to life. Having concluded his pottery endeavors, Yen Hao redirected his focus to blacksmithing. Although he possessed the skills of forging, the endeavor required adequate facilities. Not to mention, one must have a forge and a bellows, along with an anvil, hammer, and tongs. His foremost priority was to construct the blacksmith's forge. Following the structural diagram in his manual, he intended to build the main body from heat-resistant black rock, encased in a protective layer of tenfold ironwood. Yen Hao was uncertain if this approach was correct, but if necessary, he could always modify it later once he procured iron. The initial step was indeed the most challenging. In addition to these, he also fashioned the bellows and pipes from black rock. This required meticulous polishing, which was quite time-consuming. To facilitate the construction, he deliberately made the pipes larger, connecting them with segments of varying thickness. Alas, if only he had some heat-resistant bamboo. He grumbled as he worked. Merely polishing the various components consumed an entire day. As this day drew to a close, the two giant rat cubs had successfully navigated their critical phase. Initially requiring frequent feedings, they often turned their little nest into a smelly mess reminiscent of a caddis litter box. Unpleasant, to say the least. With the components prepared, assembly became a straightforward task. The previous day, Yen Hao had completed the construction of the components and the main body of the forge, leaving only the installation of the pieces into their designated places to create a rudimentary forge that combined smelting and bellows. He chopped the tenfold ironwood into suitable sizes, placed them into the furnace, and began the melting process as outlined in the manual. As the ironwood gradually melted into molten iron, the shell of the forge became scaldingly hot. In a moment of inattention, Yen Hao brushed against it, resulting in severe burns on his skin. A sharp gasp escaped Yen Hao's lips as he endured the excruciating pain. However, having already ventured this far, he could not abandon his efforts midway. Gritting his teeth, he persevered through the subsequent steps before hastily seeking out some ice water. By that time, though, the remedy proved largely futile, for the entire section of flesh had succumbed to necrosis, devoid of any chance of revival. Lacking the courage to excise the decayed tissue directly, Yen Hao decided to leave it be, reasoning that as long as he kept it clean and free from pus, it should pose no significant issue. The molten iron, which he intended to work with, had cooled considerably by the time he tended to his wound. With little regard for anything else, he bore the pain in his arm, hastily completing the cooling process with ice water before finally halting his endeavors. The art of blacksmithing could be resumed at any time, but his injury required proper healing. In this world of survival, even the simplest of seasonings was a luxury, let alone medicinal supplies, which were nowhere to be found. Should his condition worsen, he would have no recourse for treatment. Merely lingering a bit longer in the extreme heat had led to this predicament. The prolonged exposure to such high temperatures likely inflicted damage beyond just his burned skin, significantly increasing the risk of infection. As he stood in the cool breeze, applying the ice water, he reflected on how he usually only boiled water for cooking instant noodles or softening dough. His physique, honed to a formidable level, bore the brunt of the ordeal. Although the skin had perished beyond recovery, the regeneration of new tissue was remarkably swift. In a matter of days, the necrotic flesh had begun to reseed, forming scabs that eventually fell away. Upon removing the scabs, the underlying skin appeared a soft pink, still tender and likely unable to withstand further exposure to heat. Cautiously, Yen Hao refrained from hastily resuming his ironworking ambitions, channeling most of his energy into the burgeoning berry grove. The berry seedlings he had previously gathered had thrived under his attentive care, transforming from mere sprouts into bushy plants that bore fruit over the course of nearly a month. This timeline, though not swift, was relatively acceptable in the realm of survival, where a single day could stretch longer than 2 days prior to his journey. In essence, it had taken over 2 months for the seedlings to mature into fruit-bearing plants. Having spent a considerable amount of time in rural settings, Yen Hao recalled that wild fruits in spring grew at a similar pace. The berry bushes stood about half a meter tall, resembling diminutive trees with smooth, rounded leaves akin to small coins. Clusters of red berries adorned the branches, reminiscent of grapes, albeit on a smaller scale. The largest of these fruits was no bigger than a soybean, perfectly round, and they formed delightful bunches. After employing his identification skills to confirm their edibility, Yin Hao plucked a few to taste. They were pleasantly sweet, containing only tiny seeds that did not detract from their enjoyment. It seemed that future ventures into fruit wine and preserves were now within reach. Delighted by the sight of the abundant berry clusters, Yin Hao felt a surge of anticipation. If he were to cultivate even more, perhaps an acre or two, he could indulge in the fruits at his leisure. One should never underestimate such small berries as mere trifles. Yin Hao had previously supplemented his diet with vitamins, but he could only gnaw on the exceedingly sour fruits procured from Yi Hao, which were so tart they could cause one's teeth to ache, as well as nibble on grass, chinyu grass. He decided to make a jar of jam from the fruits, reserving the remainder to contemplate how to preserve seeds and expand his cultivation. Yin Hao began to experiment systematically. He initiated with methods of division and grafting, drawing upon his previous rural experiences. Multiple experimental plots were designated, some for direct cuttings and others for grafting onto various woody plants. Yin Hao also left a portion of the fruits unpicked, wishing to observe whether they would naturally detach from the parent plant and, if they fell into the soil, whether they would sprout. He retained some for himself. However, the seeds were minuscule, smaller than sesame seeds. Approximately 2 or 3 berry seeds equated to a single sesame. Yin Hao aimed to cultivate them, though he anticipated that results would not materialize in the immediate future, necessitating a wait of a couple of days for further observation. Ideally, they would germinate. If not, he would resort to division and grafting. He also endeavored to sow some seeds of the oil tree. The seeds soaked in water had begun to sprout, while those buried in the earth remained dormant, though germination was expected to occur soon. Since embarking on large-scale cultivation of the half-spoon bean, Yin Hao had not lacked sugar. He not only produced syrup, but also crafted sugar blocks, irregularly shaped and the size of a fist in a yellow-brown hue. Yin Hao extracted a piece and crushed it in a mortar, subsequently mixing it with the berry puree and sealing it before storing it in the icebox. This was the simplest method, albeit with a high risk of spoilage. A moment's inattention could lead to the fruit wine emitting an alcoholic scent, transforming into an ambiguous concoction that was neither jam nor wine. Nevertheless, Yin Hao surmised that he would not have to wait for that day. Once prepared, it would likely be consumed within 2 or 3 meals, long before the jam could spoil. Chapter 56. Recovery and the survivor's food crisis. Having completed the task of gathering berries, Yin Hao's scalded hand had nearly healed. The iron smelting project was set to resume. However, this time, Yin Hao had learned his lesson. He refrained from using the highly heat-conductive tin forge ironwood for the exterior of the furnace. While the material was indeed superior, it was also perilously hot to the touch. In contrast, although the 100 yuan wood might lack in certain aspects compared to the tin forge ironwood, it possessed its own unique characteristics. Through this experience, Yin Hao no longer insisted on ranking materials solely by their levels. Different materials may indeed exhibit variations in strength, but their utility also differed. High strength did not guarantee universal applicability. This time, with the shell crafted from 100 yuan wood, Yin Hao encountered no further incidents of scalding. He successfully completed the smelting task. The semi-finished iron block he had previously forged was not wasted either. Seizing the opportunity, now that his arm had fully recovered, he wielded a makeshift hammer fashioned from obsidian and wood, striking vigorously. The adage, "what is tempered by fire becomes steel," held true. With his current extraordinary strength, the semi-finished pig iron was hammered into a more robust form. Impurities were hammered out, leaving only the essence behind. With thoughts of the large iron pot he yearned for, Yin Hao directed his efforts toward crafting the first piece of iron he desired. Though it was his inaugural attempt at blacksmithing, his lack of experience was compensated by his forging skills. Ultimately, despite some setbacks, he succeeded in creating the iron pot he envisioned. Once the pot was fashioned, it required generous amounts of oil to be properly seasoned. Otherwise, the flavor of anything cooked in it would be regrettable. With a pang of reluctance, Yin Hao gazed at the oil container, but ultimately steeled himself and ladled out a generous portion of lard to season the pot. At last, after longing for it, he was able to cook with the iron pot, nearly moved to tears. It had not been easy. Over a month had passed since his arrival here, and he had finally obtained his first cooking vessel. In the future, whenever he needed iron tools for the household, he could now be self-sufficient, avoiding the need to purchase from the system's marketplace. He could even forge items of greater strength than those available in the shop, making the processing of all gathered materials, such as black rock and obsidian, a tangible dream. Time passed swiftly, and it felt as though only days had elapsed since the last merger of the Level 3 zones. The bi-weekly merging of the Level 2 trading area was about to commence again, occurring every 10 days. Resuming his previous routine at noon, Yen Hao ventured out to gather wood. Upon returning, he began to take stock of the supplies available for trade. The jade grass had flourished impressively, yielding a substantial harvest, which he could sell altogether this time. The dry portion was ground into powder, while the fresh was sold as is. During the month of the gale, people only ventured out for an hour or two at noon. Food shortages had led to a resurgence in the market for wood powder, once a fleeting trend. In this survival world, everyone's physical condition had been remarkably enhanced, resulting in a surprisingly effective digestive system. Although wood powder was unpalatable, it was indeed a means of sustenance. However, it lacked nutritional value, and relying solely on it would hinder the effectiveness of his breathing exercises. Yi Hao had once mentioned to Yin how that the effectiveness of these exercises was closely linked to one's daily diet. One enjoys a nourishing and balanced diet, leading to remarkable growth and adaptation to the harsh conditions of this survival world. Conversely, a lack of nutrition, characterized by erratic eating patterns, results in sluggish physical development. When faced with inclement weather and unforeseen events, one may find oneself drifting aimlessly, akin to a water lily, merely surviving from day to day, with little hope for a brighter future. Over time, even if one remains alive, the will to survive may wane. I digress. While others can sell wood powder, the hay powder produced by Yin Hao certainly has its market. This substance boasts a flavor far superior to that of wood powder, and if processed well to achieve a fine texture, it can rival both flour and coarse grains, albeit lacking in nutritional value. Fresh varieties are even more delectable. If Yin Hao can utilize the tender leaves and stems of the Qingyu grass in his dishes, why cannot others do the same? Should the grass leaves and stems be too mature, they can be chopped and mashed into a grass paste, seasoned with a pinch of salt and cooked. While it may not be gourmet, its nutritional value undoubtedly surpasses that of hay or wood powder, as it contains essential vitamins and elements necessary for the human body. Survivors are never short of strength, and even if they can only afford to consume grass and wood powder, they can still refine these substances to make them palatable. Yin Hao is meticulous in his work and does not intend to take shortcuts. The hay is thoroughly cleaned, dried to a crisp, and then ground to a fineness comparable to flour. He has even tested it himself. While the texture may not match that of Qingyu flour or the wheat flour of the past, it remains a commendable option in times of famine, worthy of being classified as fine grain. Naturally, the selling price is slightly higher than that of competitors. While maintaining quality at the same price can help build a good reputation, it may also lead to perceptions of being overcharged. Peers may resent this, believing that one is encroaching upon their market. However, despite the fine texture of Yin Hao's grass powder, it does not necessarily entail an overwhelming workload. He employs machinery crafted from black rock, which possesses commendable strength and versatility in this resource-scarce environment. Utilizing this black rock, he has built a machine with gear-driven mechanisms that can operate for extended periods once properly wound. In comparison to using an electric motor, it requires minimal effort. Bundles of hay are placed on the conveyor belt, and with a vigorous motion, he sets the machine in motion. It automatically processes the hay, first cutting it into segments, then pulverizing it further in the grinding area. The polished black rock results in minimal stone dust, ensuring that the grass powder produced by Yin Hao is fine and devoid of impurities. When presented in the trading area, it could easily pass for flour without raising any suspicions. Weeds are abundant, and, even when ground into powder for sale, they attract little attention. At the very least, those with the ability to control others from a distance are unlikely to focus on a seller who deals only in weeds. As for insects, Yin Hao has long been in the business of selling them, and everyone knows he has scaled up his breeding efforts, offering them at reasonable prices. Who would bother to compete for items that can be reliably and affordably acquired? Rather than wasting time on trivial pursuits. It is far more prudent to focus on those who possess coveted resources. Moreover, even if he were to come under scrutiny, Yin Hao is not without his countermeasures. During the period when his arm was burned, he refrained from forging and thus found himself with ample free time. He has since elevated his self-sealing technique to level 4. At this level, the duration has extended to 40 minutes, while the casting time has been reduced to a mere second. At level 0, the duration is 1 minute. Upon reaching level 1, it increases to 10 minutes, with each subsequent level adding an additional 10 minutes. The nature of changes beyond level 10 remains uncertain. With such a lengthy duration, even if Yin Hao does not devote all his energy to stacking the skill, maintaining 100 or so layers over an extended period is certainly feasible. To illustrate, achieving 80 layers would suffice to withstand level 12 probing abilities. At this stage, those capable of honing their skills to such an extent would not expend effort seeking to disrupt Yin Hao. In fact, they may not even notice his presence, as their attention is likely directed towards formidable survivors of Yi Hao's caliber. Chapter 57. The Art of Raising Livestock and Quick Tips for Leveling Up. As for why Yin Hao was able to elevate his self-sealing technique to level 4 despite facing a leveling bottleneck, it is essential to mention the materials required to overcome the third-level bottleneck. The soil source stone white, which Yin Hao collected while digging, is a material he possesses in abundance. While he may lack other items, this particular stone is inexhaustible as long as he continues to dig and excavate. Thus, one could argue that the self-sealing technique is indeed the most suitable skill for him. Yin Hao felt a surge of gratitude for his keen observation during that auction, where he decisively outbid others for this item. As for the unfortunate soul who was outbid in the final 30 seconds, who cares? It was a matter of speed. He paid for the item, and the transaction was fair. The rules of the auction house are such that he acquired it within the established guidelines. The other party's lack of swiftness is not his fault. Survivor. Yin Hao race, human, extraordinary level. Transcendence level 0, 85. Initial talent. Gathering level 29, no level cap. Additional talents. Planting level 2, 96. Breeding level 6, 100. Stuck. Requires beast source white. Cooking level 1, 5. Self-sealing level 4, 75. Appraisal level 3, 100. Lacks clarity, bottlenecked. Forging level 0, 3. Engraving level 0, 7. Breeding benefits from the practice of nurturing insects, where even a single specimen counts towards proficiency. However, successful breeding is only recognized if the creature is raised from an egg to adulthood and possesses value. Microorganisms do not count. This method is notably efficient. If one were to raise short-lived species, such as mayflies, the proficiency would surely skyrocket. This could be considered a small trick to enhance breeding skills. Should someone master this technique and find a short-lived species to cultivate, especially one without a level cap, his skill proficiency might surpass Yin Hao's. After all, he cannot endlessly grind his gathering skill. Mayflies, which can be cultivated in groups and yield results within hours, would dramatically increase proficiency. Yin Hao could hardly fathom the speed of improvement. Grind the hay in a fine powder and store it in a clean stone chest, preparing to list it in the shop when the secondary trading area merges. Fresh jade grass has also been processed simply, bundled together for future sale. The grass seeds have been cunningly harvested by Yin Hao using a machine, ready to be dried and stored in a chest. In the future, whether used for planting or ground into flour for personal consumption, they present an excellent option. Although he can gather grass seeds through his gathering skill, who would refuse the convenience of harvesting when it comes to food? Selling them alongside the grass stalks would surely amuse the purchasers. It is akin to buying straw, only to receive it with ears of grain attached. Currently, grass seeds are highly sought after, although jade grass appears to be scarce in the trading area. Other non-toxic edible grass seeds are plentiful. Based on the surrounding environment of the survivors, there are reportedly over 20 types of grass seeds that Yin Hao can easily enumerate. According to those who have purchased them, many are unsuitable for steaming buns or bread. However, one variety, known as chew grass, although it bears little resemblance to wheat, can indeed be ground into flour suitable for steaming. Unfortunately, the seller is not located in Yin Hao's area, and despite several mergers of trading zones, he has not been able to acquire it. Without access to purchase, Yinhao remains unaware of whether this grass seed can truly rival wheat flour. In addition to Qingyu grass, Yinhao has recently gathered a considerable amount of meat insects, grasshoppers, and earthworms. Common varieties, such as earthworms and white maggots, are frequently sold in the primary trading zone. Rarer varieties, like grasshoppers and meat insects, which can be roasted and consumed directly, are less frequently offered by Yinhao. He is waiting for the leaderboard settlement, anticipating the merging of trading zones, during which he hopes to gain recognition for his shop while observing the selling prices of his competitors, contemplating whether he might follow suit and raise his prices for increased profit. Moreover, vegetables and fruits, such as half-spoon vegetables, sprout vegetables, cauliflower, red berries, and oilseeds remain undisclosed by Yinhao. Apart from occasionally trading some to Yihao, he has never listed these items in his shop or mentioned them in forums. With all preparations in place, he took a final look at the two giant rat pups, instructing De Hua to keep watch and awaken him at the slightest indication of trouble. As dusk fell, Yinhao retired for the night. As the leaderboard would be settled at dawn, he needed to rest well, poised to collect his rewards and list goods in his shop once the leaderboard was announced. In addition, he was eager to see if the upcoming merger of secondary zones would yield anything he desired. Now that his cultivation and breeding efforts have entered a stable phase, Yinhao finds his modest life quite comfortable, relying solely on the few acres of thin fields and the creatures raised in his breeding room. When in need of oil, he can butcher chickens for their fat, forage for wild oil seeds, or even attempt to extract oil from giant rats once they mature and begin to reproduce. Although uncertain about the exact yield, their size upon maturation should rival that of wild boars, suggesting they would indeed possess ample fat for rendering. Recalling his childhood experience with rat meat, during a time of poverty when meat was a rare luxury, he remembers how the adults would wrap the killed rat in pumpkin leaves and roast it. Vaguely, he recalls the taste being quite pleasant, presumably similar to rabbit meat. However, with the passage of time, he can no longer be certain. It was only as he grew older that he learned of the multitude of bacteria present on rats, truly many and quite lethal, did not attempt to replicate. He wonders why he had no ill effects after consuming roasted rat meat back then, especially as a child, when one would expect a weaker immune system. Perhaps it was due to the scarcity of pesticides at the time, as the rat had been feasting on the household grain, purely wild and natural. The long-buried truths of the past remain a mystery to Yinhao. However, the two that he raised from infancy, coupled with a solid foundation in advanced nurturing techniques, instilled in Yinhao the confidence to teach these mice to adopt the habits of pigs, eating and sleeping in a cycle, gaining weight, and maintaining hygiene. The cackling of De Hua jolted Yinhao from his slumber. A glance at the clock revealed it was 0:10. It seemed that, despite being a hen, De Hua was quite adept at keeping time. Though it was merely a biological instinct responding to Yinhao's presence, a mere 10-minute deviation was impressive. On the leaderboard for Zone 2, Yinhao's skill level remained unparalleled, with no rivals in sight. After a cursory glance, he claimed his rewards and moved on. He proceeded to the storage room, where he meticulously arranged the prepared grass powder and the jade grass, stripped of seeds, for sale in his personal shop. Soon, the inventory began to dwindle, primarily due to his loyal customers, who were well aware of his penchant for quality. Many had been waiting since dawn, eager to purchase his goods. Noticing that Yinhao had only stocked grass powder and jade grass, some of his more discerning clientele, who prioritized quality of life over mere sustenance, began to message him privately, inquiring about the meatworms and urging him to list them promptly. Chapter 58. The Funeral and the Gentle Spring Rain. Wait a moment. Let me assess the situation first. The initial batch of grass powder and jade grass was merely a trial. Yinhao did not acquire much. Taking advantage of this time, he visited other vendors. The price of grass powder had risen by an average of 2 to 7 copper coins. After thoughtful consideration, particularly regarding the quality of his grass powder, he decided to set a high price of 30 copper coins per pound. Grass powder is more easily digestible than wood powder. Thus, its typical selling price fluctuates around 12 to 13 copper coins. As for jade grass, since it requires further processing after purchase and is freshly cut with ample moisture, He set the price at 18 copper coins per bundle. The standardized purchase price for weeds in the marketplace is 10 copper coins per bundle. However, this is merely the purchasing price. In actual sales, unless the grass is utterly useless, it usually fetches at least 11 to 12 copper coins per bundle. Otherwise, with such spare time, one might as well sell directly to the marketplace, where transactions are immediate and free from the hassle of finding buyers or paying stall fees. It must be said, the marketplace's purchasing price, although somewhat exploitative, has indeed elevated the overall price level in this trading area. Regardless of what you sell, if it does not exceed 10 copper coins, you are essentially incurring losses. This is because the system's marketplace purchase price is higher than the selling price, and you must also pay additional stall fees. If one were to pursue such a path, it would not be profit-making, but rather a form of charity, a means of subsistence. Initially, Yen-Hao harbored doubts. However, upon discovering that the system's marketplace not only purchased weeds at 10 copper coins per bundle, but would also buy common roadside debris for the same price, he understood the absurdity of the pricing without collapse. Clearly, the marketplace provides a safety net. This is also a primary reason why the majority of survivors manage to sustain themselves. Here, as long as one is willing to strive, even daily activities like weeding, stone collecting, or digging can yield enough for basic sustenance. Yet, the calculations are not solely based on this. In the harsh conditions of the survival world, one requires not only food, but also materials for warmth, drought resistance, and shelter construction. The expenses for these necessities can be quite substantial. If one desires to advance or enhance their survival capabilities, it would necessitate the purchase of defensive gear or skill books. Thus, hunger arises. When pushed to the brink, people can resort to any means. Perhaps they merely wish to save on food expenses to acquire more urgent necessities. Maybe they have recently spent most of their money and find themselves financially constrained. Or perhaps their families are facing shortages, and they are willing to accept any food available. Various reasons drive individuals to purchase wood powder or grass powder, yet one certainty remains. Given the opportunity, they will naturally opt for the more palatable option. Yen-Hao's shop soon distinguished itself among the multitude of vendors. The reason is simple. For the same price, his powder is notably finer, although the difference may be slight. He is not the only astute individual who has thought to grind dry grass into a fine powder and sell it at a premium. Yet even the slightest disparity can be significant enough to enable his establishment to stand out amidst a myriad of competitors, selling out its stock first. However, at this juncture, no one sought to trouble Yen-Hao or envy his flourishing business. In the bustling trading zone, food items were largely in a state of frenzy, and as long as the quality was not abysmal, there would invariably be buyers. Everyone was preoccupied with counting their earnings and strategizing their expenditure, leaving little attention for a competitor selling at similar prices. Although Yen-Hao's grass powder appeared refined, and his business seemed prosperous, the lack of visibility regarding his sales volume and the confidentiality of buyer information meant only the proprietor was privy to who procured his wares. The absence of crucial data rendered it challenging to glean substantial insights, dissuading anyone from exerting unnecessary effort. Unless, of course, one were selling particularly coveted items such as rare materials, equipment, or potions. Observers would naturally perceive a seller of fine goods as a prime target, and should misfortune befall them, they could hardly blame anyone else. Nevertheless, after several rounds of consolidation in the trading zone, people had grown wiser. Valuable items were no longer displayed for direct sale in shops, for that would be akin to painting a target on oneself, openly inviting others to seize the opportunity. Anyone with a modicum of sense would opt for anonymous auctions at the trading house, with the survival guide providing a safety net. The risk of information leakage was virtually non-existent, thus instilling confidence among participants. After listing his goods in the shop, Yen-Hao promptly made his way to the auction house to keep watch. Previously preoccupied with various tasks, he had not dedicated sufficient time to monitor the newly merged trading zone, resulting in missed opportunities. This time, he resolved to check frequently, as caring for the young giant rat required fragmented sleep, affording him ample time to indulge in this endeavor. Art of summoning. Call forth troops, and whomever you touch shall be summoned. You there, yes you, strengthen yourself. This introduction seemed rather whimsical, but upon delving into the detailed description, one discovers it is a supportive skill akin to linguistic fluency. It randomly selects a nearby creature, allowing communication through thought waves. The advantage lies in the ability to converse with monsters without the need to understand their respective languages, fostering a delightful exchange. However, there are downsides. The unpredictability means that should one randomly connect with a formidable entity or one with avaricious tendencies, a moment of friendly dialogue could lead to one's undoing. Funeral art. With each enemy sent to their final rest, current cultivation progress increases by 10. This bears resemblance to certain immortal cultivation novels where the protagonist's fortune flourishes through the demise of foes, as long as enough adversaries are dispatched. Ascension to divinity is but a dream away. Spring wind transformation. Have you felt the warmth of spring? Indeed, this is a lethal technique that allows one to strike enemies silently and unseen, leaving them unaware of your origins. Like the wind, your attacks arrive without a sound and depart just as quietly, leaving only the warmth felt by each foe you have touched. This one appears somewhat esoteric, yet it is presumably a powerful offensive skill characterized by high concealment. The current bid has already surpassed 5 million copper coins, equating to 150 silver. It must be said that there are indeed quite a number of affluent individuals. However, Yin Hao finds himself somewhat perplexed by the rapid escalation in the prices of skill books. Was it not the case that they were previously available for merely a few thousand copper coins each? Yet now, the price of the spring breeze and rain technique has surged to more than 100-fold. Oh, and it was he himself who once spent 1 million copper coins on a skill book. Well, that settles that. Yin Hao then took a glance at the prices of commonplace skill books, such as gathering and planning techniques. In the auction house, no one seemed to be offering them for sale, while in the trading area, they were priced between 3,500 to 4,500 copper coins each, becoming nearly worthless. It appears that this exorbitant price is reserved for the esteemed skills of exceptional nature. Yin Hao pondered this thoughtfully. Chapter 59. News of the Enchanted Rift. It seems quite reasonable upon reflection. Such a potent skill, even if it requires 3 levels for a minor enhancement and 10 levels for a major upgrade, would in no way diminish its formidable strength. Should one cultivate it, wouldn't it be remarkably impressive? Striking silently at foes while maintaining a position of complete safety. Such an extraordinary ability is indeed worth pursuing. Yin Hao gazed at it with great envy. However, upon seeing the price escalate by 500,000 copper coins to a staggering 2 million, and sensing that it might continue to rise, he completely abandoned the idea. Forget it. Though this skill is undeniably extraordinary and quite alluring with that amount of money, Yin Hao could procure several decent skill books instead. After acquiring a skill book that offered shielding capabilities, he seemed to have suddenly adopted a more frugal demeanor. He was reluctant to vie for this spring breeze and rain skill amidst so many desperate seekers. It was far too conspicuous. This was not like the last opportunity that had only 30 seconds left. Moreover, given the funds at his disposal, even counting the earnings from selling grass powder and meatworms today, he was still destined to be outbid by the others. The last time he purchased the self-sealing skill, he had suffered substantial losses. Now, he felt somewhat vulnerable. Yin Hao set his sights on the price range of several thousand to 200,000 or 300,000. Skills such as gathering, planting, and appraisal had become commonplace since the significant alteration in treasure chest drop rates. Now, nearly everyone possessed at least one. It was challenging to find a buyer for a skill book priced at 3,000 or 4,000 copper coins. Lowering the price too much would seem unworthy of what he had originally paid when the drop rates had not been modified. Thus, the situation for these basic skill books became rather awkward. After all, even Yin Hao, a rather unlucky individual, managed to obtain gathering and appraisal skill books after opening several wooden and stone treasure chests despite the risks involved. Fireball technique. Release a fireball to attack an enemy. The size and speed of the fireball depend on the skill level. This technique, once regarded as a representation of superhuman ability at the onset of his journey, now had a base auction price of merely 30,000 copper coins, with the highest transaction price not exceeding 70,000. Upon inspecting the auction house, Yin Hao noted that quite a few were selling the fireball technique, so he refrained from making a fixed bid and instead opted for gradual bidding. Ultimately, he purchased a Level 0 Fireball Technique skill book for $55,000. Sharpness Technique. Apply a sharpness attribute to an item, enhancing the sharpness of your blade. Starting bid, 35,000 copper coins. Yanhao is not far from reaching level 30 in gathering, which would necessitate processing high-quality materials. He did not hesitate and immediately joined the bidding for the Sharpness Technique. Lightness Technique. Do you wish to experience the feeling of being as light as a swallow? Learn this, and you shall enjoy a cloud riding experience. Starting bid, 30,000. Yanhao found the seller's description of the lightness technique somewhat perplexing. The exaggeration was rather excessive. At level 0, it would merely lessen the effects of gravity to a small extent. The professional appraisal provided by the auction house, however, seemed much more reliable. Yanhao nodded to himself, reassured that with the auction house's endorsement, he need not worry about acquiring a counterfeit. He decisively engaged in the bidding. Although the introduction of this lightness technique may seem somewhat exaggerated, it is indeed imperative for him to acquire a skill to enhance his speed. Spending 30 to 50,000 on it would not be a loss. The golden needle technique, which concentrates golden needles to attack foes, may initially lack the lethality of the fireball technique, but in the later stages, a barrage of needles can be quite formidable. Are you certain you do not wish to purchase a book on it? The starting bid is merely 30,000. Goodness. They even managed to incorporate a bit of disparagement into the description. Yanhao found himself questioning whether the individual responsible for this description had previously worked as a customer service representative. Nevertheless, compared to the spring breeze technique, this price is relatively fair, and Yanhao decisively made the purchase. With the remaining funds, Yanhao pondered for a while and settled on a skill book entitled Frost Technique, a true walking humanoid refrigeration device. Possessing this skill might save him money on ice blocks should he encounter high temperatures again. Just as he was preparing to leave, a message from Yihao arrived. Brother, have you purchased any skill books today? How much do you have left? He was the first to draw the insight skill, and Yanhao's expression grew serious as he quickly inquired. Yes, I bought one, and I should have around 100,000 copper coins left. If you need, I can lend you some. Yihao, no need, keep your money. Buy the gathering technique, planning technique, breeding technique, and appraisal technique. Stockpile as many as you can. Yanhao felt a bit perplexed and couldn't help but ask, is there a significant future use for stockpiling these? Yihao, well, earlier today when I passed a cliff, Insight indicated that a rare event fissure would soon open there. It advised me to amass basic skill books. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Yanhao 074. It must be of great importance. Thanks, brother. I owe you a grand feast. Yihao. All right, I shall look forward to it. Just as he closed the message window, Wu Qianqian reached out to him again. Wu Qianqian 314. Boss Yin, do you remember me? I previously sold you Black Rock and by Yuan Wood. I have a strong feeling that the prices of gathering technique, appraisal technique, planning technique, and breeding technique will soar soon. If you trust my judgment, you might want to stock up on them. If not, consider my word forgotten. She sent a single message and then vanished, seemingly disinterested in further conversation with Yanhao. This abruptness might have led him to dismiss it as a scam if not for Yihao's prior warning. However, given Yihao's assertion, it seemed credible. Yanhao 074. Thank you. I recall you mentioning you had eye-brightening water. Do you still have any? Name your price and sell me some. Unsure how to express his gratitude, Yanhao directly inquired about the eye-brightening water. Wu Qianqian 314. Yes, indeed. I managed to obtain 10 drops, used 3 for myself, and can spare 3 more to help you upgrade your appraisal technique. I haven't reached level 6 myself, so I am unaware of the upgrade conditions. I won't trade any more than that. Yanhao 074. All right, what do you need on your end? After a considerable pause, Wu Qianqian finally responded, expressing her need for sustenance. She mentioned that she had noticed the grass powder available in the shop, which was praised in the forums for its fine texture. She suggested exchanging that for her needs, as she had intended to purchase it but found out of stock. Yanhao contemplated for a moment before agreeing, stating, please wait a moment. The 3 drops of vision-enhancing water he possessed were quite valuable as materials for skill upgrades, with each drop fetching a price of 3. 0.000 copper coins in the trading area. After weighing his options, Yan Hao decided to provide Wu Qianqian with 200 pounds of grass powder, 100 pounds of jade flour, and an additional half-pound of meatworms. He explained, although grass powder can satiate hunger, it lacks nutritional value. The remainder has been exchanged for flour made from jade grass seeds. While it cannot compare to wheat flour, it can still be used to make dumplings or pancakes, offering more nourishment than grass powder. Additionally, I will give you half a pound of meatworms as a gesture of goodwill. Should you come across any valuable items to sell in the future, do let me know. I will consider purchasing them if the price is right. Wu Qianqian, upon seeing the items in the trading window, felt a surge of joy and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She replied, "Thank you, thank you. I am truly grateful. I feel as if I haven't tasted meat in ages and am at a loss for words. Regardless, I will remember this kindness." Seeing her heartfelt gratitude, Yan Hao smile deepened. He added, "If the trading area merges in the future and you wish to purchase some insect meat, feel free to reach out to me. I will set some aside for you." It was a fair exchange, using a few small creatures from his own harvest to gain the goodwill of a highly perceptive survivor. Chapter 60. The disappearance of three friends. The events encountered by the survivors share a notable commonality. For instance, the incident of a colossal beast blocking the door tends to occur once one has reached a certain level of development. Recently, Yi Hao mentioned that he had seen a hint regarding an impending rift of adventures about to open, prompting Yan Hao to take it seriously. After equipping himself from head to toe with weapons and gear, he devoted the remaining funds to acquiring 4 fundamental skill books. Having completed these purchases, he found his finances considerably depleted. Fortunately, Yan Hao was entirely self-sufficient in his daily life, and even if his savings dwindled, it did not adversely affect his standard of living. He took stock of the bounty gathered in recent days to determine what could be of use. The rewards from daily tasks were meager, consisting primarily of water, salt, and the same old black breadsticks. While these provisions are essential for those struggling at the brink of sustenance, for someone like Yan Hao, the black bread was merely fit for feeding chickens. Even the hen, De Hua, showed disdain, preferring the grass seeds and insects Yan Hao offered over the unpalatable bread. Black breadsticks, akin to the food of medieval Western peasants, possess a hardness suitable for use as a club, containing a fair amount of sawdust and sand. Though not lethal, they certainly induce suffering. As for side quests and main quests, it seemed that ever since the novice phase concluded, there had been no updates, to the extent that Yan Hao now instinctively overlooked the sections listing side and main quests when reviewing the task page. This time was no exception. It remained devoid of anything but daily tasks. Heeding Yi Hao's advice, Yan Hao dedicated the past few days to practicing the newly acquired skill books, striving to elevate them to level 1 and beyond. The remainder of his time was spent following various martial arts instructional videos. Particularly, he focused on Tai Chi and Bagua, disciplines that previously demanded exorbitant tuition fees for lessons. Now, however, the costs have become more accessible, with lessons available for several hundred or thousand copper coins, taught by masters with considerable expertise in martial arts. Moreover, for those disinterested in private instruction from renowned masters, there were official offerings of military boxing and free fighting techniques to pursue. Although the precise distance between individuals remained ambiguous, the presence of forums facilitated communication, allowing many flower planters to regard themselves as part of a cohesive whole. Some who were engaged in related professions before their transmigration continued to dedicate time to assist others amidst their survival efforts, managing various mundane tasks. Of course, positions requiring extensive manpower and administrative authority for controlling reviews had dissipated, yet many spontaneously took up the mantle of maintenance, especially among the elder generation who had endured hardship. Previously, they might have spent their days enjoying tea, playing chess, visiting local markets, or caring for their grandchildren, with only a minority indulging in online activities. Now, however, everyone's physical prowess had been elevated to a common standard, rejuvenating the elders and imbuing them with vitality. The survival guide was also remarkable, capable of automatically translating foreign languages into comprehensible meanings, even for the illiterate. Even the transmission of thoughts is possible, it matters not if one cannot read or write. Whatever resides in your mind will be automatically translated into text and dispatched to the designated posts or individuals. Do you wish to express a grandiose declaration of independence today? Believe it or not, in due time, a multitude of elderly folks will come forth to inundate you, allowing you to profoundly experience the wisdom of the elders. Time flows slowly. On the fifth day, at noon, Yin Hao stood warily, facing a gigantic rat that had fixated its gaze upon him. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted. The colossal rodent, startled, turned and fled, while Yin Hao watched in astonishment as a bolt from the blue cleaved a dark fissure into the nearby mountainside. The unknown sound reverberated thereafter. Side quest: explore the anomaly rift has been issued. This brief announcement seemed to convey a sense of aloofness akin to its initial demeanor. Yin Hao felt a flicker of doubt, yet found himself oddly reassured. Splendid. The tone and attitude remain unchanged from the first impression. It seems the previous teasing remarks were merely the system's erratic whims. This frigid disposition offers me a greater sense of security, he mused. This individual, in some measure, exhibited signs of Stockholm Syndrome. Without lingering in that place, Yin Hao swiftly returned to the shelter, secured the gate, and retreated to his bedroom, where his taut nerves finally began to unwind. He opened the survival guide and messaged Yi Hao. Brother, have you heard the system announcement? What exactly is this anomaly rift? 1 minute passed, then 2, 10 minutes, an hour. After sending the message, it vanished into the void. Yi Hao seemed to be preoccupied with something, offering no reply. Initially, Yin Hao thought little of it, but the current circumstances were different, as one could now spend ample time surfing the web. Without work, one would find themselves without sustenance. Without becoming stronger, survival in this harsh world was impossible. Few could remain before the survival guide for extended periods. Yin Hao, when busy, typically only had time to eat and rest in the evenings. However, when he had finished his meal and still received no response from Yi Hao, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. As time passed, and he prepared to retire for the night without a word from Yi Hao, his subsequent messages met the same silence. Yin Hao's heart sank to the depths. Something must have truly gone awry with Yi Hao. The second day turned to the third, and still no word from Yi Hao. It was not only Yi Hao, even Xiao Yuntian, with whom he frequently communicated, appeared to have vanished, as his messages went unanswered. Such a phenomenon could not be mere coincidence. Contemplating this, Yin Hao sent messages of concern to all his acquaintances. Ultimately, apart from Yi Hao, Xiao Yuntian, and Min Tian 003, everything else appeared to be in order. Yin Hao sent a message, and others mistakenly believed he was attempting to exploit a backdoor to sell them goods, causing a flurry of excitement. Consequently, Yin Hao had to discreetly distribute a small amount of meat worms and herbal powder to them, ensuring that no one uncovered his unusual behavior or true intentions. Regarding the matter of the miraculous rift, Yin Hao refrained from acting impulsively. Just recently, Yi Hao had shared with him information about the rift, and now he had been out of contact for several days. Yin Hao sensed the connection between these events and decided to bide his time. However, one matter weighed heavily on his mind. He had discovered that the rift was shifting, gradually moving closer to his refuge. If this continued, it seemed inevitable that, even without his intervention, the rift would reach his doorstep. At that point, it could potentially engulf his sanctuary as well. On the forum, discussions about this news were also underway. Some claimed to have heard the system announce the initiation of a rift side quest, while others reported they had not. Additionally, there are those who found themselves blocked by a giant python, silently raising their hands to express a hope that if a rift were to open, it would do so at their doorstep, swallowing the monstrous beast that barred their way. This would allow them a more direct route, possibly leading to some extraordinary fortune. Many echoed this sentiment, expressing their anticipation. Ever since the significant alteration in treasure chest drop rates and the emergence of powerful skills such as spring breeze and funeral arts, a notable interest in outdoor adventures had blossomed among the populace. Chapter 61 Preparation. Entering the rift on the fifth day, the adventure rift loomed ever closer. Merely 2 or 3 miles from his home, Yin Hao felt a twinge of hesitation. However, to prevent the rift from manifesting right at his doorstep, he began to make preparations. Firstly, the internal space of the treasure chest he carried needed to be sufficiently ample. Secondly, it required to be sturdy and stable, ensuring that it would not impede his movements while worn on his back. Subsequently, he needed to stockpile ample provisions of food and water. Clothing, bedding, and a camping tent were also essential. For 5 consecutive days, there had been no word from Yi Hao and the others. If they had indeed entered the adventure rift, it indicated that their exit would not be imminent, necessitating a readiness for a prolonged endeavor. Given the difficulty of digesting dry rations, Yin Hao opted to prepare a considerable quantity of soft pancakes fried in meat oil, nearly exhausting his household supply of this essential ingredient. After thoroughly cleaning the meatworms, he sliced them into segments, boiling them in salted water until tender and flavorful. Once drained, he sprinkled them with the seasoning packets from instant noodles, sealing them in a ceramic jar so that when hunger struck, he could conveniently consume them with chopsticks, one delectable bite at a time. With salt, fine chili powder, and several other condiments at his disposal, each morsel was both aromatic and chewy, serving as a delightful accompaniment when the monotony of survival rations became tiresome. He also prepared sausages and cured meats, meticulously cooked and drained, to be sliced fresh at mealtime. If stored properly, even cooked items would remain edible for several days. Yin Hao brought along a generous supply of syrup, neatly contained in bamboo tubes, allowing for easy access whenever he desired a sip. Additionally, he packed a bamboo tube filled with salt for seasoning. Water was conveniently stored in a lightweight water pouch, making it an essential item for both home and travel. Vitamin supplements were indispensable as well. He brought along berry preserves, all contained in bamboo tubes for easy retrieval. He also prepared half-fermented sauerkraut made from sprouted vegetables, half a spoonful of bean leaves, and the leaves of cauliflower. Moreover, he included vegetable juice, which had been extracted and preserved with sugar, albeit with an unusual taste, as this was his first attempt at such a concoction, and he lacked experience. Nevertheless, this concoction was indeed effective in replenishing vitamins, leaving little room for criticism. He packed 4 complete sets of clothing, with the inner garments fashioned from coarse cloth, while the outer layer was made of sturdy, dirt-resistant linen. Yin Hao prepared 2 sets of leather armor, placing them in the treasure chest for use upon entering, and donned a set of metal armor directly on his person. His weapon of choice remained the large machete, as it suited an ordinary individual without martial arts training perfectly. Through diligent practice over the past few days, he had elevated several skills: fireball technique, golden needle technique, sharpness technique, lightness technique, and frost technique, to level 1, thus acquiring a modicum of combat capability. Yet, he felt somewhat clumsy. For instance, the fireball technique now allowed him to conjure a fireball the size of a fist, albeit at a languorous pace. An opponent would have ample time to evade if they stood still. The golden needle technique fared slightly better in speed, but lacked lethality, requiring precise timing to strike vulnerable areas like an enemy's eyes to be effective. The sharpness technique, however, proved beneficial when applied to the machete, yielding immediate results and aligning well with Yin Hao's current combat style. The frost technique, while somewhat modest in its cooling capabilities, proves adequate for merely lowering the temperature of food during cooking. Beyond this, household matters must be meticulously arranged in advance. Should he be unable to exit for several days, or even longer, the care and feeding of these responsibilities would pose a significant challenge. Contemplating this predicament, Yin Hao perused the pages of his compendium, combining his scant knowledge with what he found, and devised a rudimentary automatic feeding and watering apparatus. Unfortunately, the absence of electrical components and intricate mechanisms meant that this contraption required supervision, necessitating manual activation at the appointed times. Yin Hao then turned his attention to the reliable Big Flower, renowned for its punctuality in signaling time. After countless instructions, and even enduring the mockery of the nearby mimic bird, Big Flower finally affirmed its understanding, beating its wings against its chest with a proud posture, seemingly assuring Yin Hao that it could manage the task with ease. Yin Hao entrusted Big Flower with the care of Little Gray and the 2 juvenile giant rats. Though this would necessitate manual feeding, he took great pains to instruct and demonstrate the feeding process to Big Flower, which had previously awakened Yin Hao for rodent feedings and was somewhat familiar with the routine. It was his fervent hope that Big Flower would not falter when the time came. Fortunately, the giant rat offspring had grown robust under their care. Their fur nearly fully developed, and they had grown to the size of a fist, resembling the common house mouse from his previous life. However, at this stage, the young giant rats bore a softer appearance, their heads not yet as fierce as those of adult house mice, with relatively large eyes and shorter, less pointed snouts, giving them a somewhat endearing, albeit awkward, charm, particularly with their naive and innocent gaze. The thought of leaving suddenly tugged at Yin Hao's heartstrings. In the greenhouse and underground planting room, he had set up drip irrigation systems, and the crops were not overly delicate, thriving with relative ease. The jade grass, seedling vegetables, and half-spoon beans were nearing harvest. He could only hope to return in time to prevent them from rotting in the soil. Despite the myriad of attachments and lingering sentiments, Yin Hao knew he had to depart. The anomaly was encroaching upon his doorstep, and delay could jeopardize the safety of the entire refuge. A little gray lingered reluctantly at Yin Hao's feet, following closely in his wake. Since its birth, it had never encountered a situation where Yin Hao was to embark on a lengthy journey, and the little creature was exceedingly anxious. Observing this, Yin Hao knelt to stroke its head, then gently lifted it and placed it back inside, closing the door to prevent its escape. "Be good, my dear. Father has important matters to attend to. You're still too small to accompany me. Stay here and wait for my return, all right?" Yin Hao had seamlessly embraced the role of caretaker, even referring to himself as father. A little gray whimpered mournfully, its pitiful cries tugging at the heartstrings of anyone who heard it. The little creature has now grown to the size of a medium-sized dog, embodying the playful, mischievous spirit that requires the companionship of its owner. Yin Hao, feeling a tinge of reluctance and sorrow, restrained himself from turning back to open the door. "Be patient. I will return and prepare delicious food for you." His voice faded into the distance, leaving behind a small wolf, seemingly bereft of its closest kin, lamenting in a sorrowful howl, awaiting a response that would never come. The rift of wonders lay deep and unfathomable, resembling a colossal abyss capable of devouring those who dared to approach. Fortunately, a winding path leading into its depths remained, or else Yin Hao might have lacked the courage to step forward. The unknown darkness instilled an innate fear, particularly within a chasm that could only be traversed by jumping into the void. With no sight of the landing or the abyss's interior, an endeavor fraught with the peril of shattering one's bones upon impact, Yin Hao would rather await death in the sanctuary than embark on such a precarious leap into uncertainty. He descended along the serpentine path. The continuous illumination provided by the torch of the 100 fruit would gradually unveil the interior of the Rift of Wonders. Here, myriad luminescent fungi emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a captivating spectacle in the darkness. Uncertain of their toxicity, Yin Hao cautiously skirted around them, casting an identification spell in passing. Glistening nightlight mushroom, non-toxic, prone to explosion. Upon receiving this revelation, Yin Hao tread even more carefully, fearing a misstep that might trigger an explosion, sending him soaring into the air. Unbeknownst to him, as he ventured deeper into the Rift of Wonders, the rift itself began to constrict until it vanished entirely. The scenery here bore no difference from that before the rift had spread, as if everything were an illusion and the dark, unfathomable crevice had never existed. Within the sanctuary, Little Gray seemed to sense something amiss, scratching desperately at the door, howling with a heart-wrenching cry, its wolfish eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 62. Yi Hao hungry. Food in the midst of this darkness. Yin Hao was unaware of how long he had been walking until suddenly, the scene before him became brilliantly illuminated. He looked up to find a sky of an exquisite azure, akin to a vast, cerulean canopy, devoid of the sun's embellishments, yet radiating a gentle, non-blinding light. With his keen eyesight, he could even perceive the trajectories of the drifting clouds. When they gathered, they transformed into ethereal wisps, resembling the vibrant hues of sunset. At times, they appeared as fluffy cotton balls, and at others as delicate mist tinged with a gradient from yellow to red, illuminated by sunlight streaming from an unknown source. As they dispersed, they resembled fine threads, and even from a distance, they seemed to possess an otherworldly essence, stirring an even greater longing for the azure expanse. The long-suppressed feelings within him seemed to be soothed by the ever-changing clouds, causing the corners of Yin Hao's mouth to curve upward involuntarily. Shifting his perspective on this unexpected journey through the rift from bleakness to something more hopeful. Suddenly, amidst the crystal-clear blue sky, a thunderous roar erupted from the northeast, as if conjured from thin air. The previously harmless clouds, akin to celestial decorations, began to converge rapidly, drawn by an unseen force, transforming into dense, ominous clouds flashing with electric arcs. With a crack, a brilliant bolt of yellow lightning struck down from the darkened clouds, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder and a blinding flash of light. The magnitude of this spectacle extinguished the buoyancy that had just begun to blossom in Yin Hao's heart, causing his spirits to plummet once more. Could it be that some ancient being is undergoing tribulation? Am I truly witnessing this? Yin Hao's heart raced with trepidation. Just as he prepared to retreat from the northeastern direction, a blinding ray of rainbow light erupted from the southeast, soaring into the heavens, connecting earth to sky. The sight was nothing short of magnificent. Is a treasure about to emerge? He mused with a self-deprecating smile. Were he not acutely aware of his predicament in this survival world, he might have believed he had stumbled into a realm of cultivation. Given the current spectacle, he would not be surprised if, in the next moment, a figure rode the rainbow, soaring through the clouds. This eastern area seems perilous. I shall head west instead, he resolved silently, taking his first steps westward. He frequently consulted his survival guide to ensure he did not stray into the perilous zones of the dark clouds or the radiant rainbow, thereby avoiding any unforeseen calamities. Not long into his journey, the survival guide began to flicker, a special message alert he had set, meant solely for Yi Hao. Can I actually connect with him in this rift? Yin Hao paused momentarily, opening the message tab. Yi Hao, brother, are you there? Please respond. Yi Hao, where are you? Why is there no reply? Yi Hao, I can't believe it, but could it be that you've gone missing? Is something wrong on your end? If you're in trouble, let me know. I'll certainly help if I can. Yi Hao, damn. I just realized that not only can I not reach you, but I'm also unable to contact many others. Could it be that I'm the one who has gone missing? Yi Hao, I have managed to establish contact with that individual surnamed Qiao. It appears that he's experiencing a similar predicament. It seems that upon entering the rift, he became disconnected from the outside world. Our only means of communication lies with those who have already traversed the rift. Yi Hao, there is no food in this place. Insight has warned me of the dangers lurking everywhere. Aside from the water I brought with me, there is nothing here that is fit for consumption. Yi Hao, brother, I am out of supplies. Why have you not yet entered? I have been waiting for you so long that I feel as though I might wither away. Yi Hao, hunger, food. It has been 3 days since my last meal. In the past, going without food for 3 days would nearly bring one to the brink of starvation. Yet I still feel vibrant and vigorous. It seems I can endure for quite a while longer. However, my stomach is truly growling. I find myself desiring to nibble on anything I come across just to test its flavor, were it not for Insight's constant reminders of danger, and my remaining sense of reason. Yi Hao, on the 5th day of famine, brother, please enter the rift. I miss you terribly. I feel as though I might go mad. For some reason, I have a strong intuition that you will bring a bounty of delectable foods with you. Slurp message 99. Goodness, Yin Hao, what a surprise. It turns out he is not the only one messaging Yi Hao. Yi Hao is simultaneously reaching out to him. Yet, perhaps due to the peculiar nature of the rift, they are unable to receive each other's messages. After reading through them all, Yin Hao has gained some understanding of this extraordinary rift. This place is rife with an abundance of inedible flora and fauna, along with a series of trials. The creatures possess a physical form, yet upon being attacked, they swiftly dissipate into energy. Even if one merely severs a vine, that vine will quickly transform into luminous energy points upon detachment from its host. By basking in these dissipating lights, one's physical attributes will enhance significantly. Mastery over the transcendence realm will improve, and one's life essence will ascend. However, the experience of hunger remains unyielding, which is why Yi Hao has managed to survive for 5 or 6 days without sustenance, still brimming with vitality. Reflecting on the initial message regarding his food shortage, it has now been 6 days since Yi Hao's plight began, and he certainly did not start his fast on the day he entered. This calculation leads Yin Hao to a sudden realization. The passage of time within this extraordinary rift seems to differ from that of the outside world. Yi Hao's messages have morphed into a habitual inquiry, a means for him to vent his frustrations as if treating Yin Hao as a confidant. Yi Hao, if I were to perish in this rift, I wonder if you would still receive my messages. If you do, consider it my last words. Yi Hao, my parents perished in a car accident several years ago, and there are few close relatives left. I do have a younger sister who went missing during childhood and has never been found. If you happen to see my messages, please, never mind. Even if she is still alive, as her brother, I do not even know what she looks like, so I won't trouble you with the search. Just as Yi Hao sat upon a rock, sending yet another message to Yin how to vent his thoughts, the once silent message bar suddenly sprang to life. Yin Hao 074. I have entered. Is trading possible here? I will support you immediately. Yi Hao's eyes brightened with excitement as he eagerly replied, Of course, I can. I have previously attempted transactions with someone named Xiao, among others. As long as it is within this rift, trading is permissible, regardless of the original zone. Observing this, Yin Hao refrained from further chatter and promptly sent a transaction request. Yin Hao 074 has initiated a trade with you, priced at 1 copper coin, with the seller covering the transaction fee. Would you like to proceed? Yi Hao was deeply moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Unfortunately, his parched lips were cracking, or he might have succumbed to an uncontrollable sob. With trembling fingers, he clicked to accept. Inside the transaction were 3 bamboo tubes. One contained clear water, another was filled to the brim with a thick, dark brown liquid, and the last held a grass-green substance that resembled a peculiar dish. Additionally, there were several pounds of cured meat and a bag of unknown meat pieces, each suitable for a single bite, dusted with chili powder. Furthermore, the largest package revealed layers of flatbread, cooked with lard, which despite being cold, remained delightfully soft and required little effort to bite into. Chapter 63. The encounter in the rift. Yi Hao felt a slight sting in his nose and, with a mental command, responded to the survival guide. Thank you. I'm at a loss for sentimental words, but from now on, we share a bond that transcends life and death. Anyone who dares to harm you must first tread over my lifeless body. After sending the message, his trembling hand reached for the bamboo tube filled with water. He sipped cautiously, afraid of choking and spilling it. Uncertain of how long he would be trapped in this fissure, he was determined not to squander even a drop of water, despite the assistance from Yin Hao. He had learned his lesson the hard way, having once indulged in luxurious baths, unaware that he would be ensnared for so many days. Now, even the slightest moisture to soothe his throat felt like a blessing. After drinking a modest amount, feeling some relief in his stomach, Yi Hao finally picked up a biscuit and chewed it slowly. He was not lacking in hunger. Rather, he feared that rushing his meal would upset his stomach. Although he was unsure how much longer his body could withstand hunger, Yi Hao was resolute in not letting himself succumb to gluttony, especially when he knew that his good friend was providing ample supplies. On the other side, Qiao Yintian had sent numerous messages to Yin Hao, mentioning that he had encountered Yi Hao, who could perceive additional hints. He expressed that he had a good friend who would surely bring sufficient food and water if he entered. While he had the impulse to assert that he instinctively believed this friend would be well prepared, he hesitated, recognizing their relationship as merely that of buyer and seller, and felt it inappropriate to compare Yi Hao to an unknown companion. Yin Hao's lips twitched slightly. It seemed these two fellows sensed that he had provisions. Strangely enough, their instincts were quite accurate. Could this be what they termed the protagonist's sixth sense? Quite mysterious indeed. When dealing with Qiao Yintian, Yin Hao was less generous than with Yi Hao. He proposed a trade for a bamboo tube of water and several biscuits, with the transaction fees to be borne by Qiao Yintian, maintaining a price close to the market rate prior to their entry. Qiao Yintian, wow, Boss Yin, you really made it in. This is fantastic. I'm lucky. Do you have any food left? Sell me some. I don't mind a higher price. I would be eternally grateful. Yin Hao promptly issued a trade request for several more biscuits and a barrel of water, refraining from inflating the price. Adhering to the market value. Those who managed to enter the rift first were not ordinary individuals. During the period when Yi Hao and his companions were missing, Yin Hao had quietly compiled statistics and found that most of the missing were prominent figures, part of the elite survivors. Thus, he jokingly suggested that both Yi Hao and Xiao Yuntian seemed to possess the protagonist's so-called sixth sense. Given the unusual circumstances, cultivating a favorable relationship with a future formidable ally was far more advantageous than attempting to extort them and jeopardizing any goodwill. Yin Hao 074, for now. This is all I can offer. I am uncertain how long I will remain here, so I cannot sell more. Xiao Yuntian showed no disdain for this arrangement, replying, "No worries, Boss Yin. Your willingness to sell these to me is already quite generous. If I ration my intake, I can endure for several more days without issue." It was evident that this calculation was based on the bare minimum required for survival. Yin Hao did not say anything to reassure Xiao Yuntian about eating. Without his presence, there was little else to discuss. At this moment, being willing to sell food was already a significant favor, and further generosity might spoil one's appetite. Unwilling to test Xiao Yuntian's character without knowing him well, Yin Hao chose to exercise caution. After conversing with Yi Hao for a while and gathering more detailed information about the anomaly rift, Yin Hao placed a small amount of syrup in his mouth. Savoring it slowly to alleviate his tense and constrained emotions, and began to explore. The skills of gathering, planting, identifying, and nurturing were essential. The reason for Yin Hao to amass a considerable stock of these 4 foundational skill books was that, within the anomaly rift, one must offer sacrifices to gain opportunities. Survivors could feed skill books to the anomaly altar to unlock the opportunity space. This particular rift contained only 4 types of opportunity spaces: planting, gathering, identifying, and nurturing. As the name suggests, one must invest the corresponding skill books. The opportunity space activated by these 4 skill books would be of normal difficulty. However, if one were to offer skill books other than these 4, they would trigger the cataclysmic scene that Yin Hao witnessed upon entering. At this juncture, one could choose to unlock one of the 4 opportunity spaces, which would be set to a difficult mode, yet the rewards would mirror those of normal difficulty. If the offerings matched, it would be a standard challenge. If not, one would be met with the wrath of the heavens, and it would be deemed merciful if one was not struck by lightning, compelling them to face the difficult mode without any special rewards. First, Yin Hao discovered an object resembling an altar and placed a planting skill book upon it. An altar could only activate one type of opportunity space. By placing the planting skill book, any subsequent offerings would result in the activation of the planting opportunity space. To access other opportunity spaces, one would need to seek out entirely new altars that had not yet been activated. After placing the skill book, a radiant glow, 10 centimeters high, soon emanated from above the altar. Yin Hao secured the bronze treasure chest and placed his hand upon it, feeling a guiding force. As the environment shifted, Yin Hao found himself in a cave, where a few plants with only 2 leaves swayed gently, adorned with dewdrops. Perhaps it was not the wind that stirred them, but rather the plants themselves that moved. While there might be wind in the cave, it could not possibly cause these plants to sway in different directions. According to Yi Hao, the planting skill would unlock spaces filled with plant-based opportunities, and the flora within these spaces were not aggressive monsters, making them relatively safe. The number of skill books offered directly influenced the quantity and strength of the creatures within the space. A single skill book would serve merely as practice, posing negligible danger but offering meager rewards. It was only after offering over 100 skill books that one would witness a heavenly rainbow light at the altar, indicating the potential for significant rewards. Yin Hao tentatively struck the nearest clover with a stone, causing the plant to quiver its 2 leaves as if just awakened, uprooting itself from the soil. In an instant, it charged fiercely towards Yin Hao. With a swift motion, he raised the frying pan, and the clover collided with it, flattening into a green cake. Was that it? Yin Hao found it hard to believe. This creature's strength, aside from its ability to move, appeared no different from that of ordinary grass in terms of physical resilience and lethality. The remnants of the clover gradually became transparent, leaving behind a minuscule seed that fell to the ground, blending into the myriad of soil fragments, making it quite a challenge to locate. Yin Hao mused that had he known, he should have used the side of the frying pan with the wall to catch it. Now, a single seed lay scattered on the ground, indistinguishable from its surroundings. He attempted to use a gathering technique on the ground. Initially, he held little hope, as the criteria for the gathering technique were often perplexing. Typically, only the soil and decayed matter that one dug up could be collected. Simply casting the gathering technique directly onto the ground seemed futile, as if the earth were a unified entity, without separating the surface material from the ground. One could not gather anything. However, to his surprise, the system provided a notification this time. You have used the gathering technique on the clover seed, obtaining clover seed 7. Grass dew 3. Remarkably, he had succeeded. Yin Hao was astonished, but more so, elated. This was wonderful. If he could gather, did that imply he could exchange a single skill book for rewards multiple times over? The thought of 20-fold returns was daunting, as Yin Hao discerned that the gathering yield was clearly not based on the level of his gathering technique. Chapter 64. The stinkweed. The seeds of the stinkweed were undeniably valuable. I shall collect them and, upon my return, ascertain their true worth. Lacking familiarity with the herb, I first employed an identification technique. Grass essence. The essence condensed from herbaceous plants, beneficial to the body. The specific uses remained undisclosed, and my current level of identification was regrettably insufficient. Without hastening to disturb the remaining stinkweeds, I sent a message to Yi Hao. Yi Hao, are you acquainted with grass essence? Yi Hao, grass essence? Have you completed the quest? It is obtained by utilizing 100 volumes of the planting technique skill book to unlock the adventure space, followed by the rewards for completing the quest. It contains mysterious energy particles. A single drop is roughly equivalent to half a day's worth of meditation. I raised an eyebrow in astonishment. How curious. It paled in comparison to the essence I had collected from the shrubs, which could sustain a full day of cultivation with just one drop. However, the drop rate was disappointingly low. Despite numerous attempts, I had acquired it only a scant few times. If the adventure spaces unlocked through the planting technique yielded such meager spoils, my eyes sparkled with excitement. I seemed to have stumbled upon a lucrative avenue. Now that I understood the potential benefits, I was invigorated to act. With a flick of my wrist, I focused on a stinkweed creature, and as it charged forth with ferocity, I swiftly covered it with the flat surface of my frying pan. A resounding thud echoed as the creature was reduced to a flat herb cake. Quick to react, I employed my gathering technique before it could dissipate, reaching out to absorb the energy particles that would soon escape. A fleeting warmth brushed against my fingertips, but the sensation faded quickly. This adventure space, unlocked by a mere skill book, was disappointingly small, and the energy particles from the creature were negligible, hardly worth mentioning. My attention shifted back to the system notification. You have used the gathering technique on the stinkweed and obtained stinkweed seeds 3, grass essence 7, stinkweed leaves 16. The stinkweed was not particularly large, with its leaves measuring merely the size of a thumb. Yet the true significance lay in the fact that I could gather additional items from the creature that had perished but not yet begun to vanish within this adventure space. This undoubtedly signified a substantial augmentation of my gains from this venture into the rift. Stinkweed leaves, non-toxic but with a strong odor. Consumption is not advised. In truth, I needed no identification to discern the reality. I was already regrettably nauseated. What on earth is that foul smell? It was not only pungent, but also repugnant. Though I had never encountered such a stench before, it was undeniably revolting. I nearly purged the remnants of my previous meal. It was a clear biochemical assault. After regaining my composure, I promptly retrieved a ceramic jar, stuffing all the stinkweed leaves inside and sealing it tightly to contain the odor, which afforded me a modicum of relief. However, the ordeal was far from over. Although the bulk of the leaves was confined within the jar, the lingering stench remained pervasive. I shoved 2 pieces of paper into my nostrils, and the scent was somewhat mitigated, allowing me to breathe easier. What a misnomer it was to call it stinkweed. It ought to be dubbed stink herb. Yin Hao was filled with resentment as he gazed at the few remaining twin-leafed herbs in the arena, his expression almost resembling a mask of anguish. Just those mere dozen leaves were enough to emit such a foul stench. If he were to continue battling and gathering, the situation would only worsen. Despite his growing reluctance, Yin Hao reflected that since he had come this far and had acquired the items through his own efforts, discarding them would be a waste. Although the herbs were indeed unpleasantly odorous, they were not entirely devoid of utility. They could be refined into biochemical weapons, presenting a viable avenue for exploitation. Yin Hao pinched his nose and persevered through the ordeal. The reward for overcoming the challenge was 10 seeds of the twin-leafed herb, prompting him to smirk in disdain. Before experiencing the leaves' capabilities, which were purported to rival those of biochemical weaponry, he might have regarded such a seed reward favorably. However, after his first-hand encounter, he could only imagine the horror if someone were to cultivate these herbs extensively, envisioning a scene that was simply unimaginable. The stench would linger for at least 3 days, if not longer. After completing the challenge, Yin Hao was teleported back. He dared not place the twin-leafed herb leaves alongside his other belongings. Instead, he set the container holding the leaves aside, distanced himself with his treasure chest, and retrieved a backpack and several jars from within. He meticulously washed his hands with homemade soap before returning. Even through the jar, the lingering odor of the twin-leafed herbs was perceptible, leaving Yin Hao in a quandary. How was he to manage this? He feared that placing them in the treasure chest would taint his food, drink, and clothing. Resolving that he should not be the only one to suffer, Yin Hao sent a message to Yi Hao. I just used a gathering skill book to experience something and obtain new materials. Can you use your insight to take a look? He then sent the jar containing the twin-leafed herb leaves to Yi Hao, adding with a mischievous grin, This stuff is a bit smelly, so be careful. Yi Hao, I've already experienced it. I just vomited up what I ate not long ago. You owe me. Yin Hao, with a triumphant grin, replied, Hee hee. I had had the chance to warn you. If you had waited a little longer, you and T have had this issue. Yi Hao sent back a disdainful emoji, asking, Do you think I believe you? Yin Hao hastily apologized and promised a plethora of good items, which eventually eased Yi Hao's irritation. Indeed, the substance was foul. Even his insight warned against contact, advising at least in 8 zhang distance. For once tainted, the stench would persist for a minimum of 8 days, and washing it clean would be a futile endeavor. Yin Hao quickly inquired, Do you know how to eliminate the odor? Yi Hao, there are sources that can counteract this, but none are available right now. You'll just have to endure it alone. It's only 8 days, just bear with it. Yin Hao suddenly caught a hint. From his tone, it seemed Yi Hao had escaped unscathed. Yi Hao quickly denied it. No, I've been affected. Don't say such nonsense. The denial was as transparent as daylight. With such a tone, it was evident that his previous extortion had merely been a performance. Indeed, a man endowed with insight would not easily fall for his schemes. However, this matter indeed stems from one's own inclination to engage in mischief, and thus Yin Hao chose not to dwell on it. Pray tell, what precisely are the stipulations? What purpose does this substance serve? Yi Hao, the prompt indicates that this is a splendid remedy capable of promoting wound healing, boasting remarkable efficacy. As long as the injured party can tolerate the foul odor for 8 days, there's a possibility that the skin that heals may retain this unpleasant scent. After perusing the information, Yin Hao fell into a contemplative silence. While the substance possesses undeniable utility, it also harbors significant drawbacks. In the world prior to his journey through time, such medicinal materials, despite their efficacy, would likely find few willing recipients. A patch of skin that could potentially bear an indelible stench would invite scorn wherever one went, leading others to mistakenly believe one had emerged from a cesspit. Who could endure such a fate? Nevertheless, in the present context, once transformed into an ointment, it seems plausible that it would find a market. Chapter 65. 2 choices for farming. Isn't it just a foul stench? Perhaps it could even drive the beasts away. Furthermore, there has yet to be a situation where 2 survivors spawn near each other. Even if a few individuals form a team for survival, they invariably utilize items. A solitary person, devoid of any interaction with crowds, might eventually become accustomed to the odor, which could also emanate a scent repugnant to the beasts. The more one contemplates, the more it resembles a protective umbrella in the realm of survival, causing Yin Hao to feel a flicker of intrigue. Yin Hao 074. I fear that mixing this with food might taint it. Do you have any spare chests over there? Yi Hao. Yes, I have a few. I've been collecting rewards here for several days, and there are plenty of empty chests. If you hadn't asked, I would have discarded them. As he spoke, he sent an empty black iron chest over. Have you managed to open black iron chests consistently now? Yin Hao inquired. Upon connecting with Yi Hao, he had already confirmed the difference in the flow of time between the anomaly rift and the outside world, which is 4:1. The timing of the reward distribution corroborated this, as it synchronized with the outside world, meaning that merely spending more time within the rift would not yield additional rounds of rewards. I only dare to open wooden chests, and my luck is abysmal. I typically only receive the minimum guaranteed reward. Yi Hao, your luck indeed seems rather unfortunate. I'm no longer afraid of the traps in black iron chests. I can also prepare to open silver ones. However, the chests are no longer yielding food, or else I wouldn't be in such dire straits. Yin Hao 074. This chest is significantly larger than my original bronze chest. I'll use it to store supplies. While I'll keep the bronze one for the dual-leaf foul herb. Yi Hao, let me send you a few more black iron chests. It's inconvenient for me to carry excess out, and rewards can only be claimed here, with no system space for temporary storage. Yin Hao was taken aback. If he were to claim the ranking rewards here, wouldn't he be left with no choice but to transport them one by one when he returned? Considering the ranking rewards from the second and even third tiers, hundreds, if not thousands, of shabby chests would accumulate. Even if they all yielded minimum rewards, it would still be a substantial load, impossible to carry all at once. Yin Hao felt a twinge of distress, but at this juncture, he could only proceed step by step. As for the jars meant for storing the dual-leaf herb, Yi Hao would need to send those anew, which Yin Hao requested to be declined. I should be able to acquire more soon. Keep that jar for experimentation. It would be splendid if we could discover a method to eliminate the odor. I initially overlooked the trap, and now I still reek. Yi Hao, all right, I'll give it a try. After concluding his communication with Yi Hao, Yin Hao returned to the altar, producing 2 skill books on planting. Placing them upon the surface, the anomaly space opened once more, revealing not only the dual-leaf foul herb, but also a new plant with long, colorful leaves resembling ribbons. Yin Hao struck a stone against the ribbon-like plant, which had been swaying contentedly, but now exhibited a fierce aggression, its leaves darting towards Yin Hao like swords. Yet, it halted 5 paces away, its attack range insufficient to reach him. Yin Hao stood at a safe distance, wielding a large machete. With a swift motion, he severed the colorful ribbons effortlessly, releasing a dark green sap from the cut surfaces. It appeared that while this entity possessed a significantly higher degree of initiative compared to the twin-leaf grass, its essence remained frail. Yin Hao pondered. The gathering technique could only harvest complete specimens. For plants, they must be uprooted to be collected. Realizing the vulnerability of this entity, Yin Hao approached fearlessly, and before the ribbons could ensnare him, he swung his blade decisively, severing them at the roots. In an instant, as the colorful grass detached from its source, it swiftly transformed into luminous energy points that dissipated. Yin Hao, caught off guard, found it too late to invoke the gathering technique. The transformation occurred at an accelerated pace, and the luminous points actively merged into the assailant's being, reminiscent of leveling up in a game. Yin Hao contemplated this phenomenon. Upon defeating the second colorful grass, he focused intently and managed to complete the collection just in time before the grass could transform. You have used the gathering technique on the radiant 9-leaf grass and obtained 1 drop of 9-color dew. This time, the yield was even lesser. Frowning, Yin Hao employed the identification technique to examine the 9-color dew. Its effects were akin to the dew he had previously collected, with the 9-color dew being slightly superior to the regular dew. If using the essence dew as a measurement unit, the regular dew would be rated at 1-2, while the 9-color dew would be at 2-3. Both were valuable for enhancing cultivation progress. Even though their efficacy was not on par with the essence dew, Yin Hao did not disdain them. After all, the drop rate of essence dew was exceedingly low, and these 2 could be obtained in abundance within this wondrous rift. given that Yin Hao possessed sufficient skill books for planting. The dissipating speed of the radiant nine-leaf grass was quite rapid, although it was not difficult to defeat. Yin Hao had to concentrate each time, promptly utilizing the gathering technique while the specimen was still fresh. Failing to act in time would result in a missed opportunity for collection. Throughout the day, he experimented with first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier realms. The first-tier realm refers to the space activated by inserting a skill book. This is a unique nomenclature devised by Yin Hao. Ultimately, he discovered that the first-tier realm was the most efficient for farming. After defeating the animated twin-leaf grass, he had sufficient time to hone his gathering technique without exhausting himself. Beginning with the second-tier realm, concentration became imperative. Although the plants posed minimal threat due to the limited skill books deployed, maintaining focus for extended periods proved to be quite taxing. The third-tier realm was even more extreme. Once the plants severed their connection to the main roots, they would immediately dissipate. Even with utmost vigilance, Yin Hao could only succeed once or twice out of 10 attempts, with the collected substance being dew, albeit with a slightly higher essence content than the 9-colored dew. At this juncture, Yin Hao faced two choices. One was to invest a greater number of skill books into the altar at once, challenging the higher-tier realms akin to what Yi Hao and others had done, proceeding diligently to reap the rewards. However, the consumption of skill books was rapid, and the returns were not particularly lucrative in the context of plants dissipating too quickly for the gathering technique to be employed effectively. Moreover, Yin Hao does not believe he can compare with the elite survivors like Yi Hao. His kill count is certainly inferior, and he cannot hope to match their rewards. Instead, he finds himself merely rotating between the first and second level dungeons, relying on the frequent use of gathering techniques to amass dew and hasten his growth in mysterious energy. It is hardly wise to pit one's weaknesses against another's strengths. With his hand resting on his forehead, Yin Hao gazed at the unusually blue sky above, which remained stubbornly bright even in the night, devoid of any hint of darkness, a source of his vexation. Yet, deep within, he was already leaning towards the second option. Tomorrow, he would experiment with other types of skill books to explore the unique spaces unlocked by the other 3 tomes before making a decision. With a sigh, Yin Hao set up his tent, crawled inside, and hastily consumed a meager meal before succumbing to sleep. He neglected to wash his face or bathe. In this place, food and water were precious commodities, and every little bit counted. Even though Yin Hao's gathering skill was advanced, it only allowed him to collect a scant amount of dew from the first and second level dungeons, which was hardly sufficient for sustenance. Thus far, he had not discovered a reliable source of food and water, so it was wise to conserve his resources. After all, as a man, a little roughness was permissible. Who would notice, aside from himself? Chapter 66. Securing sustenance the following day, devoid of the customary wake-up calls from Little Gray and Big Flower. Yin Hao found himself unable to indulge in the luxury of waking naturally. Ultimately, he was in the wilderness, even with a cerulean sky and a far-reaching vista. The perils of the outdoors offered no respite. From time to time, he would hear the distant roars of wild beasts. In the dead of night, a bizarre creature had stormed his camp. Had he succumbed to slumber, he might have fallen prey to its attack. Perhaps I should construct a temporary fortress to alleviate the exhaustion of nightly slumber, Yin Hao mused. However, the monsters outside this realm of adventure seemed to yield a greater bounty upon defeat compared to those within. Last night, after vanquishing that peculiar creature, although Yin Hao could not prevent its transformation into light, his harvesting skill had been successfully employed. From a single beast, he had managed to collect 6 beast legs, 8 ribs, and over 10 beast ears. While this haul paled in comparison to what could be gathered in the external world, Yin Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction at having secured food, indicating his ability to endure longer within this fissure of adventure. It was a pity that no meat had materialized. Otherwise, this singular creature could have afforded him and Yi Hao several delightful meals. Regrettably, with his enhanced physical condition, his appetite had grown as well. Consuming several kilograms of meat in a single sitting posed no challenge for his digestive system. Yet, while he had the capacity to eat, he lacked the means to do so. For someone like Yin Hao, while he had an abundance of grass seed flour to stave off hunger. The possibility of indulging in meat at every meal remained an impossibility. Even his attempts at preparing a chicken with a side of sausages, which he considered a feast, underscored the reality that continuous meat consumption was unattainable. He pondered whether the creatures within the adventure realm, summoned through his breeding skill, could also yield meat upon defeat. After a simple breakfast filled with anticipation, Yin Hao approached the altar, placing a white-quality breeding skill book upon it. The world spun, and the space shifted. Yin Hao found himself in an adventure realm teeming with countless flying insects. Buzzing incessantly, a swarm of innumerable insects rushed toward him the moment he appeared. So many. A chill ran down Yin Hao's spine at the sight. Even without a pronounced fear of dense crowds, he felt a surge of anxiety. Clang, clang, clang. He shielded his head and face with a frying pan, using the survival guide as a makeshift shield, maneuvering it with his mind to deflect the onslaught of insects. However, defenses proved insufficient, and soon he found himself stung. This is it. As he was completely surrounded by the swarm, a shiver of dread coursed through him. In the next instant, a multitude of prickling sensations startled him into action. The insects had failed to breach his skin's defenses, yet they clung to him, intent on infiltrating every crevice. While their destructive capacity was minimal, given their inability to penetrate his skin, the repugnance was unparalleled. Overwhelmed by the nauseating sensation of the writhing swarm, Yin Hao could scarcely endure. With a swift motion, he seized the survival guide and began to swat at himself. Wherever insects crawl, one must attend to that spot, particularly focusing on vulnerable areas such as the ears and nose. The bodies of the insects plummeted to the ground, and the viscous fluids left behind by the crushed creatures splattered all over Yin Hao, some exuding an unbearable stench, while others were corrosive enough to burn his skin. Though these insect fluids swiftly transformed into motes of light and dissipated, Yin Hao was nonetheless left in a disheveled state, his entire being a portrait of distress. This intensity, akin to a skill book, was vastly superior in difficulty compared to the miraculous realm opened by the cultivation technique. Having endured such torment, he could not leave empty-handed. Observing the rapidly vanishing insect fluids clinging to him, Yin Hao's eyes reddened, and without a moment's hesitation, he fervently employed his gathering technique. You used the gathering technique on an unidentified insect corpse and obtained a meager blood essence 1, unidentified, liquid 1 liter. You used the gathering technique on an unidentified insect corpse and obtained a meager blood essence 3, unidentified insect corpse 20. It was not until he had managed to process the insects within this extraordinary space that Yin Hao finally had the leisure to assess his gains. The meager blood essence, as identified by his appraisal technique, was a significantly weakened version of blood essence stone, which, when consumed, could replenish his vitality. It sounded remarkably akin to a blood-replenishing medicine, perhaps invaluable in cases of severe blood loss, eliminating the need for transfusions. Yin Hao carefully stored away. Even in its diminished form, it remained a rare and precious remedy. As for the unidentified insect corpse, his appraisal technique merely indicated toxicity in certain parts, yet failed to specify the exact locations, leaving Yin Hao hesitant to act recklessly. He intended to consult Yi Hao, who possessed keen insight and could likely uncover more information. A message popped up in the trading interface. Yin Hao 074. Today, I gathered some insects in the breeding technique space. Could you determine which parts of this specimen are toxic and whether it is safe to consume? Yin Hao 074. If it's edible, we need not fear food shortages. I plan to gather more, so I 1T linger before the guide. Upon sending the message, Yin Hao promptly activated the second breeding technique adventure space. Though still in a disheveled state, he felt considerably more at ease this time due to his preparations. When he finally exited, a response from Yi Hao awaited him. Yi Hao, essentially, the entire body is toxic. Only a tiny morsel of meat within the skull is safe to eat, about the size of a soybean. The collection of insect corpses you provided would yield just enough for a single dish. However, the flavor is quite decent, though only seasoned with salt and no other ingredients. It is rather fresh. Give it a taste. Along with the reply came a plate of what appeared to be braised beans. After receiving it, Yin Hao picked up his chopsticks and sampled the morsel. The meat was indeed quite fresh, with a pleasing texture, though it could use a bit more seasoning. Perhaps scoring the soybean-sized insect meat prior to cooking would allow it to absorb flavors more effectively, enhancing the overall enjoyment of the dish. Yin Hao 074. It's good to know it's edible. How many breeding technique skill books do you have on your end? Give it all to me. I can procure a substantial quantity of these insects within the nurturing space. I am uncertain how much longer we shall remain here, so it is prudent to stockpile provisions to avert future scarcity. Upon reading this, Yi Hao exhibited no hesitation and promptly traded the nurturing skill book he held. Yi Hao, do you require more? Although the anomaly has severed our connection with the outside world, we can still engage in exchanges within this fissure. If you need additional supplies, I will seek out more. Yin Hao 074. Yes, the more the better. It is evident that you're not the only one facing food shortages. Others are likely struggling as well. We should gather more to trade with fellow survivors for items they acquire during their trials. Securing sustenance is paramount. Addressing our hunger must take precedence. Yin Hao surmised that he would have little opportunity to explore the planting skill space in the immediate future, nor the identification and gathering skill spaces, for that matter. Given this reality, it would be more advantageous to barter food with others. Yin Hao had already surveyed the trading area within the fissure, where various dew and other valuable items were available. According to Yi Hao, these treasures were obtained by survivors through their trials. Chapter 67. Incoming goods. Yi Hao, all right. I will take care of this matter. By the way, do you require support in combat? The breeding space is rather challenging. Yin Hao 074, if possible. Could you provide me with a set of fully enclosed armor? The one I have is not entirely sealed. There are numerous gaps that make it susceptible to insects. Insects? Aren't those the low-level entities from the breeding space? Can one directly obtain insect corpses? This question briefly flickered in Yi Hao's mind before he suppressed it. Everyone harbors their own secrets. If Yin Hao can procure sustenance from the low-level breeding entities, that is his skill. We all traverse this realm together, and in these times, who hasn't faced their share of demise? There is no need to covet what belongs to others. After all, initial talents are unique. Even if one were to covet them, they cannot be taken away. Having been in this survival world for nearly 2 months, Yi Hao's inside ability had accidentally been revealed at the outset, and his experiences in these days have been far more colorful than those of Yin Hao. He has encountered numerous plots and schemes, and naturally knows more secrets than Yin Hao. Though the initial talent was obtained through a lucky draw, it is also a special gift from the survival guide to each individual. There are certainly ill-intentioned individuals who, in their disbelief, attempt to covet the talents of others. Yet they have all failed without exception. Having experienced this, Yi Hao understands the outcome and can quickly calm his emotions, approaching matters with a sense of normalcy. On Yin Hao's side, he not only requested the breeding skill book from Yi Hao, but also communicated with Xiao Yintian. He proposed to exchange a skill book for 5 pounds of insect corpses, suggesting that Xiao Yintian retrieve the insect beans himself, as he was too busy to do so. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Yintian was overjoyed and hastily agreed. Xiao Yintian, amazing. Boss Yin, you truly are remarkable at raising insects. You can actually extract insect corpses from the breeding space. I, on the other hand, cannot. I have to slay my way through, leaving nothing behind. Yin Hao 074. This ability is not exclusive to me. It is possible that those with the corresponding skills have yet to enter. Otherwise, there should be insect beans available in the Fisher trading area by now. Xiao Yintian, I understand that. The early arrivals are all combat types. A bunch of reckless brutes who only know how to charge ahead. It would indeed be a miracle to obtain any sustenance in such circumstances. Yin Hao pondered for a moment and then inquired, what about you? Xiao Yuntian, my enchantment is of no use. No matter how I enchant, I cannot conjure food. I can only starve alongside them. Yin Hao acknowledged this. Indeed, enchantments offer little utility at this juncture. One would at least need higher-level gathering skills, or a more advanced breeding skill to procure food, as that is the essence of the unique space unlocked by the breeding skill book. Speaking of which, he had yet to explore the gathering and appraisal unique spaces, while he was determined to persistently farm the breeding space for sustenance. it would be prudent to investigate the other two unvisited unique spaces. Perhaps they would yield unexpected surprises. With this in mind, Yin Hao quickly washed his body with water, donned a clean outfit, and sought out a new altar offering a gathering skill book into it. The vast expanse of wilderness, lush and verdant, is a sight that evokes a sense of tranquility and elation. The wild grasses stand only waist-high, appearing diminutive compared to the towering jade grass that once nearly engulfed Yin Hao. Upon inspection, Yin Hao discerned that the surrounding flora seemed devoid of any aggressive, mobile plants. Thus, he plucked a clump of grass and, before it could dissipate into light, swiftly employed his gathering technique. You have utilized the gathering technique on the weeds. Acquiring grass seeds 3, grass leaves 10, herbal essence 1. While the grass seeds and leaves were self-explanatory, Yin Hao's attention fixated on the herbal essence, prompting him to invoke his identification skill. Herbal essence, extracted essence from herbaceous plants. As always, the description was succinct, leaving him perplexed about its purpose. He decided to stow it away for later inquiry. Upon exiting, he learned from Yi Hao that this herbal essence was one of the materials required to upgrade the gathering technique from level 3 to level 4, necessitating 1 herbal essence and 2 plant essences. Understanding dawned upon Yin Hao as he reflected on how the peculiar space seemed particularly generous to survivors possessing gathering skills. Merely harvesting wild grass within this realm could yield materials for skill enhancement. Moreover, there are not just upgrade materials, but also edible grass seeds and leaves. Surely, it was implausible that individuals, before entering the rift, could accept powdered wood and grass, only to become finicky upon entering, preferring starvation over consuming grass seeds and leaves. A sense of unease gripped him. Something felt amiss. Prompted by this intuition, he inquired further. Yi Hao, it's likely due to the low level of the gathering technique. My gathering skill is already at level 4, yet I didn't gather a single thing in the gathering space. Moreover, that vast prairie is fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts and venomous creatures. It's hardly as simple as just cutting grass. Realization struck Yin Hao. The discrepancy likely lay within him. Reflecting on the difference between himself and others, it was merely a matter of possessing a higher level in the gathering skill, significantly higher, in fact, by at least 12 or 20 levels compared to most. Now, he needed only to explore the identification technique as adventure space to ascertain whether the gathering space indeed offered special privileges to those with elevated skill levels. He placed an identification skill book on the table. Upon entering, he was greeted by the soothing sound of babbling brooks, with a waterfall cascading from the distant heights, the rushing waters calming as they approached him. The trial here was unique, requiring the identification of various objects and, based on the results, beginning the process of unraveling a mystery. The ultimate goal was to aid a fish in evading capture, resembling an escape room scenario. Yet the participants were not the challengers themselves. They played more of a strategic role. Of course, this role was not devoid of danger. Should the challenge succeed and the fish successfully evade its pursuers, it would be a joyous outcome for all. However, failure meant that the small fish, once a mere pawn, would transform into a relentless predator, pursuing them until one of 2 fates befell them: either slay the fish or be consumed by it. The choice was perilous in the extreme. The intensity of this experience could even be deemed the pinnacle among the 4-skill adventure realms. Although Yin Hao's appraisal skill was not of a high level, after traversing through an adventure realm unlocked by a skill book, he gradually increased the number of skill books he possessed. He persevered until he had placed 4 skill books, at which point he could no longer endure. Had he not been swift and possessed robust physical attributes, he would have succumbed to the enormous jaws of a fish that lunged at him. With great effort, he managed to pry open its mouth, rummaging within its cavernous interior, ultimately triumphing through sheer skill and an immense struggle, thereby slaying the fish and narrowly escaping with his life. From that moment on, Yin Hao dared not increase the number of appraisal skill books any further, fearing an inadvertent demise in that perilous space. Simultaneously, he confirmed the hypothesis he had harbored in his mind. The gathering skills adventure realm was indeed the most benevolent towards him. While others faced monstrous foes and perilous trials upon entry, he found himself merely cutting grass and gathering resources, as if meandering through his own backyard, effortlessly procuring supplies. It was only then that Yin Hao truly realized that this adventure realm could indeed offer serendipitous encounters, rather than merely ensnaring individuals in a trap of despair. Chapter 68. The breeding space in the adventure space unlocked by the identification technique. The reward is a substance known as pure heart dew. The result of Yin Hao's identification revealed its calming effects on the mind and spirit. He attempted to consume a single drop, which instantly transported him to the illusion of the farthest northern ice plains. The taste resembled chilled mint water, perhaps with a hint of sweetness, infused with the unique, refreshing sweetness of spring water. Having sampled just one drop, Yin Hao had merely grazed the flavor, for it vanished almost immediately. The effects of one drop of pure heart dew seem to last about a minute, but given its name, it might possess extraordinary efficacy against enchanting abilities. The specifics remain untested and await further exploration. This adventure space, unlocked through the identification technique, is reputed to offer bright-eye water as a reward in high difficulty levels. Survivalists like Yi Hao, belonging to the top tier, typically conquer challenges using dozens or even hundreds of skill books to access such adventure spaces. The bright-eye water they obtain is sufficient to elevate the identification technique to levels beyond 10 without hindrance. However, it is essential to note that the materials required for upgrading the identification technique to level 10 must also include bright-eye water. Otherwise, progression halts at level 10, necessitating the collection of corresponding materials for further advancement. Nevertheless, achieving a skill level of 10 is already a remarkable feat. Take Yin Hao, for instance. His gathering technique underwent a qualitative transformation upon reaching level 10, significantly enhancing both the quantity and quality of the items he collected. To date, he has experienced 4 types of adventure spaces. Given the difficulty of the identification technique adventure space, Yin Hao believes that persevering to obtain the bright-eye water reward will prove quite challenging. The breeding space and planting space present similar challenges. Although he can reap rewards in low difficulty levels due to his gathering technique, Yin Hao suspects that conquering high difficulty levels will be arduous. After all, his talents do not lie in combat. Compared to those who wield fireball spells, freezing techniques, or even the transformative spring wind, he would be akin to a mere leaf in the wind, vulnerable and easily manipulated. While others earn their sustenance as predators, targeting wild beasts, Yin Hao has faced the brink of life and death only a handful of times, the most significant being an encounter with a pack of wolves. What could he possibly compare to their experiences? The identification technique skill book was traded away, while in the breeding space and planting space, he faced simple difficulties that only required a few skill books to unlock. After gathering materials, he planned to exchange them for beast source and bright-eye water in the rift trading zone with other survivalists. Yin Hao firmly resolved that he would forego the plant essence reward from the high difficulty planting space, as he could easily gather it, making the upgrade of his planting technique devoid of challenge. As for the gathering technique, it was even more straightforward. The first draw posed no barriers, merely a test to perseverance. Having made his decision, Yin Hao spent the following days entrenched in the adventure space unlocked by the breeding and planting skill books. The numbers of sprout beans and twin leaf grasses continued to rise, while he entrusted the identification technique skill book to Yi Hao for further utilization. In the realm of commerce, Yin Hao did not sell through his own store. Instead, he initially transferred the goods to Yi Hao, who then displayed them in his shop. Many were aware of Yi Hao's remarkable talent, making it unsurprising that he could procure valuable items for sale. Although selling food attracted envy, those who harbored such feelings dared not act upon them, intimidated by Yi Hao's prowess. Those bold enough to reach out either found themselves in a stalemate or foolishly faced dire consequences. Yin Hao effectively distanced himself from any potential fallout, securing a substantial share of the profits afterward. The profit split saw Yin Hao receiving 70%, while Yi Hao took 30%, with the costs of acquiring the breeding skill book shared equally between them. Initially, Yin Hao proposed an even 50-50 division, but Yi Hao was unwilling, resulting in the final arrangement. As Yi Hao aptly put it, the food he brought was indeed a lifeline, and he deserved some acknowledgement for his efforts. Otherwise, it would weigh on him. Unable to argue further, Yin Hao reluctantly accepted this arrangement, hoping for future opportunities to make amends. Time passed, and Yin Hao found himself within this peculiar rift for 5 days. The proceeds from selling insect beans and double-leaf herb salve were minimal, as they were exchanged for bee sources and clarity water, amounting to only a few 100,000 copper coins. The exit of the rift remained sealed, but reliable intelligence suggested that successfully completing the 4 highest difficulty adventure spaces would unlock it. After discussing with Yi Hao, Yin Hao prepared to venture into the high difficulty gathering space to see if he could succeed. Given the circumstances, Yin Hao's gathering skill level was likely the highest among all present in the rift, making him the most favored candidate for passage. If he failed, subsequent challengers would have to rely solely on raw strength in hopes of breaking through. Yi Hao, the highest difficulty requires 1,000 books. Proceed gradually. If it becomes overwhelming, retreat, and we will devise another plan later. Yin Hao 074. Understood. I will proceed cautiously. The flow of time here differs from the outside, so spending a few more days or even weeks should not pose a significant issue at home. The differing passage of time was a realization they uncovered through their communication, despite Yi Hao having spent over 20 days in the adventure space. Only 6 days had elapsed since Yin Hao had lost contact with him prior to entering. As time flowed gently onward, within the space of 10 gathering books, unlike the previous stillness, there were now sporadic flying insects present. While their harm was minimal, this signified a change. With the rising difficulty, it was inevitable that he would soon encounter snakes, birds, and beasts. Although the gathering space favored him, it was not devoid of challenges, and Yin Hao could not expect to traverse it effortlessly. The mere presence of flying insects posed no significant challenge, ultimately adding only a few insect eggs to his gathering haul. As the level completion announcement echoed, the breeding technique adventure space has been cleared. Dear survivors, please continue your efforts. Yin Hao was taken aback, nearly leaping from his spot. Someone had cleared it so swiftly, and it was the breeding technique? This prompted him to recall the method he had discovered prior to entering, which expedited the mastery of the breeding technique. Could it be that this individual had also stumbled upon that shortcut, and was indeed the first to acquire the breeding technique skill book, perhaps with a skill level even surpassing his own? Yin Hao's emotions were far from tranquil, although he understood that his skill level might not remain unparalleled forever. Given the multitude of talented individuals in this world, he had not anticipated encountering such competition so soon. Truly, there are always those more skilled than oneself. In realms beyond comprehension, I must remain more discreet. Otherwise, in this gathering of formidable survivors, should I attract unwanted attention, the consequences could be dire, even fatal. After consuming a few drops of calming elixir, Yin Hao quickly regained his composure, no longer fixating on the possibility of others surpassing him in what he considered his most cherished skill. This news was indeed encouraging. The quicker the levels were cleared, the sooner he could return home, where a myriad of responsibilities awaited him. With this thought, he couldn't help but worry about the crops, livestock, and the little gray creature, as well as the 2 juvenile giant rats. Although the young rats were nearing weaning when he had left, they were still quite fragile. He couldn't help but wonder if, in his absence, the 2 young ones might fall victim to the carelessness of the adult rat. Chapter 69. The limit of J-Do in the realm of the adventure. The time-flow ratio between the fishers and the outside world stands at 4:1. Calculating the elapsed time, Yin Hao has already been away from home for over a day. The likelihood of encountering problems in such a brief span is minimal. However, if an extended period transpires, the situation may take a turn for the worse. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Yin Hao gathered his focus and swiftly unlocked the next level of difficulty. In the 15-book challenge, the variety of insects on the vast prairie has increased significantly. No longer limited to mere small bugs, the area now teems with bees and butterflies, while the wild grass has also blossomed with numerous flowers. During his gathering endeavors, Yin Hao even faced an assault from the bees. Fortunately, having previously endured a swarm attack within the breeding space, he had donned a full suit of armor before entering the challenge. The bees, despite their stings, failed to breach his protective gear, leaving Yin Hao, clad like a tortoise, unharmed. As he progressed to the 20-book difficulty, the landscape presented not only the ordinary insects, bees, and butterflies, but also the more perilous centipedes and scorpions. This added a layer of danger that required heightened vigilance. Nonetheless, as this was merely an adventure stage, Yin Hao did not need to reside here for an extended duration. A single suit of armor sufficed for him to charge through. With the increasing difficulty, the perilous species within the gathering space escalated correspondingly. By the time he reached the 200-book level, the environment had transformed entirely. The once expansive prairie had morphed into a landscape adorned with mountains and flowing streams. The species within this adventure space shifted from primarily snakes, insects, and rodents, to a dominance of small animals such as chickens, ducks, and rabbits. Initially, their numbers were sparse and their attacks feeble, akin to the creatures he encountered before his journey began. However, as Yin Hao invested more skill books, the challenge evolved from facing a few timid kittens to being besieged by a multitude of diverse small beasts. Equipped with a hefty machete, Yin Hao embarked on a relentless journey of monster slaying. The martial arts he had previously studied quickly coalesced through repeated practical application. Upon reaching the 500-book difficulty, the small beasts relinquished their dominance, making way for more formidable animals such as dogs, cattle, and sheep, which possessed a certain degree of lethality. At 600 books, the ranks of those seeking to vanquish Yin Hao swelled to include monkeys, bears, lions, and tigers. By the 700 mark, even rhinos and elephants joined the fray. Although these creatures were not vastly superior to their counterparts from before, they still posed a significant challenge for Yin Hao, reminiscent of the overwhelming gray shadow rabbits he had encountered while chopping wood. Any misstep could result in a grievous defeat, and thus Yin Hao remained vigilant. Upon reaching the 750-book difficulty, he felt that with his current strength, it would be impossible to proceed further. To tackle the forthcoming higher-level challenges, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his abilities. He consumed a copious amount of grass dew and 9-color jade dew, supplementing this intake with breathing techniques to expedite his body's absorption. However, after ingesting 100 drops of each, a notification suddenly appeared. You have consumed 100 drops of grass dew. You have reached the limit. Continued consumption will yield no further benefits. You have consumed 100 drops of 9-color jade dew. You have reached the limit. Continued consumption will yield no further benefits. It appears that this item cannot be consumed indefinitely, and I remain uncertain whether the essence I have gathered outside is subject to such limitations. Yin Hao feels a tinge of regret, but must ultimately concede. He decides to continue tackling higher-level challenges. However, despite having undergone a wave of enhancements, Yin Hao finds himself still ensnared at the difficulty level of 900. It is not that he cannot enter. Rather, he fears that once inside, the likelihood of his escape diminishes significantly. He must devise a means to enhance himself further. Yin Hao is momentarily perplexed. At this juncture, he cannot help but admire the individual who successfully navigated the breeding technique's fortuitous space. Given the challenges he currently faces, that person undoubtedly possesses not only a superior level, but also formidable strength. Otherwise, how could he have outpaced Yin Hao so greatly and cleared the breeding technique's fortuitous space? Yin Hao 074. I am currently stuck. I dare not attempt the 900 level, for I fear I may not return once I enter. Yi Hao. I have also been attempting to conquer the identification technique challenges these past few days, temporarily avoiding the planting technique's fortuitous space. I recall that within the high difficulty levels of the planting technique space, there exists dew of a higher grade than grass dew and 9-color jade dew. However, the individuals who have cleared such challenges are scarce, and few are willing to sell their findings. After some contemplation, Yi Hao decided to trade an item he possessed, known as willow branch dew, to Yin Hao. Yi Hao, I have consumed some of this willow branch dew, and only a few drops remain. You may use it for now, and I shall ponder how to procure more for your enhancement later. Yin Hao 074. Thank you. For the time being, I cannot surpass the higher difficulty levels. I shall also explore the planting technique space. Perhaps I can acquire some willow branch dew myself. Yeehaw, do take care. There is no rush to clear the challenges. Safety is paramount. Yinhao 074. Rest assured, I am aware of my limits. Upon re-entering the fortuitous space unlocked by the planting technique skill book, Yinhao boldly opted for the challenge of 10 books. The creatures within the space had indeed transformed. Not only the creatures, but even the environment had shifted. What was once a deep cavern had been replaced by a vast landscape, dotted with numerous lakes of various sizes and an abundance of willow trees and reeds. The lakes were as clear as mirrors, leaving one to wonder what wondrous scene lay beneath the surface to produce such clarity. The willows swayed gently, and the reeds danced softly in the breeze. Had he not known this was a fortuitous space, Yinhao might have been genuinely entranced by the lake's waters merging seamlessly with the sky, lingering to bask in the beauty before him. Initially, Yinhao struck the reeds from a distance, observing no reaction, which left him puzzled. Yet, he dared not act impulsively. What if his strikes were merely too feeble to rouse the reeds? He proceeded to strike at the willow trees, and this time, he quickly received a response. Countless willow branches, resembling chains, began to entwine towards him. They seemed to possess the ability to stretch, presenting an overwhelming sight of innumerable willow limbs. Their strength remained relatively weak, akin to the willows from before his journey, and armed with a hefty cleaver. Yinhao relied solely on brute force to sever several willow branches. The severed willow branches swiftly dissipated, transforming into luminous specks that melded into Yinhao's essence. As they were not complete entities, the harvesting technique proved challenging to execute successfully. Undeterred, Yinhao methodically severed each willow branch until the tree could no longer produce new shoots, leaving behind a series of bare willows, stripped of their foliage and reduced to mere trunks and coarse limbs. With an axe in hand, he struck decisively, followed by a quick application of the harvesting technique. The initial 3 attempts were futile, as the fragments vanished too swiftly. However, on his 4th endeavor, Yinhao finally achieved success. You have utilized the harvesting technique on the willow tree, obtaining 4 drops of willow sap, 12 willow branches, and 1 core of the willow tree. Indeed, he had extracted willow sap. Yinhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of gathering such a valuable resource at this level filled him with anticipation. With a few more repetitions, he would surely amass enough drops of willow sap to enhance his abilities. Chapter 70. Clearing the gathering space, the mystical energy content of willow branch dew surpasses that of a 9-color jade dew by a slight margin, approximately equivalent to 4/5 of an essence dew. Yinhao dedicated an entire day to the adventures within the planting skill space. And not only did he accumulate 100 drops of willow branch dew for consumption, but he also gathered 100 drops of the superior jade dew. The mystical energy contained in jade dew is comparable to that of essence dew. However, each individual is limited to consuming only 100 drops. Yinhao could only hope that the essence dew he had previously collected did not possess a consumption limit. Otherwise, upon reaching the cap and being unable to enhance further, he would have no choice but to sell it or seek alternative uses as materials. Nevertheless, acquiring jade dew was already the pinnacle of Yinhao's achievements, as he could not surpass the current challenges he faced. After consuming the final drop of jade dew, Yinhao glanced at his attribute panel. Survivor, Yinhao, race, human, extraordinary level, transformation level 7, 23, initial talent, gathering level 34, no level limit, additional talents, planting level 2, 99, breeding level 7, 0, cooking level 1, 7, identification level 5, 16, forging level 0, 3, inscription level 0, 7, self-sealing level 5, 9, fireball level 3, 67, sharpness level 3, 93, frost level 2, 1, golden needle level 4, 57. To elevate golden needle from level 3 to level 4, a unique material known as golden chi is required. In the past, acquiring this upgrade material would have been exceedingly challenging. However, within this adventure rift, powerful individuals abound, and Yinhao's ability to procure food, while not singular in this realm, remains in high demand. Note, Initially, he was indeed the only source. However, after clearing the breeding skill adventure space, several meat shops emerged in the market. It is uncertain if this influx was a result of the breeding space's completion, as humans are often more cunning than rabbits, making verification impossible. Seizing this opportunity, Yinhao not only stockpiled the upgrade materials for the Golden Needle skill, but also gathered some for Frost, Fireball, and Sharpness skills. At least until level 10, he anticipated not encountering any significant obstacles. As for the transition from level 9 to level 10, he was uncertain of what challenges lay ahead, but that seemed a distant concern, and he felt no urgency, having fortified his abilities to their current utmost limit. Yinhao resumed his exploration of the Gathering skill adventure space. Finally, after 4 consecutive days of intense combat, he successfully cleared the Gathering skill adventure space. The system's notification chimed in response. Congratulations, you have completed the Gathering skill adventure space for the first time, earning a skill level increase 1, unknown seeds 30, unknown beast cubs 6 sealed, unknown fish fry 20 sealed. To his astonishment, rewards included cubs and fry, all in a sealed state, alleviating concerns about inadvertently nurturing them to death. Yinhao was filled with uncontainable joy. His Gathering skill now had the probability of collecting cubs. Previously, during the challenges within the realm of breeding techniques, there had been instances of collecting animal offspring. However, without exception, they perished due to the harsh conditions and inadequate care. Not a single one survived. The extent of Yinhao's anguish at that time was known only to him. After enduring such hardship, he finally stumbled upon a location that offered the prospect of acquiring suitable domesticated animals, drawing tantalizingly close to the freedom of consuming meat, only to see them perish due to the lack of proper nurturing. In those days, Yinhao was truly irritable, to the point that he found little desire to venture into the adventure space. Particularly, he was disinclined to enter the breeding space, as just the thought of it caused him such distress that he struggled to breathe. Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure. Since nurturing was not an option, he resolved not to squander time and opted instead to indulge in meat. It must be said, the flesh of the animal offspring was remarkably tender. A brief cooking rendered it succulent and delectable. Excluding a few unsuitable ones, it allowed Yinhao to satiate his cravings significantly. Eventually, Yinhao decided that whenever he collected offspring, he would not spare them. He would consume them directly. After all, within the confines of this adventure rift, he was uncertain how long he would remain trapped, if he could not bring them out and the conditions were too rudimentary for them to survive. It seemed more prudent to offer them as a tribute to his own sustenance from the outset. However, the fact that he could gather offspring remained a secret closely guarded within him, never disclosed to Yinhao. After all, live creatures would eventually transform into corpses for trade, and when he truly managed to breed them, he could still invite Yinhao to partake in the feast. Both the breeding and gathering adventure spaces have been completed, leaving only the appraisal and cultivation adventure spaces yet to be conquered. However, it was uncertain whether the first survivor to draw these 2 skills had not entered or if their skill level was too low to receive any favor within the adventure space. Or perhaps, that fortunate individual had long since perished. Regardless, they were presently at an impasse. On the forum within the rift, there were inquiries aplenty, yet none had stepped forward to claim the challenges. Even Yinhao, the conqueror of the breeding space, remained silent. While they could trade among themselves and communicate through the survival guide, there were no reports of any survivor encountering another. They were unaware of each other's progress, relying solely on the revelations of the more experienced participants. Currently, it was apparent that the individual with the highest difficulty rating in the appraisal space was Yinhao, who had reached a level of 725 and was steadily advancing. It was anticipated that in a few days, he would successfully conquer the appraisal adventure space. After all, he possessed insight and could discern additional hints, placing him among the elite of the survivors. The second highest in the appraisal space was a survivor named Alan 9976, whose name suggested foreign origins. His reported progress stood at a difficulty of 699, only a few levels behind Yinhao, and the two were engaged in a friendly rivalry. Many compatriots rallied on the forum, encouraging Yi Hao to exert himself further, hoping he would be the first to conquer the appraisal adventure space and bring glory to the nation. The adventure space of planting techniques has reached its latest milestone at a difficulty level of 821, attributed to an individual named Yamamoto 0515, whose name alone suggests the caliber of his accomplishments. Closely trailing behind are three competitors: Avril George Bernard, currently at a difficulty of 809, Nikos 009 at 818, and Kurich Petrov at a difficulty of 798. These individuals are engaged in a fierce contest, each striving to surpass the others. Today, upon announcing the completion of a particular difficulty, it is likely that another challenger will soon match your progress. Presently, the adventure space of planting techniques is the closest to completion, with daily prayers from many hoping for an acceleration in the progress of these contenders. Of course, privately, compatriots may also cheer for the trio following Yamamoto, wishing for their triumph in achieving the first completion. Those possessing planning technique skill books are inclined to prioritize trading with these three. However, due to the collective challenge posed by several individuals at high difficulty levels, there is currently a significant scarcity of planting technique skill books in the market. The solution to this predicament is singular: to utilize planting technique skill books as the primary component, supplemented by other skill books to fill the gaps. Although the adventure space still pertains to planting techniques, the challenge will be somewhat more formidable than if solely the same quantity of planting technique skill books were employed to initiate it. Time passes swiftly. After completing the adventure space of gathering techniques, Yin Hao primarily engages in lower-level runs of the planting and breeding technique adventure spaces, gathering food and medicinal supplies to sell at Yi Hao's shop. He has not revisited the gathering technique space, having already cleared all difficulty levels during his previous endeavors. Most of the remaining skill books in the fissures of this adventure space have been acquired by him, while the few that remain are mostly held by those hoping to profit from scarcity, making them unworthy of purchase. Chapter 71. Homeward bound in the remaining time, Yin Hao either engaged in menial tasks, such as extracting bug beans from the countless insect carcasses and storing them in empty treasure chests. The bug beans he initially gathered in the breeding technique space had a relatively long shelf life. He hoped that this batch would last until he could exit through the adventure rift. The leaves of the twin-leaf grass also required processing. Armed to the teeth, Yin Hao set about crafting them into boxes of ointment. This would serve as a commendable choice for either sale or personal use. However, until he discovered a method to eliminate the foul odor, he decided it would be best not to use them himself. Although the survivors were currently distant and no reports of encounters with other survivors had surfaced, the persistent stench was unbearable, especially during meals or sleep. The unpleasant odor clinging to the cook made even the most robust appetite falter. In the breeding technique space, he also selected 2 animal cubs of unknown species to nurture carefully. These were a deliberate choice, 1 male and 1 female, both rather large. Even in their cub stage, their size was comparable to that of small dogs, lacking fur, likely indicating a breed that is hairless or has minimal hair, yet possessing thick skin. Yin Hao had previously hunted and consumed such creatures, having witnessed their characteristics firsthand. The temperature fluctuations should have little impact on them. For feeding, a daily mix of syrup and mud would suffice to keep them content, a method Yin Hao had previously tested. They were remarkably easy to care for, although he harbored concerns that their meat might carry a muddy taste, given their diet of soil. Nonetheless, they were the most viable option for animal cubs he had encountered so far, as all others were exceedingly delicate. Even those that were not so fragile found it challenging to survive in the harsh conditions of the adventure rift, where food scarcity was rampant among survivors. After all, most of the specimens he collected were premature cubs, lacking milk for nourishment, and even water had to be conserved. It was remarkable that he managed to keep these 2 alive on a diet of soil, making them his undisputed choice for companionship. Aside from handling miscellaneous items, nurturing the cubs, and engaging in challenges for supplies, Yin Hao did not squander the fragmented time left to him. Whenever he had a moment, he practiced his self-sealing technique, estimating that by the time he exited, his proficiency would have increased by several levels. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed since Yin Hao found himself trapped in this adventure rift. Today marked the day when Yi Hao would challenge the 999th difficulty of the appraisal technique space. If all went according to plan, he would conquer it within a day or two. Meanwhile, the planting technique space remained stalled at the 973rd difficulty, with Nikos currently in the lead. In contrast, Yi Hao's progress had overtaken others, which was not surprising given that his insight was exceedingly advantageous in the appraisal technique's adventure space. Although his appraising level was appallingly low, preventing him from receiving any privileges in that space, his extraordinary insight and inherent strength more than compensated for this deficiency. On the 28th, Yi Hao successfully cleared the appraisal technique adventure space. In the realm of the planning technique, the challenge had escalated to a daunting level of 999 books, drawing ever closer to completion. Upon witnessing this, Yin Hao immediately began to frantically cultivate in the nurturing space, seizing the opportunity to collect several young animals before venturing out. Amidst the chaotic care he provided, he eagerly anticipated the day when the rift of adventure would unveil itself after his success. On the 29th, at the crack of dawn, the system notified that someone had completed the challenge. The first to conquer it was Avril, who stealthily seized the opportunity in the dead of night, savoring the sweet reward of an early riser. Yamamoto, Kurich, and Nisko followed closely behind, arriving approximately half an hour to 2 hours later. Upon hearing the announcement, they were filled with frustration, pounding their chests and lamenting their inability to commence the challenge sooner, feeling outpaced by an interloper. Unbeknownst to Yin Hao, who was preoccupied with the heaps of supplies and countless empty treasure chests, the three were grappling with their own vexation towards Avril's triumph. How on earth am I supposed to manage all of this? He pondered. With only 2 hands, is it not unreasonable to expect me to carry everything back at once? A sense of despondency washed over him. Ultimately, he resolved to transport as much as he could, prioritizing the essential supplies and young animals. Gazing at the colossal bundle that resembled a small mountain, Yin Hao summoned his strength and hoisted it upon his shoulders. Instantly, he was engulfed by the mass, rendering him nearly invisible, with only the enormous package in motion. Cautiously, he retraced his steps, steering clear of the colorful, luminous mushrooms that threatened to explode. Having previously explored this area, Yin Hao recalled that the path had been obstructed. Now, however, it had transformed into a sheer cliff, its depths obscured by darkness. Lacking the inclination to risk his life in pursuit of potential treasures from jumping off the cliff, he begrudgingly returned to the altar. He had attempted to harvest the dazzling glow mushrooms, recognizing their potential as explosive devices, but alas, they detonated upon contact, leaving him in a state of disarray without obtaining even a single specimen. Nonetheless, he managed to collect some spores through his gathering technique, hoping to cultivate them upon his return. However, it was imperative to establish an explosion-proof area, as he feared that an accidental detonation might startle the young creatures he cared for at home. Just then, as he contemplated the path ahead, the system's notification echoed in his ears, seemingly delayed. The 4 major skill adventure spaces have been cleared. The adventure rift will soon close, and all participants will be uniformly teleported out. Please prepare yourselves. Before Yin Hao could fully comprehend the message, the scenery around him transformed, and he found himself back at the location where he had originally entered the adventure rift. Behind him, the rift had vanished, replaced by the countless empty treasure chests, supplies, and remnants of refuse he had reluctantly abandoned, including a mound of inedible insect shells and unconsumable bug meat. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to exclaim, "Why did no one mention that we would be teleported?" As he spoke, the strength he had been mustering finally dissipated, and with a thunderous thud, he collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the will to move a single finger. He found himself trapped beneath the colossal weight of his burdens. In his eagerness to carry as much as possible, he had pushed himself to the very limits of his capacity. Had he known that nothing would be left behind, not even refuse, he would have spared himself this ordeal. He had shouldered a veritable mountain, nearly straining his back in the process. After a considerable moment, Yin Hao finally regained his composure and summoned enough strength to crawl out from beneath the heap. His immediate concern was to check on the young animals he had so carefully packaged. A few had perished, but fortunately, he had prepared multiple pairs of each species, so their future breeding would remain unaffected. The location was not far from his home. Yin Hao first transported the remaining young animals back to his dwelling. As he approached, Xiao Hui immediately sensed his presence, clinging to the window and calling out to him, its wolfish face squished against the glass. Though Yin Hao had spent nearly a month within the rift of adventure, only 7 or 8 days had elapsed in the outside world. Xiao Hui had grown significantly during this brief period. Its fur had become quite lush, yet from a distance. Yin Hao observed that its coat appeared somewhat unkempt and lacked a healthy sheen. It seemed the past few days had not been kind to it. Despite this, Yin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It was alive, thank goodness. He felt an immense sense of gratitude. Once again, he was thankful for the differing passage of time between the rift and the outside world. Otherwise, had he been away for a month, he feared there might be precious few living beings left upon his return home. Chapter 72. The chaos in the breeding room, balancing various items in both hands. Yin Hao found himself momentarily perplexed at the door. Ultimately, he decided to kick off his right shoe, standing like a golden rooster, executing the challenging feat of opening the door with his foot. It must be said, this extraordinary journey through the fissures of fate was indeed a test of endurance. In the past, such a maneuver would have been utterly beyond Yin Hao's capabilities. However, with a significant enhancement in his physical prowess, coupled with the relentless ingenuity required to navigate obstacles, he found himself effortlessly replicating what once seemed an unparalleled skill. Upon the door swinging open, Xiao Hui instinctively attempted to leap forward. Yet, upon seeing the cages Yin Hao was carrying, each seemingly housing a small life, it hesitated, circling around Yin Hao's feet instead. "What's wrong? Are you upset?" Yin Hao placed his burdens down and gently lifted Xiao Hui, weighing it in his hands. It felt heavier and somewhat neglected. He caressed Xiao Hui's fur, which, as he had observed from outside, was indeed quite disheveled, with patches even bald. Numerous singed marks adorned its coat, alongside areas that seemed to have been nibbled or scratched away by an unknown assailant. Yin Hao surmised that the nibbled spots were likely from Dehua, yet the source of the scratches remained a mystery. He pondered, aside from Xiao Hui, what other creature in the household could have inflicted such damage. Remarkably, he could think of no other culprit than the chicken's claws. "Did Dehua bully you?" He gently touched a noticeably bare patch on Xiao Hui's hind leg, asking with concern. Although Dehua was also one of his hatchlings, they were generally easier to care for, hardly causing Yin Hao any worry. Initially, Dehua was raised as a source of sustenance. Thus, it was reasonable to believe that most individuals harbor a fondness for their food primarily based on its taste. Therefore, if he were truly faced with the choice between Dehua and Xiao Hui, he would undoubtedly choose to side with Xiao Hui without hesitation. As if sensing the gravity of Yin Hao's words, Xiao Hui lowered its head, emitting a pitiful whimper, its small body burrowing further into Yin Hao's embrace, portraying an image of immense grievance. Yin Hao felt a pang of sorrow as he held Xiao Hui, his resolve hardening as he stormed toward the breeding room. "Come on, Dad will help you reclaim your dignity." However, upon pushing open the door and witnessing the chaotic scene within the breeding room, chickens flapping and rodents scurrying, veins visibly throbbed on Yin Hao's forehead, his anger reaching a boiling point. "What on earth is going on? How could you let come to this?" His roar resonated throughout the breeding room, echoing with a remarkable vocal power. Yet, the immediate effect was striking. His bellow halted all activity in the breeding room, leaving the animals frozen in place, clearly intimidated. Observing the array of poultry, insects, and even house mice, now subdued, Yin Hao finally found the leisure to scrutinize the conditions of the breeding room. The cages were mostly in disarray, riddled with holes or overturned, while an assortment of insects crawled chaotically across the floor, some even strutting defiantly among the chickens and birds, as if they were delivering a meal or perhaps something else entirely. 2 juvenile giant rats, in just a few days, seemed to have inflated like balloons, growing to a size comparable to that of a medium-sized dog. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they reached proportions rivaling those of wild boars, entering a mode of reproduction and slaughter. The birds, too, had undergone a remarkable transformation. Yin Hao even found it difficult to discern their original species. More crucially, Yin Hao cast a dubious glance at the large white goose standing among the flock. He could not recall ever having kept such a blunt-billed creature. Where had this goose come from? Even accounting for mutation, this was utterly absurd. As for the insects, when he left, they were mere shrimp. But now several had grown to the size of grinding wheels. Such sizable insects would have been considered exceedingly rare species before his journey, likely to be heavily protected upon discovery, whether for research purposes or to safeguard endangered species. They certainly would not have been relegated to the obscure corner of his family's breeding room, seemingly injured. With large insect shells scattered about, one could not dismiss the possibility that they had already been incorporated into the diets of the family's chickens, geese, and giant rats. Each revelation left Yin Hao utterly bewildered. Was this still his home? What had transpired here? As he posed his question, Yin Hao hesitated, abruptly closing his mouth. Before he left, Dahua had exhibited some semblance of intelligence, and a mimicry bird could even speak human language, leading him to mistakenly believe that they could communicate seamlessly. Now, however, Yin Hao glanced left and right, but he could not find the tiny, dark bird that was no larger than his thumb. "Where is the mimicry bird?" he inquired. Dahua flapped its wings, peering around but refusing to meet Yin Hao's gaze. Well, no need to ask, it was likely dead. A fleeting pang of sorrow and confusion washed over Yin Hao. After all, he had finally had a companion to converse with, only to return and find it gone. His heart felt hollow, as if he had lost something of great importance. Just as he sank into the melancholy of losing his chatty companion, a somewhat comical voice emerged from the corner. Here, here. Following the sound, Yin Hao turned to see a small black bird with an exceptionally sharp beak effortlessly piercing through the shell of a large insect, struggling to emerge. This bird's beak was approximately 10 centimeters long, its body now the size of a fist, adorned with several long black-tail feathers. It appeared considerably more striking than before his departure, yet its endearing fluffiness had vanished. The bird was undeniably beautiful, but had lost all semblance of cuteness. Yin Hao was initially taken aback by its transformation, but soon found himself reminiscing about the time when the bird was merely a small, black fluff ball. Once so tiny and bouncy that a single finger could lift it, it was now larger with an elongated beak and tail feathers. "Are you the same bird that could speak human language?" The change was so profound that Yin Hao still questioned its identity. "Is there still a bird in this house that can speak human language?" The mimicry bird retorted. "Goodness, even the words have multiplied, and the sentences flow so smoothly." Yin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. The transformation was indeed remarkable, leaving him almost unrecognizable. "Well, judging by your insufferable demeanor, it must be that same bird that hasn't fled." Seizing the opportunity, Yin Hao inquired about the happenings at home during his absence. A few days prior, the chicken had been quite the sight, providing us with ample sustenance. But by the third day, noticing the dwindling supplies, it began to lead its chicks outside in search of food, resulting in an ever-decreasing share for us. As the mimicry bird recounted its fragmented tales, Yin Hao reflected on the events that had transpired at home during his time away. Chapter 73. The battle commences. For the first 3 days, there was little of note. However, during feeding time, Dahua may have indulged a bit too much, allowing the household animals, particularly the chickens, to feast heartily, resembling gluttonous giants. Dahua provided them with unlimited supplies, resulting in their bellies swelling round. Eventually, Dahua realized the food stores were dwindling and began to reduce the feeding frequency, prompting the chickens to protest. Being of the same kin, Dahua found it difficult to refuse them, and thus thought of the crops in Yin Hao's underground planting room, leading the flock to a buffet of sorts. As this continued, the birds in the breeding room became aware, starting to exhibit discontent. Initially, Dahua attempted to suppress them with force, as the birds were confined to their cages. Yet, unbeknownst to her, there was a mutated bird among them. Indeed, it was the once unassuming white goose. Now, in defiance of Dahua's tyranny, its beak had grown crooked, and its size had increased, soon gaining the strength to challenge Dahua. Thus commenced the epic clash between the chickens and the geese. No bird cage was spared. All met their demise, and the caged birds regained their freedom. opposing the chickens within the breeding room. The outcome of this standoff saw the household's insects serving as a reserve food source for both the chickens and the birds, who gorged themselves at the buffet, growing robust and formidable. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. The insects, unwilling to be mere sustenance, also underwent mutations, initiating a conflict between predator and prey. As for the two young giant rats, Dehua recalled Yin Hao's advice before his departure. During the growth of the younglings, Dehua had been quite involved. Perhaps due to a maternal instinct, she regarded them as her own hatchlings, ensuring they were well fed even amidst her battles with the birds and insects. She perpetually provided them with ample sustenance, as these omnivorous creatures could consume anything, even gnawing on wood to survive. Coupled with their giant rat genes, they grew into strapping young lads in just a few days. Initially, Dehua was hesitant to curtail Little Gray's rations, but as conflicts with the birds and insects escalated, she found it increasingly challenging to attend to Little Gray's needs. Moreover, at this age, Little Gray was naturally inclined towards mischief and play, embarking on a journey of destruction, which led to conflicts with the other animals in the breeding room. Though small in size, Little Wolf possessed a fierce temperament. Today, it would clash with the chickens. Tomorrow, it might whimsically attempt to catch a bird. And the day after, seeing the two giant rats, it would presume them to be kin and provoke them. Over time, this culminated in the disarray that Yin Hao had witnessed upon his arrival. In hindsight, it was a mess of their own making. Yin Hao reflected on this, but remained somewhat skeptical. After all, the parrot was biased, and its words were not always reliable. Even if accurate, Yin Hao had no intention of imposing harsh measures on Little Gray. The child was still young, and he would gradually impart knowledge in due course. Through the recounting of the mimicry bird, the entire sequence of events became clear. It dawned on Yin Hao that the insects he had raised, along with the crops in the underground planting chamber, might have suffered calamity. The insect swarm had already reached a state of disarray, yet it seemed unlikely to worsen, especially with the mutated insect king likely unable to create further chaos. In a state of urgency, Yin Hao dashed into the basement to assess the situation in the underground planting chamber. The green jade grass and blue line grass had suffered the most, flattened in large patches, with many areas of soil overturned, stark and barren, clearly ravaged by the pecking of the chickens and subsequently compacted. The tender leaves of the half-spoon vegetable, sprout vegetable, and large flower vegetable were also gone. Although the plants appeared somewhat bare, they might still be salvaged. The berry bushes were nearly devoid of fruit, and even those that had borne fruit at a height were pecked away by the chickens and birds. Just the sight of it caused Yin Hao's heart to ache painfully. However, having only just returned, he had only managed to carry back the cage of offspring, with many other items still outside. This was not the time to tend to the ravaged crops. With no other choice, Yin Hao turned back, opening the door to transport items back home in multiple trips. He looked up at the sky. The sun hung high, but it lacked the scorching heat of the previous month that felt as if it could ignite the entire world. Instead, it cast a gentle warmth upon him. The breeze was light. Although it was noon, it was unusual for the wind to be so mild. He wondered if it was related to their recent teleportation, perhaps a special consideration from the survival system. Suppressing his curiosity, Yin Hao accelerated his pace in moving the items. Previously, he had only witnessed such speed in novels, anime, or films where items were stacked high without ever toppling over. Now, with his significantly enhanced physical capabilities, Yin Hao experienced this phenomenon firsthand. All the refuse was collected into empty treasure chests, several of which he stacked together to hasten homeward. In a bid for convenience, he even opened the windows and doors of the storeroom, flinging filled treasure chests without a glance, skillfully tossing them into the storeroom for organization, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. In truth, the situation was quite similar. Yin Hao's current physical prowess was beyond that of an ordinary person. His senses were heightened, his mind alert, and his physical control and balance were unparalleled. At that moment, Yin Hao felt as if he had become superhuman, able to traverse this survival world with ease. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Despite the eagerness of his body, his rational mind cautioned him that it was not yet time to be reckless. Just recalling the massive python that had previously blocked his path, along with the giant rat he had seen in the wild, comparable in size to a wild boar. And the agile gray shadow rabbit that played with its prey like a cat made him doubt his ability to surpass them. Without direct confrontation with the python, he remained uncertain. However, the memory of witnessing the unfortunate demise of another in the underworld made him feel that his current fear was insufficient. At the very least, he lacked the confidence for a decisive victory, at best, a pure triumph. Regarding the gray shadow rabbit, if it possessed only the strength observed initially, Yin Hao felt he could attempt to capture it. However, as the first mutant species that transcended his conventional understanding, Yin Hao's intuition suggested that it would not be so straightforward. Even if he were to embark on this challenge, it would be prudent to first ascertain the true nature of the gray shadow rabbit. Moreover, the gray shadow rabbit was rather diminutive, offering scant meat, which left Yin Hao somewhat disdainful. Compared to the giant rat, the meager flesh of the gray shadow rabbit was insufficient to satiate his hunger. After toiling for over 2 hours, the external winds began to gradually intensify. This further corroborated Yin Hao's suspicions. Today's winds likely signified that the survival system had granted a reprieve to all those returning from the adventure rift, easing the challenges ahead. Otherwise, according to past experiences, the gentle conditions that allowed one to traverse against the wind at noon would typically escalate within an hour. To linger outside for over 2 hours like this, one might as well dance with the tempest above. It was utterly improbable that he would have had the luxury of leisurely retreating after finishing his tasks as he had now. Chapter 74. Learning to Dismantle the Home. After 2 arduous hours, supplemented by the fact that most of the items were neatly stored within treasure chests, Yin Hao had successfully transported all the significant belongings into his abode. The remnants, which were essentially a mound of insect carcasses, were not something he had anticipated bringing along. Hence they remained in a disarrayed state, resembling a heap of refuse. Observing the escalating winds, Yin Hao found himself in a quandary. Should he utilize the wind stabilizer to prolong the duration, packing these remnants into boxes, or leave them to be swept away by the gales? Becoming visible to the outside world, the insect shells surely could serve as fodder. He recalled certain pharmaceuticals utilizing them as raw materials. Perhaps these detritus held some value. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Hao resolved to tidy up. After all, these were items he had extracted from the rift of fortuity, even if they were refuse. They were his refuse, and it seemed illogical to abandon them outdoors to be whisked away by the wind. In that decisive moment, he conveniently overlooked the exorbitant per-second charges of the wind stabilizer. Having already profited handsomely from selling insect beans within the rift, Yin Hao felt emboldened to indulge in a whimsical notion. However, even with the decision to extend the time using the wind stabilizer, he hastened his actions. His hands moved with such speed that they appeared as mere blurs, rapidly diminishing the towering mound of insect carcasses as he packed them into one empty treasure chest after another. Finally, after expending yet another half-hour, he managed to secure all the insect remains, delivering them with a swift kick into the storage room. Upon re-entering his home, Yin Hao paused momentarily before tending to his little gray companion, preparing warm water for a wash and some food for nourishment. Only then did he shift his focus to the few pairs of young creatures he had brought back. Among them was a pair he had been nurturing, which thrived on soil. To distinguish them from the others, he temporarily named them soil armor beasts. The remaining 3 pairs belonged to the same species, characterized by their porcine snouts, and Yin Hao hoped they would mature to resemble pigs, ensuring a plentiful supply of meat. Who could resist a plump pig? 2 pairs bore small protuberances on their heads and were rotund, approximately the size of basketballs, their fur yet to sprout, presenting a comical sight from a distance. The last trio, consisting of 2 males and 1 female, were 4-legged creatures with 2 small bumps on their backs. Yin Hao held high hopes for them, envisioning them growing wings akin to griffins in the future, potentially providing him with aerial mounts. These creatures were carefully selected by Yin Hao, and he earnestly wished they would not grow deformed, thus disappointing his efforts in nurturing them. Besides these, he also had rewards from completing his gathering skill, comprising 6 beast cubs and 20 fish fry, currently sealed away. There was no rush to release them, as he intended to organize his household thoroughly before making adequate preparations. Having settled the beast cubs, Yin Hao rolled up his sleeves and commenced a thorough cleaning of his home. The living room, kitchen, bathroom, and storage room were all in a tolerable state. Although they were filthy and chaotic, there were few items that were damaged, and Yin Hao found it relatively effortless to tidy them up. However, the situation in the breeding room was far more complex. Yin Hao felt a mix of helplessness and heartache, yet he resigned himself to the task of cleaning and feeding this unruly bunch. He distributed food and water, repaired the cages, and sorted out various animals that were scurrying about, ensuring each had a designated space before confining them one by one. The two juvenile giant rats, now of considerable size, could no longer be regarded as fragile creatures that would break at a mere touch. Thus, Yin Hao constructed a makeshift pen for them, securing the pair inside. By the time he had accomplished all this, he hadn't even checked the bedroom and basement, having already exhausted the better part of his afternoon. The heightened tension from a month spent in the anomaly had left him utterly fatigued, yearning only for a restful slumber. He longed for the solace of sleep, free from the vigilance required to guard against the beasts and venomous creatures that lurked in the night, and the anxiety of being trapped without knowing when he might escape. With these thoughts, his taut nerves began to relax. Before he even reached the bedroom, drowsiness had begun to envelop him. After hastily preparing a simple meal to quell his hunger, Yin Hao wearily pushed open the door to his bedroom. However, what greeted him was a scene of utter disarray, with straw scattered everywhere and his once pristine bedclothes now torn and tattered. Veins throbbed at his temples as he surveyed the damage. Previously, he had dismissed Xiao Hui's mischievous antics, bouncing from one place to another, as mere exuberance. Yet now, witnessing the devastation in his bedroom, a flicker of genuine anger ignited within him. Seizing the little gray ball of fur, which was poised to flee, Yin Hao raised his hand high, contemplating the newfound strength he possessed and the potential consequences of delivering a blow that could inadvertently transform a wolf into a pancake. The thought of regretting such an action later, with no recourse for repentance, made him hesitate. Instead, he redirected his ire towards the chaotic state of the bedroom, pointing an accusatory finger at the little creature and tapping its nose in a gesture of exasperation. You, what shall I say to you? While I was away, you decided to play demolition, did you? From now on, you shall have your own space and refrain from coming onto my bed to avoid this kind of mess again. With a whimper, Xiao Hui, sensing his owner's wrath and the rapid rise and fall of his chest, drooped his ears and tucked his tail between his legs. Burying his head in his belly like an ostrich, Yin Hao paused, as if to say more, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he decided to let it be for now and made his way to the basement bedroom, collapsing onto the bed to sleep. This slumber lasted well into the night. Rubbing his weary eyelids, Yin Hao realized he had not yet had his fill of sleep. The nearly month-long stretch of constant tension in the anomaly had drained him, and he craved more rest to replenish his vitality. However, with a mountain of responsibilities awaiting him at home, he dared not indulge in a prolonged slumber that might stretch into days. Rising from his rest, he prepared a dough and made some flatbreads. He sliced open the remaining bug beans and unearthed the scant seasoning packets from instant noodles, combining them with the rolled dough to create some meat-filled buns to satisfy his hunger. He tended to the breeding room once more and checked on the younglings he had brought back, carefully attending to them for a while before entrusting the task to Dao. Although he felt a twinge of unease, his current state left him with little energy. He could no longer maintain fragmented sleep patterns to care for the little ones as he once did. The underground planting chamber remained unattended, and Yin Hao resolved to indulge in a brief nap first. Once sufficiently rested, he could tend to it during the day just the same. Upon succumbing to slumber, he lost all sense of time, unaware of whether it was day or night. When he finally awoke, half of the morning had already slipped away. After attending to some trivial matters, Yin Hao quickly shouldered his tools and made his way to the underground planting chamber. It was only at this juncture that he gained a clearer understanding of the losses incurred during his absence from home. Chapter 75. The greenhouse crops thrive. A sudden whip, most of the crops require replanting due to their overwhelming growth. Countless plants have toppled, their tender leaves and buds entirely devoured by the chickens and birds at home. Many crops stand bare, some utterly lifeless, while others appear to have a chance of revival. Yin Hao promptly employed planting techniques on those salvageable plants to stabilize their condition. Subsequently, he cleared away those beyond rescue, as well as those severely bent and unlikely to recover. The salvageable materials were collected, while the utterly useless ones were bundled and set aside to dry, destined to serve as kindling in the future. The remaining leaves and fragmented roots were not wasted either. Yin Hao chopped them into pieces for compost. Currently, the planting techniques are far from reaching level 10, which would signify a qualitative change. At best, they only accelerate crop growth and aid some unhealthy plants in regaining vitality. It remains impossible to replace fertilization and watering, at least for now. Thus, Yin Hao took the time to water and fertilize the crops still worth saving, hoping fervently that they would not falter or perish. As for pest control, there was no need for it at all. The crops were devoid of pests, and even beneficial insects had been consumed. The birds and chickens, starved, exhibited formidable predatory prowess. However, as Yin Hao surveyed the barren crops, he pondered whether it was time to seek out bees and butterflies to cultivate. Previously, he relied on manual pollination or small flying insects hatched from eggs for this task. But now, the insect population in the breeding room had been decimated by the chickens and birds, leaving only the fittest survivors. Regrettably, he had not encountered any of the weaker flying insects. He wondered about the state of wild bees and whether they could be domesticated. Yin Hao recalled the unfortunate individual who had failed to keep ants alive. If all else failed, he would resort to gathering insect eggs for hatching. Although this method took longer, it was more reliable than capturing wild insects that would insist on their freedom, refusing to be tamed. As he worked to assess and manage the underground planting room, night fell outside once more. Listening to the howling wind and the sounds of objects being blown about and colliding, Yin Hao felt a twinge of melancholy. In the past couple of days, he had been preoccupied with his domestic affairs, neglecting to check on the greenhouse. He had constructed a water reservoir specifically for that area, placing a water source between each greenhouse. It had only been a few days. Surely, there could not be any major issues. Thinking about the potential maturity of several crops, he anticipated a bountiful harvest the following day. Yin Hao resolved to attend to everything methodically at home. Before noon, Yin Hao had already begun to attempt to venture outside. Having strengthened himself considerably, he mused that this minor tempest posed far less of a threat than before. With this thought, he cautiously began to test the waters. 3 hours remained until midday. The wind was a bit strong. While clinging to the post, he would not be swept away, yet his feet were barely off the ground, making it an opportune moment to step outside. 2 hours left. His feet could finally touch the ground, and with the aid of his cane, if he pressed it firmly into the earth with each step, the likelihood of being blown away was significantly reduced. An hour and a half remained. He felt it was now safe to go out. The cane did not need to be thrust so deeply, and the chance of being swept away was almost negligible. With a sense of determination, Yin Hao slung the empty toolbox containing his tools over his shoulder and grasped the wind-stabilizing stone tightly in his hand. Stepping tentatively into the courtyard. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His footing was somewhat unsteady against the fierce wind, but he managed to hold his ground. Overjoyed, he braved the gusts and pushed open the small door of greenhouse number 5. A lush expanse of greenery greeted his eyes. In that moment, he nearly believed he had entered a primeval forest. What was happening? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind as he surveyed the state of greenhouse number 5. The crops he had previously tended were now reaching the very apex of the greenhouse. How had they thrived so much better than those he had nurtured himself? Doubt crept into Yin Hao's heart, even leading him to question his own abilities. Was his luck truly so abysmal that despite his care, the plants languished and fell ill? The swarms of pests had transformed into vibrant blooms. The crops within the greenhouse had been left to their own devices for several days, yet here they stood, nearly touching the ceiling, verging on a miraculous transformation. At that moment, a twinge of trepidation gripped him. He feared venturing into the other greenhouses, only to find the crops there flourishing just as magnificently. Would that not be a glaring testament to his own ineptitude, proving that whatever he tended withered? However, The anticipation of a bountiful harvest stirred within him, refusing to allow him to deceive himself any longer. That obsession compelled him to uncover the truth. I really do not want to. Yin Hao sighed in resignation, yet he swiftly turned and closed the small door of greenhouse number 5, heading to the adjacent greenhouse to assess the situation. As he opened the small door, his hands moved with such speed that it seemed a blur, betraying his impatience, as if his heart would not heed his mind's command. The moment the door creaked open, Yin Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow! The crops within this greenhouse were even more astonishing than those in number 5, having grown to the ceiling and begun to spread horizontally. Undeterred, he proceeded to check the remaining greenhouses one by one. Without exception, the crops were in a frenzy of growth, the least among them nearly reaching the apex. Yin Hao was left speechless. It appeared that he had stifled the potential of these crops. The very greenhouses he had constructed had hindered their growth. Feeling somewhat deflated, his steps grew weary. What in the world was this? The free-range crops thrived far better than those he had personally tended. This painted a rather dismal picture of his own capabilities. But then again, the garlic harvest was bountiful. At least he had not lost out. The feeling of frustration within him was almost unbearable, and Yin Hao could only console himself in this manner. Grasping the sickle, he resignedly began to harvest swiftly in the number 9 greenhouse where he had taken his stand. Swish, swish, swish. After enhancing his physical capabilities, Yin Hao's speed was incomparable to what it had been before. He worked with remarkable swiftness, and in no time, he had cut down a vast expanse of crops. Just as he adjusted his mood and felt elated over such a bountiful harvest, out of nowhere, a whip lashed across his back, leaving a stinging sensation. What was happening? Yin Hao instantly became alert. Could it be that, during his absence, other creatures had entered the greenhouse and claimed it as their own? Gripping the sickle tightly, Yin Hao's nerves were on edge, his senses heightened to the maximum, wary of any negligence. The force of that whip, which had just struck him, was not to be underestimated. It was a formidable adversary. Chapter 76. A lack of popularity nurtures madness, with a 90 insanity rate in a state of heightened mental vigilance. The unknown entity began its assault once more. It manifested as a brownish, elongated whip, stretching several meters within the confines of the greenhouse. What creature possesses such an extended tail? A flicker of doubt crossed Yin Hao's mind, suddenly leading him to a particular possibility. As the whip lashed toward him, he focused intently. Indeed, it was less a tail of some animal and more akin to the root of a certain plant, a far more fitting description. Had the flora within this greenhouse evolved sentience? Yin Hao was astonished. What had transpired in his absence over the past week? When he swung his sickle, most of his force was absorbed by the pliable vine, resulting in only a third of the blade penetrating. However, this vine appeared to lack significant intelligence, oblivious to the impending danger. After being struck, it showed no sign of retreat, instinctively coiling around nearby plants. Some of it ensnared the flora surrounding Yin Hao, while others entwined themselves around him. Yet, the vine's lack of expertise rendered it ineffective. With a slight bend and adjustment of his limbs, he could easily extricate himself from its grasp. The tip of the whip continued to sway gently, wrapping itself around a nearby robust plant in spirals. This behavior seemed less indicative of a perceptive species and more reminiscent of a plant's innate growth instinct. Yin Hao withdrew his sickle and delivered 2 more strikes, severing the vine. Its tip ceased to writhe, appearing lifeless. Yet, the segment still connected to the main body resumed its chaotic flailing, lacking any discernible strategy. Failing to reach Yin Hao, had it initially relied on precise targeting? Yin Hao pondered, questioning whether it employed dynamic tracking or infrared characteristics. It should have struck him by now. Its erratic flailing revealed no coherent method, leaving him perplexed. He casually cast an identification spell. Though whether it was due to the vine's wild movements or Yin Hao's poor aim, the spell missed the vine entirely, landing instead on a nearby cluster of plants. Green Jade Grass Frenzy, a product of long-term neglect of popular support, resulting in a frenzied state, non-toxic and edible, with a 90 insanity rate. Popularity? Frenzy? Insanity rate? Yin Hao was engulfed in confusion. What was the connection here? He had assumed that allowing the plants to grow freely would yield better results, only to discover that his hopes were in vain. While they had grown well, they were now inedible. Yan Hao was baffled, bewildered, and utterly frustrated. Was it always this amusing? Just as he began to see progress, it was thwarted. Would he ever be allowed to survive in peace? After conducting another round of identifications, he found that whether mobile or stationary, all the plants exhibited varying degrees of this so-called insanity rate. Enraged, he embarked on a furious endeavor, neglecting to return for lunch, determined to clear every visible crop within the confines of the greenhouse. 2 hours later, he leaned on his waist with one hand, panting heavily. No matter how wild it gets, I must harvest what I have sown. After consulting the survival guide and identifying the crops in greenhouse number 9 as mutated versions, he sent some materials to Yi Hao, asking for assistance in utilizing his insight. Results should have emerged by now. Yi Hao, the mutated plants possess a madness rate. Consumption can lead to mental disarray. Yi Hao, in simpler terms, it acts as a psychotropic agent. Experiencing personality fragmentation is a milder outcome. One might even develop a more formidable persona, not excluding the potential for rebellion. Yi Hao, the gravest concern is the loss of rationality. Although our current physical condition allows survival in this world, even in a state of insanity, living as a mere shell lacks meaning. Therefore, you must refrain from consumption. Yi Hao, while consumption is inadvisable, Insight strongly recommends converting them into fertilizer. Perhaps you could try it, at least to mitigate some losses. Fertilizer, he contemplated. It seems this is the only option. Resource repurposing it is, treating this batch of crops as nothing more than weeds for composting. However, if all the crops within this greenhouse have mutated, his subsequent food supply could become problematic. He initially hoped these crops would alleviate his food scarcity, but now that plan has fallen apart. Taking a deep breath to calm his thoughts, Yan Hao quickly adjusted his mindset. He proceeded to chop all the felled plants in greenhouse number 9 into fragments, then dug pits to create compost. The root systems were also excavated and processed for compost. This occupation lasted from noon until night. Yan Hao returned twice in between to eat and feed the poultry and insects, while also using his identification technique to examine the animals in the breeding room. Fortunately, perhaps due to the greater vitality within the room, not many had mutated. After slaughtering, they were all buried to decompose into fertilizer. Could this be the reason the survival system brought us here? While laboring, he pondered the concept of vitality. Judging by the actions of the survival system, although it showed little mercy towards the survivors, it did not entirely cut off their paths to survival. The survivors were so distant from one another that even when entering the anomaly rifts, there were no reports of them encountering each other. Additionally, the significant alteration in treasure chest probabilities, which now included practical skill books like gathering, identification, planting, and breeding in the treasure pool, indicated that all encounters within the rifts yielded materials related to these 4 skills. It appeared that the system did not aim to incite conflict among survivors. Instead, it continuously enhanced each survivor's self-sufficiency. The more he contemplated, the clearer Yan Hao's thoughts became. This was a call for them to establish roots in a location, continuously taming wild flora and fauna, akin to establishing a foothold, or more aptly, an anchor point. Having read numerous novels featuring Yan Hao, he is aware of formidable entities that, when seeking to invade a realm, devise means to establish anchor points before their descent. Is this a summons for us to venture forth and cultivate the wilderness? It is highly plausible that the powerful presence lurking behind may indeed manifest in its true form. Contemplating this notion, Yan Hao is gripped by an inexplicable sense of urgency. Should his conjectures hold any truth, the time allotted for their growth may be alarmingly scant. It is imperative to evolve to a level of self-sufficiency and even resistance before that unknown force amasses sufficient anchor points for its arrival. Ever since this harrowing hypothesis emerged, Yan Hao's emotions have been tumultuous for a considerable duration. However, upon tidying up the number 9 greenhouse, his restless heart gradually found tranquility. It is premature to dwell on such matters. His focus must remain on the present, on the endeavor of strengthening himself, which cannot be achieved in a fleeting moment. Having come to this realization, Yin Hao felt a sense of clarity wash over him. In the ensuing days, he shall concentrate his efforts on composting. It remains uncertain what extraordinary potency the fertilizer derived from these crazed plants possesses to warrant Yi Hao's strong recommendation to transform it into fertilizer. Chapter 77. Rapid Decomposition. Premium catalysis. Upon returning to his abode that night, Yin Hao felt the weight of the day's upheaval. His spirits dampened. He forewent preparing a sumptuous meal and settled instead for a simple fare of flatbreads paired with cured sausage. The phenomenon of domesticated flora and fauna becoming feral was not a singular occurrence confined to his circumstances. Those who ventured into the rift of serendipity would likely encounter similar tribulations if they tended to crops or livestock. Yin Hao opened the survival guide, eager to glean how others navigated such dilemmas. Another one has gone mad. Take them away. Ha ha ha. Hark! My powers have reached fruition today. Let me curse a hapless soul at random on the forum. Goodness! There's another lunatic wielding causality. Officials, do intervene. With my beauty, the world ought to behold me. 9 splendid selfies. Come, shower me with praises. Those who flatter me shall receive a minute of my divine fortune. Is this for real? Bring it on. No way. This is Johnny, the first to receive the sacred blessing. Has he lost his mind too? Chaos reigned supreme. The forum buzzed with discourse on the sudden outbreak of madness among a cohort of survivors, each exhibiting peculiar eccentricities. Those lacking long-range abilities fared better, as their frenzied antics posed no threat to others. However, the individual capable of cursing others sporadically selected victims from the forum, instilling a sense of trepidation among users who now posted with utmost caution, fearful of attracting the madman's ire. Then there was Johnny, initially heralded as a survivor with immense potential after receiving a divine blessing, but now, in his state of insanity, had become a beacon of fortune on the forum, bestowing luck upon random posts, inundated with admirers and flatterers. Yin Hao contemplated joining in this frenzy, for even a minute of divine fortune could yield delightful surprises, particularly if he were fortunate enough to be selected to open a treasure chest. Yet, with the presence of unpredictable entities possessing long-range cursing abilities, he ultimately quelled his impulsive desires. Perhaps not. My current self-seal technique does not permit me to open high-level chests without risk. I shall await the opportune moment, he mused, hoping that Johnny would endure a while longer. The consensus on the forum regarding the feral phenomenon was unequivocal. Do not consume, dispose of, and even the remnants should be treated with the utmost caution, as if they were venomous. Having absorbed enough knowledge, Yin Hao was about to close the survival guide to indulge in a soothing hot bath, when he noticed a post from Yi Hao on the forum. Yi Hao, it is inadvisable to consume feral flora and fauna. However, they may serve as fertilizer, potentially yielding unexpected benefits. As a man endowed with insight, Yi Hao, having revealed his prowess early on, commanded significant credibility. The moment his post went live, responses flooded in at a visible pace. Countless individuals lauded him, expressing gratitude for his selfless sharing of information, with a legion of admirers rallying around him. Certainly, there are those who choose the path of leverage for reasons unbeknownst to us. Ironically, it is possible that Yi Hao's intentions are to lead others astray, rendering the information unreliable. Such ostentation could undoubtedly lead Yi Hao into considerable trouble. While these thoughts lingered in his mind, Yin Hao refrained from voicing them. The choice of how to proceed is ultimately up to others, and considering the profound implications of such information on countless lives, revealing it under the guise of self-preservation is not without merit. In fact, Yin Hao felt a twinge of admiration and a hint of envy. He respected Yi Hao's broad-mindedness and envied his ability to stand at the precipice without suffering backlash. The self-sealing technique requires frequent practice. Even if one achieves the minimum guaranteed outcome, there may be moments of unexpected fortune. If I could procure some rare resources or skill books, my prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Lost in these contemplations, Yin Hao chose not to linger on the forum any longer, closing the survival guide to wash up and retire for the night. At the break of dawn the following day, Yin Hao awoke early. Taking advantage of the still dark outside, he tended to the animals in his care and cleaned up the necessary areas. Despite the chaos caused by the flocks of chickens and birds, there were no signs of mutated plants in the underground cultivation chamber. Yin Hao retrieved the plant seeds acquired from his adventures in the rift, meticulously selecting suitable varieties to fill the vacant plots. The twin-leaf grass, after tormenting him with its foul odor, prompted Yin Hao to request a name change to twin-leaf stinkgrass in the compendium. This designation was quickly approved by fellow survivors who had suffered its stench after purchasing Yin Hao's ointment in the adventure space. However, he had no intention of planting it in the underground chamber. It would be best situated at the base of the outer wall, where its odor could provide excellent cover for the shelter. In a secluded corner, Yin Hao marked out a patch for it, planning to transplant the seedlings once they reached a sufficient size. The vibrant 9-leaf grass, while lacking in nutritional value, boasted brilliant colors and a faint fragrance. Thus, he decided to plant a few, hopeful to experiment with them as potential dye in the future. The snake vine tree seeds bore only a singular name, with the identification merely stating their ability to grow into snake vine trees. The specific utility of these trees would remain a mystery until they matured. Yin Hao dug holes at intervals, placing 2 or 3 snake vine seeds in each. As for the explosive berry seeds, their names suggested a fruit, and Yin Hao held high hopes for them, planting approximately 3/10 of an acre. The remainder consisted of unnamed, mysterious seeds, planted with the understanding that their eventual growth would be left to fate. After filling the underground chamber with crops, he resurfaced to find the sky brilliantly illuminated. Preoccupied with the compost piled up yesterday and the 8 unprocessed greenhouses, Yin Hao could hardly wait for the wind to die down before heading out. Activating the wind-stabilizing stone, he proceeded to check on the situation in greenhouse number 9. After a night of fermentation, the remnants of the mutated plants had swiftly decomposed, resulting in high-quality, odorless black fertilizer. How astonishingly rapid! The compost I previously created from the crop straw in the basement was only just beginning to be usable at this point. Yin Hao marveled in disbelief. If the rampant plants degrade so swiftly with this thought in mind, Yin Hao directly fetched a bucket of manure back to the underground planting chamber, applying a light fertilizer to the freshly sown seeds, followed by watering and invoking a planting technique to enhance seed absorption. Lo and behold, before the naked eye, the seeds rapidly sprouted, breaking through the soil and flourishing with vigor. In a mere moment, the fastest-growing twin-leaf stinking grass and the resplendent 9-leaf clover reached maturity. The snake vine tree also ascended to a height of 1 meter, its serpentine vines extending and intertwining, swiftly weaving several intricate nets within Yin Hao's underground planting chamber. On these nets, verdant leaves flourished, and small fruits resembling mulberries, yet still green in hue, peeked out from beneath the foliage of the vines. Chapter 78. Exploding berries and snake vine fruits. The plant bearing the exploding berries stands at a modest height of 1/2 meter. Its leaves resemble those of a banana tree, while the fruit is akin to golden fists, each glistening with a smooth, shiny surface that hints at a delicate inner structure, suggesting a thin skin. Yin Hao initially approached the exploding berries with great anticipation. He reached out to pluck one, intending to assess its edibility after determining it was non-toxic. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed as his fingers brushed against the fruit's skin. A tingling sensation surged through his fingertips from the explosion, and the golden berries erupted like blossoms scattered by a celestial maiden. A fine mist of pale, golden fruit juice, imbued with an unknown fragrance, splattered across Yin Hao's face, leaving a slick residue. Rather than merely juice, it resembled oil. Raising an eyebrow, Yin Hao realized he had stumbled upon something substantial. He collected some of the viscous liquid in a container, and upon utilizing his identification technique, he discerned only the words exploding berry juice, non-toxic. Determined to conduct his own experiments, he first dipped his finger to taste it. It lacked the characteristic sweetness of fruit juice, and instead bore the quality of oil. When utilized as a lubricant for machinery, it soon sparked and was deemed unsuitable. As for culinary applications, initially tasteless, it ignited into towering flames when heated in a frying pan, releasing a copious amount of irritating gas that nearly caused an explosion. Fortunately, He had chosen a stone pot for the experiment. Had it been iron, it would likely be on the brink of ruin. Lastly, he attempted to use it as lamp oil. This time, no peculiarities arose. The brightness exceeded that of a torch crafted from baiwan wood, producing minimal smoke while exuding a delightful fragrance unique to the fruit juice, evoking a sense of tranquility and warmth. While it did not match the brilliance of incandescent bulbs, its illumination was only slightly dimmer, and the soft light was pleasing to the eyes, suggesting that the baiwan wood torch might soon be rendered obsolete. Yan Hao's expression brightened at this promising discovery. He resolved to expedite the creation of lamps and shades. How brilliantly would his home glow with such fixtures at night? Returning to his exploration, he examined the remaining fruit that had erupted like petals after releasing its juice. Given the remarkable performance of the juice in the stone pot, Yan Hao decided to harvest this fruit, meticulously cleansing the remaining liquid and confirming its non-toxicity before tearing off a piece of the fruit flesh to taste. The texture was tender, with a satisfying chew and a moderate sweetness. It could serve as a delightful snack to pass the time. The fruit flesh, now resembling petals, allowed for easy consumption. Simply tear off a piece whenever hunger struck. However, he pondered its shelf life. Could it be stored for an extended period? With these thoughts lingering, Yan Hao set out to experiment with the method of harvesting this fruit. Touching it would cause an immediate explosion. If struck with a stick, the fruit would remain intact if it fell into soft soil, but if it landed on a stone surface, it would burst, spraying its juice and leaving behind only desiccated flesh. This prompted Yan Hao to consider two suitable methods for harvesting. One approach involved creating a container capable of enveloping the fruit. He would wrap the fruits and then insert his fingers to trigger the bursting of the berries, collecting the juice before plucking away the remaining pulp. The other method entailed constructing a large stone basin, with slightly inward curving walls to prevent the juice from splattering outside upon bursting. He would simply use a wooden stick to knock the berries down, and once they had all burst, he could retrieve the pulp from the basin. This technique would facilitate bulk harvesting, given the limited land in the planting chamber. Leaving the stone basin permanently beneath the fruiting plant was impractical. The only potential difficulty lay in the weight of the stone basin, making it cumbersome to transport. However, with Yan Hao's current strength, this did not seem to pose a significant challenge. After detaching from the parent plant, the remnants of the fruit stems sprouted a ring of structures resembling flower stamens. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these stamens were, in fact, individual seeds, hardly larger than sesame seeds, round and hard, akin to tiny pebbles. Yan Hao had certainly broadened his horizons. It must be said that the flora in this survival world was indeed fantastical and varied, consistently surpassing his usual understanding and presenting him with unexpected results. The fruits of the snake vine were still green, far from ripening. Observing this, Yan Hao applied some fertilizer. The originally vibrant green vines of the snake vine had darkened to a deep shade due to pigment accumulation. The leaves transitioned from their initial green hue to a feather-like compound leaf predominantly composed of gold and fiery red. The small fruits, resembling mulberries and hidden beneath the leaves, shifted from green to red, sparkling like clusters of red crystals even in the dimly lit basement. Yan Hao pinched a cluster of fruit and examined it closely. Its structure resembled that of mulberries, composed of countless small druplets forming a collective fruit type. However, while mulberries are oval and turn a deep purple-black upon ripening, the fruits of the snake vine were diamond-shaped and turned red when mature, resembling a collection of tiny red gemstones from a distance. He was uncertain whether these angular fruits would be hard on the teeth. After confirming they were non-toxic, Yan Hao gave them a gentle squeeze. They crumbled easily, suggesting no risk of dental discomfort. The only remaining question was their flavor. If palatable, they would be classified as fruit, but if not, he would have to explore other potential uses. He tossed a small cluster into his mouth, and, as his teeth broke through the skin of the fruit, a frown immediately creased his brow. The extreme acidity was so intense it made his scalp tighten. It felt as though a jolt of electricity surged from the nape of his neck down to his tailbone, rendering his entire body rigid and immobile. Amidst this overwhelming sourness, his mouth became numb from the combination of sharp acidity and astringency, seemingly trivial in comparison. After what felt like an eternity, Yin finally regained his composure. Good heavens! I nearly lost my soul. I have never tasted a fruit so sour in my life. Yin, still haunted by lingering fears, hastily retrieved his water bottle and drank copiously until the sour taste in his mouth was sufficiently subdued, allowing him to feel rejuvenated and revitalized. It seemed that the only purpose left for this place was to brew wine and vinegar. The underground cultivation chamber was not particularly tall, measuring only 2 to 3 meters in height. At that moment, the fertilizer-enhanced snake vine trees had already reached the ceiling, their growth redirected laterally upon encountering the obstruction. Their branches and vines intricately wove a dense and sturdy net across the ceiling, while clusters of snake vine fruits sparkled like radiant diamonds, resembling a circle of colorful lights adorning the chamber. Yin assessed the height, realizing that he could not reach it by mere extension of his arm. However, with a sudden surge of strength in his right leg, he effortlessly leaped upwards, plucking a cluster of snake vine fruits before landing gracefully. Unfortunately, he had not quite controlled his momentum and collided with the intricate web of vines woven across the ceiling. Although it was not particularly painful, it was somewhat embarrassing, contrasting sharply with his formidable image bolstered by his extraordinary strength. Fortunately, he was alone in this space. Yin silently rejoiced, though he felt a twinge of humiliation. Chapter 79. A frantic dash. The yield of the exploding berries and snake vine fruits was remarkably high, particularly that of the latter. A single snake vine tree, when stripped of its fruits, would easily yield over 100 pounds. Should all be utilized for brewing wine or vinegar, several dozens of pounds would certainly be obtainable. Contemplating this, Yin counted the snake vine trees in his underground cultivation chamber. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 15 trees. Conservatively estimating, producing 300 to 400 pounds of wine should pose no challenge. With such a copious amount, he mused on how long it would take to consume it all. Even if he were to indulge daily, the excess could be distilled into alcohol, a potent disinfectant. One could never have too much of such a valuable resource. As for selling, Yin had not entertained that thought. The market for alcohol was still sparse, and drawing attention to himself by selling at this juncture would be unwise. At most, he would engage in private transactions with acquaintances to foster camaraderie. The liquid extracted from exploding berries was equally promising. It could serve as lamp oil, providing bright illumination at night with a pleasant, subtle fragrance that was refreshing and unobtrusive. Although he, as a robust man, was indifferent to the ambience of his living space as long as it was not unpleasant, he would not reject a scent that invigorated the mind and lifted his spirits without being overpowering. With lamp oil and wine vinegar secured, it was time to address the matter of grain. With this in mind, Yin swiftly prepared a stone basin for the collection of exploding berries, using a wooden stick to knock down all the ripe fruits. He then relocated the basin to an empty room, suspending it from a hook above to allow the extracted pulp to drain. Afterward, the pulp could be washed and air-dried to create dried fruit. The clarified juice collected in the stone basin was sealed in a ceramic jar for future use as lamp oil. Yin, leveraging his robust physique, proceeded to pluck the fruits from the snake vine trees as well. With a gentle breeze wafting through the louvered windows, he allowed them to dry slightly before commencing the winemaking process. The snake vine trees, being unsuitable for transplantation within the underground chamber, were propped against the ceiling, even providing structural support. In contrast, the exploding berry trees, standing only half a meter tall, could be relocated to the outdoor greenhouse. As for the vacant space in the underground chamber, Yin planned to sow a few crops of jade grass in the interim. By employing the potent fertilizer from the crazed plants, he aimed to fill the storage chests with grain, ensuring his peace of mind. The current situation was perilous. Should these crazed plants fail to decompose rapidly and produce fertilizer to hasten crop growth, he could find himself facing food scarcity. While not immediately at risk of starvation, he would inevitably have to resort to a restricted diet or lower his food quality. Preparing in advance and enhancing his resilience against risks was imperative for survival in this world. Taking advantage of the calm, midday breeze, Yin transplanted all the exploding berry trees from the basement to greenhouse number 9. After completing the transplantation, he did not return immediately. Instead, he utilized the small door between the greenhouses to access others, systematically cutting down and processing the crazed plants into fertilizer piles, awaiting assessment of the results the following day. This endeavor consumed him until the early hours of the morning, and upon returning home, he rested briefly before resuming his efforts. In the ensuing 2 days, Yanhao devoted himself to mowing grass, digging roots, and composting. During this period, he hastened the maturation of 2 batches of green jade grass with potent fertilizers, yielding over 300 pounds of grass seeds. His gathering skills also netted him an additional 2,000 pounds of various items. The food stockpile in the storage room surged to a secure level, allowing Yanhao's taut nerves to finally relax somewhat. After harvesting the grass seeds, he retained most of them untouched, only milling about 100 pounds in a flour. This time, he meticulously sifted the flour through a soil sieve, preparing to indulge himself with finer grains henceforth. As for the remaining bran and coarse flour, they were separately stored in a treasure chest to serve as feed for the animals in the breeding room. Included were the black breadsticks from his daily tasks. Notably, the 2 adolescent giant rats received Yanhao's special attention, feasting on green jade grass at every meal, faring better than many survivors still gnawing on grass and wood powder. Additionally, Yanhao cultivated a range of vegetables and fruits using potent fertilizers, alleviating the shortage of produce in his home. He also managed to coax 2 oil trees to grow in the greenhouse. However, being newly planted, their first yield was modest, amounting to only around 80 pounds of oil seeds, which produced merely a few pounds of oil upon extraction. Although this yield was not particularly high, it would suffice for occasional cold dishes for some time. Yet, the prospect of unrestricted feasting remained a distant dream. Yanhao refrained from further coaxing growth, knowing that the fertilizers required for tree species far exceeded those needed for green jade grass. He resolved to channel his precious fertilizers into the abundant cultivation of green jade grass, employing planting techniques along the way, with the hope of soon obtaining improved, edible crops. Time passed swiftly. Despite the ongoing fierce winds, Yanhao felt emboldened to venture outside for longer periods, extending his daily excursions from just a couple of hours at noon to 3 or 4. He dedicated this time to tending the oil trees in the nearby forest. These trees appeared significantly taller than those he had hastened to his greenhouse, and should they bear oil seeds, their yield would likely surpass that of the 2 he had nurtured indoors. The flora and fauna in the wild, deprived of human nurturing, gradually adopted peculiar characteristics. While they did not exhibit the extreme mutations seen in his greenhouse, changes were inevitable. Among these mutated species, some had stabilized traits, consistently producing offspring that mirrored their parents. However, many others displayed unstable traits, with only 1 or 2 mutants emerging from a litter, failing to pass on their unusual characteristics, resulting instead in ordinary beasts. For instance, the hen, Big Flower, had laid a considerable number of eggs, including fertilized ones. Yet, despite Yanhao's efforts to have Big Flower incubate them, none hatched into chicks as intelligent and capable as she, nor did they surpass the average size of common chickens. The gray shadow rabbit also occasionally crossed paths with him during his visits to the oil tree grove in the wild. Yanhao had not encountered a second gray shadow rabbit apart from the solitary one he had previously discovered. He speculated that it could either be an anomalous mutation or that the species from which it came inhabited a distant region, leaving this lone gray shadow rabbit to wander into his vicinity. On this particular day, Yanhao diligently applied a modest amount of ordinary fertilizer to the oil tree and watered it, preparing to make his way back. He was reluctant to use any potent fertilizers on wild plants, nor did he dare do so. Yanhao still vividly recalled the identification results of those mutated plants, which were a consequence of prolonged neglect and lack of nurturing. Although he was not well versed in the myriad of flora and fauna in the wild, he knew that many could thrive without human intervention. However, Yanhao was not willing to take any chances, given the considerable size of the wild oil tree. Should it undergo mutation, it would surely pose a formidable challenge. With the bronze box already strapped to his back, Yanhao set off on his return journey. In the distance, a plume of smoke billowed, and the ground trembled beneath him. What could it be? Yin Hao's expression turned wary as he took out the wind-stabilizing stone and activated it. Without a moment's hesitation, he took off in a frantic dash. Chapter 80. A Catastrophe of Frenzy. Yin Hao, burdened by a bronze chest, sprinted ahead with all his might, pursued relentlessly by a billowing cloud of dust that showed no sign of abating. It wasn't long before this ominous cloud reached the very spot where Yin Hao had previously lingered. As the instigator paused, the dust began to dissipate, revealing a peculiar assembly of bizarre and grotesque flora and fauna. They lingered in the area where Yin Hao had once roamed. Some animals even extended their noses to sniff the air, as if making a momentous discovery before darting off in the direction Yin Hao had taken. There were those that seemed reluctant to leave, while others appeared to have picked up his trail and ventured forth in pursuit. These creatures did not seem to operate as a cohesive unit, as some consistently fell behind. Soon enough, the once formidable throng that could stir up a sandstorm dwindled to just a handful of straggling figures. The gray-shadowed hare, in the vicinity of Yin Hao's previous haunts, regarded this unfolding scenario with indifference. It continued its hunting and leisurely wandering, completely disregarding the chaotic entities around it, coexisting in an unremarkable harmony. The only peculiarity lay in the fact that the gray-shadowed hare never targeted these pursuing creatures as prey. Instead, it opted to hunt giant rats and set its sights on the other beasts that trailed behind the pursuers. Despite the apparent simplicity of the chasing entities, which seemed easy to hunt, the hare remained unmoved. It would only seize the opportunity to hunt down solitary pursuers, utilizing its powerful legs to dispatch them, dragging the carcasses to a favored grazing area, where they would decompose and nourish the land in due time. Among the beasts following the pursuers, none were foolish. They engaged in similar behaviors to those of the gray-shadowed hare, with herbivores or omnivores seeking out isolated pursuers to kill and then dragging the bodies to their preferred vegetation, waiting for decay to enrich the soil. Carnivores were less discerning. While they did not prey upon the pursuers, they would not hesitate to kill any that presented an opportunity. Afterward, they would conceal themselves, biding their time for herbivores or omnivores to carry away the carcasses, marking the locations for future hunting grounds. Having benefited from another's efforts, they were prepared for the eventuality of becoming a reserve of sustenance. Wise herbivores and omnivores would refrain from scavenging the corpses of pursuers not killed by their own hand, whereas the foolish would bring back these bodies to serve as a reserve for carnivores. This was the approach of the more discerning carnivores. The less scrupulous would target creatures like the gray-shadowed hare that autonomously hunted and retrieved pursuer corpses, ready to capitalize on the easy pickings. Of course, there were also common creatures or those lacking awareness who would hunt the pursuers as ordinary prey, succumbing to frenzy after consumption, thereby swelling the ranks of the pursuers. Some cunning beings would deliberately slay pursuers, offering them to common animals to incite frenzy. Thus, the cycle of sustainable development played out. In this relentless struggle for survival, who truly emerged victorious? Who met their demise? Yin Hao could not discern the outcome. He is currently being relentlessly pursued by several feral creatures, wildly mutated flora and fauna. As he flees, those lagging behind have fallen out of the chase, while the faster ones have locked their sights firmly on Yin Hao, their drool dripping and eyes glistening with hunger, causing a chill to run down his spine. Although he contemplates turning around to confront them, he fears that the stragglers might catch up and encircle him. With a resounding thud, he finally bursts through the gates of the sanctuary, slamming the door shut behind him. Leaning against the wall, he gasps for breath, allowing himself a brief moment of respite. Peering through a small window, he observes a grotesque beast covered in unsightly growths, a creeping vine, and two creatures that bounce along, resembling a mix between a rabbit and a kangaroo. They hover outside the sanctuary's walls, around the area where he has planted the foul-smelling twin-leaf stinkweed, maintaining a safe distance without pursuing him any further. Could it be that the stench of the stinkweed has dulled their sense of smell? A flicker of hope ignites within Yin Hao. If this is indeed the case, then his sanctuary, surrounded by an abundance of stinkweed, would be significantly safer. However, the immediate concern remains the elimination of these threats. Yin Hao, not foolish enough to engage in close combat with the frenzied creatures, retrieves a bow and arrows from his home and begins to take aim. Only when he has successfully dispatched all the pursuing beasts does he cautiously take a wooden, empty treasure chest and venture outside. Using a long stick, he prods the carcasses and tosses them into the chest, ensuring everything is contained before he picks it up and makes his escape. He plans to dispose of the remains in the compost pit as resources. The mutated plants from the 9 greenhouses will provide ample fertilizer for him. The few creatures that have come to him today will serve as a modest addition. Yin Hao's primary concern, however, is the emergence of these feral creatures in the wild. He checks the forums for updates, discovering that similar incidents are occurring simultaneously elsewhere. Other survivors have also encountered these wild mutations to varying degrees. Some have succumbed to madness after accidental ingestion or contamination from the creature's fluids. Meanwhile, the cautious have managed to survive while acquiring substantial amounts of fertilizer. Others, with malicious intent, have begun selling tainted medicinal concoctions, preying on unsuspecting online shoppers. The forum is rife with discussions filled with trepidation regarding these medicinal remedies. Even the food business has taken a hit, growing eerily quiet. While a shortage of food can be tolerated, sustained by the relief supplies from daily quests, the prospect of someone inadvertently consuming food contaminated with these feral creatures and spiraling into madness is truly terrifying. Due to the rampant mutations among his household plants and animals, Yin Hao has closed his shop for some time. This upheaval has not affected him directly, yet reopening his store is inevitable. If this issue persists, it will undoubtedly impact his future sales. He also inquired about the situation from Yi Hao, who simply remarked, "It's the end of the month." Initially puzzled, Yin Hao soon realizes that it is already the end of the second month since the beginner phase has concluded. In accordance with the peculiarities of this survival world, celestial phenomena are likely to change monthly. Thus, could this impending calamity of frenzy be the disaster that awaits everyone next month? Yet, there has been no precedent for such occurrences. Typically, it is only on the last day of the month that the system announces some details to forewarn the populace about the forthcoming month-as tribulations. This frenzy catastrophe erupted without any prior signs, catching everyone off guard. Even now, Yin Hao feels a sense of bewilderment. Could it be due to the prolonged vacancy of the shelter? But what of those who have been blocked by the colossal beasts? They have remained within the shelter, yet they too have been besieged by the frenzied flora and fauna. Yin Hao is utterly perplexed. In truth, Yi Hao is equally troubled, as the insights provided this time are indeed scant. It remains uncertain whether it is due to insufficient proficiency or if there are external interferences at play. All of this remained shrouded in mystery until a prominent figure from the prophecy realm emerged, finally allowing the survivalists a glimpse into the icy depths of the truth behind the frenzy. Chapter 81. The Pursuer, Flood Warning, Night Hwai. The Pursuer has been trailing us all along. This is a succinct survivor, rarely vocal on the forums, yet when he speaks, his words carry significant weight. Many speculate that his talent lies in prophecy, thus their faith in him is unwavering. The term pursuer? What does it signify? Are they referring to the frenzied flora and fauna, or something else entirely? Yin Hao's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Yet he understood that this individual would not provide clarification. Instead, he perused the analyses of other survivors beneath the post. If the calamity he refers to is indeed the current frenzy, then the pursuer must be those frenzied plants and animals. Not necessarily. There may be unknown adversaries termed pursuers, with the frenzy merely being a precursor, a phenomenon to be wielded by these pursuers. That makes sense. Since our arrival in this survival world, we have yet to encounter any intelligent species apart from humans. Such a lack is rather unusual, given the norms of survival games. The last odd occurrence with the rift also suggests something significant. Perhaps next, we will encounter remnants of lost civilizations. The pursuers must be linked to this. And who knows what grand conspiracy lies behind it all. Wu Dao. TCH, in my opinion, you all are overthinking this. The pursuers might simply refer to the frenzied flora and fauna. Previously, when no one tended to the plants and animals at home, it was said that their frenzy was due to a prolonged lack of human interaction. Perhaps these frenzied beings have merely caught a whiff of our presence and have traveled from afar, only previously unnoticed due to distance. One cannot deny that there are indeed many insightful individuals. After reading numerous analyses, Yin Hao felt that several of them possessed merit and might align with Night Huai's intentions. Among them, he paid particular attention to Wu Dao's remarks. Not only did they resonate with his own subtle suspicions, but more importantly, there was no numerical suffix following his name. Through extensive exploration, a tacit understanding had emerged regarding the numerical suffixes attached to each name. Generally, a smaller number corresponded to a more formidable survivor. At the very least, the skills they possessed were never weak. Particularly, those without any suffix could almost certainly be identified as among the earliest to obtain certain skills, if not the very first. However, the specifics of what they had drawn remained a mystery. Of course, there were others like Yin Hao, with double-digit suffixes yet being the first to acquire specific skills. No one could elucidate this phenomenon entirely, but the notion that the absence of a suffix denoted a prominent figure held considerable weight. Thus far, those without numerical suffixes have seldom been of ordinary caliber. They were, in essence, the reserve elites. After surveying the comments, Yin Hao felt a modicum of his confusion dissipate. Yet new enigmas continued to arise with each response in the thread. The journey would naturally unfold as needed. For now, he decided to observe further. At least, in the short term, he faced little danger. Regarding food and pharmaceuticals, it is best to refrain from trading in the marketplace for the time being to avoid potential pitfalls. Having made this decision, Yin Hao entered a state of silence. He would observe the messages on the forum, but rarely responded. He neither purchased items nor engaged in trade, living entirely off self-sufficiency. His shop remained closed, rendering him almost invisible, akin to a specter. Even when he found himself in need of certain spices, he would attempt to create them himself rather than resorting to the marketplace. He submerged himself into the depths of solitude. Apart from a few friends he maintained contact with, it seemed as if he had vanished from the forum, so transparent that few could even recall his presence. After enduring the fierce winds, the fruit of the snake vine tree had lost some moisture, prompting Yin Hao to commence preparations for brewing wine and vinegar. He began by gently mashing the fruit, taking care not to crush the tiny seeds within, transforming them into a viscous pulp. He wrapped charcoal made from the wood of the bitter orange tree in cloth and placed it inside, allowing it to absorb the astringent flavors. This mixture would sit for approximately half a day. After extracting the charcoal, he blended in a precise amount of syrup to neutralize the acidity. He sealed it in a ceramic jar, covered it with burlap, and stored it in a cool place, stirring it morning and evening to promote the growth of yeast. Having never attempted this before, Yin Hao was unsure of the appropriate syrup ratio, so he experimented with various measurements. He labeled each ceramic jar and meticulously documented the dosage ratios on paper, intending to taste the final products and determine which had the most exquisite flavor to replicate. This process would take a day or two to complete. Subsequently, he skimmed the froth, inserted a hollow tube, and sealed the entire jar to allow for anaerobic fermentation at room temperature. As the month drew to a close, Yin Hao and his companions had collected their bi-weekly rewards from the secondary district leaderboard during their expedition to the Rift of Wonders. By the time he completed the preliminary brewing tasks, it was the final day of the month. He kept a vigilant watch. As soon as the weather forecast for the survival guide updated, he saw the announcement. Next month's celestial phenomena, floods. All survivors are advised to prepare for flood defense. Floods? Yin Hao murmured, uncertain whether the foundation of a shelter could withstand such an onslaught. By chance, he stumbled upon the task page, only to find that the main quest had been updated. Main quest. The frenzied flora and fauna have traced the scent of humanity to your doorstep. Remain vigilant and prepare for an assault from the frenzied creatures. Note, timely elimination of frenzied flora and fauna near your home will alleviate pressure on the shelter. Task rewards will be based on the number of frenzied creatures killed and their strength, granting a certain amount of skill experience books, which can enhance the proficiency of any additional talents, but will not affect initial talents. While it's clear now, it seems the frenzied flora and fauna are indeed the pursuers foretold in the Night Huai prophecies. However, they are offering experience books as rewards, which can only enhance additional talents, but not initial ones. It appears this is intended to narrow the gap between survivors due to initial talents. Contemplating this, Yin Hao found himself uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. With an initial talent for gathering, he found himself frail in combat, often resorting to a cautious approach to development. Aside from a brief moment of arrogance upon his arrival, he has since adopted a demeanor of restraint, to the point where he has nearly faded into obscurity on the forums. Now, armed with the experienced tome from his primary quest, he can swiftly enhance his combat capabilities, alleviating the anxiety of potentially facing off against another survivor. He recognizes his role as a logistical support and fears being overpowered in a direct confrontation. However, he is acutely aware that his combat prowess pales in comparison to those prodigies of martial arts, the fortunate individuals who possess formidable talents, as well as the ruthless criminals who thrive in violence. The number of monsters he has slain is certainly eclipsed by theirs, while his strength may increase. Others will also progress, potentially widening the gap even further. He must remain grounded, for this world is replete with exceptional individuals. It is imperative to exercise utmost humility. Yin Hao silently reminds himself. Chapter 82. Preparations for the thunderstorm in response to the impending flood. The paramount concern lies in flood prevention and drainage. Previously, I believed my refuge would endure for an extended period. However, it has become evident that numerous deficiencies exist, necessitating another upgrade. Initially, the structure was a single story, but now it is prudent to consider an additional level. Floodwaters do not heed reason. Low-lying areas are inevitably inundated. My birthplace, situated on a hillside, is not particularly low, yet establishing sufficient drainage points is imperative. At this juncture, I must also refrain from being frugal with the wind-stabilizing stones. Armed with a hoe and wielding the wind-stabilizing stones, I toiled through the night, augmenting the ditches around my abode and excavating them deeper to facilitate rapid drainage when the flood arrives. The plants within the greenhouse pose another dilemma. Should water infiltrate, some of the flora may suffer dire consequences. Nevertheless, the flora in this world comprises unfamiliar species to me, and I remain uncertain which can endure in waterlogged conditions. Therefore, I shall hasten their maturation, harvesting what is ready while leaving the remainder to fate once the greenhouse is truly submerged. The basement also requires urgent arrangements. The original entrance must be elevated to prevent floodwaters from surging into the home and subsequently flowing into the basement. Additionally, the ventilation must be redesigned, ensuring it remains elevated enough to allow air circulation while thwarting any attempts by floodwaters to infiltrate. A raincoat must also be procured. Despite uncertainty regarding whether my current constitution could withstand the rain without succumbing to illness, being soaked in rainwater is decidedly unpleasant. Once I completed all conceivable preparations, the clock approached midnight. The rewards for the third-tier rankings and the trading area were simultaneously activated. Concurrently, the ominous rumble of thunder resonated outside. The cacophony of thunder, accompanied by the sporadic arcs of lightning illuminating the night sky, was formidable. Those of timid disposition likely cowered beneath their blankets in trepidation. My own courage is neither great nor small. As I listened to the thunder and beheld the flashes that lit up the heavens, I felt a twinge of apprehension, yet managed to maintain my composure. It seems prudent to guard against being struck by lightning. I pondered whether the dark rock is conductive. A flicker of anxiety stirred within me. If it conducts electricity, my abode would become a living target. Although my strength has notably increased after my adventures in the rift, I remain unwilling to defy the wrath of nature. Accompanying the thunderstorm were the gentle patter of raindrops, which initially fell lightly, but soon transformed into a torrential downpour. The wind howled ferociously, penetrating through the slats of the shutters with newfound vigor, toppling several lightweight objects within the house, although they remained a minority. This wind, however, paled in comparison to the tempest I had encountered the previous month. I drew closer to the window, peering through the gaps to assess the situation outside, and realized that the flood was not an immediate threat. With my current physical condition, I can still venture out to work for a few days, even in the rain. However, I ponder, Yin Hao gazed blankly at the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder outside the window, murmuring softly, "Will this rain ever cease?" For the moment, the rain posed no threat to his sanctuary. Realizing this, Yin Hao decided to take a nap. Last month, fierce winds had reduced his time outdoors to 2 or 3 hours, during which he found himself trapped in a crevice for 7 or 8 days. The month prior, the sweltering heat made even nighttime outings unbearable, leaving him drenched in sweat. Now, he felt compelled to seize the brief respite offered by the rain, before floods began to rise, to engage in some outdoor activities. It was time to address any deficiencies, to hunt down creatures, whether they were enraged or not. All could serve as his quarry. The frenzied compost and the unaltered flesh of prey would ultimately lead to no waste. The oil trees had been nurtured for so long, and their fruits were nearing ripeness. If he could harvest them before the flood arrived, his household would no longer need to scrimp and save on oil for every meal. Given Yin Hao's current physique, coupled with the peculiar demands of this survival world, where days stretched to 49 hours, going without 10 or 8 meals in a day would leave him famished. This was merely the reality of proper sustenance. It was not uncommon to feel hunger mid-task, necessitating a quick bite of flatbread or dried fruits and nuts to satiate his cravings and replenish his energy. With treasure chests no longer yielding food and seasonings dwindling to a pitiful amount, instant noodles had become a luxury. Yin Hao, a connoisseur of rich oils and salt, had long been deprived of delectable dishes, leaving his palate almost desensitized. Without some snacks to nibble on, life would become increasingly arduous. Alas, the days of abundant feasting seemed a distant memory. With a deep sigh, Yin Hao dared not dwell on the blissful life he had before this ordeal. The more he thought about it, the more he craved. Yet he found himself devoid of the means to indulge, which was distressing. If only he could discover substitutes for chili and peppercorns. The seasoning packets for his instant noodles were running low, and he hesitated to use them, fearing he might have nothing left afterward. Reluctantly, he decided to push those thoughts aside and sleep. The more he contemplated, the more disheartened he became. Yin Hao pulled the quilt over his head and quickly drifted into slumber. After a day of intense labor, he could easily fall asleep upon touching the bed. Regardless of the multitude of worries, the exhaustion of his body took precedence over any mental burden. A good night's sleep alleviates 1,000 sorrows indeed. The next day, the moment Yin Hao awoke, he rushed to the window to assess the situation outside. The rain was pouring heavily, as if the heavens themselves were overflowing. Extending his hand, he felt the rain droplets sting against his skin. Even with his current physical prowess, the sensation was painful. It showed no signs of stopping. This could pose a problem. Frowning, he completed his morning routine, steamed his breakfast, and busied himself with various household tasks. By the time he returned to the window, after finishing his meal, 2 hours had already passed. This was a testament to Yin Hao's enhanced physical condition, allowing him to work swiftly and prepare meals with remarkable efficiency. Opting for the simplest tasks, had he chosen anything more time-consuming, it would have taken 4 or 5 hours to complete. The myriad trifles within the household have increasingly multiplied. The insect colony in the breeding room has expanded considerably, as recent circumstances have hindered sales. Particularly, a few mutated specimens have been deliberately preserved by Yin Hao, who wishes to observe whether their offspring will grow to a similar size as their progenitors. The enhancement of their physical constitution has inevitably led to a surge in their consumption. What was once a barely sustainable scale is no longer satisfactory for Yin Hao. He must rear more insects and cultivate additional crops to ensure that he does not merely stave off hunger, but also enjoys a more abundant diet. Having organized everything at home, Yin Hao donned a hastily crafted leather poncho from the previous night, shouldered an empty black iron box, and stepped outside. Chapter 83. Frenzy and analysis. The rain drummed upon the bamboo hat and the straw cloak, no longer inflicting pain upon Yin Hao. Yet he could still perceive the considerable force of each droplet. First, he inspected the ditches surrounding his abode. In several areas, they had become obstructed by mud and decaying leaves, necessitating prompt excavation to prevent water accumulation. After enduring a night of torrential downpour, the surface water had risen nearly to the soles of Yin Hao's shoes. Fortunately, he had donned straw sandals for this outing, rendering him unperturbed by the wetness. At this water level, the greenhouse was not at immediate risk of flooding. After a brief survey, he continued his journey outward. Beyond the walls, the twin-leaved, stinking grass sagged under the weight of the rain. Some blades snapped, releasing their foul sap into the downpour, even as the flow diluted it. A faint stench lingered in the air. There were no signs of pursuers, frenzied flora and fauna nearby, likely driven away by the grass's noxious odor. He pressed onward. Before long, Yin Hao spotted a grayish wild chicken, nearly camouflaged among the dead leaves. A rough estimate suggested it weighed around 30 pounds. Certainly not comparable to the hefty domestic fowl, yet still quite plump, much larger than the majority of chickens he had encountered before his journey. Unfazed, Yin Hao sprang into action. With one swift motion, he lunged forward, catching the wild bird by its wing before it could react. Grasping its neck, he swiftly dispatched it with a firm squeeze. The appraisal spell revealed no signs of frenzy. It appeared to be an ordinary chicken. A fortuitous start indeed. In high spirits, he stowed the bird in his iron chest. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an unusual creature covered in thick scales. With 6 legs, it bore a resemblance to a gecko. Elongated and armed with barbed tails, clearly a formidable opponent. Moreover, its size rivaled that of a full-grown cow, promising a substantial feast upon its defeat. Direct confrontation was ill-advised. Observing the thickness of its armor, Yin Hao feared his fist might fail to penetrate its defenses. He drew his large machete and approached cautiously, attempting to sever one of its legs at the joint with its body. The blade sank in, but became lodged halfway through. It seemed an equipment upgrade was in order. Ideally, he would enchant his weapons with sharpness to ensure smoother strikes. With a painful hiss, the armored creature lashed its tail towards Yin Hao. The whistling wind was deafening, even causing the rain to momentarily part from the force of its strike. Fortunately, Yin Hao possessed sufficient strength. Upon realizing his blade was stuck, he exerted brute force to withdraw it, positioning the edge defensively in front of himself. A sickening thud echoed as its tail collided with the blade, sending a jolt through Yin Hao's hands while simultaneously embedding a fifth of its tail into the steel. Could it breach his defenses? If so, then it was manageable. Blood splattered as Yin Hao withdrew his machete and struck again at the 6-legged creature. With the capability to sever joints, Yin Hao aimed for the creature's neck. And even if he could not strike the joints, he resorted to sheer force. Although the recoil left his hands tingling, he relentlessly inflicted new wounds upon the armored beast. The battle was not prolonged, for Yin Hao was capable of overwhelming strength. Ultimately, after severing the creature's 2 legs, destabilizing its balance, he delivered successive blows to its neck, extinguishing its life force. However, the commotion from this skirmish attracted other beasts. A cerulean fox, distinguished by its bifurcated tail, approached with remarkable swiftness, ignoring the fallen armored creature entirely, and charged directly at Yin Hao with clear intent. Yin Hao swung his blade to parry, but the impact forced him back a step, while the azure fox merely had a few of its fur strands severed in the process. His formidable sword failed to breach its skin. This adversary proved to be even more formidable than the armored beast. A chill ran down Yin Hao's spine, and he steeled himself for the encounter. With its quickness and resilient hide, they engaged in a fierce struggle that lasted several minutes, until the fox succumbed to Yin Hao's sheer brute strength, its internal organs unable to withstand the pressure. Yet, defeating this one did little to improve Yin Hao's predicament, for soon after, other creatures, drawn by the tumult, launched assaults against him. For over an hour, he lost count of the number of animals he had slain. When silence finally returned to the area, the ground was littered with carcasses, ranging from diminutive creatures the size of common mice to those as large as rhinoceroses or elephants. Their strengths varied, not dictated by size alone. For instance, the small beast, no larger than a mouse, had sharp claws that inflicted a deep wound on Yin Hao's arm, exposing bone. Conversely, a smooth-furred creature, comparable in size to an elephant, was easily dispatched by a single strike from Yin Hao, proving to be a mere fragile entity within the ecosystem. Opening the black iron box, Yin Hao swiftly gathered as many animal bodies as he could find, choosing not to linger in the area but instead returning home. With his bounty of meat, he could relish in sustenance for a considerable time ahead. Upon arriving home, he meticulously extracted each animal corpse for collection. You have harvested from the whip-tailed creature, acquiring 7 thighs, 3 tails, and a substantial amount of 3,000 pounds of beast meat, alongside a proficiency increase of 1 in your gathering skill. You also collected from an unidentified beast, yielding 500 pounds of its meat, 19 ears, and 6 kidneys. In addition to a unique item known as Beast Source, White, with another proficiency increase of 1. From the death fox, you extracted 10 grams of frenzy factor, 0.001 grams of analysis factor, and 9 essences of its blood and flesh, with yet another proficiency increase of 1. Finally, you gathered from the rock rhinoceros, resulting in an impressive 6,000 pounds of its meat and 1 juvenile. As Yin Hao continued to gather, he marveled at the extraordinary nature of his collection skills, which had become increasingly remarkable upon reaching level 30. He felt that he could rival even those who specialized in critical hits. Life was certainly looking more promising. A smile illuminated Yin Hao's face until he approached the corpse of a fork-tailed azure fox. The joy faded as he cast an identification spell, discovering, as expected, that it was a frenzied beast. He recalled being injured by it during a fierce battle, contemplating the possibility that its blood had splattered onto his wounds. With urgency, Yin Hao proceeded to analyze the items acquired from the death fox. The frenzy factor could be applied to weapons or ingested, enabling creatures to enter a frenzied state, losing their sanity and transforming into monstrous entities. The analysis factor, on the other hand, had the potential to decompose any tangible object, with varying effects depending on the weight. The precise outcomes remained unspecified, indicating that further experimentation was necessary. However, given that these items originated from a frenzied creature, there was a possibility that he could also deconstruct those frenzy factors. Chapter 84. The physique of a Superman and the workload of a non-human. The quantity of the analytical factor was rather scant, merely 0.001 g. Had it not been for the transparent membrane enveloping the freshly collected specimen, granting Yin Hao the necessary time to prepare a container, it would have been nearly impossible to locate such a minuscule amount had it fallen to the ground. After reviewing feedback, I plan to make some subtle adjustments to the narrative, primarily to enrich the protagonist's unique abilities. The overarching storyline will remain unchanged. The presence of the membrane upon collection was a preparatory addition, as without it, liquid or powdered specimens would be irretrievable once dropped. This meager quantity was undoubtedly insufficient for Yin Hao's experimentation, prompting him to gather samples from additional animal carcasses. In total, he acquired 0.013 g of the analytical factor. To prevent any confusion from mixing the samples, Yin Hao had prudently prepared separate containers from the outset of his collection. He ventured into the breeding room to capture a meatworm, making an incision on its body and introducing a drop of blood from the frenzied beast. As the worm exhibited signs of infection and restlessness, with its body beginning to swell, Yin Hao pressed a portion of the analytical factor, 0.001 g, onto its wound. The worm soon ceased its struggles. Its body, which had initially started to expand due to the infection, began to retract. This was astonishing. Yin Hao marveled at the sight. Upon employing his identification technique, he noted that the worm's name no longer bore the frenzied suffix. After dispatching it and conducting another identification, no madness rate was detected in the flesh. Evidently, this was indeed effective. Elated, Yin Hao proceeded with further experimentation. This time, he captured a chicken and, after inducing infection, applied 0.001 g of the analytical factor in an attempt to eliminate the frenzied factor within. However, this endeavor proved futile. The frenzied factor remained intact. He continued to administer the analytical factor until he had injected a total of 0.005 g into the chicken, at which point its identification revealed no trace of the frenzied suffix. Upon slaughter, the carcass also registered no sign of a madness rate. Feeling somewhat reassured, Yin Hao then ventured outdoors to capture a small animal and fed it some chicken meat. The small creature remained unaffected, and upon slaughter, it too exhibited no madness rate. At this juncture, he sensed an array of discordant voices converging in his mind, creating a cacophony that left him perturbed. It appeared he had indeed been affected. Without further hesitation, Yin Hao introduced the remaining 0.007g of the analytical factor into his own bloodstream via the exposed circulatory system at the wound site. The tumultuous voices dissipated, and clarity of thought returned, instilling in him a profound sense of having survived a calamity. Although given the previous circumstances, were he to succumb to infection and madness, he might merely experience a fracturing of his personality. With a stroke of fortune, he could even attain an extraordinary persona, allowing him to effortlessly succeed. Yet, that was not the essence of himself, and Yin Hao would not permit such a fate to unfold, regardless of the monumental opportunity that might lie before him. The pursuit of strength is never too late, at any time or place. However, the self, particularly that part capable of retaining one's original intent, once lost, is exceedingly difficult to reclaim. Yin Hao once jested that if he were to pursue immortality, he would undoubtedly follow the path of indifference, for he was acutely aware of his own nature. Emotionally detached, he appeared easy to get along with, yet remained indifferent to everyone. Even if he were to embrace the path of indifference, he would not be ensnared by the so-called emotional tribulations. His emotional aloofness rendered him immune to the absurdities of familial slaughter or the like. Only morality and responsibility could bind him. As a naturally emotionless being, it would be foolish not to cultivate this aspect. Ahem, I digress. In any case, Yin Hao sought absolute rationality, devoid of any fractious personas vying for control of his being, even if some of those personalities might surpass him in prowess. He diligently collected the remains of all the beasts. Although he only acquired a single juvenile rock rhinoceros, he successfully gathered an ample supply of various meats and materials for frenzy fertilizer. The legendary windfall was nothing short of this. The issue of sustenance was entirely resolved. Now, he needed to contemplate how to face the impending flood and enhance his own capabilities. The imminent threats posed by the frenzied flora and fauna outside his door, as well as the myriad unknown dangers that lay ahead, compelled him to grow stronger. Not to mention, the series of hidden benefits brought about by the frenzied organisms could significantly diminish the initial disparities in talent among numerous survivors. With his gathering skills, Yin Hao could now advance his proficiency, outpacing others by a substantial margin. However, once the skill experience books became available, others could easily catch up by utilizing the skill books to learn gathering techniques. Provided the quality of the books met the requisite standards, blue or above, and the necessary upgrading materials and limit-breaking resources were at hand. The urgency of being caught up loomed near, though not quite, and he felt the pressure to progress, with many pushing him forward from behind. With so many people around, he needed to hasten the oil refining process. The blood must be shed promptly while it was still warm, as it could be used to create blood stew. The frenzied creatures were cleared aside first, and the remaining untainted ones were to be meticulously examined before proceeding, ensuring no contaminants of the frenzy were present. This was for consumption. Negligence would result in a cacophony of chaos in his mind, and the one suffering the consequences would ultimately be himself. Yin Hao swiftly immersed himself in the task at hand. Bloodletting, skinning, and eviscerating commenced. The household echoed with the sounds of activity, resembling a battlefield. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that Yin Hao was utilizing his robust physical prowess to perform various intricate tasks efficiently. With such a considerable quantity of beast meat, a lackadaisical approach would see him toiling until the morrow. The most time-consuming aspect was the meticulous identification and categorization of each specimen. Once that was complete, the skinning and bloodletting became a swift affair. His current strength allowed him to toss objects weighing several thousand pounds effortlessly, surpassing even the legendary feats of Xiangyu. As long as the skin was not excessively thick, Yin Hao could process everything promptly. Even the thickest hides would not significantly hinder his progress. After all, those he had slain were vulnerable to his might while alive, let alone now that they were mere corpses. Yet, ultimately, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Yin Hao meticulously organized everything, ensuring that the blood was drawn where necessary, and the entrails were thoroughly cleaned and salted. Special parts, such as the bitter gallbladder, required separate extraction and careful handling. The fresh meat also needed to be preserved in some manner. Although Yin Hao had mastered the frost technique, rendering ice unnecessary, freezing everything was simply impractical. If not consumed within a short period, even fresh meat would gradually lose its palatability when stored in the refrigerator. As for zombie meat, it could be forgiven if he had unknowingly consumed it before his journey. However, now that he was in control, he was determined to ensure everything was sanitary, healthy, and fresh. Once the meat and entrails were processed, the hides still needed tanning, as they would be essential for crafting leather armor or clothing in the future. He toiled until midnight, managing to complete only half of his tasks. This was a testament to his significantly enhanced physical condition, allowing him to work with remarkable speed. He encountered little resistance while cutting through the meat and leather, resulting in an efficient and rapid process. In summary, what would have taken a modern meat processing plant over 20 hours to accomplish, he managed to do in merely half that time. In his previous life, such an achievement would have made headlines. Yet here and now, it felt utterly routine for Yin Hao. One could only imagine the extraordinary capabilities of those in the first tier of survivors compared to him. Chapter 85. Yin Hao's hardcore barbecue method the following day. Yin Hao refrained from venturing outside again, opting instead to remain at home to process the beast meat. Once he had extracted all the innards and cleaned them thoroughly, applying salt generously, the fresh meat could not be directly hung out to dry. A torrential downpour outside filled the air with moisture. If the beast meat were to be hung in such conditions, it would succumb to spoilage in no time. To prolong the preservation of the meat, Yin Hao constructed a fire pit with the intention of drying the meat directly by roasting it. However, there is a delicate art to the process of drying meat. Direct exposure to an open flame would be detrimental, as this was not merely a matter of grilling. While an open flame could indeed dehydrate the meat, the high temperatures would also cause the fat to render or the texture to become tough. Moreover, having utilized a significant portion of the intestines to create numerous sausages, the thought of roasting them directly was almost unthinkable. At present, with his impressive gathering skill at over 30 levels, the total quantity of meat amounted to substantial units. Should he opt to roast each piece individually, it would take an eternity to complete the task. He found himself enviously contemplating those with temperature control abilities. Had he drawn such a skill first, he might have resolved this endeavor with a single application of their talent. Muttering his frustrations, Yin Hao resigned himself to consulting the survival guide, flipping to the illustrated pages, and diligently studying the various tutorials within. He needed to devise a large-scale apparatus capable of drying the meat either in one go or in batches. Anyone with a basic education of 9 years would possess some fundamental understanding of physics. As his physical prowess increased, so too did his memory. Recalling knowledge once imparted by teachers. Lost in contemplation, Yin Hao struggled to clarify his thoughts, hindered by the limitations of his education. The notion of hiring a professional had not yet crossed his mind. After all, this was a matter concerning meat, an extensive quantity of it. The implications of such a venture might incite envy among many. Outside, the accumulated water had risen to ankle height. While engrossed in his meat processing, Yin Hao periodically inspected the front and back of his home. Should he discover any blocked drains, he would brave the rain to clear them, preventing a buildup that could lead to flooding his dwelling. The situation within the greenhouse remained relatively stable. No water had yet infiltrated, allowing the crops to flourish in a suitable environment. However, he had collected all the manure into tattered, empty chests. Better to be overly cautious than to face a calamity unprepared. Should a flood breach the greenhouse and wash away the fertilizer, regret would come too late. As for the prospect of reinforcing the house, Yin Hao gazed anxiously at the unrelenting rain. Constructing a roof in such weather posed an extraordinary challenge. Yet, regardless of the difficulty, action was imperative. If the rain persisted for an entire month, a flood would inevitably ensue. The survival system had warned of floods this month, and their magnitude would surely exceed the norm. Thus, preparation was essential. He cast a glance at the rooftop. In a moment of uncertainty regarding the structure of the drying apparatus, Yin Hao contemplated the necessity of constructing an expansive rain shelter. Once completed, it would serve to divert the rainwater from the roof before he proceeded to cover the house. This endeavor, too, entailed considerable effort. The initial challenge lay in sourcing an ample supply of waterproof materials. Fortunately, among the game he had recently hunted, there were several animals with sparse or even absent fur. The pelts from these creatures, once stripped and tanned, could be utilized to create a modest shelter, with the potential to expand its dimensions should he embark on further hunting expeditions to procure additional smooth hides. As Yin Hao perused the survival guide and contemplated the process of constructing the rain shelter, an epiphany struck him regarding the design of a large-scale drying apparatus. He reasoned that the material selected must be iron or another substance with excellent thermal conductivity. However, iron was quickly dismissed due to insufficient reserves at home. Previously, he had employed black stone to craft the stone pot, which proved suitable for simple cooking. Thus, it warranted a trial for this purpose as well. As for obsidian, it seemed to possess poor thermal conductivity and was therefore excluded from consideration. Without delay, Yin Hao set to work, utilizing tools to cut and polish the black stone into undulating slabs. Drawing inspiration from the mechanical designs in the survival guide, he fashioned an oversized oven that occupied the area of an entire room. Not only were the walls of the oven adorned with these wavy black stone slabs, but the interior was also filled with numerous vertically arranged layers of the same material. Between each pair of slabs, he installed horizontal bars, where he could hang meat using hooks during the drying process. By heating the oven and activating a blower, he could circulate hot air to dehydrate the meat within. Though black stone's thermal conductivity was inferior to that of iron, the oven would not reach excessively high temperatures, ensuring that the dried meat would not become overly tough or unchewable. Sausages could also be suspended within, requiring slightly less time to dry than the cured meat. However, rather than simply referring to it as an oven, it would be more fitting to call it a cooking chamber, as Yin Hao would need to enter it to turn the meat periodically. Despite the low-temperature roasting, the interior would still reach temperatures between 50–60 C, a concept that would have seemed audacious to him prior to his journey. For an ordinary individual, such an idea would border on madness. Yet, given Yin Hao's current physical capabilities, enduring a space of 70–80 C for a brief duration posed little challenge. 50–60 C would be even more manageable, albeit with an increase in perspiration. To preserve the flavor of the roasted meat, he would likely need to employ frost magic to mitigate sweating, as the odor of sweat could potentially taint the meat when subjected